I had a terrible headache, the hangover feeling like my head was going to split open. I was now holding my head, trying to get rid of the pain. After a long while, I slowly opened my eyes, glanced around casually, and planned to close my eyes for a while. Wait, that's not right. I suddenly widened my eyes and looked around again. I saw wooden furniture and beams, and the whole room was in an antique style. I remember that I went home straight after having a barbecue with a few friends last night. Is this a hotel? Who opened a room for me, Lao San? Fortunately, I didn't have to go to work today, otherwise I would definitely be late and get scolded by the mean supervisor. I was just glad that I escaped a disaster. Did we drink fake wine last night? That shouldn't be the case. We have been to Lao Zhang's barbecue stall so many times, but I didn't realize that this old guy is a profiteer. I tried hard to recall what happened last night. Master, you're awake. The sudden voice startled me. I saw a young man standing at the door. He looked to be 17 or 18 years old, but maybe due to malnutrition, he was not tall and his face was a little dark and yellow. Who's he? I called out the servant's name naturally, and then a wave of strange memories flooded in, and I fainted again in an instant. After a long time, I heard someone talking in my ear in a daze. This sudden change made me dare not open my eyes, so I could only squint and secretly look at everything. Doctor, what happened to my son? Why did he faint again just after waking up? A woman in gorgeous clothes was wiping her tears sadly. Reporting to the master and the lady, there is indeed nothing wrong with the young master's health. It may just be caused by a hangover. I will prescribe a sobering soup to ensure that the young master is full of energy. The doctor stroked his beard while taking the pulse. Were all the doctors in ancient times so pretentious? Liener, quickly accompany the doctor to get the medicine and boil it for the young master to take. The speaker was a burly middle-aged man. I was a little puzzled. This man and this beautiful woman were simply the ancient version of Beauty and the Beast. Yes, sir. The maid was quite pretty. Everyone go, let the young master have a good rest. Huzi, you stay here and serve him. If there is any movement from the young master, tell me and my madam immediately. As the head of the family, Father Li felt relieved when he heard that his son was not in any serious condition. I was awake at this moment. I fainted because my brain received the memories of the original owner of this body and a large amount of information poured in. Now I have accepted the fact that I have traveled through time. As a person who has been baptized by online novels in the new era, I did not have any fear about this time travel. Instead, I felt a little bit of anticipation and joy. Online shopping platform system is binding. Binding is successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the online shopping platform system. The system will give you a novice gift package. Please check it in time. Sure enough, I was wondering if I would have a golden finger or something like that, and the golden finger appeared automatically. I silently chanted the system in my heart, and a virtual display page appeared in front of me. After browsing for a few minutes, as a modern person, I understood this system. This golden finger is an online shopping platform where I can buy what I need. The platform has many categories, and the varieties are very complete, from ancient times to the present, eating, drinking, defecating, daily toiletries, weapons and ammunition, and also includes design drawings. I even saw a lot of fantasy-like elixir skills. As for the currency required by the platform, it can be directly exchanged with gold and silver. 1 tael of gold equals 100 taels of silver, 1 tael of silver equals 1,000 copper coins equals 1,000 yuan of online shopping coins. Haha, I'm really rich this time. I must have been a good person in my previous life, so I was rewarded by God, haha. I couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that I had read too many novels, and the person who was a good person in my previous life had appeared. I sorted out the current situation first. The original owner of this body was also called Li Xiaoyao. My father was a county lieutenant of Anding County, a 9th-rank official, equivalent to the director of the County Public Security Bureau. Although it was just a small official in the entire Tang Dynasty, it was enough for me to walk sideways in this small Anding County. In addition, my father, Li Dazhuang, was an old man who spoiled me since I was a child. Fortunately, I did not develop the bad habits of other young masters. Although Li Dazhuang wanted me to read the books of sages, I just like to wield swords and sticks. Speaking of which, my father and the current emperor are somewhat related. When Li Yuan started his rebellion against the Sui dynasty, Li Dazhuang, as a member of the same clan, followed Li Yuan all the way. But it must be said that Li Dazhuang had no ability in fighting, but his luck was surprisingly good. The clansmen and fellow townsmen brought by Li Yuan experienced battles of all sizes, and almost all of them died or were injured, with only a few left. However, Li Dazhuang was lucky enough to survive. After Li Yuan successfully established the Tang Dynasty, he rewarded his meritorious officials. Although Li Dazhuang had no outstanding achievements, Li Yuan also issued an order to confer him the rank of Lieutenant of Ending County, a rank lower than the 9th rank. For Li Dazhuang, who was born in a humble family and had no ambitions, this was enough to bring honor to his family. My mother, Zhang, was said to be from an aristocratic family, but her family fell into poverty. By chance, she was rescued from bandits by Li Dazhuang, and that's how we got to know each other today. I have 2 older sisters, both of whom are married, and a younger sister who is 10 years old. I am the only boy in the family, so I have been spoiled by my parents and 2 older sisters since I was a child. I think I have inherited this gene and dote on my younger sister in every way. This is the family situation. Next, let's take a look at the newbie gift package given by the system. The system actually gave me a virtual space, about 5 cubic meters, which is quite good. Open the newbie gift pack. I said to myself. Confirm to open the novice gift package. Congratulations on getting 100,000 coins and Lu Bu's combat power. As the system voice came, the richness of the gift package completely exceeded my expectations. I knew what Lu Bu's combat power was as soon as I heard it. This time I was really rich. Do you want to use Lu Bu's combat power now? Use. Confirm to use Lu Bu combat power, fusion in progress. As soon as the words fell, I fainted again, and this time I didn't wake up until the next day. Damn, it seems that this Lu Bu combat power is really awesome. It's rare for me to faint 3 times in one day. I was fully awake at this time, and an unprecedented strength came from my body. This is Lu Bu combat power. After the fusion, I directly obtained Lu Bu's martial power. Looking at the entire Tang Dynasty, I am almost invincible. Master, you are finally awake. I will go and report to the master and the mistress. Huzi, that's enough. I can go there by myself. Huzi is a servant who has followed me for many years. He is a simple and honest man and is loyal to me. Passing by the garden, I saw the rockery in the garden, which I estimated to be at least several hundred pounds. I was eager to try it, so I walked forward, grabbed it with both hands, and actually lifted it up easily. Ha ha ha. Mom and Dad. I went straight to the hall to report safety to Mr. and Mrs. Li, who were having breakfast. My son, are you feeling unwell somewhere else? Mother Li quickly put down the dishes in her hands and touched me all over. I feel very well, Mother, don't worry. Third brother, are you okay? You can play with me again. A clever little girl also ran to me and asked for a hug. This was my little sister. She and I had a very good relationship. After having breakfast at home, I found that the prosperous Tang Dynasty might not be so desirable. At least, as a modern person, I can't swallow the food. It's either boiled or grilled. The problem is that there is only one seasoning, salt. Other seasonings are available, but because of the small amount, the price is comparable to gold. But after breakfast, I thought about many practical problems. In this era, there is no delicious food, no TV, no mobile phones, and even no toilet paper. When I think about using bamboo sticks to solve it, I feel my anus tighten. There is no foot massage shop that I love to go to. Wait, there seems to be a brothel here, hee hee. Seeing that I didn't eat much for breakfast, Mrs. Li peeled some fruit and brought it to me. Son, I saw you didn't eat much for breakfast, so I brought some fruit. Thank you, Mom. There is only one good mother in the world. This is indeed an unchanging truth in every era. I was immediately moved. Although this era is called the Great Tang Dynasty, it is only relative to the ancient times. Take fruits for example, it seems that there are only a few kinds of fruits such as pears, persimmons, and apricots. Suddenly, I felt like pooping, so I quickly opened the system and searched for toilet paper. All kinds of toilet paper appeared immediately, including tissue paper, roll paper, scented and unscented. I didn't have time to choose slowly, so I just placed an order and rushed to the toilet. After enduring for a whole day, I finally let it all out. It was so refreshing. This is amazing. Others who traveled through time with golden fingers either bought potatoes and sweet potatoes to grow crops and develop, or competed for the world with arms and medicines. I was the first to buy toilet paper. Coming out of the toilet, I felt relieved. Now I can slowly think about my future life plan. As a time traveler, I have to make some development plans on how to live comfortably in this feudal society. I am not interested in power at all. My ultimate goal is to live a comfortable life with 3 wives and 4 concubines. But these goals still come back to the starting point: money. Without money, everything is difficult. It seems that making money is the first priority at present. Who's-ee? If you want to make money, you must first know your own financial situation. Master, what do you want me to do? Hearing my call, Who's-ee quickly came to me and stood respectfully. Tell me about what businesses our family has now. Although he was curious why I, who never asked about family affairs, suddenly cared about the family business, Who's-ee reported the matter truthfully. Master, our family has some land and no other properties. My heart sank when I heard the butler's answer. It seemed that I still had a long way to go to realize my ideal life. Who's-ee, get ready. Let's go out for a walk. Yes, master. Lejiakan. When Li Yuan bestowed rewards on my father, he awarded some land to my father. Later, under the management of my mother, he bought some land in the surrounding areas. Now the entire Lijia village belongs to the Li family. The villagers of Lijia village were actually refugees who had fled from various places in recent years. My mother took pity on them and took them in. This not only solved the problem of manpower for farming, but also prevented these people from living on the streets and being insecure. Everyone was grateful for my mother's kindness and changed the name of the village to Lijia village. I sat in the carriage and looked out through the window. It was harvest season in the fields. There was not a single weed on the fields and the ridges were built straight, but the harvest hanging on the crops was sparse. It turns out that hard work alone doesn't always produce results. This crop is not good. No matter how hard we work, we won't get a good harvest. Who's-ee, go ask the steward to come over. Yes, master. After a while, the housekeeper came to me with a white-haired old man. I am the village chief of Chinjia village, Chen Asen, and I pay my respects to the young master. The skinny and clever old man was about to perform the ceremony of kneeling and worshipping when I, who had quick eyes and hands, helped him up. Don't be so formal, village chief. I came here just to understand everyone's current living conditions. Reporting to the young master, there are a total of 58 households and 203 people in Lijia village, most of whom are women, children, and the elderly. There are more than 200 acres of fertile land. The surrounding Xiaowu mountain also belongs to our Lijia village, but this Xiaowu mountain is not very flat and is indeed not suitable for growing crops. Maybe enough food and clothing. Thanks to the young master, the harvest has been good in the past 2 years and no one has starved to death or frozen to death. The people's demands have become so low that they don't want to freeze to death or starve to death, as long as they can stay alive. Should we be harvesting the crops in the fields these days? Yes, master. It happened in the past 2 days. After the crops in the fields are harvested this time, I will distribute a new crop seed to the village and guide everyone on how to plant it. The village chief seemed to have something to say, but after thinking about it, he held it back. I will arrange to buy some more young livestock. You can make a count of the families that are willing to raise them. I will give everyone some subsidies every month based on the scale of their breeding. The village chief agreed with this matter 100%. After all, every family has elderly people and children. Even if they can't farm, they can still cut grass for fodder. Li Mansion. I was screening products on an online shopping platform and bought some high-yield potato and sweet potato seeds, as well as some short-lived chicks, ducklings, piglets, lambs, and a few calves. I had heard the village chief say before that crops could not be grown on Xiaowu Mountain. I saw at the time that the mountain was not very high and was covered with various plants and trees. Since crops could not be grown, fruit trees should be fine. I placed an order again, purchasing basically all kinds of fruit trees. They were all large fruit trees that were more than 10 years old, and the seller promised that they would bear fruit within the same year. The next day, someone sent someone to deliver it to Ligia village. Planting potatoes and sweet potatoes is not complicated, but I still wrote a planting manual. The livestock were also distributed by the village chief based on the voluntary principle of the villagers. After a frantic shopping spree, there wasn't much currency left from the system. I didn't expect Ligia village to bring any benefits in the short term, so I had to think of other ways. In the novels of the past life, how did the protagonists start their careers? Selling matches. I don't think it can accumulate wealth quickly. Steamed buns. The Tang people already had similar pancakes, and this thing was easily copied. Making ice. Anding County is right next to Chang'an City, and there are many wealthy families in Chang'an City. This is a way out, but the problem now is that it is not summer yet. Hey, if you want to accumulate wealth quickly, you can only start with the rich, and among the rich, women's money is the easiest to make. What kind of business should I start? Women, yes, perfume. I immediately opened the system and searched for perfumes, sorting them by price. Do you think it was from high to low? Don't think too much, I must start from the cheapest. Finally, I chose a third-party seller who offered low prices and a wide variety of scents and packaging options. I used all the remaining money to purchase goods. It's over. I forgot to save some money to buy some food. I had been planning to buy some modern food, but I was thinking about making money and completely forgot about it. It seems that I have to endure for a few more days. Sitting in the carriage, I quickly opened my purse. Wow, there were 7 pieces of silver. It looked like it should be 7 taels of silver. This was already a huge sum of money for an ordinary family in the Tang Dynasty, but who made me the second generation of an official. He immediately exchanged the silver into the space, and indeed, he exchanged a full 7,000 yuan. Haha, I can finally have a full meal today. On the way home, I opened the shopping platform. I have to buy a wok and a double-flavored hot pot. Meat is a must, beef, mutton, and some seafood. I guess my family has never eaten seafood in their lives. And there are also seasonings. This time, I was just a housewife shopping in the supermarket. I bought a bunch of ingredients and seasonings, and then I waited to go home and cook these ingredients into delicious dishes. I hid in the room and took the things out of the space, then asked someone to help move them to the kitchen. Master, you can't do that. Stop talking nonsense, I'll do it and you can learn from the side. Huan Yang has always been in charge of the kitchen, and there has never been any mistake over the years. But I don't know what's wrong with me today, but I still insisted on teaching Huan Yang how to cook. My mother Hua has been in the kitchen for more than 10 years, and she still needs a young man who has never been in the kitchen since childhood to teach her how to cook. How can she survive in the culinary industry if this gets out? Although Huan Yang felt uncomfortable, she had no choice because she was a servant. But she was soon impressed by my performance. I took out an iron pot that Huan Yang had never seen before, and I cooked it smoothly. This cooking method was something I had never seen or heard of before. Could it be that the young master really? Okay, have you learned it? In just 1 stick of incense, I prepared 8 dishes and a soup. The aroma and color were so delicious. Master, it's too fast. I haven't learned it. Huan Yang was no longer as arrogant as before. At this moment, she only had admiration in her heart, but she was very happy in her heart that I was actually planning to teach this new cooking skill to her. I didn't pay attention to it just now. What a waste of a great opportunity. It's okay. I will teach you well during this period. You should study hard. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Huan Yang was about to kneel down and kowtow, but I stopped her. Serve the food. Mr. and Mrs. Li and their younger sister were already sitting at the dining table. Nowadays, there are no octagonal tables and chairs, so the aristocracy of the Tang Dynasty still retained the custom of eating separately. I was focused on making money before, so I didn't pay attention to these details. Now it seems I need to find a carpenter to replace all the furniture with anti-human designs. Soon the servants finished serving the dishes. Seeing the dishes on the table were all new to them, everyone was a little curious. Well, not bad. Today's dishes are delicious. Has Huan Yang learned a new dish? Father Li took the lead in picking up his chopsticks and taking a bite, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. Later, Li's mother and younger sister also started to eat. An unprecedented delicious taste instantly spread in their mouths. Wow, it's delicious. This is so smooth and tender, and the one on top is so pink and white, so pretty. That's steamed eggs with shrimps. If you like it, eat more, especially the shrimps. It's good for your health. Hearing my little sister praising the steamed eggs with shrimps, I felt relieved. This dish is mainly made for my little sister. As a child, it's good for her to eat more shrimps and eggs. Everyone was quite surprised to hear me reveal the name of the dish, but they were just a little surprised and didn't say much. The last soup is here. Huan Yang brought the last pot of soup. Li's mother couldn't help but praise it. Mrs. Hua, today's dishes are different. Everyone likes them very much. Madam, this was not done by me. I am not that capable. This was all done by the young master. Hearing the madam's praise, Huan Yang quickly told the truth. Now everyone was no longer calm. Brother, did you really cook all this? When did you come back to cook? And you're so good at it. The younger sister asked the question first, but she was more happy because she could go to her brother whenever she wanted to eat. After all, her brother loved her the most. My son, do you have such ability? Father Li asked the same question he wanted to ask. Well, I just felt uncomfortable these days and had no appetite, so I did some research on my own. After hearing my explanation full of loopholes, no one investigated further. After all, it was their own son, so what if he didn't believe it? He didn't do anything illegal. Although his cooking skills were not very presentable, at least he was much better than before when he could only wield a sword and a stick. After lunch, I lay on the bed. Mainly because there was really no place to rest. I could either sit on my knees or on the bed. I would definitely choose the bed. Huzi. Lying on the bed, I suddenly thought that since it was uncomfortable to kneel while eating lunch, why not solve this problem? What's the matter, master? Is there a carpenter nearby? Master, there seems to be a pair of carpenters in our Lijia village. Go and invite him over quickly. Okay. While Huzi was hiring people, Li Xiaoyao drew some of the furniture that would be needed, making communication easier and clearer. Not long after, Huzi brought the father and son to Li Xiaoyao. Old man Li San has met the young master. Li Si has met the young master. The two of them may have been working hard all year round and their lives may not have been easy, so they look particularly old. I heard from Huzi that you two are carpenters. Are you still doing this work in the village? In reply to master, no one in the village needs carpentry work now. Thanks to the land distributed by the boss, I have a living. Oh, that's it. I want to open a woodworking shop and would like to hire you. I'd like to pay you 1 guan per month. I wonder if you're willing to do that. Thank you, master. We are willing to do so. The two knelt down and expressed their willingness, fearing that if they agreed too late, Li Xiaoyao would change his mind. It was no wonder that if they continued to farm, they could barely make ends meet, but they could not save much money in a year. However, Li Xiaoyao offered 1 guan per month, which was almost equivalent to his previous annual income. How could they not agree to such a great opportunity? See if you can make these drawings. Li Xiaoyao handed the drawings he had prepared in advance to Li San. Master, no problem. Is this blueprint your masterpiece? Although these pieces of furniture have never been seen before, they are not difficult to make for an old carpenter with many years of experience. Instead, I am curious whether these imaginative designs are the masterpieces of the owner in front of me. If so, then the owner is really the reincarnation of Lu Ban. Yes, I drew it. After hearing the boss's answer, Li San and Li Si were instantly impressed. Make 5 sets of each according to the drawings. I will follow up with you later. If there are suitable candidates, you can also recruit some apprentices, but try to find them in the village. I guarantee that you will be too busy soon. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Li San carefully put away the drawings, repeatedly assured that they would be completed as soon as possible, and left with the 2 strings of money that Li Xiaoyao had paid in advance. The reason why Li Xiaoyao paid them 1 month's wages in advance was because he was afraid that they would not be able to make ends meet, and the advance payment could be regarded as a way to appease their hearts. The issue of the product was resolved, but the sales channel was another problem. He couldn't just set up a street stall in Chang'an City with the perfume. Whether it could be sold was one thing, and even if it was sold, the efficiency was too low. Tiger. Master, what do you want? Is it true that we don't have a store or anything like that? Young Master's family really doesn't have a store, and with our master's status, it would be so embarrassing if it got out. It seems that the people of the Tang Dynasty implemented the class concept of scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans very thoroughly. Oh, that's annoying. But master, we don't have any. Isn't the young lady's family engaged in business? Hearing the young master's sigh, Hu Zi quickly broke out another message. Miss. Which lady? Li Xiaoyao was confused when he heard Hu Zi's words. That's your unmarried wife. Hu Zi was curious, how could the young master forget even the young lady? Hearing Hu Zi's words, Li Xiaoyao immediately remembered the incident. The marriage arranged by his parents was with the daughter of a local merchant. As far as he could remember, Li Xiaoyao seemed to have never met his future wife. It seems that I have to pay a visit to my cheap father-in-law tomorrow. The next morning, Li Xiaoyao took Hu Zi and set off for his father-in-law's house. Wang Fu. Li Xiaoyao stood at the door of his father-in-law's house. It was indeed much more magnificent than his own home. It was better to have money. Miss, the uncle is here. The maid ran to the garden in a hurry to report to her mistress, and saw a beautiful woman with fair skin, fair features, and a face as white as a peach blossom sitting on a swing in the garden. Little girl, what are you so busy about? The person who spoke was Li Xiaoyao's fiancée Wang Ziyan. Miss, my uncle is here. Hearing the maid's words, Ziyan was also absent-minded. She remembered that her father told her last year that he had arranged a marriage for her, and the other party was the son of the county lieutenant. Logically, this marriage would be beneficial to the Wang family, because if a merchant family wanted to join an official family, the most they could do was to be a concubine, but she was the legal wife. However, Wang Ziyan felt a little uncomfortable. I heard that the son of the Li family likes to wield a spear and a stick, and knows nothing about writing. Which woman doesn't have spring in her heart? Wang Ziyan also has an ideal husband. Like all women, she hopes that her husband is a hero who is both civil and military. This Li Xiaoyao only occupies half of the dream. But in fact, being able to marry into an official's family and become his principal wife meant that her marriage was much better than that of many of her sisters. Think about it, many of her sisters were either concubines or had husbands that were not what they wanted. So Wang Ziyan had been trying to convince herself to accept her future husband for so long. Now that she heard that her future husband was at home, she couldn't help but want to see him in person. Is he tall or short, fat or thin, handsome or ugly? Haha, how come my dear son-in-law has time to come to your house as a guest today? The person who spoke was Wang Ziyan's father, Li Xiaoyao's father-in-law. Even though he had been in the business world for many years, he still smiled heartily, which made people feel good about him. It's been so long since I last saw old Taishan, so I came to pay my respects to him. This kind of superficial effort is nothing but a drizzle to Li Xiaoyao, a modern man. While the two were talking, Wang Ziyan and the maid quietly went to the nearby window to peek in. At first glance, Wang Ziyan was impressed by Li Xiaoyao. At least he had a handsome appearance, not too tall or short, not too fat or thin, and not too ugly. In terms of appearance, Wang Ziyan was quite satisfied with Li Xiaoyao. I brought some small gifts to my father-in-law, please accept them. Haha, my dear son-in-law is really thoughtful. Hey, this. Wang Boyan looked at the glass bottle in his hand, and his voice trembled. I have been in business for many years and have seen colored glaze before, but to see it so crystal clear and carved into such an exquisite bottle is simply a masterpiece of nature. My dear son-in-law, this is. Father-in-law, this is a product I developed. I call it perfume. Spray a little on your body and it will keep you smelling good all day long. After all, Wang Boyan has been doing business for many years. Although he is not a big businessman, he still has the most basic businessman's sense of business opportunities. Just from Li Xiaoyao's words, Wang Boyan knew that he was going to get rich. My dear son-in-law wants to. That's right, I'm here to cooperate with my father-in-law. I'll be responsible for production, and my father-in-law will be responsible for sales. We'll split the profits 50 to 50. Haha, you worry too much, son-in-law. You get 70% and I get 30%. I only have this one daughter, so no matter how much money I have, it will all be left to you. You are still young, and you need more money to pave the way for yourself. His father-in-law has been a shrewd man for many years, but Li Xiaoyao was really moved. In the past novels, people were always evil, so it seems that we can't believe everything in the books. My dear son-in-law, since we have agreed on the cooperation, I still want to ask, what is the cost of this perfume and how much do you plan to sell it for? Father-in-law, the cost of perfume is very low, almost negligible, but the process is very complicated, so the output is not very high. We can only go for the high-end route and target the aristocratic circle. As for the pricing, please let father-in-law decide. I see. The best box of sachets in Chang'an City now costs 5 taels of silver, and can only be used for about 10 days at most. My dear son-in-law just said that this bottle of ours can be used for at least 2 months, and its effect is far better than that of sachets. This glass bottle alone is worth a lot of money. Why not price it at 100 taels of silver per bottle? Everything will be arranged by my father-in-law. Here are 2 special perfumes for my mother-in-law and Ziyan. Please let my father-in-law pass them on. Of course you have to use the best things for your mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Wang Ziyan had been hiding outside the window eavesdropping. From Li Xiaoyao's words and actions, she was basically sure that her future husband was not a slovenly and reckless man. He even knew to bring her a gift, which made her like him even more. Well, father-in-law, I'll take my leave now. I'll arrange for someone to deliver the goods this afternoon. I'll trouble you with the rest. Don't worry, dear son-in-law. The 2 men bowed and said goodbye. As soon as Li Xiaoyao left, Wang Ziyan couldn't wait to come out and snatch the gift Li Xiaoyao gave her from her father. According to the operation she had just seen, she sprayed it on herself. Sure enough, the fragrance lingered for a long time. What a magical thing, easy to use. Wang Ziyan couldn't let it go as she held it in her hand. You. Wang Boyan looked at his daughter's actions and knew very well that she must have been hiding outside the window and peeking, so he immediately started to make fun of her. Seeing that her father seemed to have discovered the secret, Wang Ziyan became so shy that she ran away quickly. Huzi, arrange for someone to deliver the things to your father-in-law's house this afternoon. Yes, master. Li Xiaoyao is in urgent need of cashing in the goods so that he will have funds to operate, instead of being in a situation like now where all the money in the system is spent and he can't buy anything. He hasn't eaten enough for 2 days. Wait, after all, I am a rich man, I should have some pocket money. Li Xiaoyao immediately began to feel around his body, and sure enough, he found a large purse hanging around his waist. Damn, I'm really blind. It seems that I'm not used to the dress and habits of the ancients. Son, I heard that you asked the whole village to grow the new crops you gave me. Li San was indeed an experienced carpenter. He delivered a set of furniture to Li's house within 2 days. His craftsmanship was impeccable. At this time, Li Xiang and Xiaoyao's family were sitting at the big round table eating dinner. Under Li Xiaoyao's guidance, Wan Yang has made rapid progress in cooking, and Li Xiaoyao can basically do it now. Yes, mother. The new crops have a very high yield. When the harvest comes at the end of the year, the village will have some extra money to have a good year. It's not that I don't want you to make the decision. I'm just afraid that you'll be cheated. Li's mother has been increasingly satisfied with her son's recent performance, which is much better than his previous dull performance. But today, she suddenly heard the housekeeper say that her son had arranged to plant potatoes and sweet potatoes in her fields, crops she had never heard of. What if she was cheated? Then, more than 200 people in the village would lose their livelihoods, which would be a big deal. Mom, do you know what potatoes are? Li Xiaoyao also knew that his mother was kind-hearted and was afraid that his actions would affect the harvest of Lijia village. I've never seen or heard of it before. Here, these are potatoes. Li Xiaoyao pointed at a plate of braised pork on the table, which everyone liked the most, and said, "So this is potato. I have been eating it for so many days." At that time, I praised its smooth texture and said it was delicious. It tastes good, but what about the yield? Father Li didn't care about his son's actions. As long as his son was willing, even if it affected the harvest, he would just give him some subsidies. This shows how much Father Li doted on Li Xiaoyao. Everyone, take a guess. Let me remind you that this thing has a very high production volume. Li Xiaoyao deliberately kept the secret. Brother, I guess the yield per mu is 3 stones. Wrong. My mother guessed it should be 4 stones. My mother guessed too little. Son, does this thing yield 5 stones per mu? Even though Father Li had already boldly guessed 5 stones, Li Xiaoyao still shook his head. Everyone was a little afraid to guess. In the Tang Dynasty, the grain harvest was generally 1 to 2 shur, while the rice harvest in the south could reach 3 shur. The yield per mu that Li's father guessed was 5 dan, which was almost doubled, but Li Xiaoyao still thought it was too low, so no one dared to guess any more. The yield of potatoes and sweet potatoes is conservatively estimated to be around 14 dan per mu. Li Xiaoyao said it lightly, but to others it was like thunder. Especially Li's father, although he was a county lieutenant and a military officer, he was never careless about such important matters of people's livelihood. Son, what you said is true. Mr. Li is usually very playful at home, but it was rare for him to become serious. Whether it's true or not, we'll know in a few months. Li Xiaoyao understood that it would be futile even if he tried to explain everything with his mouth. It would be better to let the facts speak for themselves. Father Li thought about it and agreed. No matter what he said now, no one would believe it. However, for safety reasons, he would arrange some people to patrol Lijia village starting tomorrow. Chang'an City. West Market, Wang's grocery store. Today is the first day of perfume sales. According to the instructions of the boss, the shopkeeper specially found a few huji, wearing sexy belly-exposing clothes, and danced in front of the door, which soon attracted a group of onlookers. After all, although the West Market is bustling, you can't always see this kind of free erotica. The shopkeeper saw that it was about time and asked Huji to stop. Welcome all distinguished guests to Wang's grocery store. You must be curious. Wang's grocery store has been around for so many years. What happened today? The shopkeeper has been working for so many years that he has become eloquent and articulate. Boss, hurry up and use your big moves. Some of the onlookers were upset because they could not see Huji, while others were just wedded by the shopkeeper. Today's protagonist is this. The shopkeeper opened the item covered with red silk and saw a completely transparent exquisite glass bottle, which refracted colorful light under the sunlight. Wow! Wow! There were bursts of admiration and surprise from the crowd in an instant. This glass bottle is truly exquisitely crafted. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a face as clear as a sculpture, handsome sword-like eyebrows, and slender and sharp black eyes. This man was the Emperor Li Shimin, who was upset by some trivial matters in the morning court, so he went on a private visit to relax. If you like it, just buy it later. Another man who looked like Zhang Fei or Li Kuei continued the conversation. His words and actions seemed to be somewhat respectful to the men who spoke earlier. Needless to say, this man was Qing Yaojin, the Duke of Lu. The shopkeeper listened to the exclamations from the crowd without interrupting them. He waited for a long time before he was ready to reveal the answer. Everyone, look at this glass bottle. Can it be considered exquisite? Shopkeeper, you are joking. This item is of top quality. Shopkeeper, please don't say too much, just give me the quote directly. In addition to ordinary people, the crowd also included many wealthy slaves, as well as merchants from the Tang Dynasty or the western regions. It can be said that except for the ordinary people who had no money to buy and were purely there to watch the fun, the others all wanted to get this exquisite colored glass into their pockets. The slaves wanted to please the masters of the families, and the merchants of course wanted to make a profit. Dear guests, excuse me for being so amusing. Please allow me to say a few more words. In fact, the selling point of this item is not because it is a piece of exquisite colored glass. Oh, it seems everyone has made a mistake. As an emperor, Li Shimin had seen all kinds of rare treasures. He was not very interested in this piece of glass at first, but his interest was aroused by the shopkeeper. Please look carefully, the thing in this bottle is the protagonist of today. Under the guidance of the shopkeeper, everyone looked carefully into the bottle. Sure enough, there seemed to be water in the bottle. Yes, it was water. Boss, you can't fool us again. This glass bottle is nothing but water or wine. How can it be compared with glass? Someone in the crowd raised questions. Don't panic, I will show you right away. I need a distinguished guest to cooperate with me. Is this gentleman willing to give it a try? The shopkeeper directly named Qing Yaojin. As for why he chose Qing Yaojin from such a huge crowd of people, it was entirely because Qing Yaojin looked like a rough man, and such people usually smelled bad, which was more conducive to the display of the perfume. Just try it, why not? Qing Yaojin really couldn't stand any provocation and walked straight onto the stage. It has a strong flavor. The shopkeeper approached Qing Yaojin, took a deep breath, and then showed a satisfied expression. Everyone suddenly felt a chill on their backs. Qing Yaojin had clenched his fists when he heard the shopkeeper dare to say that he had a strong smell, but when he saw the other party's satisfied expression, he instantly became a little scared. Is this guy so perverted? It's time for everyone to witness a miracle. The shopkeeper sprayed Qing Yaojin twice with the glass bottle. Ah. Qing Yaojin sneezed several times, which was deafening. Facing the shopkeeper's repeated teasing, he could not bear it anymore and was about to take action. But he was stopped by the shopkeeper. Slow down, sir, and smell it carefully. Qing Yaojin seemed to be possessed by a demon. He actually put down his raised fists, tried to smell himself, then widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. This smells better than a woman's. It smells good. The scent of the perfume slowly spread, and the people around gradually smelled it. This smell was much better than the scent of the sachet, and it could spread so far. At this time, Qing Yaojin walked down from the stage and deliberately moved towards the crowded place to see who would dare to say that he smelled bad. People passing by also tried to get closer to Qing Yaojin, wanting to feel the source of the fragrance up close. After Qing Yaojin walked to Li Shimin, he leaned closer to him. It was as if he was deliberately showing off. You see, you used to dislike my strong smell, but now it smells good. Acho, this tastes really good, but it may be more suitable for women. Li Shimin said it all. Everyone, this thing is called perfume, and it is specially developed for women. Spray it twice a day and the fragrance will last for a whole day. Look at the packaging, it is made of top-grade transparent glass. It is simply high-end, classy, low-key, luxurious, and profound. It is wildly cool and awesome. I will not accept any gifts during the Chinese New Year this year, except for perfume. This slogan was definitely written by Li Xiaoyao. There are 8 cents in total, and each bottle is priced at 200 taels of silver. All VIPs who purchase today will enjoy a 20% discount. Thank you for your support. As soon as he finished speaking, many people in the crowd walked towards the store. Although the price of this bottle was something that many ordinary people might not be able to earn in their entire lives, it was just a drop in the bucket for the aristocrats. The gap between the rich and the poor is inevitable at any time and in any dynasty. Li Shimin also joined the crowd of buyers. Guan Yinbi had been feeling unwell recently, and buying this item would help her feel better. Li Xiaoyao was pacing back and forth anxiously at home. Today was the launch day of the perfume. It was getting dark and the person who brought the message had not returned yet. Master, the people are back. Huzi suddenly came to report that the person who delivered the message had returned with a horse-drawn carriage. Li Xiaoyao walked briskly to the front door, only to see several sword-wielding warriors and a carriage parked at the door. When a servant saw the master coming out, he immediately stepped forward with a happy look on his face and reported quietly. Reporting to master, as soon as the perfume was launched today, it triggered a rush of buying by all the nobles. In less than half a day, all 200 bottles of perfume were sold out. We also received many orders. According to master's wishes, all of them will be exchanged for gold and silver, which is equivalent to 11,200 taels of silver. So we are a little late. After hearing the servant's slightly flattering report, Li Xiaoyao only took in 11,200 taels of silver. Ha ha ha, thank you all very much. We've been tired after a day. Let's use this money to buy some wine tonight. People are in high spirits when good things happen. Li Xiaoyao gave the few taels of silver in his purse to the warriors and servants who were escorting the caravan. The escorting people were also very happy. They estimated that from the reward from the young master, each of them would get at least 1 tael of silver, which was more than their monthly salary. After moving the boxes from the carriage to Li Xiaoyao's bedroom, the servants left. Li Xiaoyao locked the bedroom door and slowly opened the boxes, feeling extremely nervous. Don't be fooled by the fact that the protagonists in TV dramas and novels always downplay huge sums of money. In fact, when ordinary people really encounter such huge wealth, no one can remain calm. There was a dazzling light, and there was gold and silver in the box. Li Xiaoyao covered his mouth with his hands, trying not to scream. After a long time, Li Xiaoyao began to calm down slowly, and it was time to think about how to use the money. You must recharge the system, but you can't recharge all of this money. You have to keep some reserve. Open system. The interface opened in front of Li Xiaoyao. He silently told himself to recharge and directly recharged 12,000 yuan. The system immediately showed an available balance of 10 million yuan. There were still 1,200 taels of silver left in his hand, which was also a huge sum of money. Since the people and land of Lijia village belong to them, they must plan carefully. After all, any reform must be piloted. Otherwise, you will just talk nonsense and no one will care. The short-term plan has been made, so Li Xiaoyao is ready to get started. Qingning Palace, the residence of Empress Changsuan. Guanyin, I feel better today. Empress Changsuan had always suffered from shortness of breath, and her health had deteriorated since she gave birth to Princess Jinyang a few years ago. Your Majesty, what good things have happened to you today? You are so happy. Hey, look, Maid Guanyin, I saw something good while visiting the West Market today, so I bought it specially for you. Your Majesty is thoughtful. Although Li Shimin and his wife have been married for many years, their relationship has always been good. Even though Li Shimin now has many concubines in his 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, no one can replace Changsuan's position in his heart. One reason is that Empress Changsuan and Li Shimin had a history of friendship, and another reason is that Empress Changsuan has always been a good wife to Li Shimin. She not only manages the inner palace well, but also takes the lead in everything. For example, when the people were poor in the early Tang Dynasty, Empress Changsuan took the initiative to take the lead in saving expenses in the palace. What more could a husband ask for with a wife like this? Li Shimin quickly took out the perfume as if he was presenting a treasure and placed it in front of his eldest grandson. It smells so good, it's the smell of jasmine. Before spraying, Chang's son held the perfume close to his nose and smelled a faint scent of jasmine. Haha, this is called perfume. Spray it on your body twice and you can keep the fragrance all day long. There are many kinds of fragrances. I specially bought the jasmine that Guanyin Bai usually likes. This small bottle costs 160 taels of silver. Li Shimin spoke to his eldest grandson as if to seek credit. Your Majesty, these are too expensive. Don't waste money on these things next time. Originally, Changsuan liked it very much, but he didn't expect that such a small bottle would cost 160 taels of silver. Changsuan was not the kind of person who was unaware of the sufferings of the world. Although he was happy, he still slightly blamed Li Shimin for spending money indiscriminately. I don't do this every day. Besides, what's wrong with me buying a bottle of perfume for my queen? At this time, Li Shimin was like a crazy man who doted on his wife. Father Emperor, Mother Empress. Li Shimin was in deep love with his eldest grandson, but was startled by the sudden voice. He looked carefully and saw that the person was Princess Changle, Li Lizzie, Li Shimin's most beloved daughter. Mother, what is this wonderful fragrance? Before Li Shimin and Changsuan could speak, Li Lizzie stared at the perfume in Changsuan's hand. As parents, how can we not know what our daughter is thinking? Go away, there is only one bottle of this perfume. If you want it, your father will buy it for you next time. Although he loved his daughter the most, Li Shimin only bought one bottle and gave it to the queen. How could he have the nerve to ask for it back for his daughter? If you like it, just take it. When Changsuan saw that his daughter liked it, he took the initiative to give it to her. It was precisely because of Chang Suan's non-competitive character that Li Shimin had always doted on her the most for so many years. Let me smell it. Wow, it looks like jasmine. Unfortunately, I prefer peony. Thank you for your kindness, mother. You should keep it for yourself. Li Ji was also sensible and did not accept it. Father, you bought it somewhere. I can buy it myself. There is no need to trouble you. Faced with Li Ji's request, how could Li Shimin not understand what his daughter was thinking? She just wanted to leave the palace. His daughter was good in every other way except that she always loved to run away from the palace. It's at Wangji grocery store in Shishir. There is a daily limit on this. If you go too late, you won't be able to buy it. Although he knew his daughter's little thoughts, he did not expose them to her face. After receiving Li Shimin's reply, Li Lizzie left satisfied. Your Majesty, you are too indulgent to Li Ji. Chang Suan blamed Li Shimin for doting on Li Ji too much. Hey, Lizzie is still young, it's okay for her to be a little naughty. The next morning, I forgot about my grocery store work, yawned, and slowly opened the store door. I glanced at the door and immediately lost all my sleepiness. I saw that the door was surrounded by a huge crowd of people, making it impossible to get in. Shopkeeper, shopkeeper. Looking at the people who had been waiting outside the store for a long time, with red eyes and fierce looks on their faces, the waiter had already crawled to the inner hall to report to the shopkeeper. The people who were waiting saw that the door of the grocery store was open, so they rushed in without thinking. Today, everyone had been given a strict order by the mistress of the house to buy perfume. It turned out that the first group of people who bought perfume yesterday gave the perfume to their wives or mistresses when they got home. These women loved it and showed it off everywhere, which made other women cry and make a fuss at home that day. They wanted to buy it back overnight. That's why there were huge queues early the next morning. There were even quite a few servants in the palace who bought the perfume for their masters. They must have heard rumors about Li Shimin in the palace last night, so in order to please him, they sent their servants out of the palace to buy the perfume. Although Li Xiaoyao knew that the sales of perfume would definitely increase the next day, so he took out 400 bottles, he still greatly underestimated women's desires and the wealth of the Tang Dynasty. Reporting to the young master, the 400 bottles were sold out within a minute of opening, and there are still orders for more than 700 bottles. The customers have paid the full deposit. The master asked me to tell the young master that since most of the customers for these orders are either rich or noble, please ensure the supply of goods. Okay, got it. Thank you for your hard work. Li Xiaoyao suppressed his inner excitement and still rewarded the warriors and servants who escorted the silver. He moved the box of silver to his bedroom, dismissed the servants, and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. There were more than 70,000 taels of silver, and there were several large boxes filled with the silver. As a time traveler, Li Xiaoyao would definitely spend money as soon as he got it. It would be impossible for him to save it. It would be impossible for him to save it forever. Li Xiaoyao already has a grand plan, which is to disrupt the development of the entire Tang Dynasty, so that it can grow faster and become stronger, and truly conquer the world. The first step is to create an economic development zone, and our own Lijia village is the perfect place. However, he would definitely not be able to hide these things from his family, so during dinner, Li Xiaoyao planned to have a frank talk with his parents. Today the kitchen made my favorite braised pork again. The more I eat it, the more addictive it becomes. Li Dazhuang picked up a piece of half-fat and half-lean pork and put it directly into his mouth. I still remember that when I was living in hard times, I had the honor to eat this once. I will never forget the taste. It is the most delicious thing in my life. Since I became the county lieutenant, pork has become cheap meat, and no matter how I cook it, it doesn't taste the same as before. I didn't expect that when my son paired it with potatoes, it seemed to have found the taste of the past again. Father, mother, I want to farm. Puff. Li Dazhuang, who was enjoying his meal, spat out the food in his mouth. Li's mother was so shocked that she stopped what she was doing. The younger sister, on the other hand, was still eating hard because no one could disturb her while eating the steamed egg with shrimp. Son, what did you say, farming? Li Dazhuang looked confused, not knowing what was wrong with his son. The family had enough food and clothing, and besides, how much land could Li Xiaoyao cultivate by himself? Son, you can't be stupid. Li's mother was even more worried that her son might have been possessed by some evil spirit again. You misunderstood, that's not what I meant. Looking at his parents' reactions, Li Xiaoyao knew that it was his fault for not explaining it clearly and his parents must have misunderstood. Son, you can't go farming no matter what. You are a scholar after all, how can you go farming? Father Li tried his best to persuade his son not to have such undue thoughts. Mom and Dad, I don't want to farm on my own, I want to improve our Lijia village. Reform. When Mr. and Mrs. Li heard the word reform for the first time, they didn't quite understand it at first. Yes, after I got sick last time, I felt like I had a very long dream. In it, an old man with a youthful face and white hair taught me a lot of things, including the art of Hoji, which will surely increase the grain production several times. I believe that in a few years, there will be no famine in our Tang Dynasty. If their son had said this before, Li's father and mother would definitely think that Li Xiaoyao was talking nonsense, but recently Li Xiaoyao took out many crops that they had never seen before, and they couldn't help but believe it. Son, farming is not an easy job. You have to think it through. Yes, son, you have to endure a lot of hardships. When saying this, Li Xiaoyao knew that his parents had agreed. Don't worry, Dad and Mom, farming is farming, and it's impossible for me to endure hardships. Don't you understand your son? Yes, it seemed that his son had never suffered any loss or hardship. Who knows, he might just come back when he was tired after playing for a few days. Thinking of this, Li's father and mother no longer insisted and tacitly agreed to Li Xiaoyao. What are you going to do, brother? At this time, the little sister, who had already finished a large bowl of steamed egg with shrimp, looked up and asked the adult with a confused look on her face. Haha, it's okay, little sister, eat more. Li Xiaoyao picked up a chicken leg and put it in his little sister's bowl. Hey, thank you, third brother. With the understanding and support of his parents, Li Xiaoyao will now have to plan carefully how to build Lijia village into an excellent pilot village for the entire Tang Dynasty. Li Xiaoyao wrote down everything he could think of on paper. The potato and sweet potato seeds that were distributed some time ago have been planted, and the Zaya Wushan fruit trees have also been planted one after another. The village chief has also arranged several people to be responsible for the Zaya Wushan fruit trees. Of course, Li Xiaoyao also promised that they would be paid. Every household has also received some poultry and livestock, which maximizes the labor of the elderly and children in the family. There is no need to rush to the farmland for the time being. For the rest of the arrangements, we will go to Lijia village again tomorrow to make a careful on-site inspection and make more specific arrangements. The next morning, Li Xiaoyao brought Huzi to Lijia village again. This time, under the leadership of the village chief, Li Xiaoyao went around Lijia village thoroughly and learned more information. The situation was worse than Li Xiaoyao had imagined. Even the village chief's house was just a dilapidated mud house. If there was another storm this winter, the village chief would probably not be seen the next day. The village chief's house is already considered relatively good in the village, and most villagers don't even have a house as good as this one. The winter in Chang'an area is not very friendly. Blizzards are very common. If the housing problem is not solved, many villagers will not survive the winter this year. Village head, I plan to rebuild houses for everyone. I will pay for it, but I need everyone to contribute. Do you think there is a suitable leader? The village chief seemed to think he was hallucinating. It seemed that the boss had just said that he would pay for everyone to repair the house. Is what the boss said true? Haha, it's more real than real gold. You all are my people. I can't afford to lose face if you live in such a poor place. Li Xiaoyao has always been vigorous and resolute in his work and does not like to procrastinate. On the same day, he agreed with the village chief that the housing construction would be led by the village carpenter Li San, and his son Li Si would be his deputy. The village really could not squeeze out the labor force, so Li Xiaoyao simply waved his hand and recruited people. Nowadays, if you hire someone and only provide him with 2 light meals a day, everyone will rush to do the job, let alone Li Xiaoyao who provides him with 3 meals a day, occasionally with meat, and also pays him. People would definitely fight for this kind of job. Li Xiaoyao planned and designed the new houses according to the topography of Lijia village. Since it was a new construction, Li Xiaoyao directly designed a pastoral-style courtyard. The new houses were planned together as much as possible. After all, this was ancient times, and gathering together was more beneficial than dispersing. He also specially added a Kong design. After all, in the Chang'an City area of this era, there were no air conditioners or fireplaces, and people could really freeze to death in winter. During this period of time, Li Xiaoyao has been in Lijia village, and Lijia village has gradually begun to change visibly, but rumors have already spread in Anding County. Have you heard that the son of the county lieutenant had hysteria some time ago, and after waking up, he insisted on farming? Really? But I heard that the son of Li County magistrate fell in love with a widow in Lijia village, so he went to the village every day. That's not right, everyone. Can your rumor be trusted? I heard that Master Li had a seizure and many famous doctors were unable to cure him. Unexpectedly, Master Li went crazy the next day and thought he was a god. He did abnormal things every day. Anding County was not big to begin with, and the county lieutenant was the lowest-ranking official in the court, but in the county town, he was already at the level of a big master, so any trivial matters of the wealthy families would become gossip that was passed on by word of mouth. Wang Fu. Miss, have you heard? There are rumors about my son-in-law everywhere. The little maid hurriedly reported to Wang Ziyan the news she heard on the roadside. What are you talking about? Wang Ziyan was also curious about what kind of news was circulating outside. The little girl told Wang Ziyan everything she heard. I thought my young lady would be angry, but unexpectedly she just smiled and ignored me. Wang Ziyan had also read some books, so she knew the news was not true as soon as she heard it, so there was no need to take it seriously. While everyone was still gossiping about Li Xiaoyao had already been providing some technical training on potato and sweet potato planting to the villagers in Lijia village. Can this thing of the boss really produce 14 dan per mu? The scene at this time was very strange. A dozen experienced farmers surrounded a handsome young man and humbly asked for advice. No more, no less. Can you really make food and cook dishes? Absolutely true. Li Xiaoyao knew very well that this kind of cross-era product was hard to believe before seeing it with one's own eyes. So even though the old farmers didn't say anything, Li Xiaoyao knew that they still didn't believe it. Everyone, I know that you don't believe the yield per mu, and I can't convince you, so the result can only be seen when the harvest comes. As for the issue of making food, I will treat you to a meal at noon, and you will know. When they heard that the host wanted to treat them to a meal, everyone instantly became excited. Village chief, please inform everyone that everyone in the village should come to the open space in the village at noon today. I will treat everyone to braised pork, and no one can be left out. Li Xiaoyao said proudly. Well. The village chief was so excited when he heard that the host was going to treat the whole village to a meal that he was a little incoherent. It seemed that he was going to eat meat, as he hadn't eaten meat for many years. Just thinking about it made the old men drool. Huzi, go home and pick up Huan Yang and the others. Bring the kitchen utensils and ingredients. The young master will treat everyone to braised pork today. Yes, master. Huzi turned around and drove the carriage towards home. Soon the villagers received the notice and came to the open space with their remaining bowls and chopsticks. Under the organization of the village chief, they began to build stoves, chop firewood, and do preparatory work. Soon Huzi arrived here with Huan Yang and several servants in a carriage. The carriage was also full of potatoes, rice, purchased by the system, and a whole pig. Wow, this big fat pig weighs at least 200 pounds. An experienced old man estimated the weight of the pig. When the people around him heard what he said, they were amazed. Pigs were not a mainstream meat in the Tang Dynasty, and due to restrictions on breeding technology and breeds, a pig weighing around 200 pounds was considered a fat pig. Huan Yang started to work efficiently, and several servants in the house also started to help. Several large pots were set up in the open space, 2 of which were stewing pork and 2 of which were stewing rice. After a while, the aroma of meat filled the air, and the onlookers remained silent, staring closely at the pot, for fear that the pork in the pot would disappear in the blink of an eye. It's time to eat. Following the flower girl's order, the crowd began to gather around. Each person scoops up a large bowl of rice, and then pours a spoonful of braised pork with soup, not to mention how fragrant it is. Those who had received the rice were all gathered together in 2s and 3s, squatting on the ground with bowls in their hands and constantly putting white rice with soup into their mouths. It's so delicious, my life has never been in vain. Is this the potato we grew? It's really delicious and filling. The boss really didn't lie to us. You old man, you have nothing but 4 ounces of meat, what are you worth for my employer to lie to you? It would be great if the yield could really be as good as the boss said, 14 shur per moo. My boss said the yield would be at least 14 dan per moo. If that's true, we won't have to worry about not having enough to eat anymore. This is the first time I've eaten meat in my life. No wonder everyone likes to eat meat. This meat really tastes delicious. Li Xiaoyao also brought a bowl and squatted under the eaves with the village chief to eat happily. Jijia, I'm a little hungry. Let's see if there are any houses nearby. Li Shimin had a rare chance to gallop on horseback today with a group of brothers who had been through thick and thin with him. He had been annoyed by listening to the civil officials quarreling in the court all day, so he simply took a few old brothers out to relax. Before he knew it, they had run far away and no one knew where they were. Promise. Qing Yaojin took the order and rode his horse to find a place to eat nearby. Your Majesty, we haven't had such a good time in a long time. The black-haired man who spoke was Yuqi Jingda, a general under Li Shimin. Haha, yes, ever since I became emperor, I have endless official duties to deal with every day. It's so uncomfortable. Everyone present was a brother who had sworn life and death to him, so even though he had already ascended the throne of emperor, Li Shimin remained as sincere to his brothers as ever. Your Majesty, there is a village ahead, and there is smoke from cooking in the distance. Qing Yaojin came back after a while. There must be food, Your Majesty, let's see who gets there first, okay. As soon as Yuqi Jingda finished speaking, he slapped his horse and ran out. You black-headed scoundrel, drive away. Qing Yaojin also followed without hesitation. Ha ha ha, can't you two just be quiet for a while? Faced with the quarrel between Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda, Li Shimin just laughed it off. Whenever these two met, they always tried to compare who was better. Boss, village chief, someone is coming. A villager saw from afar several nobles riding tall horses coming towards the village, and hurriedly reported to his boss and the village chief. Oh. Li Xiaoyao and the village chief quickly stood up and looked into the distance. Sure enough, several middle-aged men in fancy clothes riding tall horses were already in front of them. Excuse me, who is the master? Qing Yaojin spoke first. Yuqi Jingda looked at the hundreds of people in front of him and guarded Li Shimin closely. I am the person in charge here. I wonder what you guys can do for me. Although I don't understand what the young man meant by person in charge, it should be the owner. Excuse me, we are coming from Chang'an and passing by here. We are a little hungry and would like to ask for some food. Li Xiaoyao looked carefully at the people in front of him and they certainly didn't look like bandits. It just so happens that we are having a dinner party in the village today. If you don't mind, you can eat together. Huanyang, serve the food to the guests. Okay, master. Hearing the master's agreement, Li Shimin and his men dismounted and tied up their horses. They took the rice bowl handed over by Huanyang and finished beating it. It smells so good. Everyone just felt hungry, so this bowl of rice, although not looking very delicate, smelled particularly fragrant. Li Shimin and his companions were also very humble. They squatted on the spot with their big bowls in their hands like everyone else, shoveling rice into their mouths. After eating half a bowl, my hunger was slightly relieved and I slowed down my eating. When the surrounding villagers saw that the nobles in Chang'an City were eating the same food and eating the same posture as themselves, they suddenly felt that the nobles were not as powerful and out of reach as the legend said. Master, this food is really delicious. I have never eaten such delicious food before. Qing Yaojin was already on his second bowl. Fortunately, Huanyang made more, otherwise it would probably not be enough for the 200 or so people. This meat is not mutton, let alone beef. Weird, and there is this thing. It tastes soft and soft. I don't know what it is. Li Shimin also began to look at the bowl of rice carefully. Yuqi Jingda didn't care about these details. He just thought it was delicious and kept eating hard. My lord, the owner of this meal calls him braised pork rice bowl. The village chief is old, so after one bowl of rice, he can no longer eat the second bowl. However, other villagers are still adding second bowls, and some are even on their third bowls. Anyway, the boss said that it is enough. Braised pork rice bowl. Yes, this meat is pork. Pork, that's impossible. I've eaten cheap meat before, but it can't be this delicious. Qing Yaojin was the first to refute. Although Li Shimin did not say it, he agreed with Qing Yaojin in his heart. Cheap meat could not be so delicious. As for Yuchi Jingda, who cares what kind of meat it is, just eat it first. Haha, the boss once said that there are no bad ingredients in the world, only chefs who can't cook them. The village chief grinned, revealing his few remaining teeth. Although he had not known the boss for long, he could clearly feel that the boss was a man who was dedicated to doing practical things for everyone, and his life was getting better and better. Hearing this, Li Shimin seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment. This sentence is not only about cooking, but also about governing a country. It seems that this boss is not an ordinary person. I wonder if the village chief could introduce us. We love making friends. Li Shimin was a little curious about this boss. Just now, he saw that he was just a teenager and looked down on him. Unexpectedly, he was a talented young man. The boss should be at Xiaowushan Orchard at this time. My legs and feet are not very agile, so I will ask someone to take you there. Thank you, village chief. Ergo, come here, take these nobles to find the boss. Yes, village chief. A somewhat slovenly child heard the village chief's arrangement and immediately took a few distinguished people to Xiaowushan. Children, why do you grow different kinds of food in this field? On the way, Li Shimin felt a little sad when he saw the fertile fields were full of weeds. Why not plant anything? Aren't these all planted with potatoes and sweet potatoes? The child answered the nobleman's words while sniffing his nose. Potatoes and sweet potatoes. What is this? I have never heard of it. Li Shimin has traveled all over the country for many years since the uprising. He has seen and eaten all kinds of things, but this is the first time he has heard of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Didn't you eat potatoes at noon? The child was a little impatient. Are these noble people stupid? They just had lunch and forgot about it. Could it be the soft and fluffy thing I had at noon? Li Shimin remembered that there were only 2 ingredients for the braised pork at noon, besides pork, so the other one must be the remaining one. Yes, that's potatoes. These weeds are potatoes and sweet potatoes. What weeds? These can produce 14 share of grain per moo. The child was a little annoyed. This was the high-yield grain brought by the host, but these people actually said it was weeds. What does it mean to produce 14 dan per moo? Li Shimin and the other 2 were shocked at once, thinking that the child must have drunk fake wine. I brag without thinking, hee. Even Yuchi Jingda, a taciturn man, couldn't help being shocked when he heard the yield per moo, but he was only shocked for a short while before he burst into laughter. He thought to himself that they had seen all kinds of situations, yet they actually believed the nonsense of a child. Humph, the boss said that the yield per moo is 14 dan, which is the minimum yield. If you don't believe it, forget it. Seeing that these people didn't believe him, the child became a little anxious. The boss is right there, go there by yourselves. When the child saw that the boss was right in front of him, he could just give up the job. I saw a young man and a group of farmers on the hillside. They were gathered around a tree, and the young man was pointing and gesturing, as if he was teaching them. This scene was indeed a bit incongruous. Yes, was the young man teaching the farmers how to farm? Excuse me, everyone. Li Xiaoyao was teaching the villagers the things to pay attention to when planting fruit trees when he was suddenly interrupted. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was someone from the city who was eating there for lunch. That's it, everyone. You must pay more attention to the condition of the leaves and adjust the amount of watering and fertilizer in time. Okay, everyone, get busy. After Li Xiaoyao gave a few instructions, he let everyone go about their business. I wonder if you guys have anything else to say. Li Xiaoyao was a little confused. Didn't he want to leave after having the meal and wanted to stay for dinner? Excuse me, master. We are businessmen from Chang'an City. I am Li Si. My name is Chen Jin. My name is Haizi. What does this mean, Haizi? The first 2 names sound like personal names. Is this black-haired guy so perfunctory? Haizi. My name is Li Xiaoyao. You are all older than me, so don't call me young master. When Li Xiaoyao heard that the other party was a businessman from Chang'an City, he immediately became excited. After all, the entire Tang Dynasty nobles were basically concentrated in Chang'an City, and his future source of wealth mainly depended on these people. Therefore, building good relationships with these people would be helpful for his future. Then it would be disrespectful to refuse. My dear brother, please stop calling me your honorable master. The reason why Li Shimin became the most democratic emperor in history was because he was very kind and had no heirs. Then I'd like to flatter you brothers. Haha, you are so polite, brother. Can you show me around your village? Li Shimin originally came out to have fun today on vacation, and he couldn't ride a horse all day. Now that he was here, he might as well learn about the folk life. Okay, brothers, follow me. Li Xiaoyao, along with several of his younger brothers, began to tour Lijia village, starting with the Xiaowushan orchard at their feet. Brother, you said there are more than 20 varieties of fruit in this orchard. Yes, starting from next year, basically except for winter, there will be a variety of fruits produced here. My dear brother, don't lie to me. As far as I know, the fruits we have in the Tang Dynasty include plums, pears, peaches, cherries, dates, chestnuts, pears, sweet potatoes, oranges, plums, pomegranates, melons, etc. Even if all the fruits in the Tang Dynasty were added together, they wouldn't have as many varieties as you have. Li Shimin tried hard not to believe it, but his brother didn't look like the kind of person who would tell lies. Brother, you are right, but this is Lijia village. This is the experience field I built for our entire Tang Dynasty. Li Xiaoyao stated his goal very proudly. Experimental field. Li Shimin didn't quite understand the meaning of the experimental field. Brother, what do you think of the lives of the people in the Tang Dynasty now? Li Xiaoyao asked a question that was irrelevant to the question. Since ascending the throne, the current emperor has cut taxes many times, severely punished corrupt officials, promoted scholars from humble backgrounds, and made the people live and work in peace and contentment. You can say he is a sage. Hee hee. When Li Xiaoyao heard what his elder brother Li Si said, he sneered. Brother, do you think that the current emperor is not worthy of the Holy Lord? When Li Si saw Li Xiaoyao sneering, Li Si felt a little embarrassed. He praised himself for a while but got a sneer in return. What does that mean? It was a slap in the face. Brother said that the current emperor is wise and enlightened. I do not deny it. I even agree with it. The current emperor can be called the greatest emperor of all time. Li Shimin felt a little proud when his brother called him the greatest emperor of all time. But what I asked just now was about the lives of the people. Big brother said that the people are now living and working in peace and contentment. I don't agree at all. Take Lijia village for example. A few years ago, they came here after the war, their families were broken up and they were taken in by my parents, so they barely had a place to live. But in the past few years, they still couldn't get enough food and had a hard time surviving. But even so, they have a better life than most people in the Tang Dynasty. At least they are not starving to death. Big brother, do you think this is living and working in peace and contentment? What Li Xiaoyao said was the truth, as if Li Shimin's fig leaf had been torn off, and he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. But my dear brother just said that His Majesty is the greatest emperor in history. Qing Yaojin stood up and caught Li Xiaoyao's previous sick words. Yes, I did say that His Majesty is the greatest emperor of all time, but so what? Li Xiaoyao admitted it without hesitation. Then there is something wrong with what you said, my dear brother. If the people do not live and work in peace and contentment, how can your Majesty be called a wise ruler who will be remembered for all time? Yuji Jingda also joined the heated discussion. Brother He, I call your Majesty the greatest emperor of all time because your Majesty recruits talented people, reduces taxes, punishes corrupt officials, and does not punish even those who contradict you in person. You are truly a wise ruler. Li Shimin was immediately delighted to hear Li Xiaoyao's high evaluation. However, this does not mean that the people's lives will be better, because since ancient times, no monarch has ever truly cared about the people, whether they can eat when they are hungry, whether they have clothes to wear when they are cold, and whether they have a house to sleep in when they are sleepy. Li Xiaoyao's words were not lofty at all, but they were so real that the three were speechless. Indeed, let alone the emperor, Even Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda had never thought about this. Who could have thought of this? What I call a pilot site is to build Li Jia village into a place where people can have meat for 3 meals a day, eat well, wear warm clothes, live in big blue brick and tile houses, have books to read, and have extra money at home. Li Xiaoyao's request would be no problem in modern times, but in ancient times, even in the Tang Dynasty, the most prosperous dynasty in the history of Chinese civilization, it would be almost impossible to accomplish. Brother. Li Shimin did not say much, but bowed deeply to Li Xiaoyao. Seeing that Li Shimin had bowed, Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda also bent down hurriedly. My dear brother is indeed a man with great ambitions. We can't wait to see you. Brother, you are embarrassing me. Li Xiaoyao quickly helped his brothers up. Why did the ancients bow at every turn? It was too emotional. Oh, by the way, my dear brother. On the way here just now, the child who led the way said that the potatoes and sweet potatoes in your field can produce 14 dan per mu. Yeah, guys, we're not that stupid to fall for this, haha. Li Shimin was just trying to find some topics to talk about, and the three of them burst into laughter after he finished speaking. Unexpectedly, Li Xiaoyao's next words made them drop their jaws again. Brothers, the yield of potatoes and sweet potatoes is indeed at least 14 dan per mu. Brother, 4 stones is already very good. 4 stone. Li Xiaoyao's every word shattered the hearts of the 3 people. Brother, don't be ridiculous. Do you know what these 14 stones mean? The third brother of Haiten tightly grasped Li Xiaoyao's wrist. His tone was a little excited. After all, it was because someone in his family starved to death that Haiten followed Li Shimin in the uprising. No kidding, the minimum yield per mu is 14 dan, which can be used for cooking or as food. You ate it at noon, and it tasted pretty good. Li Xiaoyao confirmed it again calmly. After receiving the final confirmation of Li Xiaoyao, Li Shimin, Qing Yaojin, and Haiten felt huge waves in their hearts. Calm down, Li Shimin kept persuading himself to calm down. He had already eaten potatoes, and they were indeed delicious and filling. Although he had not seen sweet potatoes, according to what you said, they were similar to potatoes. If the output was really as you said, there would be no more famine in the Tang Dynasty. Once there was enough food, population growth would be a natural thing. It was a great thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but it could not be shown now. After all, this kind of thing was still a bit too mysterious. Thank you all for your recommendations, collections, and votes. Li Shimin left with Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Laohe. Before leaving, Li Shimin gave the jade pendant he was wearing to Li Xiaoyao. Don't refuse, my dear brother. This is a gift from your elder brother. Haha, second brother didn't bring it this time, I will make it up next time. Me too. Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Li Shimin both gave gifts, so it was not easy for him to not give one. However, the 2 ruffians usually carried nothing but some money, such as jade pendants. As military generals, they could not afford to carry such things. Since you brothers are so thoughtful, I will accept it. As a younger brother, I will also give you 3 brothers some small gifts. Li Xiaoyao pretended to grope in his sleeves and took out 3 single-tube telescopic telescopes, giving 1 to each person. Brother, what is this? Li Shimin and his 2 companions fiddled with it for a long time but still couldn't figure out what it was, as long as they asked at the beginning. This is a telescope, you just need to do this and this. Wow, clairvoyance. Qing Yaojin learned how to use it under Li Xiaoyao's explanation. The fruit farmer from Xiaowu Mountain in the distance appeared in front of him, startling Qing Yaojin. After seeing it, Li Shimin was so shocked that he was speechless. After using it, Yuqi Jingda was also shocked and seemed to have something to say, but was stopped by Li Shimin's eyes. Brother, this is truly a magical weapon. Brother, you are too modest. It's just a small thing. Brother, it's getting late, let's say goodbye. Goodbye, my 3 brothers. Come and play again when you have time. Bye. Li Shimin and the other 2 rode on their horses and galloped away, and they had already run quite far. Haizi finally couldn't bear it anymore. Your Majesty, this thing. Do you think I don't know? If this is used in the army, we can detect the enemy's movements in advance, and our army will be able to seize the initiative. Then why did your Majesty just now? You are still short-sighted. I think Brother Xiaoyao is a capable person. Don't worry, there are still many opportunities. The most important things now are potatoes and sweet potatoes. If the yield per mu is really 14 dan as you said, our Tang Dynasty will never have to worry about famine again. That will be a great achievement for all ages. Your Majesty is right. Arrange some people to keep an eye on Lijia village, and check if our brother has any connection with those guys. Promise. Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi responded. As the most trusted people around the emperor, they certainly knew who those guys were that His Majesty was talking about. Who else could it be other than those evil families of the 5 surnames and 7 clans? Now the two of them only hoped that their brother would not have any connection with the 5 surnames and 7 clans, otherwise even if he had great talent, His Majesty would not use or trust him. Lijiakan. There are currently about 200 people in Lijia village. In addition to orchards and farming, the other industry is the woodworking workshop of Li San and Li Si. At the suggestion of Li Xiaoyao, Li San has taken in some children of age in the village as apprentices. There are currently 8 people in the woodworking workshop, who mainly make modern furniture designed by Li Mu, such as Hu chairs, 8 immortal tables, rocking chairs, and other furniture, which are still sold through the channels of Li Xiaoyao's father-in-law. What other industry could be arranged? Just when I was worrying about it, Huzi came to report that villager Lu Ergu wanted to see him for something. Why is there someone with the surname Lu in Lijia village? Because although Lijia village is the land of the Li family, there were only about 30 people in Lijia village. The others were refugees who fled to Lijia village and were taken in by Li Xiaoyao's mother. So there are people with all kinds of surnames in Lijia village. Meet the boss. All I saw was a skinny and dark middle-aged man, wearing clothes not much different from a beggar. This was actually the common situation in Lijia village. What do you want from me? Li Xiaoyao was quite curious about the villagers' initiative to ask for a meeting. Although they had gotten along well with him in this short period of time, the natural master-servant relationship made the villagers inherently humble. Well, this one. Lu Ergu seemed a little nervous and couldn't say a word for a long time. Don't be in a hurry, take your time. Boss, I see that some of the fruit trees in the orchard of Xiaowu Mountain have already blossomed. I used to be a beekeeper. Can we raise some bees? Otherwise, it would be a pity to have so many flowers all over the mountain. Lu Ergu's words were like a shot of adrenaline, which made Li Xiaoyao suddenly enlightened. Yes, bees can not only collect honey, but also pollinate fruits and vegetables, making them more fruit-bearing. Moreover, honey is a luxury in this era. Ha ha ha. Li Xiaoyao's sudden laughter startled Lu Ergu. Although the boss was easy to talk to, he was afraid of angering him. Don't be afraid, you did a good job. Very good. If you have an idea, you should bring it up. You are the first person who took the initiative to come to me to propose an idea. This 5 taels of silver is a reward for you. Lu Ergu was completely confused. What was going on? Not only did the boss not punish him, he also rewarded him with 5 taels of silver. 5 taels of silver, this time he really made a fortune. Master Xie, Master Xie. Lu Ergu kept kneeling on the ground and kowtowed to Li Xiaoyao. Get up, I agree with your idea of beekeeping. Just tell me how much money you need. I will fully support you. Lu Ergu couldn't believe his ears. He had just planned to give it a try, hoping that the boss would be kind. Unexpectedly, the boss not only agreed, but also rewarded him with an extra 5 taels of silver and said that he would fully support him. It is my great fortune for me, Lu Ergu, to meet such a boss. From now on, my life belongs to the boss. After Lu Ergu left, Li Xiaoyao's mind was opened up. If he found any villagers with special skills, he would definitely support them. After dealing with Lu Ergu's matter, Li Xiaoyao's thoughts returned to the main industry. What should he do? Li Xiaoyao tried hard to recall how the male protagonists in the time-travel novels he had read before made their fortunes. Some people use yeast to ferment steamed buns. The buns they make are big and soft, taste good and look good. However, this is not practical given the situation in Lijia village. It is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the buns have to be transported to Chang'an City to be sold. The money earned is not even enough to feed the people and horses. As for those who sell arms, you should not touch this stuff now. You cannot produce it without the industrial base. Even if you do, you have no way to get in. Unless you go directly to Li Shimin, you may be able to have a conversation. If you rely on the officials below, they may accuse you of spreading rumors and misleading the public. Being beaten is a minor matter. If you are pushed to the vegetable market, you will be finished. Perfume, I have already used system channels to make it. Oh, soap. Li Xiaoyao suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen it in a novel before, about a man who made his fortune by making soap. Soap might indeed be a more reliable product. The price was not high, but the profit was decent, and the technology was not very complicated. So in the next few days, Li Xiaoyao kept experimenting with the soap-making process. Although he had read the novel and remembered the general process, he still had to rely on experiments for the details. During this process, he also asked the village chief to select 2 more enthusiastic people to learn and help him. After all, once the product was really developed, it would be impossible for Li Xiaoyao to do it himself every day, and it would eventually have to be handed over to the villagers. Thank you all for your recommendations, collections, and votes. After more than 10 days of repeated experiments, the soap was finally successful at the last moment when Li Xiaoyao was about to collapse. Thinking about the difficulties of the past 10 days, Li Xiaoyao had an urge to cry. When he read novels about developing these things in the past, it seemed simple, but in fact it was fraught with difficulties. Even modern people cannot do it, let alone the ancient people who had no basic knowledge of chemistry. It was Li Xiaoyao who succeeded entirely by himself, with nothing in the dark and slowly groping his way through. The next day, the Lijia village soap workshop was established. This workshop once again solved the employment problem of 10 villagers, and the salary they offered was still unattainable. Now the Lijia village basically relies on farming and working in the village woodworking workshop and soap workshop. Not only has it solved the problem of food and clothing for its families, but it also has some extra money. Housing is also being built in an orderly manner. When I am not busy every day, I will wander around the construction site and look at the houses that are taking shape day by day. The blue bricks and large tiles are simply beautiful. It's so beautiful. I have such a miserable life. I never thought I could live in a big brick and tile house in this life. It feels like a dream. It's all thanks to my employer. I can look forward to the future. I had originally planned to die this winter, but now I may live a few more years and enjoy life. Several old men were sitting on the grass next to the construction site, bragging and chatting. They were older and were mainly responsible for planting potatoes and sweet potatoes for their families. Planting potatoes and sweet potatoes was different from other crops and did not require a lot of care, so they were usually relatively idle. But after finishing the work at home, everyone would consciously go to the construction site to help. After all, one more person means one more strength. The sooner the work is completed, the sooner they can move into the new house. It was a wonderful thought. Chang'an City. The soap workshop has been running for a while, and the soaps produced were officially put on sale 2 days ago. Li Xiaoyao finally found some time to rest for a few days and took the opportunity to visit this world metropolis, Chang'an City. Wow. Standing at the foot of the city gate, although Li Xiaoyao's face looked calm, his heart was surging with excitement. There had been many descriptions and pictures of Chang'an on TV and in novels before, but when you stood in front of the real Chang'an City, all the words of praise were empty and insufficient to express its infinitesimal grandeur. Master, master. Hu Zi's voice woke Li Xiaoyao up. Let's go in. The entire Chang'an City is divided into 2 markets, east and west. As soon as Li Xiaoyao entered Chang'an, he went straight to the west market. One reason was that Wang's grocery store was right in the west market. Since he was here, of course he had to go and take a look. The other reason was that, in the entire Chang'an City, the west market was equivalent to the large commercial market of this international metropolis, where ordinary people gathered. There were also a large number of East Asian merchants from the western regions, Central Asia, Japan, and Korea. Generally speaking, compared with the East market, the West market was more civilian and popular, and its flow of people was more complicated than that of the East market. In addition to merchants from all over the world, there were also businessmen from various countries and a large number of merchants, and the goods sold were mainly daily necessities and small consumption. Along the way, Li Xiaoyao was just like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, curious about everything around him. Fuck, there are foreign girls out there. The sexy-dressed Hu Ji passed by Li Xiaoyao and fiddled with his clothes. It was obvious that she was a novice who was doing this for the first time. Fuck, there are even black people here, that's awesome, there are actually people who can come to Asia from Africa in this era. The most prosperous city of this era is not just a reputation. Both white and black people can be seen everywhere in Chang'an City. Li Xiaoyao came to Wang's grocery store. Because of Li Xiaoyao's supply of goods, this place was no longer the old and shabby shop before. Because the sales of perfume, soap and furniture brought Li Xiaoyao and his father-in-law a lot of income, the grocery store was expanded and upgraded. Originally a small shop with only one floor, it has now taken over the two adjacent shops on the left and right and the second floor, and opened up the first floor. After the opening, the store looks more spacious and upscale. The shopkeeper saw from afar that Li Xiaoyao was slowly walking towards the store and hurried out to greet him. "Master, how come you have time to come here in person today?" Although the shopkeeper was a servant of the Wang family, he was not unfamiliar with Li Xiaoyao, the future son-in-law. After all, the best-selling products in the store were all produced by this son-in-law. Therefore, he was very respectful to this son-in-law. "I have nothing to do at home recently, so I came to Chang'an for a stroll. I came by and saw you. How are you doing recently?" "Thank you for your concern, master. Recently, due to the launch of the soap, our store has caused a sensation in Chang'an, and our sales have increased a lot, hee. The business is good. In addition to the sales of goods, it is also a recognition of the shopkeeper's ability, so the shopkeeper has been in a good mood during this period." "Boss, why is there no jasmine-scented soap?" Li Xiaoyao and the shopkeeper were chatting when a soft female voice interrupted their conversation. Li Xiaoyao turned around and saw a woman in gorgeous clothes. Her face was full of delicate beauty, which made people want to protect her. "My dear sir, I am so sorry. The soap has just been developed and the various scents are still under development. Please forgive me." The shopkeeper is also a shrewd person. He can tell the level of the customers with just a glance. For example, the previous customer was dressed in silk and satin, and was followed by maids and thugs. Not to mention that he is a small shopkeeper, even if his boss comes, he will not be able to afford to offend him. After hearing what the shopkeeper said, the girl felt a little disappointed and was about to leave. "Girl, please go slowly." Li Xiaoyao suddenly spoke up and called the girl who had already turned around. But the guards around him became nervous and surrounded their mistress. The hostess who was surrounded in the middle also looked at Li Xiaoyao with confusion, not understanding why the men in front of her called her. The girl wants jasmine-scented soap. It happens that the new product has been developed, but it has not yet been put on the shelves. I will give her one now. Li Xiaoyao didn't know why he secretly bought a bar of jasmine-scented soap from the system and insisted on giving it to the woman in front of him. "I don't know you, sir, why did you send me off?" When a stranger gave her something, the woman didn't seem to want to accept it. "I am a shareholder of this store, and I just wanted to give back to old customers." "Oh, sir, how did you know that I was your regular customer?" Li Xiaoyao's words immediately made the woman curious. "The scent on the girl is the jasmine-scented perfume that my family launched 2 days ago. The girl came to the store to buy jasmine-scented soap today. She must have a special liking for the scent of jasmine." "Thank you, boss. Please accept it." The maid took the soap from Li Xiaoyao's hand. It was originally a gift, but the maid forcefully stuffed the money into the shopkeeper's hand. It didn't seem like she owed anyone a favor for such a small thing. She looked like a member of a big family. "This soap smells so good. No wonder the princess likes the scent of jasmine. It smells so good." After leaving the grocery store, the maid tried hard to smell the soap in her hand and sighed with an intoxicated look on her face. "Yes, this is Li Shimon's favorite daughter, Princess Changle Li Lizzie." Hearing the maid's words, Li Xiaoyao's face appeared in Li Lizzie's mind again. The seemingly frivolous boy was actually neither humble nor arrogant, and seemed to have a proud character. However, as the daughter of Li Shimon, she had seen all kinds of people. In her mind, Li Xiaoyao was just a passerby. He did not leave much impression in front of Li Lizzie. Thank you all for your recommendations, collections, and votes. In Li Xiaoyao's heart, the beautiful girl just now was just an episode. Li Xiaoyao then left the grocery store. After all, Chang'an City is so big that he has to go shopping around. At noon, I found a relatively lively restaurant. The food was mostly stewed and roasted dishes. I ordered some at random, mainly to appreciate the local customs and culture. In his previous life, whether in TV dramas or novels, restaurants were always places for the spread of gossip. Li Xiaoyao came here to hear some interesting gossip recently. I stayed there for the whole afternoon, but didn't eat well and didn't hear any interesting gossip. There were just some ruffians bragging and chatting, or some so-called literati showing off their unremarkable knowledge. Master, the houses in the village have basically been built. Why don't we go to the slave market today? The manor also needs manpower. Hu Zi's words reminded Li Xiaoyao that Li Jia village had built houses for the villagers, and Li Xiaoyao had also planned a manor for himself. It was basically almost completed, but he didn't even have a servant, which was really not good enough. So he happened to go to the slave market to take a look today. Walk. Li Xiaoyao, who had originally been lacking interest, suddenly became interested. Although Li Xiaoyao was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he actually arrived at the slave market. Under the prosperous and peaceful era that was boasted by later generations, there was such an unknown side. After entering the slave market, you can see human trafficking everywhere on both sides of the street. Men, women, old, young, black, white, they are all available for selection like commodities. The trafficked people are numb and either squat or stand there, not moving a single muscle. Although Li Xiaoyao is kind-hearted, he is not the incarnation of a saint. Although he feels pity for these people, he is only pity for them. The people on both sides of the street are actually old, weak, sick and disabled. Buy them and take them home to raise them. Hu Zi seemed to have seen the young master's concerns and said quickly, "Master, all the good stuff is in there. Let's go to the auction house and have a look." "Oh, and there's an auction house. Since it is an auction, all the items must be high-quality goods. Either the men have special skills or the women are stunningly beautiful." Under Hu Zi's leadership, they soon arrived at the center of the slave market, an open-air auction house. "Hello, sir. If you want to participate in the auction, you need to pay a deposit of 10 taels of silver, which will be returned to you after the auction." He was stopped at the door before a fawning servant respectfully explained the rules of the auction to Li Xiaoyao. "Well, take it." Li Xiaoyao could also understand the method of collecting a deposit. In case someone caused trouble or bid but did not buy, collecting a deposit was also a means to ensure order at the scene. After receiving the deposit, the servant gave Li Xiaoyao a bidding card. He had to hold up this card every time he participated in the auction to show that he was eligible to bid. The auction hall is centered on the central stage, surrounded by a circle of wooden buildings. It has no roof, but only a few circles of wooden steps and seats. Guests who come in with their cards are led directly to their seats by servants, while those who want to watch the fun can only find a place to stand by themselves. There were quite a lot of people, but most of them were just ordinary people who came to watch the fun. The store owner didn't drive them away. After all, it could still add to the popularity. "Welcome everyone to Chui's auction house. It's a coincidence that you came here today. Chui's caravan just arrived in Chang'an yesterday and brought many rare treasures from all over the place. I hope to meet someone with a predestined relationship today. Without further ado, let's start with the slave auction." It is not difficult to hear from the host's words that in addition to slaves, there are many other rare treasures being auctioned today. A large family caravan like this usually returns to Chang'an only once every few months, and auctions the treasures brought back from all over the country and even other countries in order to maximize profits. My dear friends, first of all, the first batch of slaves are afraid of being auctioned off. Our company guarantees its reputation. These people are all skilled craftsmen. There are 30 of them in total. The starting price is 90 taels of silver. Li Xiaoyao pursed his lips when he heard the offer. A bottle of perfume cost 100 taels, but these 30 lives were only 90 taels. It was indeed true that human life was the least valuable thing in feudal society. Finally, Li Xiaoyao bought 30 craftsmen for 110 taels, and then auctioned off some guards and young and strong men one after another. Li Xiaoyao did not participate. However, when the maids were being auctioned, Li Xiaoyao participated in the bidding. With his auction experience as a craftsman, he should have been able to easily capture one. However, he never expected that he had underestimated the noble's love of beauty. These pretty maids caused a small climax in the auction. It is reported that these 7 maids were originally court maids of a small neighboring country. After the country was destroyed some time ago, they were taken in by the Chui caravan. Because they were quite beautiful and virgins, the starting price was as high as 50 taels of silver per person. The total starting price of the 7 maids reached 350 taels. Start bidding now. 350 taels. 360 taels. 380 taels. 400 taels. As soon as the host finished speaking, there was a frenzy of bidding, but greed was revealed in the eyes of these people. Li Xiaoyao knew that bargaining now would be a waste of time, and he was determined to get these maids. After all, Li Xiaoyao was already worth a lot of money through the huge sales share of Wang's grocery store, and he didn't need these too, so it was reasonable to buy a few attractive maids, right? 800 taels. Finally, a fat man with big ears overwhelmed the others and bid a high price of 800 taels. The others could only withdraw from bidding timidly. Seeing this, the fat man glanced around and showed a smug expression. 900 taels. The fat man was still fantasizing about sleeping in the same bed with someone tonight, but he was woken up by the sound of bidding. Turning around, he saw that it was a handsome young man who was against him. He hated this kind of pretty boy the most. 950 taels. The fat man followed up again without hesitation. It was not easy to come across these 7 top-notch ones. How could he let them go easily? 1002. Everyone thought the boy would give up bidding. After all, this price was far higher than the normal price of these 7 maids. Unexpectedly, the boy followed up again and directly bid 1,000 taels, causing the audience to exclaim and whisper to each other. I'm offering 1,000 taels for you, is there anyone else bidding? The MC was excited. The price was already far beyond the normal level. It seemed that if he added fuel to the fire, the price could be raised further. Sure enough, seeing that the pretty boy didn't know how to advance or retreat, the fat man had blue veins on his forehead. Wait, he was too fat, the blue veins couldn't be seen. 1,100 taels. The fat man made another bid, and then, fearing that the other party didn't know his name, he took the initiative to announce it, hoping that the other party would give up and he would spend less money. I am Wang from Taiyuan. Please give me some face and treat it as a friendship. Thank you all for your recommendations, collections, and votes. When Li Xiaoyao saw the other party suddenly announce his name, he turned out to be from a wealthy family from the 5 surnames and 7 families. If it was anyone else, they might have backed off, but as a time traveler with a golden finger, could Li Xiaoyao be an ordinary person? I'm sorry, I'm in urgent need of these maids, 1,200 taels. Everyone was surprised that this young man dared not give face to Taiyuan Wang, and said it so bluntly. What does urgent need mean? Although everyone has the same idea in their hearts, it is a bit too blatant to say it directly. The current asking price is far beyond the normal price. Although the maid is beautiful, it is also beyond Fatty Wang's budget. Fatty Wang could only look at Li Xiaoyao fiercely and kept the incident in mind. The people at the scene immediately became curious about Li Xiaoyao's identity. They spent a lot of money and were not afraid of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Li Xiaoyao became famous in one battle. Afterwards, the auction house began to sell rare treasures. Although they were rare treasures, Li Xiaoyao, who had traveled from the modern era, was not interested in them. Dear guests, this is the last item for auction today. Please have a look. 2 strong men were seen carrying a long object covered with a black curtain with great effort, walking onto the stage, and then placing it in the middle of the stage. The last auction item is a magical weapon, 12 feet long and weighing 108 kilograms. It is said to be used by the god of war Lu Bu, and it can cut through iron like mud. Yes, it is the Fang Tianhua Ji. As soon as he finished speaking, the MC pulled back the black curtain, revealing a Fang Tianhua Ji standing upright in the middle of the stage. Under the sunlight, it glowed coldly, and the crowd at the scene exclaimed in surprise. The first time Li Xiaoyao saw the Fang Tianhua Ji, he felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart, as if telling himself that he must get it. He already had the fighting power of Lu Bu, and with the Fang Tianhuaji, he would definitely be the god of war of the Tang Dynasty. The starting price for the Fang Tianhuaji is 500 taels. I'll give you 500 taels. A seemingly strong man made the first bid. Unfortunately, this was an auction, and not everyone who bid first got the item. After all, the rule of the highest bidder wins had to be followed. I'll pay 600 taels. 700 taels. 1,500 taels. The Tang Dynasty had just been established, so the people were tough and the men were all martial, so the Fang Tianhuaji naturally caused a fierce competition. Many of the court generals learned the news in advance and came here today specifically for this purpose. Hurry up, Haizi. Stop dawdling. It's almost over. The ones who spoke were Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda. They had also learned about the magic weapons in advance, but one of them was good at using a big axe and the other was good at using double maces, so they just came to watch the fun. Isn't that Lao Wang? He's a knife wielder, why would he join in the fun? The two sat aside and commented on the bidders. Old Shue's body has long been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. Can he lift this 108 Jin Fang Tianhuaji? In fact, no one present was good at using the Fang Tianhuaji, but this could not resist the warrior's love for the magical weapon. I don't use it, but I'll just collect it. In just a short while, the auction price had reached 2,500 taels, and the sounds of bidding had gradually died down. It was probably because everyone had reached their limit. Lao He, I didn't expect Lao Wu to be so rich. Usually when we ask him to invite us to Gixianglu, he refuses and is so stingy. The highest bid at the moment is from Wu Ziyi, the founding earl mentioned by Cheng Yaojin. When Wu Ziyi saw that no one was competing with him, he immediately stood up happily and celebrated in advance. Haha, thank you all for your kindness. He was bowing to his colleagues around him, but at this moment a shrill voice was heard. 3,000 taels. Everyone's eyes widened, and when they looked carefully, they found that it was the young man who was jealous just now. After looking him up and down, everyone didn't believe that the young man could lift such a 108 Jin magic weapon. He must be a rich kid from some family who came here to make a name for himself. Haizi, isn't that our good brother? Really? Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi discovered that this man was the good brother they met in Lijia village a few days ago. Li Shimin also asked the two to investigate Li Xiaoyao's background. After the investigation, they found that Li Xiaoyao was actually from the same clan as Li Shimin, and upon careful calculation, they were somewhat related. Li Shimin immediately felt relieved and allowed Li Xiaoyao to plan his experimental area, because Li Shimin also wanted to see whether his good brother's experimental area could really do what he said. Li Xiaoyao offered a price of 3,000 taels of silver, which was an increase of 500 taels on the original basis. Faced with the sky-high price of 3,000 taels, and seeing Li Xiaoyao's determination to win, no one raised the price anymore. Congratulations to this nobleman for obtaining the divine weapon Fang Tianhuaji. The master of ceremonies excitedly hammered down again, announcing the end of the auction. Today, two high prices were reported, and both seemed to be for this young man in front of him. I wonder which family he is from. Is it a big deal to be rich? It's such a waste of resources. From time to time, one could hear people murmuring about something, because no one believed that the little boy in front of them could lift this 108 Jin magic weapon. Li Xiaoyao did not explain and walked straight to the center of the stage, tightly gripping the Fang Tianhuaji. The Fang Tianhuaji seemed to sense the aura of the long-lost god of war, and it trembled with a faint long moan. The Lu Bu fighting power in Li Xiaoyao's body also began to work. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Li Xiaoyao easily danced with the Fang Tianhuaji weighing 108 kilograms. His every move was filled with the domineering aura that a god of war should have. Everyone present seemed to see Li Xiaoyao in the field as the incarnation of Lu Bu in the world. The strong energy even made their faces hurt. Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi opened their mouths in surprise. They never expected that their good brother was so secretive. On the other hand, they were also thinking about whether they could have a chance of winning. There was no doubt that neither of them could beat Li Xiaoyao. Ha ha ha, great! Li Xiaoyao performed some tricks, using a spear to lift the black cloth up into the air, and then using a flower spear to wrap the Fang Tianhuaji and carry it on his body. Li Xiaoyao's body was not very strong, and carrying a huge weapon looked a little uncoordinated, but no one present dared to underestimate this young man in front of them. The fat man who previously claimed to be Wang from Taiyuan was now trembling with fear, as if he regretted his previous recklessness. He actually offended such a warlike figure. Okay, young man, you have great martial arts skills. May I ask your name? Although the founding Earl Wu Zi failed in the bid for the Fang Tianhua Ji, he was a little annoyed at first. He was indeed annoyed that the magic weapon was not matched with the right person. However, who knew that Li Xiaoyao's display of martial arts with the combat power of Lu Bu directly conquered Wu Zi, a martial arts fanatic? I am Li Xiaoyao from Anding County. Li Xiaoyao bowed in response. Li Xiaoyao became an instant success at the auction and gained a certain reputation in a small circle in Chang'an City. Huzi, where can I buy a horse? Li Xiaoyao, who had just obtained a magic weapon, was extremely happy. As soon as he left the auction house, he eagerly wanted to buy a good horse. Master, the place to buy horses is not far from here. Brother. Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi happened to chase him out. Li Xiaoyao saw that they were his two brothers. My second brother is here too, what a coincidence. Haha, brother, we were there when you were fooling around in the auction house just now. I didn't expect you to have such martial arts skills. Thank you for the compliment, brother. Although he liked others' admiration, Li Xiaoyao still felt a little embarrassed when being praised so bluntly in person. Where are you going, brother? Now that I have the magic weapon, I want to buy a good horse. That's right, it should be so. It just so happens that we two have nothing to do, so we can go with you and help you choose. When it comes to choosing horses, I can be a brother. The place where horses were sold was not far away, and the few people arrived there quickly. They could smell the stench of horse manure from a distance. Various kinds of horses, mules, cows, sheep and other domestic livestock were traded there. After walking around for a long time, not to mention veteran soldiers like Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi, even Li Xiaoyao, a layman, didn't like any of them. After all, the good horses were basically taken away by the army or wealthy families, and most of the horses on the market were used for farming. My dear brother, if you really can't do it, my brother's family does have a horse. I'll give you one. Although it's not a top-notch war horse, it's at least much better than these farm horses. Cheng Yaojin saw that Li Xiaoyao was unhappy because he didn't pick a good horse, so he tried to persuade him. Thank you for your concern, brother. I'm not in a hurry. The horse is frightened, get out of the way. At this moment, a loud shout was heard and the whole market was in chaos. In the distance, a group of horses were seen galloping in the market as if they had broken free from their reins. Li Xiaoyao immediately took a liking to the leading horse king. Its entire body is snow white without a trace of other colors, and it is much larger than other horses. The horse king's eyes are full of contempt and disdain. Yes, one can actually see emotions in the eyes of this beast, which shows that it has a certain level of wisdom, so it is unwilling to submit to others. The more Li Xiaoyao looked at them, the more he liked them. Just when the horses were about to hit a few people, Li Xiaoyao jumped onto the back of the white horse king. When the horse king saw that someone dared to ride on him, he immediately sped up his running, trying to throw the person off his back, and kept jumping during the process. But Li Xiaoyao inherited Lu Bu's fighting power, so how could he be thrown off his horse so easily? After a fierce competition, the horse king finally surrendered to Li Xiaoyao's aura. Congratulations, brother. This is a top-notch horse. When Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi saw that Li Xiaoyao had tamed the horse king, they came to congratulate him. They had been in the army for so many years and could recognize the quality of a horse at a glance. This horse was definitely top-notch. Haha, thank you two brothers. Huzi will tell the store that I want this horse. Yes, master. Huzi turned around and went to discuss the purchase of the horse with the shop owner. Brother, you should give this horse a good name. Brother is right, this horse is completely white, why not just call it Xiaobai? Chen Yaojin and Yuqi were petrified on the spot. Brother, let me treat you to a drink. After strolling around for an afternoon, everyone was already hungry. Brother, I can't drink much. As a Chinese, Li Xiaoyao was instinctively humble. Haha, it's better if you can't drink much. What did my brother say? Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Several people came to the most famous restaurant in Chang'an, Wamanlu. Master, you are here, please come in. Are there any private rooms? The waiter saw Qing Yaojin from a distance and began to welcome him in. I'll keep it for you. Please go upstairs. This waiter is also a delicate person. My dear brother, this Wamanlu is the best restaurant in Chang'an. Their Zhuang Yuan Hong is the best wine I have ever tasted, and their dishes are also second to none. Yeah. Qing Yaojin introduced enthusiastically on the side, and what was rare was that Yuqi Laohe also agreed with Qing Yaojin's words. Then I will have to taste it later. Soon, the waiter had filled the table with all of the restaurant's signature dishes and drinks. Come on, brother, drink. Li Xiaoyao picked up the bowl filled with wine and felt frightened. Were the ancients really so cruel? They drank liquor from a bowl. Hey, why is the taste so light? It feels like beer. After taking a sip, Li Xiaoyao let it go. He thought it was 40 to 50 degrees like modern liquor, but he didn't expect it to be only about 10 degrees. In an instant, the scholar turned into a tiger. After 3 rounds of drinking, Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Laohe actually fell on the table. Li Xiaoyao did not feel dizzy or blurry except that he felt like peeing. Waiter. Master, what do you want me to do? Are there any guest rooms? If you want to reply, the guest room is in the backyard. Send my 2 brothers to the guest room, and the extra money will be considered as your reward. Li Xiaoyao threw out a silver ingot, and the waiter happily said that he would take good care of the 2 masters. Li Xiaoyao then left with peace of mind, riding Xiaobai all the way. It was true that top-level horses were different. When he came here before, he took the family carriage, which took nearly half a day, but now it only took an incense stick of time to come back and ride Xiaobai. The next morning, the purchased maids and craftsmen were sent to Lijia village, Li Xiaoyao's private estate. Huzi, from today on, you are the steward of the manor. You are responsible for the arrangements of these people. When Huzi heard that he was promoted, he was so excited that tears rolled out of his eyes. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Li Xiaoyao repeatedly, but Li Xiaoyao quickly helped Huzi up. Li San's woodworking workshop has already built all the furniture in the manor. Li Xiaoyao gave Li San some suggestions based on some modern living habits. Li San was enlightened and made some improvements on the original basis. Unexpectedly, the effect was surprisingly good. Now the goods of the woodworking workshop are in short supply in Chang'an, and the woodworking workshop has been expanded again. As soon as the soaps from the soap shop were launched, they were rushed to buy by the women in Chang'an. Previously, perfumes were only circulated among the rich because of their high prices. Ordinary people could not afford them at all. But soap is different. This thing can effectively remove dirt and leave the body fragrant after washing. The most important thing is that it is cheap. Even ordinary people can buy one. After all, this piece can be used for several months. Moreover, soap is now not only sold in Chang'an. Many merchants have specifically found Wangji grocery store to make large-scale purchases and have begun to sell it across the country. Many merchants even want to ship it abroad. Now everything in Lijia village is developing in a good direction. Potatoes and sweet potatoes are growing with green leaves, and it seems that the harvest is just around the corner. The houses built for the villagers are basically completed, and they will be able to move to their new homes in a few days. There are more and more smiles on the faces of the villagers, which is exactly what Li Xiaoyao wants to see. Thank you all for your recommendations, collections, and votes. The vacant space in Lijia village has now been renovated and named Lijia Village Cultural Square by Li Xiaoyao. The villagers all took their own small stools and gathered in the square, and everyone's face was filled with happiness and joy, because today was the day for the distribution of houses. The houses have been built and their sizes are actually similar. However, in order to ensure fairness and justice, Li Xiaoyao still uses the method of drawing lots to allocate the houses. Everyone is entrusted by the young master to preside over the room allocation meeting today. Just like when the cadres gave speeches in the past, there was a table on the stage, at which sat Li Xiaoyao, the village chief, Li San and Lu Aseo, the person in charge of the soap shop. Everyone has finally been waiting for this day. I will say a few more words today. In the past, we had no food to eat, and many of us came to Lijia village as refugees. Thanks to the old lady for taking us in, we were given a chance to survive. Now the young master has built houses for everyone for free, and also provided high-yield grain for free, and led everyone to do side businesses. Which family here doesn't have surplus food now? As the village chief spoke, he began to become a little agitated. But, I, the old man, want to remind you all that you should not forget your roots. Don't forget who gave all this to us. If anyone does anything to let the Li family down in the future, I, the old man, will be the first to disapprove. The words of the village chief seemed to resonate with all the villagers. Everyone knew who gave them the good life they had now. They all said that they would never do anything to let the young master down. Seeing that everyone seemed to have listened, the village chief said no more and directly announced the start of the lottery. Start the draw. Soon all 58 households in the village were drawn, and everyone was very satisfied. As for the craftsmen who had been bought before, they all lived in collective dormitories, which was also planned by Li Xiaoyao at that time. Because Lijia village still had a long time to build, it was inevitable that some workers would stay here for a long time, so dormitories were planned. However, Li Xiaoyao also announced a rule that anyone who passes the assessment and evaluation of Lijia village can become a citizen of Lijia village, and after staying there for 2 years, they can enjoy internal prices when purchasing real estate. Li Xiaoyao also told the craftsmen that if they performed well in 2 years, he would release them from slavery and restore their freedom. The craftsmen immediately knelt down and burst into tears. Village chief, I remember there is a lake behind Xiaowu mountain, right? Li Xiaoyao and the village chief were strolling around the village, mainly because Li Xiaoyao wanted to see the current situation of the village. Yes, young master. Actually, that lake also belongs to you. But if you want to irrigate the vegetable fields, the lake is indeed a bit far away. Li Xiaoyao was shocked. It's such a big lake, and you just want to irrigate the land. Isn't there a business of raising fish now? Hasn't the village ever thought about doing some aquaculture? Li Xiaoyao asked the question out of curiosity. Aquaculture? Master, you mean raising fish? Can you raise fish? The village chief was even more surprised than Li Xiaoyao. As expected, there is no such thing as aquaculture until now. Are there any villagers in the village who have access to water? Master, what you said is true. We have lived in Lijia village for so many years. Every kid goes to Xiaowu Lake in the summer. All of them are good swimmers. So you arrange a few people. I plan to engage in aquaculture in Xiaowu Lake. Although I don't know what aquaculture is, I guess the young master wants to raise fish. As expected, he is the young master. I have lived a lifetime and have seen many people raising chickens, ducks, cattle and sheep, but I have never seen anyone raising fish. If someone else said this, I would definitely not believe it, but since the young master said it himself, it must be possible. Li Xiaoyao brought several villagers who were good at swimming and were selected by the village chief to Xiaowu Lake to check the situation. Xiaowu Lake was actually not small, but very large. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and the terrain became flat near Lijia village. Therefore, when the imperial court was dividing the land, it also gave this lake, which was of little value in the eyes of others, to Li Xiaoyao's father Li Dazhuang. After a field investigation, Li Xiaoyao discovered that the water quality of Xiaowu Lake was actually very good. In fact, in ancient times there might have been no place with bad water quality. After all, there was no pollution. Moreover, the lake itself has a rich ecological chain. Li Xiaoyao made some plans based on the terrain. He planned to release some economic fish fry with a short growth cycle into Xiaowu Lake to enrich the fishery resources of Xiaowu Lake. Of course, this was in addition to carp, which was prohibited from being eaten by the royal family because its name is homophonic to Li. We also plan to build some aquaculture farms on a flat area next to the lake to raise high-value species such as hairy crabs, crayfish, and river shrimps. Li Xiaoyao immediately arranged for people to start construction by the lake, and then purchased fish fry from the system. The next day, all the fish fry were released into Xiaowu Lake. He only needed to arrange people to feed them some green grass regularly. After all, the lake itself has a circular ecological chain, and feeding green grass also accelerates the growth cycle of fish. A week later, the farm was built according to Li Xiaoyao's idea. In fact, it was just digging a few large fish ponds that were not deep. Li Xiaoyao also bought several books on breeding techniques online. He trained the villagers based on the contents of the books. He forced them to start working regardless of whether they had learned it or not. "Master, this ugly thing, can you really eat it?" Zhang Shun was an excellent swimmer. He used to live by the river. His family had been fishing for generations. Later, he fled to Lijia village and was now arranged by Li Xiaoyao to manage the entire aquaculture farm. "Zhang Shun, this thing is not only edible but also very delicious." Li Xiaoyao couldn't help drooling as he looked at the crab seedlings that had been released. He had to eat hairy crabs for lunch. Just follow the training and raise the animals. If you have any questions, come to me. I'll be leaving now. The more Li Xiaoyao thought about it, the more he couldn't help it, so he rode Xiaobai and rushed to the manor. Li family manor. "Master, you are back. Qiuxiang is so well behaved, are you waiting for the young master to come back? Ha 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 ha." Seeing that it was Qiuxiang who was guarding the door, Li Xiaoyao took the opportunity to touch her snow-white face. "Master is annoying." The 7 maids who were bought before were always worried, but after getting along with Li Xiaoyao for a while, they found that this young master didn't seem to be like other people, who either beat and scolded them or wanted to possess them. This young master of his family is not only humble but also very kind to his servants, although he is a little clumsy. Li Xiaoyao went straight to the kitchen. "Master, are you going to make something delicious today?" Xia Xiang is in charge of the kitchen cabinet. She has become accustomed to her young master cooking by himself. Her young master is very knowledgeable about food. Every time the young master cooks, she can learn some new dishes by the side. "Xia Xiang, honey, just steam the crabs. I'll make fried crabs and spicy crabs." Li Xiaoyao took out a basket of hairy crabs. Steaming them is the easiest way, so he just arranged for Xia Xiang to cook. "Thank you for your recommendation, collection, and vote for, sir, can this thing be eaten?" Xia Xiang rubbed the crab with her fingers with a look of disgust. "Just wait and swallow your saliva later." After cleaning a large basket of hairy crabs with Xia Xiang, Li Xiaoyao began to cook, telling Xia Xiang some key points while doing so. Xia Xiang did have a talent for cooking, and she learned every dish that Li Xiaoyao cooked in one try. The aroma was slowly stimulated when the hairy crabs collided with the spices after being put into the pot, and Xia Xiang immediately began to swallow her saliva. Another reason why Xia Xiang has a talent for cooking may be that she is more delicious, haha. "Well, the young master didn't lie to you, did he?" Li Xiaoyao couldn't help but tease Xia Xiang when he saw her greedy look. Xia Xiang didn't have time to pay attention to him and just nodded mechanically. Her mind was already on the spicy crab in the pot. Besides Li Xiaoyao, there were only 7 maids in the manor, so when Li Xiaoyao requested that no one else be present, everyone ate at the same table. After all, food tastes better when there are more people around. "Master, please have dinner." Can you imagine a group of beauties in ancient costumes, neatly greeting you? It is simply the life that men dream of. Okay, everyone eat." Li Xiaoyao took the lead in teaching everyone how to eat hairy crabs. At first, everyone was afraid to eat it, but when they saw how delicious Li Xiaoyao and Xia Xiang were eating it, they couldn't help but start trying it. Just a small bite awakened everyone's taste buds. As expected, every new dish the young master makes is so special and delicious. A large table of steamed hairy crabs, spicy crabs, and typhoon shelter crabs was devoured by everyone. Everyone was still a little reluctant to eat more, but Li Xiaoyao told everyone that crabs are cold in nature and should not be eaten too much. "By the way, master, the potatoes and sweet potatoes are ripe. I wonder when we can arrange to pick them." The gentle and beautiful woman who spoke was Chunxiang. Because she liked to move flowers and plants, Li Xiaoyao left a small private plot in the manor and let Chunxiang be in charge of it. She mainly planted some fruits and vegetables that were not available in the Tang Dynasty. It was equivalent to an experimental field. After Chunxiang gained experience, she would teach the villagers. For example, the private plots in the manor now plant a lot of time travelers' favorite peppers, as well as cucumbers, tomatoes, etc. So you notify everyone that we will start picking in 3 days, and then have someone notify the master and mistress, as well as the county magistrate, and invite them to join us in picking in 3 days. "Okay, master." Chunxiang took the order and left. The harvest time was quickly announced in the village, and of course it could not be hidden from Li Shimin, who had been keeping an eye on this place for a long time. Royal Palace. Are you sure you want to pick it in 3 days? Li Shimin sat in the main hall and glanced at the spy kneeling below. Yes, Your Majesty, I am sure. It was not a secret in Lijia village, so the spy assured him. Okay, go down. Yes. The spy retreated upon hearing the noise. Wang Yunda, go and inform Qing Yaojin, Yuqi, Fang Xiang, and Du Xiang to go to Lijia village together in 3 days. Yes. General Manager Wang Yunda received the order. My dear brother, I will see if what you said is true. If you can really solve the food problem of our Tang Dynasty, you will be the lucky star of our Tang Dynasty. I, Li Shimin, will definitely guarantee you a high position and generous salary. Li Shimin sat in the empty hall, muttering to himself. 3 days later. At the Lijia village cultural square, the villagers had made preparations early on. Now, the villagers no longer doubt Li Xiaoyao as before. Let alone the 14 stone per mu of potato and sweet potato, even if Li Xiaoyao said 140 stone per mu, the villagers would believe it. Master, the master and his wife still have a young lady coming. Hearing Huzi's report, Li Xiaoyao hurried forward to greet his parents and sister. Father, mother. First, greet your parents directly. My son has become thinner and darker. Li's mother felt very distressed when she saw how her son had suffered in Lijia village for several months. Third brother has obviously gained weight. Ha ha ha, little sister is right. Third brother has been eating and drinking well here, so he has gained weight. When the younger sister heard her third brother say that he had gained weight, she felt as proud as a victorious general. Son, these potatoes and sweet potatoes really yield 14 dan per mu, just as you said. Father Li looked at his son carefully. In fact, he was a little worried. After all, the commotion was too big. He had hoped that his son would have a promising future, but after spending so many years in the officialdom, he also knew the darkness of the officialdom, so he decided not to let his son go into the officialdom. It would be good for him to be a rich kid in peace. My son is just as I expected. Although he has no great potential, he has not caused trouble to the neighbors. However, he has changed a lot since he was sick last time. I can't tell what the specific changes are, but I just feel different. I don't know whether this change is good or bad. Father, sit down for a moment, you will know in a moment. After settling his parents and sister, the magistrate of Anding County also arrived. Father Li and Li Xiaoyao stood up together to greet him. Although Father Li's rank was similar to that of the magistrate, and because he was of the same clan as the emperor, Father Li could have ignored the magistrate, but Father Li was a simple and honest person. He had seen the intrigues in the officialdom over the years, so he never put on too much airs. He still had to give him enough face. Mr. County Magistrate. The father and son greeted the county magistrate together. We are all family, there is no need to be so formal. The county magistrate was already quite old, and he got along fairly well with Li's father during his years in Anding County, so the two families visited each other frequently. What my nephew sent someone to say a few days ago was true. The yield of potatoes and sweet potatoes per mu is about 14 stone. They were all acquaintances, so the county magistrate was not shy. After meeting Li Xiaoyao, he grabbed Li Xiaoyao's hand tightly. If what Li Xiaoyao said was true, then this was a huge achievement. Even if he, as a county magistrate, did nothing, just by taking advantage of him, he could be promoted to a higher level. Please take a seat, sir. We will know the results soon. After calming down the excited county magistrate, almost everyone who was supposed to come had arrived, and Li Xiaoyao was about to give the order to harvest. Suddenly, a gong sounded throughout the entire Lijia village. The emperor arrives. Then a sharp sound reached everyone's ears. What? The emperor is coming. Everyone thought they had heard it wrong and looked towards the direction where the sound came from. They saw a long guard of honor already at the entrance of the village. Only then did everyone react. The villagers were so frightened that they didn't know what to do. They didn't even dare to think that they would be able to see the emperor again in their lifetime. Fortunately, the county magistrate and Li's father were present, and they quickly organized everyone to stand up, kneel down and salute to avoid colliding with the emperor. Then, a team of imperial guards cleared the area and cleared a space in the middle of the cultural square, and then guarded the surrounding area. Then the emperor's dragon sedan stopped in the middle. A handsome middle-aged man got out of the car, followed by a noble lady with a kind face, who should be the queen. Thank you all for your recommendations, collections, and votes. Li Xiaoyao was stunned when he looked up. Is this the same script for all time travelers? I met a few big brothers when I had a free meal before, and it turned out to be Li Shimin. There were two other brothers next to him. Judging from their styles and looks, they should be Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde. The others should also be top stars. Haha, brother, how are you? As expected of Cheng Yaojin, he still greeted me heartlessly. Are you shocked? Let's go, His Majesty wants to see you. Li Xiaoyao was brought to Li Shimin in a daze. Don't be nervous, my dear brother. I heard that your abundant crops were harvested today, so I came to see you. Only then did Li Xiaoyao remember that he had not yet greeted her. Your Majesty, Queen. The Queen Mother nodded slightly, and Li Shimin seemed a little impatient. Don't be so polite, my dear brother, just harvest quickly. Fellow villagers, let's get to work. At Li Xiaoyao's command, all the villagers in Li Jia village joined in on this big day of harvest. Li Shimin also brought a scale personally, wanting to personally witness the good harvest that his brother had mentioned. Your Majesty, we have harvested 1 acre of land. Shall we weigh it now? The eunuch who was supervising on the side reported the progress to Li Shimin. Scale bar. Your Majesty has ordered the scales. Scales. Li Shimin's order was quickly passed down, and the people below got busy. Basket after basket of potatoes were sent to the scale for weighing. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Soon the harvest of 1 acre of land was weighed. The supervising eunuch knelt in front of Li Shimin in panic, and his voice trembled. How much? Say it out loud. Li Shimin was also extremely nervous. On the one hand, he didn't believe that the grain yield per mu could be 14 sure. On the other hand, he hoped that this was true so that there would be no more famine in the Tang Dynasty. It has been verified that the potato yield per mu is 17 dan. The eunuch gathered all his strength and almost shouted out loud, and the sound was clearly heard by everyone present. What? How much? Li Shimin could hardly believe his ears and stood up in shock. The ministers around him were even more shocked and talked about it. Your Majesty, after verification, the potato yield per mu is 17 stone. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, Your Majesty. All the ministers knelt down to congratulate the emperor. Everyone knew what this meant. The national strength of the Tang Dynasty would grow rapidly because of these potatoes. Later, the per acre yield of sweet potatoes was also released, which was 16 dan per acre. Although it was slightly lower than that of potatoes, the emperor was still happy. After all, it meant that the Tang Dynasty would have 2 types of grains with a yield of more than 15 dan per acre. Prime Minister Fang, this is truly a great event. Our Tang Dynasty will finally have no shortage of food. Haha, Prime Minister Du is right. Previously, many of our national policies were shelved due to food shortages. Now it seems that we 2 old guys have to strive to live for another 2 years and make more contributions to our Tang Dynasty. Ha ha ha. All the ministers were laughing and happy, except for a few children of aristocratic families, of course. The appearance of potatoes and sweet potatoes completely disrupted the aristocratic family's plan to make money by monopolizing grain, and the aristocratic families should also take some action next. Yunda, announce the decree. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Shimin had prepared the imperial edict before he came. If the grain harvest was really as good as your brother said, he would certainly not be stingy. Everyone kneel and listen to my orders. Everyone present, whether common people or princes and prime ministers, knelt down and listened to the emperor's edict. Wang Yunda read out the emperor's decree in a shrill voice. Today, there is a royal descendant, Li Xiaoyao, who, in order to relieve the worries of famine in our great Tang, set an example by taking root in the countryside, worked diligently, and finally achieved results. He was granted the title of Anding Countyman, and was given the title of Shangfugui Dui, real power, Yochi General, a casual official, from the 5th rank, and was granted 500 acres of land, permanent farmland, and a reward of 10,000 gold. His father, Li Dazhuang, was a role model for the imperial family. He was granted the title of military equipment supervisor, real power, and was promoted to fruit commander, a loose official, a 7th-rank official. His mother, Li Zhang, was virtuous and kind, and had good ways of raising children. She was granted the title of imperial lady, following her husband's 7th-rank official. I decree this. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. The whole family was now very successful. Li Xiaoyao was promoted directly from a commoner to an imperial baron, and was promoted directly to the 5th rank. His father Li Dazhuang also jumped 11 levels from the 9th rank to the 7th rank. Even his mother was blessed with an imperial decree. The most important thing is that the imperial edict mentioned the royal status of Li Xiaoyao's family. What does it mean? Everyone knew that Li Dazhuang was from the same clan as Li Yuan, but so what? There were hundreds or thousands of people from the same clan, and sometimes tens of thousands. It was nothing, but with the emperor's recognition, it was different. It became a true royal status, which was much higher than promotion and reward. No one at the scene opposed such a reward. Even Wei Zheng, who usually targeted Emperor Li Shimin, kept silent. After all, this was an unparalleled achievement that saved the lives of tens of millions of people in the Tang Dynasty, which was even greater than the merit of conquering cities. Brother, come here quickly. Li Shimin was happy, very happy. Greetings, Your Majesty, Queen. Although Li Xiaoyao is a modern man, he is still very excited when facing the Supreme Emperor. The understatement in the novel is only limited to the novel. After all, this is the real emperor of all ages. The domineering aura on his body is still quite intimidating. Haha, don't be shy, my dear brother. I'm in a good mood today. These people will have lunch at your place. Please make some arrangements. Yes. It seems that Li Shimin is in a very good mood. Li Xiaoyao, who has just been promoted and awarded a title, is also very happy. It's just a meal, so of course he has to make good arrangements. Huzi, go and inform Huanyang and the 7 fairies that His Majesty and the others will have lunch here. Village chief, go find some villagers to help. Because the emperor decided to have lunch in Lijia village on a whim, and there were so many people, more people were needed to cook. Li Xiaoyao had to do it himself, otherwise Huanyang and Xiaoxiang alone would not be able to handle it. Fortunately, His Majesty the Emperor is now leading all the officials to the fields to harvest the fruits personally, so Li Xiaoyao doesn't need to accompany them. Inside the manor, Li Xiaoyao, Xiaoxiang, and Huanyang were cooking in the kitchen, and the village chief had also called in some women to help, washing and cutting. Master, His Majesty, and the others are already heading towards the manor. Li Xiaoyao arranged Huzi to keep an eye on the situation over there at all times so that he could report it. Your Majesty, please. Li Xiaoyao's father, Li Dazhuang, actually led everyone to the manor like the master. He also changed his previous timidity and straightened his back. Did he really think of himself as the emperor's uncle? The emperor asked Li Dazhuang to sit with several top bosses, and Li Dazhuang's face was full of pride. Serve the food. Except for Xiaoxiang, who was still busy in the kitchen, the other 6 fairies began to serve the dishes. Li Xiaoyao stood beside the emperor and introduced the dishes. After all, even the emperor had never seen these dishes. Looking at the table full of dishes, even Emperor Li Shimin was a little curious, because there was not a single dish he recognized. Looking at the expressions of Li Shimin and the ministers, Li Xiaoyao knew that it was time for him to introduce these unique dishes. Your Majesty, this is braised spare ribs, stewed with potatoes and pork ribs that were just harvested today. Li Xiaoyao's voice was not loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. Looking at this big bowl of bright red braised spare ribs really made people drool. This is egg custard, which is steamed eggs and broth. It is quite delicious. I think the queen will like it. The golden color and the chewy texture are really pleasing to the eye. Steamed sea bass, hairy crab, crispy river shrimp, deep-fried white strips, braised pork with preserved vegetables, steamed spare ribs, braised pork elbow, sweet and sour grass carp, braised duck, braised pork head, cold mixed chicken, crispy meat soup, grilled lamb chops, and a few more dishes will be served later. After working for a whole morning, everyone was extremely hungry. Listening to Li Xiaoyao's introduction was simply a torture. My dear brother, all right, I can't bear it any longer, my dear ministers, please do it. Everyone was waiting for Li Shimin to say this, and immediately everyone began to eat like a whirlwind. They were already hungry, and now with these foods they had never seen before, they were so satisfied. My dear brother, your cooking skills are simply amazing. I have never eaten anything so delicious. After taking a few bites, Li Shimin couldn't help but praise Li Xiaoyao's cooking skills. Your Majesty, thank you for the compliment. It's mainly because I love food, so I turned my hobby into a specialty. This perseverance is good, but you have to use it in the right way in the future. The Empress had heard Li Shimin talk about Li Xiaoyao before and understood his great ambitions, so she had a very favorable impression of him and was afraid that he would waste his talents. Thank you for the reminder, madam. The Queen Mother also had good intentions, so Li Xiaoyao could only thank her. Brother, you have food but no wine, that's not good enough. Yes. There is no doubt that the person who dared to say this in front of Li Shimin was Qing Yaojin. As soon as the words came out, Yuqi Laohe also followed suit. Can you drink alcohol on weekdays, brother? After eating a few bites, everyone felt a little empty in their stomachs. In addition, most of the food on the table was appetizers, so it would be a waste if we didn't drink a little. I don't drink alcohol on weekdays, but I have some good wine at home. Mei Lanju, go to the storehouse to get some wine, and get some juice for the queen. Yes, master. Mei, Lan, Zhu, and the other two took the order and left. Good wine. What good wine do you have in your house? I am not bragging, there is no good wine in the whole Tang Dynasty that I have not tasted. Haha, what Duke Su said is true. What kind of wine do you have in your mansion, Shadaozi? Zhuangyi Hong. Although Qing Yaojin usually likes to brag, this statement is true. In the entire Tang Dynasty court, Qing Yaojin considers himself the second best wine lover, and no one dares to claim to be the first. You will know after a while, Lord Su. As soon as he finished speaking, the three fairies came with several bottles of herb water with the labels torn off. 3 bottles were placed on each table. The queen also received special care and was given freshly squeezed juice. Ha ha ha, you're being a little stingy, brother. This glass bottle is quite beautiful, but it's too small. It's not enough for me, old Cheng, to take a sip. Everyone was also very curious and felt that Li Xiaoyao was not a stingy person. Don't be impatient, Duke Su. Let's have a drink first. Li Xiaoyao personally poured a small cup for Li Shimin, then poured one for Qing Yaojin, while the maids poured cups for the others. This small glass of wine immediately exudes a strong aroma. Indeed, just by smelling it, you can tell that this wine is not an ordinary one. Just drink it. How powerful can this little bit of wine be? Just as everyone was about to continue watching Qing Yaojin washing Li Xiaoyao, they found that something seemed wrong. Qing Yaojin's face turned red, his eyes were as big as bells, and he didn't speak for a long time. Ah, what a powerful force, what a strong wine, good wine, good wine. Ha 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 ha. Everyone was shocked, this was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Come on, everyone, let's do it. Li Shimin couldn't bear it any longer and suggested a drink. Sure enough, everyone's reaction was exactly the same as Qing Yaojin's, too intense, too beautiful, and too good. From the second glass onwards everyone was no longer as reckless as before, and after a few sips the wine tasted purer and more fragrant. With the addition of wine, the atmosphere at the dinner became even more lively and the emperor and his subjects became even closer. Your Majesty, my lords, please try these simple steamed and baked potatoes and sweet potatoes. Seeing Wan Yang bringing a large basin of steamed or baked potatoes and sweet potatoes, Li Xiaoyao reminded everyone. I have tried potatoes for cooking and they are delicious, but I have not tried potatoes and sweet potatoes for food. Fragrant, glutinous, and sweet. Apart from Li Shimin, Prime Minister Fang and Prime Minister Du were most concerned about the grain production situation. Not only can it fill your stomach, but it also tastes so good. It is simply a gift from heaven to the Tang Dynasty. The two said they were excited again, and after drinking a few cups, their faces became rosy. Just when others were chatting excitedly, Qing Yaojin quietly came to Li Xiaoyao. Brother, haha, that, is it? Brother wants that wine, don't worry, I will make sure it's arranged when you leave. As a person who is familiar with all the time travel novels, Li Xiaoyao knows very well what Qing Yaojin wants to do. It must be because of alcohol. Haha, you still understand me, brother. Just when Qing Yaojin got the answer he wanted, the queen finally spoke. How is Li Qing juice made? Please help me. While everyone was bragging and chatting, the queen suddenly asked Li Xiaoyao a question. Your Highness, this is fruit juice. It's not a big deal. This cup of juice is made from oranges, so it's called orange juice. Your Highness, if you like it, you can take some oranges back with you when you leave. When Li Xiaoyao heard what the queen said, he knew that the queen must like fruit juice, so he took the opportunity to suggest giving her some and taking it back to the palace. It's rare that Guanyin likes it, so give her more when you leave. This juice is indeed delicious, but I think Li Ji and the others would like it too. When the emperor heard the empress mention her favorite daughter Li Lizzie, he reacted immediately. Lizzie had been in poor health since childhood and usually only ate a little bit of her meals. It was rare that Guanyinbi always remembered her. In contrast, he, as a father, was far behind. Brother, please prepare more before you leave, and prepare some food. Lizzie has had a poor appetite since she was a child. Maybe she will like your new trick. Your Majesty, rest assured. This meal was the happiest one for Li Shimin in such a long time. After the meal, Li Shimin suggested that Li Xiaoyao take everyone around Li Jia village. After all, when they came last time, the village was still shabby. In just a few months, Li Jia village seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes. Li Xiaoyao first led everyone to the experimental site of the manor, which was personally in charge of Chunxiang. Your Majesty, this is the experimental field of Li Jia village. As the name suggests, the fruits and vegetables grown here are not available in the Tang Dynasty. We will first plant them in the experimental field. If they are successful, we will promote them to the whole village. Li Shimin and everyone else were stunned. None of the crops here were available in the Tang Dynasty. This man from Anding County was really capable to collect so many. This is a cucumber, this is an eggplant, this is a tomato, yes, it's the volcano snow you all had at noon. These are peanuts, the ones that everyone thinks are suitable for drinking and snacking at noon. Thank you for your recommendation, collection, and vote. My dear brother, this is simply a treasure garden, no worse than my imperial garden. Li Shimin suddenly realized that he was a bit unsophisticated as an emperor. As the ruler of a country, he came to a small village, acting like he had never seen the world. Now I will take your Majesty and the others to Xiaowushan. Everyone could see the situation in Xiaowushan from afar. Fruit trees all over the mountain were in bloom, and many had already borne fruit. Brother, I have never seen these fruits before. Could it be that they are also varieties from other countries that you have collected? Yes, your Majesty, I personally think that with potatoes and sweet potatoes, the people of the Tang Dynasty have solved the problem of having enough to eat. However, we cannot just want to have enough to eat, we must also pursue eating well. Only in this way can we improve the happiness index of the people and better serve the Tang Dynasty. What is the happiness index of men in Li County? When Fang Xiang heard a new word, he felt that he vaguely knew what it meant, but he just couldn't figure it out, so he humbly asked for advice. The happiness index means that everyone is very satisfied with their lives. This actually involves many indicators, such as whether the country is strong, whether it can resist foreign enemies, whether the people can have enough food and clothing, stable income, rich spiritual life, etc. If the happiness index of a country's people is very high, this country must be a strong country. Li Xiaoyao's output was difficult for the adults to digest, but they felt that what he said made sense. Mr. Li County, can I simply understand that the higher the happiness index, the less likely the people will rebel? After Du Xiang thought about it, he pointed it out simply and clearly. Yes, but that's just the basics. Li Shimin understood instantly. As a monarch, one is foreign enemies and the other is internal troubles, which are the most troublesome. Foreign enemies are simple, they can be blocked by soldiers and covered by water, but internal troubles have not had a correct prevention plan since ancient times. Today, they were actually defeated by his own the wise brother cracked it. My dear brother, great talent. Li Shimin felt that he was increasingly unable to see through his virtuous brother. Fang and Du held Li Xiaoyao aside to continue their in-depth discussion. Li Shimin continued to stroll with Empress Changsuan, looking at the various fruits that he had never seen before all over Xiaowu Mountain. Somehow, he felt thirsty. Perhaps the new dishes at noon were too strong, so he reached out and picked an orange. How dare the thief steal the fruits from my Lijia village? Li Shimin was just about to taste the fruit when he was startled by a roar. A farmer suddenly appeared from nowhere, holding a hoe and running towards him, but he was detained by the guards before he could get far away. The person who came was Lu Ergu. He had been raising his own bees in Xiaowushan, and he would visit the orchard when he had nothing to do, because he knew that this was the hard work of the young master, and his current life was all thanks to the young master. He did not have any special skills, so he could only help look after the orchard. Okay, stealing is justified now. Who are you and how do you know I'm a thief? Li Shimin was in a good mood today and wanted to tease this farmer. You are not from our Lijia village. You are a thief if you pick our fruits. Do you know how much effort the young master has put into this orchard? If the young master's ambition is ruined in your hands, how can you be worthy of the people of the Tang Dynasty? Damn you! Seeing that the other side had more people than him, Lu Ergu knew he would not be able to defeat them, so he rolled on the ground and started to act like a spoiled child. Ha ha ha, you reckless men, you know that your young master has great ambitions. Li Shimin was very surprised that a small farmer could work hard for a better life for the Tang Dynasty. What's wrong? What's wrong? When Li Xiaoyao heard some noise coming from Li Shimin's side, he hurried over to see what was going on, only to see Lu Ergu rolling on the ground. Your Majesty, this man is from my village. He usually raises bees here and visits the orchard. He offended the Holy Emperor. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Li Xiaoyao immediately pleaded for Lu Ergu. Haha, brother, that's not the case. Ignorance is not a crime. Thank you, Your Majesty. When Lu Ergu heard that the person he had just scolded was the emperor, his legs suddenly went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Look at your ability. Go prepare some honey for His Majesty to take with him when he leaves. When Lu Ergu heard that he would give his honey to the emperor, his legs immediately became stronger. Afterwards, everyone visited the aquaculture in Xiaowu Lake and went to the villagers' homes to express their condolences. After Li Shimin expressed his condolences to the villagers, he saw that the villagers kept complimenting him and felt that they were a little addicted. He visited several families in succession. If it was not really late, he would have continued to visit. Finally, it was time to leave, and Li Xiaoyao thoughtfully prepared some Lijia village specialty fruits and erguota for everyone. Li Shimin loaded 2 large carts with various fruits and vegetables. He had also explained the matter of Li Lizzie before. Li Xiaoyao also specially prepared some food that was easy to carry and even made a menu. Farewell, Your Majesty. Finally, the big Buddha was sent away. The next day, officials came and presented official uniforms and seals, and also handed over 500 acres of permanent farmland. In order to please the new countymen, the official in charge of dividing the land specially allocated the adjacent land of Lijia village to Li Xiaoyao, of course, also including the local tenants. The visitor handed over the land deed and household registration list with both hands. 500 acres of top-quality permanent farmland and 106 households, totaling 406 people. Including the previous industries, Li Xiaoyao's mansion now has a total of more than 700 acres of fertile land, 164 households, and 609 people. The Li mansion in Anding County has had its doorstep almost broken down by gifts these days. The family has 3 nobles, and their royal status has been personally recognized by the current emperor. Local gentlemen and heroes in Anding County have come to congratulate them. Congratulations, Mr. Li, congratulations, Mr. Li. Oh, Master Zhang, you are too polite. Congratulations to Li Jianqing on his promotion. Master Wang, please come in. Meeting father-in-law. Oh, my dear son-in-law, please sit down and bring some tea. This virtuous son-in-law of his was indeed a rare talent. Not only was he granted a title by the emperor himself, but he was also promoted directly from a commoner to a 5th-rank official. Congratulations to my dear son-in-law, congratulations to my dear son-in-law. It's all thanks to Your Majesty's great blessing. After Li Xiaoyao was promoted, his father-in-law Wang Boyan was happier than anyone else. When he received the news that day, he He was so happy that he rewarded the servants in his mansion. I don't know what my dear son-in-law is doing today. I came here today to visit my father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Ziyan. Also, some new fruits grown at home are ripe, so I brought some for my father-in-law to try. By the way, I hope he can sell them on my behalf. My dear son-in-law, I have said before that this family will belong to you and Ziyan sooner or later, so don't be so polite. As perfume, furniture, and soap continue to be popular in Chang'an and the entire Tang Dynasty, the reputation of Wangji grocery store also rose. It can be said that Wangji is now the top business circle near Chang'an, except for wealthy families such as the 5 surnames and 7 families. Especially now that we have Li Xiaoyao, an official backer, our future development will only get better and better. Haha, Ziyan is in the backyard, go there by yourself. Wang Boyan was also a reasonable man. He knew that his son-in-law couldn't really come to see the skinny old man. Now that I am an official, I beg you to recommend, collect and vote for me. Li Xiaoyao went straight to the backyard and saw a beautiful figure in the pavilion from afar. That must be his fiancée Wang Ziyan. The maidservant beside saw Li Xiaoyao walking slowly towards her and whispered in Wang Ziyan's ear. Wang Ziyan was startled at first, then slowly turned her head, and then the two of them looked at each other. At first glance, Li Xiaoyao was shocked by the beauty of the woman, who had a fairy-like appearance, bright eyes, and skin as white as cream. It simply broke the upper limit of Li Xiaoyao's perception of beauty. This is actually my fiancée. Li Xiaoyao felt ecstatic. He had been worried about his fiancée before, wondering what if she was not good-looking. He never expected that his father's aesthetic taste was indeed reliable. Ziyan, although Li Xiaoyao knew that the person in front of him was his fiancée, he still called her tentatively when they first met. As for Wang Ziyan, she was locked up at home every day and was very bored. Although the atmosphere in the Tang Dynasty was relatively open, it was only relatively open. Wang Ziyan's father has always loved his daughter very much, but he also has strict requirements for her, so Wang Ziyan has been following the 3 obediences and 4 virtues since she was a child, and has been proficient in basically all female talents. Of course, she also strictly follows the principle of not leaving the main door and not going out of the secondary door, just like a canary in a cage, always longing for the world outside the walls. Just as usual, she was bored in the yard with the maid, when suddenly the maid said that her fiancé had arrived and was right behind her. Wang Ziyan was extremely nervous about the upcoming first meeting. She could only turn her head stiffly. The handsome young man in front of her was her future husband. He was handsome and must be a talented person, otherwise how could he be awarded as a baron by the emperor? Li Lang. Hearing the other party calling her, Wang Ziyan responded timidly. Hello, uncle. When the maid saw Li Xiaoyao approaching, she hurriedly bowed respectfully. I brought some fresh fruit. Go and bring some over. Li Xiaoyao wanted to get the maid away, and secondly, he really wanted to let his beautiful fiancée taste some fruits that they had never seen before. It's uncle. The maid understood the situation clearly and left. After the maid left, the two remained silent for a long time, and finally Wang Ziyan found a topic to talk about. I heard that His Majesty conferred a title on Li Lang a few days ago. Congratulations to Li Lang. Ziyan, that's too polite. Everything I do is for us to have a better future. As a lady from a wealthy family, Wang Ziyan had never heard such explicit love words before. She was immediately embarrassed and dared not say anything. Ziyan, the weather is so nice today, why don't you go out and play? Seeing that Ziyan was shy, Li Xiaoyao tried to change the subject. When Ziyan heard what Li Xiaoyao said, she looked a little depressed. I haven't been out of the house in years. Why? Li Xiaoyao felt that there must be something wrong with his ears. My father said that after a girl reaches the golden hairpin age, she cannot go out until she is married, so that she can live up to her future husband. Girls start to put their hair in a bun and insert golden hairpins at the age of 12, which means they bid farewell to their childhood and enter the golden hairpin age. Ridiculous, my father-in-law is really. Ziyan, don't worry, I'm not that pedantic. You can go wherever you want in the future. Li Xiaoyao hesitated for a long time and couldn't say the next sentence, so he could only comfort her. Thank you Li Lang for your understanding. Seeing Li Xiaoyao being so magnanimous, Wang Ziyan's grievances instantly disappeared. Uncle, miss, the fruits are here. Miss, look, I don't recognize any of the fruits that Uncle sent. They all look so strange. At this moment, the maid came over with the fruits sent by Li Xiaoyao. Ziyan, come and have a taste. This is the first crop of fruit that my family's fief has produced this year. These fruits are unique to this family in the entire Tang Dynasty. Lu Xiaoyao showed off with pride. This is a lychee. The outer shell needs to be peeled off. Li Xiaoyao personally demonstrated how to peel a lychee for Ziyan. Ziyan looked at the jade-colored fruit in her hand and thought to herself that there were such magical fruits in the world. Then came the cute little strawberries and the sweet watermelons. Li Xiaoyao explained and demonstrated all the varieties one by one. Ziyan took a bite of each and was full. Li Lang's fruits are so delicious. Ziyan likes it. I'll have someone send it to her every now and then. Li Xiaoyao was very happy to hear that Ziyan liked it. Don't bother, Li Lang. You are busy with important things, so don't worry about me. Ziyan was afraid that her greed would delay Li Lang's important work. Ms. usually has a small appetite, but she ate a lot of the seafood that her husband sent her last time. The maid interrupted while chewing a watermelon. Ziyan, you're such a jerk. You didn't tell me earlier that you liked it. I asked someone to send more, but you just wanted to eat more. Look how thin you are. Li Xiaoyao looked at Ziyan, who had a morbid beauty, and said with a little heartache. Father-in-law, I want to take Ziyan out for a walk. Li Xiaoyao couldn't wait to take Ziyan out for a walk to his own Lijia village. As a modern man, he would get sick even if he was healthy if he stayed at home alone for several years. Okay, I'll have someone prepare the carriage. Perhaps because he highly approved of this son-in-law, Wang Boyan actually agreed to Li Xiaoyao's request to take his daughter out. When Wang Ziyan heard the news that she could go out, her eyes turned red unconsciously, and the little maidiware beside her was jumping on the spot with excitement. Lijia Village. Ziyan, look, this is Lijia Village, the economic development zone I built with my own hands. From now on, this will be the happiest village in the entire Tang Dynasty. Ziyan sat in the carriage and looked outside through the window. The sky of Lijia Village was blue and the grass was green. Ziyan, who had not been out of the house for many years, felt that everything was beautiful, even a blade of grass looked full of life. A few days ago, the entire Lijia village was planted with potatoes and sweet potatoes. Do you know why His Majesty conferred me a title? Could it be that Li Lang's title is related to these potatoes and sweet potatoes? Originally Ziyan was just joking, but unexpectedly she turned out to be right. You are so smart, how did you know that? Li Xiaoyao really couldn't figure out how Ziyan, who had never even left home, knew the reason why he was conferred the title. Because potatoes and sweet potatoes produce 17 dan per mu. Li Xiaoyao looked at Ziyan, who was staring at him curiously with her eyes wide open, and he stopped teasing her. 17 stones. What Li Lang said is true. More real than real gold. Then Li Lang deserves this title. Ziyan, I'm taking you to Xiaowushan Orchard. There are many fruits on the mountain, all of which you like to eat. Ziyan was very happy to be away from home for a long time. After arriving at Lijia village, she felt that it was like a paradise on earth, and her mood was even better. Hey, Ergu, what are you doing? I beg you to recommend, collect, and vote. Li Xiaoyao saw Lu Ergu sneaking around from a distance, with his butt sticking up, and no one knew what he was doing. Oh my god, it turns out to be the boss. I'm so scared. Lu Ergu was frightened by the sudden shout and sat down on the ground. He saw that it was his boss and then patted his chest to calm down. What are you doing, kid? Boss, I'll just roast some potatoes and sweet potatoes to satisfy my craving. Is it ready? If it is, give 2 to the young lady to try. When Lu Ergu heard the young master say that the person sitting in the car was the young mistress, he immediately became excited and looked fawning. It's ready, I'll get it for the young lady right away. The freshly acquired potatoes and sweet potatoes were still very hot. Li Xiaoyao quickly blew them down, then peeled them apart and handed them to Ziyan and Yu so that everyone could have a taste. These potatoes have a really pleasant aroma. Ziyan took a bite of the potato handed to her by Li Xiaoyao and praised it, saying that it turned out that this thing not only had a high yield but also tasted so delicious. Wow, miss, this sweet potato is so sweet. I like it so much. Come and try it. Yue took a bite of the sweet potato and exaggeratedly said that sweet potato had become her favorite. Don't eat too much even if it's delicious. I'll take you to eat something even better at noon. Then he took Ziyan to Xiaowu Lake to see the aquaculture there. Ziyan was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Li Lang actually raised fish in such a large lake. It was something she had never seen or heard of. Li Lang was indeed a talented person. Ziyan, this will be our home from now on. Near noon, Li Xiaoyao brought Ziyan to the manor and introduced the family situation to her. After all, Ziyan would be the mistress of this family in the future. Welcome young master and madam back home. Hu Zi and the 7 fairies had already received the news in advance and were waiting at the door to greet them. After all, it was the first time they met the future hostess, and everyone wanted to leave a good impression. Li Xiaoyao was fine, but Ziyan felt a little shy and embarrassed. After all, she hadn't married yet. Come in Ziyan, I will personally prepare delicious food for you at noon. Li Lang doesn't need to do this. How can we let Li Lang go into the kitchen in person? Ziyan didn't want her future husband to do kitchen work because of her. Ziyan, don't worry too much. I don't have so many rules. You will know it later. Besides, I love cooking. In addition to my favorite career, life is inseparable from eating, drinking, and having fun. After Li Xiaoyao finished speaking, he went straight to the kitchen. Xia Xiang was already ready. Egg custard, braised prawns, steamed hairy crabs, beef stewed with potatoes, candied sweet potatoes, squirrel fish, vermicelli scallops with garlic sauce, sweet abalone, and seafood porridge. The table was full of seafood. Just because Yue told me that Ziyan liked to eat seafood, she bought a lot of seafood from the system. Xia Xiang also took the opportunity to learn a lot of new dishes that she had never seen before. Ziyan, eat more. Yue said you like seafood, so I made a few more seafood dishes. Li Xiaoyao also personally peeled the braised prawns for Ziyan, dipped them in the soup and put them in a bowl. He also cut the sweet abalone into slices with a knife and fork before feeding them to Ziyan. Ziyan was embarrassed at first, but she had to give up because she was no match for Li Xiaoyao. Li Lang's cooking skills are indeed superb. I have never eaten such delicious food before. Don't worry Ziyan, after we get married, we'll eat it every day, every meal. Li Xiaoyao kept talking about getting married and madam, which made Ziyan, who had not yet married, feel shy. After the meal, Li Xiaoyao specially prepared a dessert, ice cream. It was icy and cool in the mouth and very refreshing. Ziyan spent the whole day in surprise and shock. Before, I was always worried about what kind of person my future husband, whom I had never met, was, what he looked like, and what kind of personality he had. Now I don't have any worries anymore. Instead, I feel very lucky to have met such a good person to entrust my life to. As the sky gradually darkened, Li Xiaoyao filled the carriage with some of Ziyan's favorite foods and personally sent her back to Anding County. Ziyan, I will definitely marry you as soon as possible. When the time comes, you can go wherever you want. I will definitely make you the happiest person. Just wait for me at home obediently. When they parted, Li Xiaoyao whispered his promise, and Ziyan was deeply moved after hearing it. Lijia Village Meeting Room. Everyone, please take a seat. Today is the first time we meet. After we meet more often, you will understand me. Don't be afraid of me. At this time, Li Xiaoyao was sitting at the conference table, holding the first management meeting after being conferred the title. Participating in the meeting were the head of Lijia village, the heads of various workshops, and the heads of the 2 villages in the new fiefdom. The others were all elderly people who understood the personalities of their masters and were relatively open-minded. The main problem was that the village chiefs of the 2 newly joined villages were rather restrained. It was their first time meeting Li Xiaoyao and they didn't quite understand his style. Because in this era, as the master, Li Xiaoyao had absolute power over their life and death. Even if he killed them, the most they would have to pay was a fine. Please introduce yourselves first so that everyone can get to know each other. Hello, sir. I am Zhang Si from Zhangjia village. Hello, sir. Hello everyone. I am Wu Yong, the head of Taohua village. It's our first meeting. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. The two men formed a sharp contrast. Wu Yong was more like a scholar in his speech and behavior, while Zhang Si was just an honest farmer. Wu Yong, have you ever been to school? Master, how many years have you studied? Wu Yong had just sat down when he heard the young master asking him a question, so he quickly stood up and answered. Do you have any achievements? I have never achieved fame. Speaking of this, Wu Yong felt helpless. It was not that he could not pass the exam, but mainly because of the war in recent years, the court did not organize any imperial examinations. Please take a seat. Today is a routine meeting. Let the elders report first and let the two new village chiefs learn from them. Then I'll go first. The potatoes and sweet potatoes had a bumper harvest some time ago, and the output far exceeded the previous budget. The total yield of 200 acres of land was more than 3,400 stones. When Wu Yong and Zhang Si heard this, they opened their eyes wide with disbelief as if they had seen a ghost. Li Asen ignored the two of them and continued. Yesterday, the magistrate of Anding County came to the village on the order of the emperor to discuss the promotion of sweet potatoes and potatoes in the entire Anding County. According to the instructions of the young master, we also fully cooperated. Except for the seeds we kept for ourselves, all of them were handed over to Anding County, and the government will also purchase them according to the market. In addition, according to the past, winter is about to come, and nothing can be planted in the fields. However, the greenhouse technology that the young master mentioned before can be used for planting in winter. I wonder if it should be promoted in the village this year. Please give your instructions, young master. Li Asen gave a brief and clear report on the farming work he was responsible for and waited for the young master's next instructions. Chun Xiang has fully mastered the greenhouse technology, so in order to increase everyone's income, I decided to start using the greenhouse technology this year. Because there is a shortage of green vegetables in winter, the greenhouse will mainly be used to grow green vegetables. Chun Xiang is the general manager, and the village heads will fully assist. I beg you to recommend, collect, and vote for, Your Majesty can verify it personally. Li Dazhuang was full of confidence in his son's things. Okay, set up the imperial garden. Li Shimin led all the civil and military officials to the imperial garden. The eunuchs and palace maids who were confused by the situation thought something big had happened as they had never seen such symptoms before. I will pull the plow myself, who is willing to hold the plow? I am coming. Cheng Yaojin was not good at making memorials, but he was very active in other matters. Li Shimin personally put on the curved plow, held his breath, and prepared to pull the plow with force. Unexpectedly, before he even put much effort, the plow started to move, and it was very light and smooth, not at all as laborious and difficult to use as the previous plow. This thing seemed to be addictive. Li Shimin had already plowed almost an acre of land and seemed to have no intention of stopping. The ministers stood in the sun, basking in it, and did not dare to say anything. Ha ha ha, what a joy, what a joy! Finally, he had enough fun and threw down the plow rope. Li Shimin, who was sweating profusely, felt as if he had taken a sauna. All the pores in his body were breathing, and he felt extremely refreshed. Although Li Shimin was not born into a peasant family, he was concerned about the people's conditions. Every year during the spring planting season, he would personally take the lead in plowing the land, so he had a very obvious comparative understanding of the curved plow. This curved plow can improve efficiency by at least 5 times compared to the previous straight plow. Ha ha! It really is a good treasure. The officials were shocked again. Did this mean that the amount of arable land in the Tang Dynasty would at least increase 5-fold? The Tang Dynasty had never lacked arable land, but it lacked labor. In the past, manpower was limited, so they could only rely on oxen, but oxen were even more scarce. To what extent were they scarce? The fine that a nobleman paid for killing a slave was not as much as the fine that he had to pay for the death of an ox. This shows the scarcity of oxen and the Tang Dynasty's desire for arable land. But now everything has been solved. First, we had high-yield potatoes and sweet potatoes, and now we have the curved plow. It was simply heaven's help for the Tang Dynasty. Li Dazhuang and Li Xiaoyao have contributed their agricultural treasures, and are rewarded with 10,000 gold coins and given the title of Supervisor of the Gardens of Sinong Temple, 6th rank, lower grade. Li Xiaoyao is also rewarded with 10,000 gold coins and given the titles of General of the Imperial Guards and General Ding Yuan. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Dazhuang quickly knelt down to express his gratitude. Where is the Ministry of Industry? I am here. Immediately promote the curved beam plow throughout the country and make sure it is popularized as soon as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. Today I am happy, the Tang Dynasty is happy, and I am hosting a banquet. I want to toast and drink with you, my dear ministers. Li Shimin was really happy. The problems that had been plaguing the development of the Tang Dynasty were solved one by his good brother. How could he not be happy? The emperor toasted with his ministers in the evening, creating a lively atmosphere. Why is Duke Lu so quiet today? This is unlike you. Normally, you are the one who makes the most noise whenever there is wine. What happened today? The emperor suddenly felt like something was missing. He looked around and found that Qing Yaojin, who was supposed to be drinking with others, was actually sitting there quietly with a melancholy look on his face. Your Majesty, it's nothing. Qing Yaojin was in a state of confusion. Could it be that your wine is not tasty and is like horse urine compared to Li Xiaoyao's? This is a joke. Jijia, you are such a straightforward person. When did you learn to be so timid? Is it because you drank Li Xiannan's wine that you think other wines taste like horse urine? Li Shimin knew his brother, with whom he had been through thick and thin together, best and could guess his thoughts at a glance. Your Majesty, you said this, I didn't say it. Haha, Jijia, you've become more tactful now, but I also feel that after drinking the wine with my brother, other wines are hard to swallow. It's a pity that the 2 big bottles my brother gave me have been drunk up. Do you still have the 2 bottles? Take them out and let's share them. Your Majesty, my 2 bottles were gone that night. Qing Yaojin had a thankful expression on his face. Fortunately he had finished drinking it at that time, otherwise he would have to give half of it away. Haha, I am so smart. Call Heisey some other day, and we'll go ask for money from my brother. Li Shimin suddenly left these words quietly, turned around and went to drink with other ministers as if nothing had happened. Lijia's Wangli Mansion. Master, someone is coming from the palace and has arrived at the entrance of the village. Hurry out to greet them. From a distance, you can see that it is the palace's guard of honor. Sir, we are here to announce His Majesty's decree. The leader was obviously a eunuch from the palace. Li Xiaoyao didn't look down on anyone. They were all trying to make a living, so he knelt down without saying much and accepted the order. Li Xiaoyao, a man from Anding County, has his heart set on the Tang Dynasty. He has made great contributions to the world by developing the curved plow. He is given the titles of General of the Imperial Guards and General Ding Yuan, and a reward of 10,000 gold. I decree this. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. Haha, congratulations, father-in-law. You've worked hard on the journey. May I ask your name? Li Xiaoyao is very good at maintaining this kind of interpersonal relationship. You are too polite, sir. My last name is Lu. Come on, set the table. Eunuch Lu and all the brothers have worked hard. Now that you are here, eat before you leave. It was the first time for the warriors and followers to see such a situation, and they all turned their eyes to the leading eunuch Lu. Haha. Since the Lord is so polite, we would be ungrateful if we don't go. Eunuch Lu was also stunned for a long time before he reacted, but after all, he had been in the palace for so many years and had seen all kinds of situations. Let's see what Lord Li was up to. The table was soon filled with dishes featuring the characteristics of Lijia village. The warriors, maids, and eunuchs on duty in the palace had never seen these dishes before. These were not just dishes, but works of art. Red, yellow, hot, cold, dry, and soup. The emperor's food on ordinary days is not so rich. Everyone, please don't be polite. Pick up your chopsticks. If you don't finish your food, you are not giving me, Li Xiaoyao, face. Everyone looked at Eunuch Lu eagerly. Eunuch Lu also made up his mind and spoke. Then let's all thank Lord Li. In an instant, the table turned into a disaster relief site. Li Xiaoyao was about to pour some wine, but was rejected by Eunuch Lu, who said that he had to return to the palace to report. Li Xiaoyao thought about it and realized that it was true, so he gave up. Simply delicious. I have never eaten such delicious food. It swept across the table like a whirlwind and was soon eaten up by everyone. Eunuch Lu had been waiting for the Lord to make a move. Unexpectedly, it was the farewell moment. Here are some small gifts for you and me. You are all welcome to visit Lijia village in the future. Li Xiaoyao handed several ingots of silver to Eunuch Lu without any reservation. Eunuch Lu also left Lijia village in a daze and returned to the palace to report. This Lord Li is really a weirdo. Eunuch Lu muttered this, but his heart could not calm down for a long time. No one had ever treated eunuchs as normal people, and they were discriminated against everywhere. Even in the palace, although the servants were respectful to him on the surface, they looked down on him behind his back. But today, Lord Li showed no contempt and even invited his servants to dinner. At first, Eunuch Lu thought that Lord Li was trying to get some information out of him, but there was no such thing during the whole process. It was just pure eating and drinking. Strange, too strange. Princess, you have inquired clearly. The food that the queen brought back last time when she and His Majesty went to Lijiazwang. I also found out that Wangji grocery store in the West Market also sells it from time to time, but it has basically been snapped up by all the nobles in Chang'an. The little maid breathlessly reported to Princess Changle what she had learned. Wang's grocery store. Changle seemed to be lost in thought. Yes, Princess, have you forgotten? It's the store where I bought perfume last time. Oh, it's him. Hearing the maid's reminder, Changle suddenly remembered the perfume that the handsome young man had given her. Let's go to Lijia village. Hey, okay. When the maid heard that the princess was going to Lijia village, she was very happy. After all, it would be boring to stay in the palace every day. Li Xiaoyao strolled around Lijia village and thought about some new ideas that would be beneficial to the development of the village. This once poor and remote place has now begun to have unfamiliar faces. The village chief said that these are some small businessmen from Chang'an City who have come to this recently famous Lijia village specifically to look for business opportunities. Li Xiaoyao did not stop them. As long as they did not do anything illegal, he allowed them to wander around the village. The arrival of these small businessmen also brought some vitality to the village. Some villagers with more flexible minds have already set up small stalls and started selling simple items such as tea, wine, and food. Not to mention, they can really earn some extra income. It seems that the tourism economy can be put on the agenda. Li Xiaoyao was looking at a roadside stall and someone was muttering to himself when he suddenly heard a pleasant voice. I didn't expect this small Lijia village to be so beautiful, like a paradise. Yes, miss, the scenery here is very beautiful. You only see the surface. Have you noticed that in addition to the scenery, there are many other things in Lijia village? Really? I didn't find anything. Faced with the young lady's questioning, the maid tilted her head and thought for a long time, but couldn't find anything wrong. Have you noticed that after we walked along and entered Lijia village, this place is very clean? Even though the villagers' clothes are very worn out, they are very clean. And everyone has a smile on their face, which shows that they are very satisfied with their current life and they are very happy. Yes, miss, now that you put it that way, it seems to be true. It seems that the owner here is an extraordinary person, who can manage this place so well. It is not easy to ensure that the villagers have enough food and clothing, but you see, their houses are all new houses, and there is not a single thatched hut. This is not something that ordinary people can do. The two people were Princess Changle Li Lizzie and her personal maid, who came out incognito to buy fruits for Empress Changsuan. Suddenly Li Lizzie felt as if someone was looking at her. She turned around and her eyes met Li Xiaoyao's. After a moment's reaction, both of them recognized each other. It's you. The two said almost at the same time. Ha ha ha. They laughed out loud almost at the same time. Why did the girl come back to Lijia village? Li Xiaoyao spoke first, curious as to why a noble girl from Chang'an City would come to such a far place. Then tell me first, why are you here? Li Lizzie was about to answer, but suddenly changed the subject and asked Li Xiaoyao instead. Ha ha ha, I'm from here. No belief. Li Lizzie looked Li Xiaoyao up and down. The man in front of her was obviously dressed as an aristocrat. He must be from Lijia village. He must be kidding. I really am from here. Have you forgotten that I said I am a shareholder of Wang Ji fried food shop? Li Xiaoyao looked at the girl's face full of disbelief and hurriedly explained. What does that prove? Do you know the various new fruits that are popular in Wang Ji fried food shop recently? Of course I know. Wang Ji's hot-selling fruit is very popular in Chang'an City. Everyone knows it. That's what Lijia village supplies, so the fruits I grow are sold in my own store. Doesn't that prove it? Li Lizzie's purpose of coming to Lijia village this time was to find new fruits for her mother. Unexpectedly, the fruits belonged to the men she had met only once. It was really effortless. Really? That's great. Li Lizzie excitedly grabbed Li Xiaoyao's hand and cheered. Miss. The maidservant saw her master grabbing the hand of a man she had only met twice, and hurriedly reminded her. Hearing the maidservant's voice, Li Lizzie also realized that she seemed to have overstepped her boundaries. Well, my name is Li Li. Hello, my name is Li Xiaoyao. We both have the surname Li. Maybe we were a family hundreds of years ago. Haha, you're so funny. Li Lizzie, who lived deep in the palace, had never seen anyone so good at beating the snake with a stick, and she immediately laughed. By the way, what are you doing in Lijia village? Oh, it's like this, my mother has not been in good health and has no appetite for food, but last time when my mother ate the new fruit, she seemed to have a particularly good appetite, so I came to Lijia village specifically to buy fruit. Isn't the Chang'an City Wang Ji for sale? Oh, forget it. You can't buy it anywhere else. Every time it arrives, it's snatched up by the noble servants waiting at the door. Haha, it's okay. Since you're here and we're all family, just call me brother and leave this matter to me. Really, brother Xiaoyao? Li Xiaoyao originally just wanted to tease this cute little girl, and she would help him get the fruit even if she didn't ask him to. Unexpectedly, the little girl asked him to do it without even thinking about it. Don't worry, I won't let you yell for nothing, just follow me. Li Xiaoyao took the two of them directly to the orchard. Along the way, Li Lizzie watched the tenants in the fields building large transparent greenhouses with a puzzled look on her face. Li Xiaoyao also acted as a temporary commentator. This is called a greenhouse. Its main function is to allow people to grow vegetables in the winter and ensure the survival of the vegetables. Really? Li Lizzie seemed to have heard something incredible. Planting vegetables in winter. Even if the palace wanted to eat some vegetables every winter, only the Ministry of Industry could plant some vegetables at the Lishan hot spring. As a princess, she could only get a few cabbages, which are modern Chinese cabbages, every winter. But now almost the entire Lijia village is building transparent greenhouses. Are they all going to grow vegetables? However, Li Lizzie didn't investigate further and just took it as a joke. Yes, the Xiaowushan orchard is in front of us. Wow, so many fruits. When Li Lizzie looked at the fruits all over the mountains, she instantly thought of her mother. Her mother could finally have one more bite. It's almost winter now, so the fruits are almost all gone. You can come back in the summer to get them when they are in full bloom, ergu. Li Xiaoyao came to the foot of the mountain and shouted. Master, I'm here. Lu Ergu was looking at the orchard while releasing the bees. He loved to lie in the straw cage. Go to the orchard and call a few people to pick some fruit for this young lady. Okay, master. Ergu turned around and asked people to pick the fruit. That's great, brother Xiaoyao, thank you, mother can eat a little more now. Sister Li, your mother is feeling unwell. She should be able to get better if she sees a few doctors. My mother often has shortness of breath, and coughs, especially in the winter. She has consulted many doctors, but none of them can help. After saying this, Li Li seemed to remember the way her mother was tortured by illness every time, and her expression dimmed a lot. Li Xiaoyao didn't know medical skills, so he comforted her casually, and after hearing what Li Li said, it should be a problem with the lungs. I can't prescribe medicine myself, but Chuanbei loquat paste can always be used to moisten the lungs. Don't worry, Sister Li. I have something at home. Although it can't cure your mother, it should be able to alleviate her symptoms. Thank you, brother. Li Lizzie just thought that her brother was comforting her. Ergu, after you've picked the fruits, pack them up and take them home. Okay, master. Ergu, who was halfway up the mountain, responded in a hoarse voice. Sister, please follow me. Li Xiaoyao brought the two of them to the manor. Now the season for picking pipa has passed. What a coincidence, when the pipa was harvested, Qiuxiang had a sore throat and kept coughing. Li Xiaoyao boiled a lot of loquat paste. Unexpectedly, Qiuxiang got better after drinking it for 2 hours. It was not only because the ancient people had better physiques, but also because the ancient pipa was better. Moreover, loquat paste can be drunk at ordinary times, and the most important thing is that it tastes good. Qiuxiang, go get a can of loquat paste. Yes, master. When Li Xiaoyao made loquat paste for Qiuxiang, Qiuxiang was deeply moved. Fortunately, Li Xiaoyao thought that there were many people in the family, so he made more and stored it at home for daily drinking. Since you're all here, why don't you have lunch here before leaving? Xia Xiang, we have guests coming to our house, so you should make arrangements for lunch. Okay, master, leave it to me. Soon, a table full of dishes with the characteristics of Li Jia village was filled. Xia Xiang's craftsmanship is getting better and better. Li Xiaoyao looked at the table full of delicious dishes and couldn't help but praise Xia Xiang. Wow, these smell so good. Li felt like a country girl coming to the city for the first time after coming to Li Jia village. She had never seen anything and was curious about everything. As the most beloved princess of the Tang Dynasty, she had eaten all kinds of delicious food, but she had never seen anything on this table. Eat it while it's hot, you're welcome. Wow, so delicious. The master and servant were indeed very hungry after walking all the way, and since they had never eaten this kind of new food before, they ate it up in big mouthfuls. Don't just eat, drink some juice. Li Xiaoyao saw that the two looked like they hadn't eaten for several days. He had initially tried to persuade them to eat more, but now he could only tactfully persuade them to drink some juice to slow down. It turns out that the juice that mother brought back was also from brother Xiaoyao's house. It seems that brother Xiaoyao is not that simple. When Li Lizzie saw the juice, she guessed that her father and mother must have been here before. However, Li Lizzie did not ask Li Xiaoyao directly, but just remembered it silently in her heart. After going back and investigating it herself, she would know the identity of Xiaoyao's brother. Because Li Lizzie had not been in good health since childhood, she had no appetite when eating. But this time it was simply a record. She clearly felt that she was too full to eat anymore, so she put down the chopsticks in her hand. I feel so full, it's a bit uncomfortable. Li Lizzie lay on the chair, not wanting to move at all. Li Xiaoyao looked at the leftovers on the table and felt a little scared. The master and servant actually ate up the entire table. It would be strange if you didn't feel uncomfortable. He silently bought some digestive tablets from the system and handed them to the two of them. What is this, candy? Brother Xiaoyao, I really can't eat it anymore. Li Lizzie looked at the digestive tablets and thought that Li Xiaoyao was giving her another delicious treat. This is a digestive tablet to help you digest. Otherwise you will feel uncomfortable for a long time. Oh. When the master and servant heard that it could help digestion, they hurriedly took it and ate it. Their stomachs were indeed a little uncomfortable due to the bloating, but the sour and sweet taste was quite good. After lunch, Li Xiaoyao took the two of them for a stroll in the manor. Li Lizzie saw the experimental greenhouse from a distance. Is this also the greenhouse you mentioned? Why is there one in the manor as well? Li Lizzie is like a curious baby. This is an experimental greenhouse. It is mainly used to experiment with new vegetable plants before promoting them on a large scale to accumulate some planting experience. Chunxiang, as the person in charge of the experimental greenhouse, is the most authoritative. Can I go in and take a look? After hearing brother Xiaoyao say that you are so amazing, Li Lizzie couldn't help but want to take a look. Sure. Li Lizzie lifted the transparent film and entered another world. She couldn't believe her eyes and turned to look outside. She confirmed that the leaves outside were indeed withering and falling. But the greenhouse was still green like spring. It was amazing. This is amazing, these are all vegetables. This is cabbage, I know it, but I don't know any of the others. Haha, this is the first time I've seen people in the greenhouse like this. When the young master described it to me, I thought he was crazy. When Chun Xiang recalled her first time, she simply didn't believe it. Chun Xiang, if you say that in front of me, the young master, be careful or I will make things difficult for you. Master, I won't do that. Each of the 7 fairies is now afraid of Li Xiaoyao because Li Xiaoyao is very kind to them. Miss Li, this is a tomato, this is a cucumber, both can be eaten raw, this is an eggplant, beans. For the first time, Li Lizzie knew that there were so many kinds of vegetables in the world besides cabbage. Brother Xiaoyao was really amazing. Although a good man should defend his country and make achievements on the battlefield, Brother Xiaoyao's silent contribution to the livelihood of the people of the Tang Dynasty was also very remarkable. Li Lizzie used to admire men like her father who had made great achievements on the battlefield, but now she feels that men don't necessarily have to go to the battlefield. Master, everything is ready. Time passed quickly, and Huzi loaded the things he had prepared into Li Lizzie and her friend's carriage, including various fruits and some specialties of Lijia village. I need to tell you something specifically. This is a can of Chuanbei loquat paste. I made it myself. You only need to mix a small spoonful with boiling water and give your mother a cup every day. Although it cannot cure the disease, it can provide some relief. Li Lizzie, who had lived in the deep palace for a long time, felt for the first time the care from people other than her father the emperor and her mother the empress, and her heart was particularly warm. You're welcome. We are all members of the Li family. There is another recipe, rock sugar and snow pear soup. Snow pear and rock sugar are both specialties of Li village. I asked Huzi to load you onto the carriage, and give it to your mother in turn with Chuanbei loquat paste. When you're done, have someone come get it back. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao. Drive slowly and take good care of Huzi on the road. Master, rest assured. Waving goodbye to Li Lizzie and her servant, Li Xiaoyao wondered if he should hire some guards. He had no choice but to arrange for Huzi to send them off. I know him. Very well. I can't guess. Qing Yaojin scratched his head but couldn't figure out who around him had this ability. It's our good brother, Li Countyman. Who is he? He is even more powerful than Dr. Sunday. I don't know what Qing Yaojin was thinking, his eyes rolled around a few times. Jijia, what are you thinking about? Li Shimin and Qing Yaojin have been together for so many years and know each other too well. I was thinking, let my brother show it to Shubao. Yeah, that's fine. Li Shimin originally wanted to say something, but after thinking it over, he decided to give it up and let his brother take a look, just in case. With Li Shimin's approval, Qing Yaojin rode his horse out of Chang'an City and headed towards Lijia village. Hey, brother, I really don't know any medical skills. Who is spreading rumors about me? I'm going to sue you for defamation. Qing Yaojin rushed to Lijia village and asked Li Xiaoyao to go to Chang'an City with him without saying anything. Halfway through the journey, he said he was going to see Qin Qiong. Are you kidding me? If you have a cold, I can give you 2 packs of Sanjiu cold granules. Qin Qiong's problem is not a cold. I have seen it in novels before. It seems that he was injured in the battlefield and lost too much blood, which caused his current poor health. What the hell is this? Also, who is going around saying that he has medical skills? Fuck it. Brother, just go with me and have a look. If it really can't be cured, I won't blame you. Okay. Since Qing Yaojin has said so much, I can only bite the bullet and go and take a look. Anyway, Qing Yaojin has said he is here, so it doesn't matter if he can't see the problem. Soon the two of them came to Qin's house. Ever since Li Shimin ascended the throne and firmly established the Tang Dynasty, Qin Shubao has been living in seclusion, mainly because his health has been getting worse. Li Shimin specially asked Dr. Sun to see him, but Dr. Sun had no cure. He just asked him not to drink alcohol and eat less greasy food, and maybe he could live a few more years. As a military commander, it makes sense not to eat meat and drink alcohol. Qin Shubao now feels like he is waiting to die. Living like this is like being a walking corpse. Not to mention going to the battlefield, he can't even drink alcohol. He eats only bland soup every day, and even if he is not sick, he will get sick. Bang, bang, open the door quickly. It's Duke Lu, please come in. The person who opened the door was Qin Shubao's son, Qin Huaidao. The biggest difference between him and his father was that he did not inherit his father Qin Shubao's martial arts, but was quite interested in reading. It's Huaidao, this is your Uncle Li, I brought him to treat your father. Shubao, look who I brought with me. After Qing Yaojin finished speaking, he ignored Qin Huaidao who was standing there and walked straight in, as if he was at home. When did I have such a young Uncle Li? Qin Huaidao was still wondering. Suddenly he remembered that Qing Yaojin said he brought Uncle Li to treat his father's illness. Pa, that's just a coincidence. I know, what's the matter with all the shouting? Qin Shubao looked at the young man brought by Qing Yaojin, sized him up and down for a long time, and confirmed that he did not know him. Shubao, this is Li Xiaoyao, a man from Anding County, and also your Majesty's cousin. Oh, the potatoes and sweet potatoes that have been making a lot of noise recently are the work of Li Xiannan. Meet General Qin. Jijia calls you brother, so I am also arrogant and call you brother. Haha, stop being jealous, you too. I brought you here to see a doctor. Oh, my dear brother also knows medical skills. Qin Shubao was very surprised. He didn't expect that the young Li Xiannan knew medical skills. I don't know medical skills, and I don't know who is spreading rumors. Li Xiaoyao quickly shook his head. Practicing medicine illegally could result in death. So what is this? Hey, now that we're here, it won't hurt to take a look, dear brother. Come on, take a look. Can you feel my pulse first? In fact, from the moment he entered the room, Li Xiaoyao saw Qin Shubao for the first time. He was observing Qin Shubao. His face was pale, his steps were frivolous, and his breath was weak. This needle shape is the same as the needle shape in the previous novels. It should be that he lost a lot of blood when he was young, resulting in the basic loss of his body's hematopoietic function and insufficient blood supply. It should be like this. No need to take your pulse, brother Qin, can you stick out your tongue so I can take a look? Qin Shubao's tongue didn't have a single trace of blood red. It seemed that the author of the previous novel was really lucky, guessing all the symptoms correctly. Then give her a blood transfusion, and buy some oral liquid or something like that from the system. Is there any hope for my brother? Qing Yaojin is really a big-headed person. You ask the doctor in front of the patient if there is still hope. I already have a preliminary treatment plan, but I can't guarantee that it will be effective. I wonder if brother Qin is willing to treat me. Li Xiaoyao was indeed unsure, after all, he was not a doctor. I don't know what the best and worst outcomes are. The best outcome is a complete recovery. Hearing this, Qin Shubao's eyes were instantly filled with longing and expectation. Maybe drinking and eating meat. It should be possible. Maybe we can go into battle and kill the enemy. It should be possible. Qin Shubao's eyes were as red as an old bull in heat, and he was breathing heavily. Ji, my dear brother, thank you for your help. Brother Qin, don't you want to hear the worst possible outcome? Haha, it's nothing but death. I, Qin Shubao, have fought on the battlefield all my life, but now I can't even lift a thing or a thing. It's better to die than to live like this. In the past, doctors were helpless against Qin Shubao's illness. Now there is finally a chance to cure this strange disease. Qin Shubao will certainly not refuse, even if it means death. Brother, is this really going to kill you? How sure are you? Hey, I don't think I'll die. The worst-case scenario is that I'll just stay the same. You scared me to death, that's good, hee hee. Qing Yaojin was so happy when he heard that he would not die. It happened that Mrs. Qin heard this while being supported by her son Qin Huaidao. Mrs. Qin pushed away her son's support, came to Li Xiaoyao, and bowed deeply. Madam, please get up quickly. What does this mean? Li Xiaoyao quickly helped Mrs. Qin, who was bowing, up. Sir, you are so talented. You are my husband in a dilemma. Regardless of whether this matter succeeds or not, you are the benefactor of my Qin family. Mrs. Qin was born into a noble family. This move was to thank Li Xiaoyao for his help and to reassure him that no matter whether it succeeded or not, the Qin family would be grateful for this favor and accept this favor. You just need to do it boldly. General Qin is the god of war of the Tang Dynasty. He sacrificed his life for the Tang Dynasty, which led to our peaceful days today. I, Li Xiaoyao, will do my best to help him. Thank you, sir. Madame Qin and her son Qin Huaidao bowed at the same time to express their gratitude, while Qin Shubao looked at his wife with a moved face. Brother, what do you need? I'll prepare it. Cheng Yaojin was the happiest. He had only thought of trying his best to save his brother. He did not expect that his brother could really cure his brother. Although he might not succeed, he would not die if he failed. That was fine. There were only a few leaves left on the tree, which also indicated that winter was coming. In modern times, what do we think of winter? Spring festival, winter vacation, down jackets, reunion, spring festival travel. But in ancient times, winter represented severe cold, hunger, and death. Royal Palace. Ahem. My queen, my queen. Someone come quickly, call the doctor. A violent cough was first heard in the Lijing Hall where Empress Changxuan lived, and then the palace maids became chaotic. Your Majesty, His Majesty. What's wrong, madam? When Li Shimin heard the eunuch shivering, he felt a chill in his heart and walked quickly towards the Lijing Hall. Tell me how the queen is doing. Li Shimin came to the door of Lijing Hall and asked the palace maid angrily like an angry lion. Your Majesty, the queen's old illness has recurred, and the imperial physician is inside. Open. Li Shimin had already lost his mind. Guan Yinbi's old illness was like a thorn in his heart, which occurred most frequently in winter every year. Seeing Guan Yinbi in pain, his heart bleeds. Imperial physician, how is the queen? Your Majesty's old illness has recurred. I will prescribe some medicine to calm your mind. You are useless. You have not been able to cure the queen's illness for so many years. What use do I have for you? Come on, drag them out and chop them off. Li Shimin had completely lost his mind, and the imperial physician was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Your Majesty, no, you guys go down first. The weak voice of Guan Yinbi came to Li Shimin's ears, which brought back a trace of rationality. He also took the opportunity to let everyone go, fearing that Li Shimin would vent his anger on these scary people again. You are still so kind. How could Empress Changxuan hide these tricks from Li Shimin? I can't watch your Majesty make a mistake. I know my body well. This can't be blamed on the doctor. Meet the princess. The queen mother is available. Princess Changle immediately prepared Chuanbei loquat paste and brought it to her mother as soon as she returned to the palace. Because everyone in the palace knew that the queen's old problem of asthma and cough would recur frequently every winter. Reporting to the princess, the queen is ill again today, and His Majesty is also inside. Upon hearing that her mother was ill again, Li Lizzie became even more anxious and did not dare to delay for a moment while holding the pipa ointment. Father Emperor, Mother Empress. Changle is coming. I heard that you were angry again, so I found a good medicine that should be able to relieve your symptoms. Please drink it quickly. What child, how could the Queen Mother not know about this illness? But I also want to thank Changle for his filial piety. Li Shimin looked at the scene of loving mother and filial son in front of him, and his heart was even more melancholy. There were wars every day before, but now the world is finally at peace, and it's time to enjoy life, but Guan Yinbi has this disease. Neither Li Shimin nor his eldest grandson took the medicine brought by Changle seriously, and regarded it as the child's filial piety. When the medicine was brought to him, it was not bitter as before, but rather sweet. Chang's son had been taking medicine for so many years, but had never tasted sweet medicine. Why is Changle's medicine sweet? It tastes really good. No matter whether it is useful or not, Changxuan cannot let Changle down. This was given to me by an expert. He said that although it can't cure the disease, it can greatly alleviate the symptoms of my mother. Oh. When Li Shimin heard this, he actually felt a little hopeful. If this expert said that he could cure the disease, then Li Shimin would definitely think that the other party was a liar, because Dr. Sun had personally seen Changxuan's illness and could not cure it. Could it be that there was a doctor in the world with better medical skills than Dr. Sun? But if the other party said that he could alleviate the disease, then the credibility would be much higher. After the eldest grandson finished drinking, the family reminisced about the past for a rare while, but Li Ji suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. Mother, you. Lizzie, what happened to your mother? The eldest grandson even lowered his head to see what was good about himself, which caused Lizzie to show an expression. It seems like the Queen Mother hasn't coughed for a long time. A word awakens a person from a dream. After Li Ji said this, Li Shimin and Chang Sun seemed to have really stopped coughing after taking Li Ji's medicine just now. A miraculous medicine. Li Ji, tell me who gave you the medicine. Li Shimin was excited. For so many years, no doctor could relieve Chang Sun's symptoms. Just one bowl of medicine had a miraculous effect today. Father, you should know the person who gave the medicine. Oh, we know each other. It's Li Xiaoyao from Lijia village. What, it's my brother. Brother. Li Shimin was surprised, and Li Lizzie was even more curious. Father just called Xiaoyao brother. What was going on? Changle, is it really Li Xiaoyao, Baron Li? Mother, is he a baron? There's no need to ask Guanyin, it must be my brother. I didn't expect that my brother has this ability. Did Changle say anything else? He also gave me another prescription called rock sugar and snow pear soup, and told me to give it to my mother alternately with this Chuanbei loquat paste. It can greatly relieve my mother's symptoms. There is nothing else. My brother is really a hidden talent. After the morning court session, the adults walked together in groups of 3 or 4. Some talked about state affairs, while others talked about gossip. Your Majesty seems to be in a good mood recently. You've noticed, too, that he's always smiling. Could it be that some lady is pregnant with a dragon seed again? No, the Emperor was not this happy when the ladies were pregnant before. Oh, you guys are just guessing, why don't you just ask the Emperor directly? Cheng Yaojin was the only one who dared to say this among the civil and military officials in the court. When everyone saw the devil coming over, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts. TSK, you coward, you don't dare to go, I'll go. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the palace. In fact, the main reason was that Cheng Yaojin saw that Li Shimin was happy during this period, and he also wanted to know what he was happy about. If there was good news, he could also get some benefit from it, right? Your Majesty, Duke Lu requests an audience. Li Shimin was accompanying Empress Chang Sun, who was getting better day by day. When he heard the eunuch's report, he thought that he was the one who was looking for him regarding something important. Jijia came to see me right after the court session. What's the important matter? In private, Li Shimin always called Cheng Yaojin Jijia to show his closeness to him. Haha, Your Majesty, it's actually nothing important, that's all. You are such a rude boy. You are usually very straightforward. Why are you so shy today? Just say it. Li Shimin was both amused and angry when he saw Cheng Yaojin's embarrassed look. Your Majesty, everyone is curious about why you are in such a good mood recently. Hey, if you have any good news, you have to share it with us. Ah, is that all? You guys, haha, the Queen has been in much better health recently. Do you think I should be happy? Oh, really, the lady has recovered. Not cured, but much better. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Could it be that Divine Dr. Sun has made a new discovery? Haha, this time it's not Dr. Sun, but someone else. You know this person too, and you're very familiar with him. Li Shimin kept the secret, wanting to tease this reckless man. I need people. VIP. They thought Li Xiaoyao would need something like deer antlers or Ganoderma lucidum. But he wanted people. What does that mean? Brother, what does this mean? Cheng Yaojin looked confused. Brother Qin's illness is caused by excessive blood loss in his early years, so the treatment plan is to replenish blood. Even though Qin Shubao had killed countless enemies, his first reaction after hearing this was that he was going to suck the blood of others. He was immediately terrified. Others seemed to have thought of this method as well, and all of them looked ashen. No wonder even Dr. Sun couldn't cure this disease. My dear brother may have a way, but this magic technique is intolerable to heaven. No, Shubao is my brother in life and death, so let him die. If Li Xiaoyao knew what Cheng Yaojin was thinking at this moment, he would definitely laugh to death. Everyone, Xu Bao is a beloved relative of the people present, but Xiandi is also my best friend. Xiandi used this secret technique to save Xu Bao. You must not spread it out and harm my brother, otherwise don't blame me, old Cheng, for turning against you. Cheng Yaojin warned the people present with a serious face, we are all brothers, no one should be in trouble. Don't worry, Uncle Cheng. Uncle Li had no choice but to use the unorthodox techniques of the demonic cult to treat my father's illness. I, Qin Huaidao, will never do anything worse than pigs and dogs. Qin Huaidao bowed with both hands, with a serious face, and said what everyone present wanted to express. Those present were Qin Shubao's wife and children, and of course they understood the seriousness of the matter. As long as Qin Shubao could be saved, they didn't care about any demon sect or ghost sect. Wait a minute, what is this magic cult secret technique? Don't worry, brother. We are all family. We will keep this a secret. Cheng Yaojin thought Li Xiaoyao was worried about something, so he comforted him. Come on, are you guys acting? The hammer secret technique is just a blood transfusion, why is there so much drama? Li Xiaoyao had to work hard to convince the others that blood transfusion was just a normal medical treatment. The reason why blood transfusion could only be done tomorrow was because Li Xiaoyao had to go back and practice secretly, and also had to buy blood type test paper from the system. Okay, now that everyone understands, remember to prepare a few people to wash up and wait for me tomorrow. Don't worry, brother. I'll take care of it. Then I'll go back and prepare. Seeing Li Xiaoyao leaving the Qin mansion gate, Cheng Yaojin began to mutter. Brother, you have taken great pains. I, old Cheng, have seen everything in my life. Using this shape-shifting blood exchange method will definitely hurt my brother's foundation. Blood transfusion is a normal medical method. It's just my brother's words of comfort to make us feel at ease. Don't worry, Jijia. No matter whether Li Xiannan can cure my illness this time, I have decided on this, good brother. Transformation and blood exchange. You heard it accurately. Li Shimin was sitting on the dragon throne, and kneeling below him were the famous secret guards, who were directly under Li Shimin's jurisdiction and had spies almost all over Chang'an City. Your Majesty, I heard it all. What Duke Lu said is the secret of the demon clan, the shape-shifting and blood-exchanging technique. County Magistrate Li also requested that a few living people be prepared tomorrow to give Duke Yi a blood transfusion. Li Shimin stared at the secret guards below with his eyes wide open. If he didn't know that the secret guards were only loyal to him, he would definitely not believe this nonsense. Okay, you go down. Yes. As soon as the secret guards left, the eunuch on duty came to report that Duke Lu wanted to see him. Oh, let him in. Li Shimin was just full of curiosity when Cheng Yaojin bumped into him. His Majesty. What's the matter with Jijia? I have to say that the acting of Li Shimin is first-rate. He obviously has a lot of questions, but he doesn't ask proactively and waits for you to speak them out. Your Majesty, I want the death row prisoners in Chang'an City. Oh. After Li Shimin ascended the throne, he issued a general amnesty and raised the threshold for the death penalty. All prisoners sentenced to death had to be reviewed by Li Shimin. As a result, there were very few death row prisoners in the entire Tang Dynasty. In the huge city of Chang'an, there were less than 10 death row prisoners. Li Xiaoyao said he wanted someone, and the blood exchange method was definitely a life for a life. So Cheng Yaojin turned his attention to the death row prisoner in Chang'an City. However, since he wanted to move the death row prisoner, he certainly couldn't hide it from Li Shimin, so he simply went to His Majesty to ask for the person. Your Majesty, a few death row prisoners can save Shubao's life, it is worth 1,000 times the price. Of course. Go and bring out all the death row prisoners in Chang'an City. I will personally go to the scene to watch tomorrow. Thank you, Your Majesty. Cheng Yaojin happily went to the cell to pick up the person, but his brother said he wanted to clean him up. Li Shimin was still thinking about the mystery of the shape-shifting blood exchange method, while Li Xiaoyao, the core figure of the incident, was still practicing the method of acupuncture and blood drawing. Looking at the dense needle holes on the pig's trotter, Li Xiaoyao showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. As expected, professional matters need to be done by professionals. With this technique, will Qin Shubao beat me to death with his magic whip tomorrow? I should look for a solution in the system. I opened the system interface and searched for acupuncture, and a bunch of products came out. The medical book, Compendium of Materia Medica, the medical book, Treasure of Traditional Chinese Medicine, the medical book, Postpartum Care for Sows. Shit, the postpartum care for sows is excessive. Medical books don't work, and I can't learn it in one night. Keep searching. Basic edition of Western Medicine Handbook. Skills include all basic knowledge and nursing skills of Western medicine. Haha, isn't this what I want? The basics are enough, just a needle. The price of the basic edition of Western Medicine Handbook is 5,000 taels of silver. Confirm whether to purchase it. In the past, 5,000 taels would definitely be a sky-high price. Even now, 5,000 taels of silver is still beyond the reach of many people in their lifetime. But now Li Xiaoyao lacks everything except money. Perfume, furniture, soap, and fruit can all bring him huge wealth. Confirm. There was no flash of white light or anything like that. In any case, Li Xiaoyao had more knowledge of Western medicine in his mind, and when he gave the acupuncture, he was as accurate as a medical staff who had been working for decades. Done. Fortunately, I have a system. I have also purchased blood type test strips and blood transfusion bags and needles. These things are cheap. I also tested it on myself first. It turns out that I have AB blood type. It turns out that not everyone can have panda blood, haha. I lay in bed and reviewed the medical knowledge in my mind, mainly to make myself more proficient in using it. The next morning, after having breakfast made by Xia Xiang at home, Li Xiaoyao set off on his way home on Xiaobai. Since having Xiaobai, it has become more convenient to go to Chang'an City, and the speed is several times faster than that of a horse-drawn carriage. I went to Qin's mansion yesterday, so I was familiar with the place. I just arrived at Qin's mansion and didn't expect to meet Qing Yaojin at the door. Haha, brother, what a coincidence, let's go in quickly, Shubao must be waiting anxiously. Qing Yaojin was right. Qin Shubao, his wife, and his son all stayed awake all night yesterday. After all, whether Qin Shubao's health could be cured involved many things. I beg you to recommend, collect, and vote. Since Qin Shubao became ill, his house has been deserted, unlike the other dukes. Moreover, before Qin Huaidao, the second-generation official, rose to prominence, without Qin Shubao as a backer, the decline of the Qin family was only a matter of time. No matter who you are, if you work hard all your life but cannot bring wealth and glory to your descendants, then it would be a waste. So the entire Qin family is preparing for today's surgery and praying for the Buddha's blessing. Brother, you are finally here. Brother Qin, I didn't get enough rest last night. Rest your sister. Whoever is responsible for this matter, and still sleeps without a heart, I call him Grandpa. The whole family is counting on you, you are my eldest brother. Haha. Qin Shubao just smiled awkwardly. My dear brother, these are all death row prisoners in Chang'an City. Don't worry, they have been cleared. Don't worry about it. I have already told them that if they can survive, they will be sentenced to death. If they die, it is destined. Qing Yaojin introduced the situation of the death row prisoners as if to seek credit. There were only 7 death row prisoners in the whole Chang'an City. They were all skinny and clever. I guess they had suffered a lot. I don't know if I can draw blood. The emperor arrives. Just as Li Xiaoyao was about to respond, he heard Li Shimon's voice coming from outside the house. My dear ministers, please don't be polite. I am here today to care about Shubao's health. My dear brother, you don't have to worry about me. Just do what you need to do. Li Shimon was very generous. His eyes were almost welded to Li Xiaoyao. He must have heard about some bullshit shape-shifting and blood-swapping method and came here to verify it. Brother, cast the spell quickly. I'm your sister. Brother Qin, you go first. Because everyone has a different blood type, we can't just do a random blood transfusion. We have to check the blood type before we do the transfusion. Only people with the same blood type can do the transfusion. Li Xiaoyao was testing Qin Shubao's blood as he spoke. A sharp needle quickly pierced into Qin Shubao's finger. Qin Shubao felt as if he was stung by a bee. Then Li Xiaoyao quickly dripped the blood from his finger onto the test paper. All right. Is that all? Everyone seemed a little disappointed that they didn't see the colorful fighting spirit and the colorful golden light. It's just a blood test. Li Xiaoyao no longer seemed to be making any explanations. Let them think whatever they want. Oh. Later, while they were waiting, several death row prisoners were also tested. The prisoners, who were originally a little frightened, did not resist much when they saw that Qin Shubao had no reaction after the test. However, there was a small incident. One of the prisoners was just as Li Xiaoyao had thought before. He could not squeeze out any blood at all. There was no choice but to give up. Master, please, I can do it, please squeeze me. Please, master. After Qing Yaojin told the death row prisoners yesterday, all of them were willing to give it a try. After all, if they tried, there was still a glimmer of hope, but if they didn't try, they would surely die. It has come to this point, and this death row inmate doesn't want to be abandoned just like that. Shut up. If Shubao can get better, I will clear all of you. If Shubao can't cure you, you will all die. At the critical moment, it was Li Shimin who had to fight to the death. The prisoner who was about to die a second ago was instantly intimidated by the Emperor's aura and collapsed to the ground. The test results came out a few minutes later. Oh, that's embarrassing. Brother Qin has AB blood type, so all of these conditions apply. Originally, AB type blood is not a rare species like panda blood, but it just so happened that the several death row prisoners present were either type A or type B, but there was no AB type. Forget it, my dear brother. If the King of Hell wants you to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, how can he keep you alive until 5 o'clock? Qin Shubao said this calmly, but he was already in despair in his heart. Brother, there is really no other way. This time, before Qing Yaojin could finish his words, Li Shimin became anxious. After all, he was almost able to see the legendary magic technique of the demon clan. Madame Qin and Qin Huaidao cried even more timidly. Hope was right in front of them, but God was blind. Everyone, don't worry. There are no suitable candidates among these death row prisoners. There are others. Li Xiaoyao never understood why the ancients were so impulsive. He hadn't even finished speaking yet, but they were already preparing to set up the morning hall. Wasn't that a little too aggressive? My dear brother, you are right. I am thick-skinned and tough. Please give me mine. If it weren't for Shubao saving my life on the battlefield, I, Qing Yaojin, would not be alive today. Qing Yaojin seemed to understand what was meant and stood up. Knowing the festival is absolutely not allowed. Li Xiaoyao felt more and more embarrassed, and Qing Yaojin and Qin Shubao even acted out a love story behind the mountain. Okay, it's just a blood draw, there's no need, it's really not necessary, it won't kill anyone. I tested yesterday and I happen to be AB type, just take mine. Without waiting for everyone's reaction, Li Xiaoyao stabbed directly into his own arm. Xian. The bright red blood flowed slowly from Li Xiaoyao's arm into the blood bag through the transparent tube. It was the first time for everyone present to see this scene, and Mrs. Qin was so scared that she covered her eyes. Even Li Shimin, Qing Yaojin, and others felt a little scared. It's not like there has been bloodshed in wars, but their brother was sitting there so calmly while drawing his own blood and watching the blood flow. He was a real man. Huaidao, help your mother to rest. Seeing that his wife could not bear this scene, Qin Shubao hurriedly asked his son to help his mother down. Okay, it's your turn, brother Qin. Find a place to lie down. Soon 400 milliliters of blood were drawn out, and then it was time to give Qin Shubao a blood transfusion. He followed the instructions and lay on the bed. Li Xiaoyao skillfully began to hang the blood bag, tie it up, and insert the needle, all in one go. The blood in the blood bag slowly flowed into Qin Shubao's body. Now all you have to do is wait. The blood transfusion will be completed in about half an hour. Brother, are you really okay? Seeing that things were back on track, everyone seemed concerned about Li Xiaoyao's health, but after looking him up and down, they felt relieved as if there was really no problem. Could it be that what you said is true, that occasionally drawing blood is good for the body? Brother, I feel a warm sensation in my body, as if I have really recovered. It was unclear whether Qin Shubao, lying on the bed, had really recovered or it was just a psychological effect. There should be some effect, but we need to observe it. Li Xiaoyao could only comfort him on the surface, but he was actually muttering in his heart, "Brother, this is not Laozi's elixir, how can it be so effective? You must be crazy about drinking and eating meat. Can I drink alcohol and eat meat after the blood transfusion?" Sure enough, Li Xiaoyao's words of comfort meant that Qin Shubao was healed. It was really frustrating after all the trouble. It's best to take a few days off. The blood had been transfused, and Qin Shubao's face looked visibly rosier. Li Shimin was stunned. If there really was a method of shape-shifting and blood-swapping in this world, did that mean that as long as there was fresh blood, one could be immortal? I beg you to recommend, collect, and vote for me. Qin Huaidao supported Mrs. Qin, who had taken a short rest, and came to Qin Shubao. When he saw the men in front of him, his face was rosy again, not as sick as before. He was so excited that he couldn't speak, and just kept thanking Li Xiaoyao. "Madam, there is no need to be so. The blood transfusion should be considered a success, but it may take some time to fully recover. I have a blood-replenishing elixir here. Brother Qin must take it on time." When everyone heard the word, holy medicine, they once again stared at Li Xiaoyao, fearing that they would miss the chance to see it first. Today was like a knife stabbing their buttocks, opening their eyes. First, the secret technique of the demon clan was not passed on, and now the holy medicine appeared in the world. My dear brother has so many abilities, he is truly an extraordinary person. I wonder how many more abilities he has not yet revealed. Fortunately, he has a kind heart, and everything he has done so far is for the good of the Tang Dynasty. Li Xiaoyao didn't even know that in Li Shimin's heart, he had already been labeled as a national hero. "Please give me the holy medicine to save my husband." Mrs. Qin was extremely anxious. Li Xiaoyao took out the medicine purchased from the system and handed it to Mrs. Qin. Yes, this medicine was also very famous in Li Xiaoyao's time, Mrs. Qin's oral liquid. You need to take 1 pill of this medicine orally every day. It should be fine after 7 days, but you can take it for a longer period of time later on. It will always be beneficial. Thank you, sir, thank you, sir. Mrs. Qin took the medicine and thanked him immediately. Hey, brother, do you have any more of this holy medicine? Give me a few too. Cheng Yaojin shamelessly asked Li Xiaoyao for it, thinking that it would be worth his life to be able to eat the holy medicine in this life. Dry. Li Shimin now felt a little regretful that Cheng Yaojin had beaten him to it. Come on, brother, this is medicine, not a drink. Why would you drink it if you are not sick? 5 days had passed since the blood transfusion incident, and Li Shimin still got up early to prepare for the morning court sessions day after day, year after year. The ministers had been waiting in the hall for a long time. As soon as they arrived outside the hall, they heard a noisy sound of the ministers whispering to each other inside. Is there any emergency military situation today? Li Shimin quickened his pace while muttering to himself. If it was really an urgent military situation, he would not dare to delay at all. The emperor arrives. The eunuch on duty announced to everyone that the emperor had arrived and asked them to shut up. As expected, the noise that had been like a vegetable market before suddenly became quiet. Li Shimin walked from the entrance of the hall all the way to the dragon throne that symbolized the 9 martial supremes. A familiar face that shouldn't have been there suddenly appeared among the ministers waiting on both sides. Uncle Treasure. His Majesty. Shocked. No wonder the ministers were so noisy just now. It turned out that Qin Shubao, who had not attended the morning court for a long time due to health reasons, was standing in his place at this moment. Have you recovered? Your Majesty, thanks to your Majesty and Countryman Li's blessing, I was able to drink and eat meat yesterday, and even played with the whip for a while. I haven't practiced for a long time, so I'm a lot less skilled. The Qin Shubao in front of him no longer looked like the sickly person he was a few days ago. His face was ruddy, his voice was as loud as a bell, and every step he took was sonorous and powerful. Ha ha ha, my dear brother really lived up to everyone's expectations. It's good enough, it's good enough. Li Shimin said it lightly on the surface, but in fact, a huge wave of emotions had already been stirred up in his heart. Tian Chongqing's previous thoughts circled in his head again. No one listened carefully to what the ministers said during the entire morning court session. Everyone just thought that His Majesty was happy about Qin Shubao's return, but in fact, only Li Shimin himself knew what he wanted. After the morning court was over, Li Shimin brought Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and Qin Shubao to Lijia village. They had all experienced life and death on the battlefield. This time they came to thank Li Xiaoyao. If it weren't for Li Xiaoyao, Qin Shubao might have to lie in bed for a few more years. How could he have imagined that he was galloping like this now? Shubao, if you had come here a few months ago, it would have been a beautiful sight. The fields were full of grains with an output of 17 stone per mu, and the mountains over there were full of all kinds of fruits you had never seen before, and they were so sweet. Jijie is telling the truth. Qin Shubao obviously had some doubts about Qing Yaojin's words, but Li Shimin actually helped Qing Yaojin, which was rare. Oh. You may not believe what Qing Yaojin says, but what Emperor Li Shimin says cannot be false. My dear brother, the emperor made him a baron because of the food. Now even Yuqi, who is usually taciturn, is speaking up, so this matter must be true. Congratulations, Your Majesty. With such auspicious food, there will be no more famine in the Tang Dynasty. In fact, it's not that Qin Shubao didn't believe this, it's just that it's too unbelievable. However, since it is true, it couldn't be better. He rebelled with the king of Qin back then because the people had no way to survive. In fact, the people's demands are very simple, just to be able to eat enough. However, the rulers of the previous dynasty failed to see this point, and imposed all kinds of harsh taxes and levies, which made it difficult for the common people to breathe. Haha, next year the whole Chang'an will be planted with potatoes and sweet potatoes. In the next 3 years at most, I want there to be no more famine in the whole Tang Dynasty. Li Shimin shouted out his ambitions while riding his horse. Hey, what is this? After the potatoes and sweet potatoes are harvested, no other crops can be planted during this season. However, in Lijia village, the fields where the potatoes and sweet potatoes were harvested were all covered with a layer of transparent substance. Hey, Your Majesty, when the time comes, just ask my brother and you'll know. Jijie is right. It's a good opportunity to satisfy my craving by standing in your house. Drive. Drive. Bang bang. Qing Yaojin couldn't wait to go forward and knock on the door. The door slowly opened and it was Xiaomei who opened it. At first she saw several burly men and was subconsciously a little scared, but when she looked carefully she found that they were the emperor and several dukes. Your servant greets His Majesty, and several dukes. Oh, little girl, you know us. Your Majesty, I remember the last time you and the other gentlemen had dinner in the mansion. Li County men can be in the government office. Your Majesty, the young master is in the mansion. Li Shimin entered the mansion with a few people in a familiar manner. Along the way, the 7 fairies were not surprised to see him, and after greeting him, they went about their business. Unlike the others, they were not in a state of panic all day long. This might be because Li Xiaoyao usually treated the 7 fairies equally, which subtly made the 7 fairies different from other servants and not so afraid of dignitaries. Oh, Your Majesty, brothers. I am traveling incognito today, so please don't be so polite, brother. Yes. I came here to thank Mr. Li for helping me out of this difficult situation. The main purpose of this visit was to thank Li Xiaoyao for giving him a new life, so Qin Shubao not only expressed his gratitude verbally, but also brought gifts with him. Mr. Li, I have no way to repay your kindness in giving me a new life. I don't have any priceless treasures at home. This set of purple gold 7-star crown and chain mail gold armor was obtained by me by chance. Now I am giving the sword to a hero, I hope you will accept it. I beg you to recommend, collect, and vote for it. Actually, Li Xiaoyao originally wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, if he didn't accept it, it might make a loyal and righteous man like Qin Shubao feel uncomfortable because he owed a favor. Then I'd rather obey than be respectful. It's rare that everyone is here today, let's have a good gathering at noon. Brother, do you have any erguotu left? Yes, plenty. Your Majesty and your brothers can take some with them when they leave. Ha ha ha, okay. After finishing his work, Qing Yaojin couldn't help wanting to drink. Li Xiaoyao immediately arranged for Xia Xiang to start preparing lunch. Brother, when I came here, the ground was covered with transparent things. Why is that? At this time, Li Shimin thought of what he had seen on the way here just now. The things that had never been seen before appeared in Lijia village must not be that simple. Oh, Your Majesty, the vegetable greenhouse you mentioned. Vegetable greenhouse. Can we grow vegetables in winter? Ha ha ha, Your Majesty actually guessed it right. In the minds of ordinary people in ancient times, nothing can be grown in winter, but it is different for the royal family and noble families. They occupy the best resources, the most fertile land, and the most wealth in the country, so they can use some places with hot springs in winter to grow a small amount of green vegetables, which are specially supplied to the royal family and noble families. Therefore, only the royal family and noble families know that green vegetables can be grown in winter in this world. It's just that the conditions restrict too much. But things are different now. It is well known that there is no hot spring in Lijia village. Moreover, Li Xiaoyao's current fiefdom is more than 700 acres, all of which are covered with that kind of transparent film. It seems that all 700 acres of land will be planted with green vegetables. Of course, no one present will believe it. Even Li Xiaoyao, who can perform the secret techniques of the demon cult, demons, it's never over, right, can't do it. Haha, let's talk about it after we finish eating. The emperor and several dukes came to Li's house for dinner again, and Xia Xiang also tried her best to please them. Serve the food. 4 joy meatballs, fruitwood roast duck, braised prawns, salt and pepper fish, braised pork elbow, sweet and sour mandarin fish, secret roast chicken, braised pig's trotters, steamed hairy crab, hot and sour shredded potatoes, candied sweet potatoes, sweet and sour cabbage, leek and egg dumplings. Everyone was quite satisfied with the dishes served at the beginning. After all, the dishes of my brother's family are famous for their deliciousness. All the people present were born into military families and tended to prefer meat. But later on, they served turnips and leek and egg dumplings. These were green vegetables. It was unexpected that green vegetables appeared in this rural area at this time of year. Of course, it was also possible that my brother bought them at a high price. But until Chun Xiang and Dong Xiang each came with a basin of cucumbers and tomatoes that Shui Lingling had just picked, everyone could no longer hold back. Brother, is this a vegetable? Yes, cucumbers and tomatoes can be eaten cooked or washed and eaten raw. I prefer to eat these 2 vegetables raw because they are refreshing. I have been eating a lot of meat recently, and now that the cucumbers and tomatoes are finally ripe, I'm just trying some to help relieve the greasiness. Brother, I'm not asking you why it tastes good. It's grown in a greenhouse. Yeah, let's eat first and talk after we're done. Li Shimin and the dukes present were all stunned. It was almost time to wear mink clothes, but there were still freshly picked vegetables. They looked so juicy that they could not be fake. Faced with a table full of favorite meats, no one picked them up. They were all eager to try, holding a cucumber in their left hand and a tomato in their right hand. Now the pressure was on Li Shimin. After all, the emperor didn't take the first bite, so how could these officials dare to take the first bite? Li Shimin seemed unable to bear the pressure and passed it on to Li Xiaoyao. In fact, it was not that he did not want to take the first bite, nor did he not trust Li Xiaoyao. He just didn't know how to eat these vegetables that he had never eaten before. Fortunately, Li Xiaoyao understood what was going on and took a bite of the cucumber. The crisp sound was particularly pleasant at the quiet dining table. When everyone saw that Xiandi took the lead in taking the first bite, they didn't need to explain the rest and everyone started eating. This cucumber has a fresh fragrance and a crisp texture. It's really delicious. This tomato is also good, sour and sweet, and has more juice than fruit. Not bad, delicious. It is hard to imagine that the most powerful people in the Tang Dynasty were eating cucumbers and tomatoes like crazy at this time. Everyone, just try this. Let's eat meat. These 2 vegetables are good for relieving greasiness when eaten raw. They taste better after eating meat. Ha ha ha, my brother is right. Shubao, you were not here last time. Try this wine. After you drink my wine, you will realize that what you drank before was horse urine. Cheng Yaojin couldn't wait to have a big drink. Brother Qin has just recovered from a serious illness, so you should drink less. As the person with the most say present, Li Xiaoyao still advised Qin Shubao to restrain himself a little. After all, he had been ill for so many years. Although he now had oral liquid for his wife, it was always good to recover a little more. Ha ha ha, listen to my dear brother, drink less today, and wait until you are fully recovered, and then we will drink together. Qin Shubao was not a person who loved drinking, but he had been holding back for too many years. He finally got rid of the seal, so of course he had to celebrate. He suddenly got horny 2 days ago and had an orgasm that night. He wondered if he could give Qin Huaidao another brother or sister. Thinking of this, Qin Shubao smiled foolishly. "Brother, is there any side effect to your secret technique?" Everyone couldn't help but look at Qin Shubao's silly smile. He couldn't be associated with his former wise and brave image. Forehead. TMD is taking the blame. "Brother, can you tell me about this greenhouse now?" After eating and drinking, several dukes lay in rocking chairs and chatted. Only Emperor Li Shimin was still thinking about the shed he saw when he came. Therefore, Li Xiaoyao, a modern lazy young man, could not understand why everyone was vying for this position. "Your Majesty, do you still remember the experimental field you visited before?" "Of course I remember. There are all the seeds of various fruits and vegetables that you collected with great difficulty." It was clearly the seeds that were bought by the system, but when it came to Li Shimin, it became a huge ordeal. What a hardship! Li Xiaoyao is willing to serve like a dog and a horse. Yes, yes. In order to collect these fruit and vegetable seeds that are not available in the Tang Dynasty, I will not talk about my experience during this period. Oscar owes you a little golden statue. A persimmon tree in the yard has lost all its leaves, leaving only bright red persimmons hanging on it, which indicates that winter is coming and all things have entered a dormant period. After turning a corner, a group of people came to the experimental field of the manor. A few months ago, this was still an open-air vegetable field, but now it is full of greenhouses. From the outside, there is no difference from the others. But Li Shimin knew that since this was Li Xiaoyao's test field, it was definitely not as simple as everyone thought. "Your Majesty, brothers, please come in." The door curtain of the shed was opened and several people walked in one after another. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. It was still freezing cold outside, but inside the greenhouse, it was obviously much warmer than outside. The most amazing thing was the greenness of the garden. It was full of vitality. This is a new variety that has not yet been released, small tomatoes. You can also call it cherry tomatoes. That's right, this greenhouse is planted with cherry tomatoes, which are beginning to ripen. This is also like a tomato, can be eaten cooked or raw. Compared with other dukes who only know how to fight and kill, Li Shimin obviously cares more about people's livelihood. "Yes, Your Majesty, but cherry tomatoes are more like fruits. Please try them." Li Xiaoyao picked a few ripe fruits and handed them to Li Shimin. The other dukes were not polite and started eating. "It's delicious. It tastes better than a big tomato when eaten raw. This small one is bright red and looks festive. Pack some when you leave. I'll bring some for the queen." Although he had just eaten, Li Shimin still liked the taste of the cherry tomatoes. "Yes, Your Majesty." "Is the crop grown in each shed different?" "Yes, Your Majesty." "Let's go shopping." It seems that Li Shimin still wants to pack up. "Brother, could this be the yellow holy tomato?" "Your Majesty is wise." We came to another shed, where yellow cherry tomatoes were planted. Anyone with a normal eye should be able to recognize them. "Brother, what kind of vegetable is this? I don't think I've ever eaten it before." "Back to Your Majesty." "Pooh, pooh, wow, so spicy, help, it's poisonous." Li Xiaoyao was having a friendly conversation with Li Shimin. Cheng Yaojin might have thought that the small tomatoes in the first few sheds were delicious, so he pulled off a handful of chili peppers and threw them into his mouth before even waiting for them to be introduced. You can imagine the scene in your imagination. "My dear brother, I am poisoned, please save me." Cheng Yaojin grabbed Li Xiaoyao's arm and called for help with a weak look on his face. "Brother, this is chili pepper, just grab a handful and eat it. I respect you as a man. Don't worry, it's not poisonous, it will be fine after a while. Now you can only bear it like this." Li Xiaoyao was also helpless, but there was really no other way. He could only drink water continuously. Once he stopped, the spiciness would only get worse. "Brother, this dish is so terrible, can you eat it?" "Your Majesty, this is a good thing. Just think about it. In winter, eating such a hot pot will warm your whole body. That feeling is simply wonderful. Brother, is hot pot really that delicious? Qing Yaojin was so spicy that tears came out, but when he heard about the delicious food, he couldn't help but interrupt. It's very delicious. I'll make it for everyone in a few days when the weather gets cooler. Afterwards, they visited other greenhouses, where they saw all new and exotic vegetables that they had never seen before, and of course they packed some for everyone. Of course, the most important thing was that His Majesty the Emperor gave instructions to promote the product nationwide as soon as possible so that the general public could live a good life and achieve a well-off life. Brother, what are you repairing? Your Majesty, this is the academy I'm going to build. I plan to allow all the children in the fiefdom who deserve to go to school for free. Free schooling. This investment is not a small amount of money, and I believe that their family will definitely get better and better under your leadership. Wrong, Your Majesty. Apart from the old guy Wei Zheng, Li Xiaoyao was the second person to tell Li Shimin he was wrong to his face. Everyone was a little nervous. After all, everyone present had a good relationship with Li Xiaoyao. My dear brother is still young and frivolous. He said that Your Majesty was wrong in front of Your Majesty without showing any mercy. Haha, then tell me, where did I go wrong? It is precisely because we are now well fed and clothed that we need to study even more. Studying is to establish one's mind for the world, to establish one's destiny for the people, to carry on the lost knowledge of the ancient sages, and to bring peace to the world for all eternity. Good, good. To establish a mind for the world, to establish a destiny for the people, to carry on the lost knowledge of the past sages, and to bring peace to the world for all eternity. I will personally write the plaque for the academy for you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Xiaoyao was just about to bring up this matter, but unexpectedly, Li Shimin was quite understanding and thought that eating so many of his cherry tomatoes was not in vain. Is the academy teacher settled? There is a village chief in the fiefdom who has studied for a few years and invited some classmates. Then I will also teach the children some science lessons. Science? What is science? Li Shimin and everyone else were very curious when they heard about science for the first time, mainly because Li Xiaoyao was now considered a very capable person in everyone's mind. Science is a very complex subject that encompasses many things. Let me simply describe why it rains, why birds fly, and why fish can dive. You can understand these problems if you learn them. Yes. So what if I understand? Yuqi, who usually doesn't speak much, spoke up. His simple little brain was really useless. What's the point of knowing why birds can fly? Can it also make people fly? In fact, everyone thought so in their hearts. So what? It seems that the examples I just gave are not very interesting to everyone. Let me tell you something shocking. They really couldn't think of what was so great about this so-called science. But for the sake of the brother's face, they still pretended to be expectant. Science can make a metal car weighing thousands of kilograms run faster than any horse on the road, and can make a metal ship weighing tens of thousands of kilograms sail in the sea without fear of any wind or waves. It can make people fly freely in the sky like birds, and can kill another person from thousands of meters away. The example this time was a bit exaggerated. Although everyone was shocked, some people still didn't quite believe it. Your Majesty, do you still remember the telescope I gave you when you first came to Lijia village? That's science too. Just basic science. Now Li Shimin and others had no choice but to believe it. Speaking of the telescope given by his younger brother, it looked like a simple cylinder, but it could see things several miles away. Now Li Shimin still kept it in his own treasure house. My dear brother, my family has several unfilial sons who are ignorant and unlearned. I will send them here when the time comes. You can help me discipline them. I don't mind even if you beat them to death. Qing Yaojin looked like a rough man on the surface, but in fact he was indeed a very careful person, otherwise he would be the only one among the many heroes of Sui and Tang dynasties to have a good ending. Brother, my Wai Dao has also been sent over to help take care of him. And my home. Seeing Qing Yaojin shamelessly sending his son over, Qin Shubao and Yuqi Jingda also proposed to send their sons over. Li Shimin probably had some thoughts as well, but the corners of his mouth twitched and he held it back. Li Xiaoyao didn't know how to refuse. He originally just wanted to arrange schooling for the children in his fiefdom. Now, these second-generation officials wanted to come too. Well, let them come. It would be fine if they were obedient, but if they kept calling him, then it would be his fault. Fortunately, the academy will be open in the spring. Oh, sure, our fiefdom has produced a talented person. Li Xiaoyao had no intention of mocking him at all. Although he was usually surrounded by generals and dukes, they were all people who had accompanied the emperor in building his empire and had great opportunities and backgrounds. It is rare for a civilian like Zhang Wu to become a captain, commanding 50 people. Hee hee. Facing the compliments from his host, Zhang Wu just smiled innocently. Since he came back, his home had undergone tremendous changes. The thatched house that was once so rare had long disappeared, and it was replaced by a more sturdy new tiled house. His mother also worked as the owner of the master's soap workshop. Not only did she have enough food and warm clothes, she also received a monthly salary of 2 can. Compared with her previous life, it was completely different. After returning home, his mother kept praising the current young master for being so good. I intend to form a security brigade in the fiefdom, mainly to protect the safety of the fiefdom. Are you willing to serve as the captain? Li Xiaoyao possesses the fighting power of Lu Bu and is himself a representative of the top military force of this era. Naturally, he can see at a glance that Zhang Wu is indeed a real talent, so he developed a desire to admire his talent. It just so happened that his fiefdom also needed some guards. My son, why don't you thank the young master quickly? Thank you, young master. Thank you, master. In the past few days after Zhang Wu came back, he was actually thinking about what he should do. He had the ability to kill enemies, so did he have to farm for the rest of his life? Although he didn't know what the young master meant by the security brigade, the young master said that they were the guards of our fiefdom. Zhang Wu, I will also give you 50 quotas. You can choose the personnel yourself. They can be from the fiefdoms or your former comrades. As the captain, I will give you 5 strings of cash per month, and the ordinary team members 3 strings of cash per month. You are satisfied? It just so happens that many of my comrades are still struggling to find food. Thank you for your kindness, young master. Li Xiaoyao has always been generous to his subordinates, especially the security brigade, which is the department responsible for security, which might have been a life-threatening profession in ancient times. By the way, is there a blacksmith in our village? Can he forge weapons? Master, there is a blacksmith in Taohua village, but he can only make some farm tools. In the entire fiefdom, only Taohua village has a blacksmith who can make farm tools. However, this is understandable. Blacksmiths were a popular profession in ancient times and were basically monopolized by government officials and aristocratic families. The blacksmiths that can be seen on the market can only make some simple kitchen knives and farm tools. Huzi, arrange for someone to keep an eye on the slave market and buy back any blacksmiths who can forge weapons. Yes, master. Although I know the hope is slim, this is the only arrangement I can make. Okay, everyone get busy. We'll arrange a dinner for everyone tomorrow. The 3 of you village heads will arrange the specific work. Ask Huzi to allocate the expenses and materials directly. Yes, master. The 3 village heads were also happy when they heard about the dinner party. Although life is much better now than before, they still had meat occasionally, but at most 1 or 2 slices of lean meat. The dinner party arranged by the young master could not be as sumptuous as that with big slices of fat meat to eat as much as they wanted. That night, everyone in the fiefdom happily celebrated the new year in advance. The aroma of meat could be smelled in every household, and even the infants received the same New Year's goods. This master was simply the reincarnation of a bodhisattva. How should we equip them? After returning home, Li Xiaoyao stayed in the study alone, excitedly thinking about what kind of awesome equipment to equip his personal guard. When I opened the system and entered the word cold weapon, a long list of names like Longquan Villa and Sword Casting Villa came out. Although most of them are made with modern technology, it must be said that at least the advantage in materials is unmatched by those in ancient times. First, bring 100 Tang swords. The money was deducted instantly and the goods arrived. The price of 1 sword was more than 200 yuan. Each Tang Dao also came with a short sword. 100 swords appeared in the space. I took out one and admired it in my hand. I have to say that modern people's aesthetics are really good. The whole sword is slender, the scabbard is pure black with carvings, and the blade is pulled out. The dark metal texture is faintly glowing with dark blue light, and there are carved carvings on the upper body. It is simply flawless. If there is any shortcoming, it is that it is not sharpened. The online shopping platform marks it as a handicraft, so sharpening is not allowed, but it doesn't matter, I can open it myself. So cool. I quickly saved one for myself. Although I already have a Fang Tianhua Ji, I can't carry it with me when I go shopping every day. With short weapons, long weapons are naturally indispensable. The most powerful short weapon in the Tang Dynasty was naturally the Tang sword, and the long weapon must be the horse lance. However, the real horse lance is an extra-long weapon used by cavalry, at least 3 meters long, so Lu Xiaoyao found the infantry version of the horse lance in the system. The total length is 213 centimeters, the gun head is 88 centimeters long, the gun blade is 55 cm long, the rod is 120 centimeters long, and the total weight is 3.2 kilograms. It is made of tempered steel. The gun head and the rod can be disassembled. It is easy to carry and durable. With melee, long-range attacks are a must. Don't worry about bows and arrows, the system sells them, but a qualified archer needs to go through a long period of training, otherwise the Central Plains would not have been unable to defeat the nomadic peoples in so many dynasties. What they lack in the face of cavalry is long range. Got it, let's search for a crossbow. Unfortunately, the system didn't find the crossbow, but there were crossbows for sale, all kinds of models, Xiuzhen type, large, medium, small. In the end, considering the practicality, I chose a medium one. After all, I'm not a full-time crossbow soldier. He also bought 100 crossbows and took one out to test it in the yard. The final data after the experiment showed that the maximum range could reach nearly 300 meters, but the effective killing range was about 100 meters. However, this was also very remarkable. Compared with the Qin dynasty when crossbows were the most developed, the maximum effective killing range of a single crossbow was only about 60 to 70 meters. The crossbows made by modern technology are lighter and more labor-saving. Li Xiaoyao was very satisfied. Finally, armor and protective gear can also be found in the system, but after looking around for a long time, most of them are closed types and not practical, so there is no way to get armor and protective gear. I can only wait to find a blacksmith and then slowly forge it. As a patriarch who cares deeply for his subordinates, Li Xiaoyao also provided each person with some medical kits containing gauze, anti-inflammatory drugs, hemostatic drugs, etc., and dry food packs containing compressed biscuits, sugar and chocolate. With this set of equipment, they are simply special forces of this era. The recruit training manual has also been purchased from the system, which includes Q training and various physical training. Everything is ready, and now we just have to wait for Zhang Wu's people to arrive. The weather is getting colder, and there are relatively fewer things to do in the fiefdom. This year, because of Li Xiaoyao, the villagers have sufficient food and warm new houses to withstand the cold winter. Li Xiaoyao was lying on a bed stuffed with cotton, unwilling to get up. Xiaolan and Xiaoji were lying on his left and right. Don't get me wrong, nothing inappropriate had happened between the three of them. It was just a corrupt life among the nobles. When the weather just turned cold some time ago, Li Xiaoyao said that it was too cold to sleep alone. That night, 2 people came to warm his bed, no matter how much Li Xiaoyao objected. In fact, this was very common among the ancient aristocracy. In the following period, the 7 fairies took turns warming Li Xiaoyao's bed as if they had agreed upon it. In fact, even if Li Xiaoyao really wanted to do something beyond friendship, the 7 fairies would not resist. After all, Li Xiaoyao was probably the only one in the world who truly treated them as family. The 7 fairies actually discussed this matter in private. Due to their identities, none of them asked for any status for themselves, but only hoped to stay with Li Xiaoyao in the future. Li Xiaoyao specially bought cotton bedding from the system and replaced them throughout his home. He also sent a few sets to his parents in Chang'an City, and of course, his fiancée Wang Ziyan. Winter cotton is indeed the culprit for being lazy in bed. Master, it's time to get up. Have you forgotten that something important is coming today? It is indeed comfortable to snuggle in bed when the weather is cold, but Xiaolan has to remind the young master that he still has things to do today. Hearing Xiaolan's reminder, Li Xiaoyao sighed helplessly and got up very reluctantly. Xiaolan and Xiaoju also skillfully helped the young master wash and dress. Li Xiaoyao found that he seemed to be different from the protagonists in novels. The protagonists in novels were always fighting for equality of all beings, doing everything by themselves, and insisting on abolishing slavery. In fact, as a modern person, once you really go back to ancient times, you will find that abolishing slavery is even more difficult than rebelling, because to rebel you only need to deal with the government, while abolishing slavery means fighting against the entire world. Therefore, Li Xiaoyao did not have the ambition to abolish slavery, and gradually he even enjoyed such a life. Xiaolan seems to have grown a lot bigger. Master, please take a look. Master is annoying. The whole washing process was completed with Li Xiaoyao's erotic movements. At the Lijia village cultural square, almost everyone in the fiefdom gathered here early. A few days ago, Li Xiaoyao fulfilled the plan to purchase livestock raised by villagers set at the beginning of the year. All the chickens, ducks, geese, pigs and sheep raised by the villagers were purchased by Li Xiaoyao at a price 2 levels higher than the market purchase price. As New Year's Day approaches, every household has some spare money in their account. Ever since the young master took over the construction of the fiefdom, everyone's life has been getting better and better. In the past, a piece of clothing was shared among several members of the family. In winter, if the snow was a little heavy, the house would collapse. Eating meat. There were many people who had never eaten a bite of meat in their entire lives. Now the young master not only built new houses for everyone, but also tried his best to lead everyone to get rich. Not to mention eating meat every day, it is not a problem to have 1 or 2 meals a month. A few days ago, the young master also took away the livestock, and there is money to buy cloth for the wives and children at home during the new year. Life is getting more and more enjoyable. Third kid, do you know what kind of meeting the young master wants us to have today? Uncle, I don't know either. The melon. Quiet, quiet. As the village chief of Lijia village, Li Asen is currently the highest administrative officer under Li Xiaoyao and has absolute authority. There were about 700 people in all the fiefs, and it was a huge crowd. Everyone was talking about family matters. Lijia village arrived the earliest, so it was much better off than the other 2 villages. It was still very easy to distinguish them from the crowd. Although the people in the other 2 villages were not starving to death, they all looked pale and thin. Their clothes were also obviously much worse. The reason why we gathered everyone here today is mainly because our young master sees that New Year's Day is approaching, and in order to let everyone have a good year, he specially distributes New Year's goods to everyone today. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an immediate commotion below. What? The host also gave us New Year's goods. The people who said this were the villagers of Zhangjia village, which was newly granted to Li Xiaoyao some time ago. Zhangjia village and Taohua village were just granted to Li Xiaoyao, so their sense of belonging to Li Xiaoyao is not as strong as that of Lijia village. The villagers of Lijia village had no doubts about the young master's actions. Fourth son, what do you think the young master can give? I don't know, I guess at least 10 copper coins. Idiot, look at how many people there are. If each person gets 10 copper coins, how much money will we have to pay out? The old man simply hit the kid on the head with his pipe. People are either questioning the authenticity of the New Year's goods, or discussing what kind of New Year's goods will be distributed. Okay, let me tell you about it. There were too many people, so Li Xiaoyao stood up directly. When the villagers saw that the young master had spoken, the meeting place instantly became much quieter. No need to guess, everyone, regardless of gender, age or status, will receive 5 caddies of rice, 5 caddies of flour, 1 caddy of fresh meat, 2 caddies of cured meat, and 1 string of money. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience exploded. From ancient times to the present, no family owner would give New Year's goods to the tenants of his fiefdom, and give so much at that. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. The village cadres on site personally maintained order and allowed everyone to line up in an orderly manner to receive supplies. You idiot, this master has been a good man for 9 generations, may the Bodhisattva bless you. Everyone line up, those who cut in line and do not follow the rules will be disqualified from receiving the prize. The originally chaotic scene instantly became quiet and orderly when they heard that they would be disqualified from receiving the prize. After queuing up, the efficiency of receiving supplies also increased. Many people who were in charge of the supplies still felt like they were dreaming and did not dare to take them because they believed it was real. Who is that? Li Asen followed the young master's gaze and saw a sturdy man carrying a large load of supplies and preparing to leave. Master, that's the son of Aunt Lu from the village. He just returned from military service. Is there any work to do now? Not yet, Master wants to. Go and call them over. Yes, Master. Li Asen was considered an old man around Li Xiaoyao, and he knew that the young master must have had some ideas. When Aunt Lu heard that the young master wanted to see her son, she was afraid that her son did not know the rules and would anger the young master. Master, be well. Aunt Lu was the first to greet the young master, and her son Zhang Wu also bowed. Your name is Zhang Wu? Yes, Master. Zhang Wu is a strong man with a round waist and thick arms. He speaks in a deep voice and looks like an honest man. I heard you just finished your military service. Yes, Master. Can you make military achievements? Zhang Wu, this time I'm asking you to communicate with the security team. Master, please give me your orders. This is the training manual. After you get it, you need to study it carefully and practice it so that you can better teach it to the people below. I have also prepared your equipment, but I cannot distribute it to you now. I will come to inspect it in person in a month. Only when it meets my requirements will I officially grant you weapons and equipment. At this time, you will truly become an official member of the security team. Yes, Master, I will take good care of them. Zhang Wu has great confidence in his former comrades, and this confidence comes from the life and death trials on the battlefield. Well, that's good. Can we recruit enough staff now? Master, I was just about to report to you that within 10 days, I sent out a total of 70 letters, 5 of which declined, and the remaining 65 people all came here with their families. In addition to the 3 people recruited by this village, the number of people has far exceeded the 50 you stipulated. Since Zhang Wu was promoted to the security captain last time, he quickly wrote letters to his former comrades to invite him, and also publicly recruited in his fiefdom. Of course, there were only 50 vacancies in total, and it was impossible to accept everyone who came, so Zhang Wu also set recruitment conditions, and anyone who could fight 10 moves under him would be selected. Although Zhang Wu was not a master, it was not easy for ordinary people to last more than 10 moves. In the end, only 3 people from the entire fiefdom were selected, and these 3 people were veterans with military experience. It was only relying on their experience on the battlefield that they could barely last 10 moves at the hands of Zhang Wu. The letters sent out also received responses very quickly. Most of the veterans who returned home after retiring were not living a happy life. Now that they had a job with such a high monthly salary, they did not even reply to the letters. Instead, they packed their bags and rushed over with their families. 10 days, a full 10 days, almost every day there were people asking about the location of Lijia village. Every day the villagers could always see 1 or 2 groups of people with their families, carrying large and small bags and rushing to the village. It was obvious that these people were not living well, they were wearing tattered clothes and looked like beggars. It's okay, just surpass us. We are all poor people who can't make ends meet. We don't need this bite of food. Hearing that so many people came, and all of them brought their families with them, Li Xiaoyao also understood that under this illusory prosperous Tang Dynasty, the people were still living in misery. Thank you, Master. Zhang Wu thought that the young master would strictly implement the selection of 50 people, so that many people would be eliminated. They were all former comrades in arms, and everyone had a hard time. Zhang Wu couldn't bear to see anyone being eliminated. Unexpectedly, the young master kept them all, which undoubtedly gave many families a way out. Can you arrange food and accommodation? In reply to the young master, we have found Butler Hu Zi and have arranged for them to stay in our village's public dormitory for the time being. For the food issue, Butler Hu Zi will also coordinate with the workshop canteen for meals. Everything has been properly arranged. The more Zhang Wu spoke, the more grateful he was to Li Xiaoyao and other family heads. The dormitory was built when the house in Lijia village was being renovated. They specially had someone build an extra 3-story dormitory building, just in case there were guests coming to the village in the future or to deal with any emergencies. It seems that the decision was right. Hu Zi has become sensible now. Li Xiaoyao didn't expect that Hu Zi had arranged all of this so well. It seemed that Hu Zi had really grown up. Yes, he couldn't just follow him around as a little follower for the rest of his life. Since you have that ability, I will give you enough platform. Zhang Wu, it's not easy for everyone to come to us with their families. I see many of them bring children and elderly people with them. So you can find Hu Zi and give each family 3 strings of cash first, just as an advance. With money in hand, everyone will not be panicked. Thank you, Master. Zhang Wu may have said thank you more today than he had in his entire life, but he did it all willingly. By the way, there will be a New Year's Day dinner in the village tomorrow. Bring them all. Since you are here, you are one of us. Let them feel at ease staying here. This time, Zhang Wu didn't say thank you. He just clasped his fists towards Li Xiaoyao with red eyes. Zhang Wu stood downstairs of the dormitory building, looking at his former comrades in arms reunited with his family, revealing a long-lost smile. He was deeply grateful to his young master in his heart, as all this was thanks to him. Gather. Zhang Wu's sudden shout instantly brought these former comrades back to the border defense camp. Everyone quickly went downstairs and gathered in front of Zhang Wu. Very good, I am very satisfied with everyone's performance. Facing this group of brave warriors who still held their heads high and did not fade at all, Zhang Wu was very satisfied. This was what he did to his young master. Tell me, who is our young master? Li Xiaoyao. Whose orders do we take? Li Xiaoyao. The unanimous answers fully demonstrated the true character of veterans. Everyone, after your military service, how is your life back home? You, Wang Fei, tell me. Captain, I served in the army to reduce my family's taxes and make life more comfortable for them. However, after completing my military service, I discovered that our family's life was not any better. On the contrary, because there were no young and strong people in my family, our land was occupied by the rich, and now we are homeless. Wang Fei is just a microcosm of all people. It is extremely difficult for the powerless and lower-class people to survive. This is the reality. Everyone, I know that you have a hard time, and you have suffered a lot. You have elderly parents and young children to take care of. But from the moment you set foot in Lijia village and become a member of Lijia village, everything will change. Now you have food and shelter. This is all due to the kindness of the young master. So I, Zhang Wu, as your former captain, will seriously tell you here that you all know how the young master treats you. If you have any second thoughts, leave now. I, Zhang Wu, still recognize you as a brother. If you stay, and if you do anything to let the young master down, then don't mention the word brother to me at that time. Zhang Wu had to make things clear first. After all, no one wanted to see brothers falling out with each other. Captain Zhang, rest assured. Although we are poor, we are all brothers who have experienced life and death together. Young Master Li Xiaoyao has been very kind to us, and we will never do such a heartless thing. At this time, someone in the crowd spoke up, and everyone responded to his words. The family members standing in the house looked at their husbands, sons, or fathers outside, their eyes full of admiration and peace of mind. Okay, this is my good brother Zhang Wu. Young master knows that everyone has elderly parents and young children to take care of, and life is not easy, so I will advance everyone 1 month's salary. This sentence was like a shot of stimulant to everyone. Since coming to Lijia village, they not only had a house to live in and enough food to eat, but now they could get paid without doing anything. This was something they could never have imagined. This also made them more determined to stay here, and they completely submitted to their master, Li Xiaoyao. Be good, don't cry, I'll give you a red envelope and you won't cry. The little kid stopped crying the moment he saw the red envelope, snatched it and started grinning. You bastard, you dare to ask for anything. When the grandfather standing by saw that his grandson dared to accept the red envelope from the head of the family, he slapped the child on the head and scolded him. Wow wow wow. The little brat was not happy for a few seconds and started crying again. Hey, this is for my child. Master, this is not okay. From ancient times to the present, who would eat the master's things and take the master's things? This is absolutely not allowed. The old man looked very disappointed with his grandson and wanted to slap his grandson twice, but was stopped by Li Xiaoyao. Don't fight anymore. I've prepared red envelopes for all the children and the elderly. The money isn't much, but I'm here for good luck. Please accept them all. As he said this, he handed one to the old man as well. You can't do that, you can't do that, absolutely you can't do that, master, this is against the rules. The old man shook his head like a rattle. Take it. There is nothing wrong with it. In my territory, my rules are the rules. The patriarch had said so much, the old man could only accept it with a big mouth and kept thanking the patriarch. Li Xiaoyao was lying in bed in comfort when he suddenly heard Xiaozhu report that Duke Lu had arrived. Brother, it's almost noon and you're just getting up. I understand that young people like that, but they should also know how to exercise moderation. Cheng Yaojin educated Li Xiaoyao in the tone of an experienced person. Li Xiaoyao did not argue. After all, the whole Tang Dynasty knew that it was not feasible to reason with Duke Lu. Brother, you finally have a few days off, why don't you take a good rest instead of coming to my place? Hey, brother, I have good things and I'm thinking of you. Come with me, Chang'an City has been very lively these days. Li Xiaoyao certainly knew that Chang'an City was bustling these days. Li Shimin had even cancelled the curfew for these days. The people of Chang'an City could have fun all night long during these few days. However, as a otaku in his previous life, Li Xiaoyao was not very interested in such crowded scenes. That was why he returned to his fiefdom after gathering with his parents in Chang'an City on the first day of New Year's Day. Hurry up, everyone is waiting. Since Cheng Yaojin had come in person, there was no way they could escape. The two of them rode their horses at full speed all the way towards Chang'an City. Brother, have you hired some guards? When Cheng Yaojin entered the village, he saw Zhang Wu leading the security team in training. Li Xiaoyao had no intention of hiding. It was not a rebellion, so there was no need. Is this against the rules? I'm just worried whether the court has any requirements in this regard. After all, there were a lot of rules in ancient times, and if I'm not careful I might be accused of something. Hey, what bullshit rules are violated? Just a few dozen of you little scumbags keep violating the rules with your status. I'm just curious, what are they practicing while standing there motionless? Hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, Li Xiaoyao felt relieved instantly. Oh, practicing military posture is mainly to improve your morale. Cheng Yaojin asked casually, but didn't take it seriously. After all, there were only a few dozen people, and there was no military leader to train them. How could they be trained? At most, they were a little better than gangsters. Little did he know that Cheng Yaojin suffered a great loss later because of these security guards who looked down on him. Oh, let's go quickly, don't keep everyone waiting. Yubinlu is the most famous restaurant in Chang'an. Almost all the dignitaries in Chang'an City have come here to consume, and the consumption here is not cheap. When Li Xiaoyao arrived in Chang'an, he found out that a few old faces had invited him to get together. Everyone, I have invited you, my dear brother. Cheng Yaojin took Li Xiaoyao straight up to a private room on the second floor. Sitting inside were all old friends, Li Shimin, Qin Shubao, Yuqi Jingda, and a few others whom he didn't know, but seemed to have met once before when he was harvesting potatoes. Brother, come and sit down. Today is a private gathering. There is no ruler or subject, only brothers. As the highest-ranking official, Li Shimin was the first to speak. As soon as he opened his mouth, he attracted a wave of admiration from his fans. Although everyone should know each other, I will still introduce them. This is the new man from Anding County, and this is my cousin, Li Xiaoyao. When people heard about the men from Anding County, they didn't think much of it. After all, most of the people present were top-tier bigwigs at the duke level. But Li Shimin himself said that this was his cousin, and this signal was different. Although there were thousands of royal relatives, and cousins were even more numerous, this was a cousin acknowledged by Li Shimin himself, so the weight was completely different. Except for Cheng Yaojin, Qin Shubao and Yuqi, who were more familiar with Li Xiaoyao, everyone else restrained their previous attitude and bowed to greet them. My dear brother, let me introduce you to the Duke of Zhao, Zhangsuan Wuji. Hello, Duke Zhao. British Duke Li Ji. British public is good. The collection of dukes and marquises of Lu. Hello, Duke Lu. Duke of Wei Li Jing. Hello, Duke Wei. Li Xiaoyao greeted everyone one by one, because he was the youngest and had the lowest rank. Except for Zhangsuan Wuji, All the people present were military generals, which might have a lot to do with Li Shimin himself. Compared with civil officials, who were always very literary, Li Shimin always preferred to be with military generals. As for why Changsu and Wuji was present, it was probably because the two were relatives. Changsu and Wuji had been with Li Shimin for so many years and knew what Li Shimin wanted and when, just like a psychologist. Therefore, Li Shimin did not feel uncomfortable when he was with Changsu and Wuji as he did with other civil servants. Just when Li Xiaoyao focused all his attention on the traitor Marquis of Lu, he suddenly felt like someone was spying on him. Li Xiaoyao glanced around inadvertently but didn't find out who it was, but the feeling disappeared as well. When Li Shimin said to put down his heirs, he really did put down his heirs. This kind of leader is truly precious. Unlike the leader in his previous life, who said, "Don't treat me as a leader, we are brothers," but if you really try to treat him as a brother, he will transfer you from a white-collar worker to work the night shift in the warehouse the next day. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone was listening to Duke Junji of Lu bragging about how awesome and powerful he was in the past, when a commotion was heard downstairs. Sir, there is a distinguished guest in the private room upstairs." "Bullshit, no matter how expensive you are, it can't be as expensive as ours. If you keep talking nonsense, I will smash your store." As the annual outstanding employee of Chunman Lu, Xiao Er was helpless. He knew these second-generation officials, but he couldn't afford to offend the big guys upstairs. Since these second-generation officials were determined to find trouble, there was nothing he could do. The next day was New Year's Day, the grandest festival in the Tang Dynasty and the first day of the new year. No matter what profession or where they were from, they would celebrate on this day. The emperor, who was far away in the palace, would entertain envoys from various countries, drink and chat with his ministers, and brag to each other about their great achievements of the year. The people in Lijia village were not idle either. Before daybreak, the women of the village spontaneously went to the cultural square to help. Today the young master was going to treat everyone in the fiefdom to dinner, nearly 800 good people, and many things had been prepared since yesterday. Fortunately, the ancients were honest. Women who had nothing to do would rush to the square early to help as much as they could, so that their husbands and children could sleep a little longer. They said they could sleep more. They could not sleep because of the fragrance early in the morning. Many people were hungry the day before, just waiting for this feast today. Xia Xiang is the executive chef and is in charge of this banquet. Fortunately, New Year's Day is in winter, so we can make some preparations in advance. If it were in the summer, everything would have to be done on the same day, which would be fatal. Xia Xiang complained while waving the big spatula in her hand. Some simple dishes were prepared by other women, while she was responsible for some new dishes. The menu was set by Li Xiaoyao himself, and it mostly consisted of meat dishes. They were all family members, and after working hard for a year, they had to eat something good, and he was not stingy with the wine and drinks. They had been busy since yesterday until today, and finally everyone was seated at the table. The 3 villages in the entire fiefdom, as well as the families of the newly arrived security team, all gathered together. "Ladies and gentlemen, let me say a few words before we start." The head of the family spoke, and the square, which was noisy just now, became quiet in an instant. Last year, Lijia village carried out a series of reforms, and everyone has seen the amazing results. It has completely solved everyone's food and clothing problems. This is just the first step. This year, not only Lijia village, but also Zhangjia village and Taohua village, my goal is to ensure that everyone has meat for every meal. Although everyone felt that the patriarch's request was impossible to achieve, food and clothing would definitely not be a problem. However, half a year later, everyone present would agree with what the patriarch said today. Of course, this is a later story. Secondly, look over there. Everyone followed the direction the head of the family pointed and saw a large complex of buildings on the hillside of Xiaowu Mountain. That is the school I built, called Yunding School. After the beginning of spring, all the children in the fiefdom who are old enough to go to school must go to school. Tuition is free and 3 meals are provided. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of people knelt down at the scene. We can't blame everyone for making a fuss out of nothing. In this era, it is simply a fantasy for children from poor families to want to go to school. The master's kindness in giving us a new life will never be forgotten. The scene was simply full of tears. In the past, everyone was busy just to live a numb life. Now that the child can go to school, the whole family has hope. It's different all of a sudden. The whole family has vitality. No matter what they do, they have a purpose and energy. Okay, everyone, get up. It's a happy day. Don't cry. Everyone, eat and drink as much as you want. Let's have the feast. Open, please. Following the servant's howl, everyone officially started eating. As the head of the family, Li Xiaoyao brought 3 village chiefs and several workshop managers to the table of the old men in the fiefdom to toast. In the Tang Dynasty, the elderly still had some status. Li Xiaoyao thought this custom was good, so he took the lead in respecting this custom. Seeing the head of the family slowly approaching with wine in hand, the old people stood up in panic. Don't be nervous, everyone. On behalf of our fiefdom, I offer a toast to you all and wish you a long life and good health. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. The old people had never seen such a scene in their lives. Their hands were already unsteady due to their age, and the excitement made them shake even more violently. After paying respects to the centenarian with the management, they returned to their own positions. After all, ordinary villagers are not used to having leaders around. What's the situation in your respective villages now? Li Xiaoyao had not originally intended to ask about work, but since he said he wouldn't talk and no one present took the initiative to speak, he had no choice but to find something to talk about. Master, the 3 of us just had a meeting a few days ago. The vegetables in the greenhouse are now ripe. We will prepare to pick them in the next 2 days. After picking, they will be sold through Wangji Chamber of Commerce. Li Xiaoyao's father-in-law's Wangji grocery store has also been upgraded to a chamber of commerce due to the hot sales of exclusive products such as perfumes, furniture, and soaps last year. The father-in-law is now so happy that he can't stop smiling and praises his son-in-law every day. Reporting to Master, according to your instructions, several workshops in our Lijia village will be closed for the New Year's Day holiday these days, and will resume normal operation after the holiday. Li Xiaoyao never expected that Lu Aseo, the only female person in charge of several workshops in the perfume shop, is now vaguely in the position of general manager. In fact, this is a good thing. Li Xiaoyao just wants to train more capable managers, because Li Xiaoyao has more plans and industries to implement in the future, and he needs more talents. Master, after the greenhouse vegetables in Zhangjia village and Taohua village are harvested, there will be nothing to do. Look. Li Xiaoyao understood Wu Yong's meaning and also understood him. As the village chief, it was normal for him to want to seek more benefits for his village. Don't worry, I know what you mean. They are all mine, and I won't treat anyone unfairly. I have my own arrangements. Thank you, master. Wu Yong and Zhang Si hurriedly bowed to thank the young master. Li Xiaoyao looked at the villagers in the square, eating enthusiastically, their mouths full of oil, and smiling from the bottom of their hearts. The children chased each other with chicken legs, and he began to feel that he had a heavy burden on his shoulders. The table was filled with chicken, duck, fish, meat, fried dishes, steamed dishes, cold dishes, all kinds of new dishes, and wine and drinks. To the villagers, the emperor was no different. The lady held the toddler in her arms and tore the meat into small pieces and fed it to him bit by bit. The men drank with all their strength, while the old men held a small glass of white wine, grinning to reveal their few remaining teeth, and sipping it slowly. Oh, this life has not been lived in vain. I still remember Mr. Liu from my hometown before I fled. They were considered a wealthy family, but the feast for his daughter's wedding didn't even have pork. There were only 2 vegetarian dishes and soup noodles. Each person could only have 1 bowl. How stingy. Haha, 5th master, you still have a few more years to live. Now that we are finally able to get by, the young master has said that we will have meat for every meal this year. Go to hell, your 5th master only said that his life was not in vain, but he didn't say that he was going to die. Ha ha ha. Everyone was happy to hear the grandfather and grandson's jokes, and similar sentiments abounded. Come here, what's your name? The children had small appetites and ate their fill early. They went crazy in the square and fell down while chasing each other. Li Shimin and a group of big men were reminiscing about the past when suddenly there was a commotion downstairs, and it seemed that the commotion was directed towards their private room upstairs. Li Xiaoyao saw that everyone was as steady as a rock, which meant that I was just a low-ranking official, so I would go. Li Xiaoyao had just closed the door of the private room and walked to the stairs when he ran into a group of second-generation people who were preparing to go upstairs. "Boy, you just used my private room, right? Get out of here right away, or I won't punish you." "Yes, get out of here now. I'm in a good mood today and don't want to see blood." A group of people were talking at the same time, which almost made Li Xiaoyao dizzy. "Everyone, I'm sorry, you can't go up to the private room today." Li Shimin and the other big guys were having a great time. Was Li Xiaoyao going to go to Li Shimin and say, "Your Majesty, here are a group of second-generation rich kids who want to sit in our private room. Should we make way for them? Since the leader has assigned me the task, I must complete it successfully and not let him down. I have just been introduced to a group of big guys and am about to reach the peak of my life. I can't let these little brats ruin my life. Who are you?" "I am Hussein, my father is Duke of Lu, Ho Junji. My name is Qing Chumo, and my father is Qing Yaojin, Duke of Lu. My name is Qing Chuliang. My father is Qing Yaojin, Duke of Lu. My name is, my father. My name is, my father." It turns out they are a group of second-generation officials, no wonder they dare to be so unscrupulous. "It's not that I don't allow you to go up, I just happen to be up there, are you sure you want to go?" Originally, Li Xiaoyao didn't care about Ho Junji's son, but since Qing Yaojin's son was also involved, he had to give him a friendly reminder. "How dare you insult me? I think this is a dangerous place, and I, Hussein, will go there to take a chance." After saying that, he pushed Li Xiaoyao away with one palm and kicked open the door of the private room. A group of second generations were about to speak out, but they were stunned when they saw you people. "Kneel down." Before Li Shimin could speak, Ho Junji stopped the group of brats. Qing Yaojin saw that his 2 seats were also involved, so he went up and beat them up. This operation forced Ho Junji, who always loved his only son, to join in. He participated in the performance of the tiger eating its own cubs. Hearing the wailing of Qing Chumo, Qing Chuliang, and Hussein, the other second generations knelt on the ground and trembled. "Okay, just show your appreciation." Of course, Li Shimin would not get angry with the junior for such a small matter. He beat him up, and that was enough. In fact, this was Qing Yaojin's cleverness. Beating him up in front of the emperor would at least not be punished by the emperor. "Little bastard, why don't you thank His Majesty and come meet your uncles again? Meet your Majesty, and meet some uncles." A group of second-generation officials heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that His Majesty had spoken. "And this is your Majesty's cousin, the new Anding Countyman, Li Xiaoyao, you can call him Uncle Li." Qing Yaojin pointed at Li Xiaoyao who was standing outside the door. "Uncle Li." A group of second-generation officials looked at Li Xiaoyao, who was about the same age as themselves, and found that they were of the same generation as the big guys present. They had to call him uncle. The amount of information was a bit overwhelming and they couldn't accept it for a while. The most important thing was that they had just had a conflict with this uncle, and they didn't know if this uncle would make things difficult for them. Uncle. There is no other way. After all, he is His Majesty's cousin, and his seniority is there. A group of second generations can only kowtow and greet him. "Hey, good boy." In fact, Li Xiaoyao was not afraid of anything at the beginning. He just simply wanted to give face to Qing Yaojin. As for Ho Junji, the traitor, he didn't take him seriously at all. To be more arrogant, even if everyone present attacked together, they would not be able to hurt Li Xiaoyao at all. After all, Lu Bu's fighting power was no joke. When he was kowtowing, no one noticed a hint of gloom on Hussein's face. Li Xiaoyao had never expected that after what happened today, his reputation would become well known in the second-generation circle of Chang'an City. These second-generation people had nothing to do on weekdays, and finally their ordinary lives had some gossip. The name of this uncle became more and more outrageous. Of course, this is a later story. After being disturbed by this group of second generations, Li Shimin lost interest and immediately dispersed and returned to the palace. "Brother, let's go, I'll take you to a good place." After Li Shimin left, Qing Yaojin couldn't wait to take Li Xiaoyao and wander around like a thief. Spring in the house. As soon as Li Xiaoyao saw the name, he roughly guessed what this place was. Hey, I haven't been here for a long time, please come in. When the madam saw a familiar customer coming, she greeted him from afar and welcomed him in. It seems like Big Brother comes to this place quite often. Hey, sometimes. Brother, I am a clean person. You can have fun. I will go back. There is no man who is not lustful, but Li Xiaoyao still felt a little uncomfortable coming to such a place without any safety measures. Don't leave, my dear brother. I didn't ask you to come here to do that. Today is the day when the head courtesan of Chunmenlu asks questions. Ask a question. Yes, you may not know that today is the day when the top courtesan Furong of Chunmenlu will present questions to the guests. Have you started making requests now, young lady? My dear brother, this Furong is not an ordinary prostitute. She is still a virgin. She sells her art but not her body. Until now, no one has seen her true face. It is said that she looks like a fairy. Beautiful as a fairy may be the only adjective that Cheng Yaojin knows. Wait a minute, bro, that's a grammatical error. Illustrated sentence. You said that no one has seen Furong's true face yet, but you also said that she is as beautiful as a fairy. Isn't this a wrong sentence? No one has seen her, so what does it mean to be as beautiful as a fairy? Brother, this is not important. The most important thing is that Furong is really as beautiful as a fairy. You're such a die-hard fan, right? I'm really impressed. Welcome all distinguished guests to Chunmenlu. As you all know, today is the monthly poetry contest held in Chunmenlu. The winner will have the opportunity to be invited by Miss Furong to discuss poetry together. Madam, I know all the rules, let's get started. I must have sex with you this time. Haha, Mr. Wang, with the little knowledge you have, I'm afraid you can't even drink Miss Furong's foot-washing water. Manager Li, you're not much better. Wasn't the vixen you kept in your outer house discovered by your first wife? How come, have you dealt with it all? I heard that your wife cut off your monthly allowance. How do you still have money to come to Chunmenlu? Ha 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 ha. You. Ha ha ha. The two people should know each other and expose each other's shortcomings, and others will also be happy to laugh at it. Okay, everyone here is a distinguished guest, please welcome Miss Furong. The door to the second floor opened, and a woman in a light gauze dress and a semi-transparent silk scarf covering her face slowly walked to the front of the stage. Everyone was stunned, and Li Xiaoyao finally understood why this woman was described as a fairy even though no one had ever seen her true face. Suddenly, a beautiful verse was heard from the quiet crowd. Everyone looked at the source of the voice. It turned out that Li Xiaoyao could not help but express his feelings when he saw this scene. Thank you, sir, for your kindness. Furong bowed slightly to express her gratitude, and was also surprised at the talent of this handsome young man. Brother, I didn't realize you could actually recite poetry, and you seem pretty good at it. Hee, who was it that said you should keep yourself clean just now? Cheng Yaojin smiled at Li Xiaoyao with an obscene look on his face. You all know my rules. If you can write a poem on the spot and get my approval or everyone's approval, you will pass the first level. Today we will use winter as the theme. I came first, autumn went and winter came, I went out to chop wood, got lost on my way home, and met the fairy. Ha ha ha. As soon as Furong finished speaking, someone started to write poems impatiently, but it only added to the ridicule. Then several talented people who thought they were extraordinary came and made fools of themselves, but they really made fools of themselves. After a while, no one stood up. Furong showed a trace of disdain and disappointment in her eyes. Just as she was about to announce that no one had passed the level today, she was interrupted by a voice. Fairy Furong, I am Chui Shuren from the Chui family. I have admired you for a long time. Today I will show you my ugly face. The mountains are far away at dusk, and the White House is poor in the cold weather. I hear a dog barking behind the wooden door, and a man returns home on a snowy night. Well, Master Chui is very talented. I have to say that Chui Shuren is really capable and is much better than the previous ones. Mr. Chui is a very talented person. May I ask if there are other talented people willing to give it a try? If no one else wants to try, I will announce today's results. After saying this, he deliberately looked in the direction of Li Xiaoyao, as if to say, weren't you very powerful just now, why don't you come up? Cui Shiren had a proud look on his face, as if he had already passed the test, but he didn't expect that another voice would break the atmosphere he had worked so hard to create. I, Li Xiaoyao, am willing to give it a try. I am all ears. Furong felt a little happy when she saw the talented scholar who had just recited a poem praising her also stood up. No birds fly in the thousands of mountains, no people are seen on the thousands of paths. An old man in a straw raincoat and straw hat is fishing alone in the cold river under the snow. Silence, absolute silence at the scene, an incomparable and wonderful poem. Furong even felt the same thing in the poem, loneliness and endless hatred. Cui Shiren was also a man of real talent, so as soon as Li Xiaoyao finished his poem, he knew who was better. He didn't say anything nonsense, but just bowed his hands in acknowledgement of defeat, but his expression was a little sinister. Congratulations, sir, for passing the first level. Damn, so shameless, there is actually a second level. Furong must have seen Li Xiaoyao's true thoughts from his expression, so she unconsciously announced the second level of the test in a playful tone. I would like to thank all the gentlemen for their kindness. I would like to present a song, Night Walk, to you first. The pipa seemed to have magical power in Furong's hands. The rhythm was slow and sad at first, and then gradually began to change, as if a killer was carrying out a mission in a stormy night, fierce, tragic, and in the end only death was left. It must be said that this woman named Furong is quite capable, but Li Xiaoyao also felt that this woman was not simple. How could a brothel girl have such a strong murderous aura? Okay, the song is finished. The second level is to play a pipa song that is better than this one. Fairy Hibiscus is being a bit dishonest. No matter how much the fans liked it, they felt that it was a bit difficult for the Fairy Furong. Although there were men who played the pipa in the Tang Dynasty, they were a minority after all. Now not only was he required to play it, but he was also required to play a better song than the one just now, which was simply impossible. Just when everyone thought that the young man would give up, he walked up to the stage without saying a word and took the pipa from the Fairy Furong. It starts with a hurried tune, as if you are in a suffocating dark room, pitch dark, and can only hear rapid breathing and heartbeats. As the song becomes more anxious, it seems that every string is tied to the heartbeat, and there is an unknown danger in the darkness, approaching step by step. Even if we have not personally experienced that thrilling battle, we can still imagine the urgency and terror of being gradually covered by the enemy from this rapid melody. As the melody paused, the mind relaxed a little, just like the interval between battles. After experiencing a life and death catastrophe, the mind relaxed a little but dared not relax completely. In an instant, the melody gradually became hurried, the tone was strong and powerful, the jumping sound continued to increase and become faster, and each jump triggered a tremor in the soul. Listening to the increasingly intense changes, he could not do what he wanted in his mind. It seemed that the dark room he was in was getting smaller and smaller, and the walls around him kept closing in towards the center, and it was about to crush the people in it, and he could not help but struggle for his life. The melody stopped at the highest point. Suddenly, another melody was heard, this time it was so low that it was inaudible, just like the dull sound before a storm, small and weak, but it foreshadowed the coming of danger. After a while, the melody became more rapid and louder, sweeping in like lightning and thunder, as if between heaven and earth, one person was bearing pressure from all directions. Being in the center of the storm, there was nowhere to escape, nowhere to hide. The only thing left was to fight to the death and fight hard. At this point, the music stopped. Fuck, luckily I learned some traditional musical instruments for a while to look cool. After Li Xiaoyao finished playing the song, 10 Sides of Ambush, his forehead was already slightly sweaty. Sir, I would like to ask what is the name of this legendary song? Fleur was so shocked by the music that she was speechless. Ambush from all sides. Li Xiaoyao said the name calmly. It was a veritable ambush from all sides. Everyone present was shocked by the song. After tonight, the name of the song would spread throughout the Tang Dynasty, and Li Xiaoyao would become a god with this song. Brother, you are awesome. You can do this, too. After spending a long time with Li Xiaoyao, Cheng Yaojin would occasionally use some modern words. Haha, I know a thing or two. Sir, you are so talented, I wonder if you can leave a great name behind. Li Xiaoyao from Anding County. Li Xiaoyao, Li Xiaoyao, Li Xiaoyao. The crowd at the scene immediately called out Li Xiaoyao's name, because Li Xiaoyao's performance tonight was too outstanding and too conspicuous. If this was not enough to make him the lover of the hibiscus fairy, then no one would agree. Mr. Li is so talented, could you please do me a favor and have a deep conversation with me? Fairy Hibiscus was now in a dilemma. She had set such a difficult level because she didn't want anyone to pass it. She didn't expect that no one could pass it for such a long time, and it was actually completed by the handsome young men in front of her. This also meant that she had to meet the young men in her true face. This was completely beyond her plan. I love the lotus because it grows out of mud but remains unstained, washes in the clear water but remains unsightly, is straight inside and outside, has no vines or branches, and its fragrance becomes clearer as it spreads farther away, and it stands tall and clean. One can admire it from afar but not play with it. After saying this, Li Xiaoyao turned around and left in a very pretentious manner, leaving only Furong and the onlookers in the room, still immersed in this otherworldly piece of poetry. He thinks so highly of me. When Furong heard such an explicit confession of love in poetry, she felt complicated as she realized that she had such a high status in the boy's heart. Of course, Li Xiaoyao didn't know that his casually pretentious poem had caused so many things. He didn't know whether to cry or laugh. After leaving Chunmenlu, Li Xiaoyao originally planned to return to Anding County, but Cheng Yaojin kept him there. "Brother, I finally came to Chang'an, you have to let me play host to you. Let's go to my house and drink all night." Without giving Li Xiaoyao a chance to struggle, he simply grabbed him with his big hand and walked towards the mansion. Li Xiaoyao was a little scared. He would drink all night long, even fermented glutinous rice wine would not be enough. Be careful that your bladder would burst one day. "Open the door, you bastard, or I'll break your legs." When he got home, the true face of the devil was revealed without reservation. He knocked on the door and kicked it. "Come on, serve some wine and food. I want to fight you for 300 rounds. As soon as I entered the door and before I even reached the hall, the devil started shouting loudly. "Brother, let me tell you, Before Cheng Yaojin finished speaking, he stared at Li Xiaoyao's back, as if he had seen a ghost. He kept silent and looked nervous. Li Xiaoyao turned his head and saw two women standing at the door of the hall. One was a little older, with a kind face and a friendly look, while the other was a little younger and seemed to have an extroverted personality. "Husband, madam, my dear brother, let me introduce, these two are my wives, Ms. Sun and Ms. Cui. Madam, this is my dear brother, the countyman of Anding County, Li Xiaoyao. He is really a promising young man, ha. It seems that Cheng Yaojin is a little henpecked, so he is a little nervous. Meet the two sisters-in-law. This is our first meeting and I didn't make any special preparations. These 2 bottles of perfume are special products of our family. I am giving them to the 2 sisters-in-law. Please don't despise them." "Oh, this is Wang's perfume. You said it's your specialty. Why haven't I seen this scent before?" Cui picked up the perfume, opened it and smelled it, accurately identifying it as a product of Wang Ji, and seemed to like it very much. Sister-in-law is wrong. This is indeed the perfume sold by Wang Ji. Wang Ji is my father-in-law's store. Perfume is my property. These 2 bottles are new products that have not yet been launched on the market. No wonder. I was wondering what the scent of Wang's perfume was like. Since it's my uncle's business, he has to think of me when there are new products in the future. Haha, this is natural, this is natural. As expected, women have no resistance to things like perfume and cosmetics. A bottle of perfume instantly brings people closer together. My husband and uncle are drinking slowly, we sisters won't disturb you. Sun was the principal wife. Although she was very happy when she received Li Xiaoyao's gifts, her every move and gesture still showed the dignified demeanor of a principal wife. "Yes, ma'am, this is my brother's first visit to our house, so I'll drink a little with him, just a little bit." Facing the madam's concern, Cheng Yaojin changed his usual madness and responded sincerely. The 2 ladies left after they finished speaking. "Call." Cheng Yaojin let out a sigh of relief. "Brother seems a little scared." "What? What are you afraid of?" "I'm telling you, don't talk nonsense." "What am I, Cheng Yaojin, afraid of?" "Stop joking." Before Li Xiaoyao had finished speaking, Cheng Yaojin nervously explained, but this self-confession seemed to confirm his previous guess. Cheng Yaojin forced him to drink, but the problem was that the alcohol content of the wine at that time was not high, so he just felt bloated but not drunk. Cheng Yaojin, on the other hand, was halfway through drinking when he said he wanted to beat up his sons to liven up the atmosphere. Before Li Xiaoyao could react, his sons were standing in front of him. "You little bastard, you don't even know how to call people. Call me Uncle Li." Cheng Yaojin had 3 sons at this time, namely Cheng Chumo, the eldest son of his wife Madame Sun, Cheng Chuliang, the second son, and Cheng Chubi, the third son of Madame Cui. Among them, Cheng Chumo was probably 1 or 2 years older than Li Xiaoyao. It was really difficult to call someone younger than himself uncle. "Uncle Li." All 3 of them shouted reluctantly. "You are so brave, your voice is so quiet, let's see." It's better not to find an excuse for Cheng Yaojin to beat the child. It's completely unnecessary. After a good beating, Cheng Yaojin once again gave his child an earnest lecture. "After the spring, the 3 of you will go to the academy in your Uncle Li's fiefdom. My dear brother, if these 3 little bastards don't obey my orders, you can kill them or chop them up as you please." "Haha, brother, not really, not really. To go to school, you have to kill and chop people up. This is ruining the reputation of my college." "Father, do I still need to go to school?" Cheng Chumo interrupted his father's speech at an inopportune time, and as expected, he was beaten again. Every punch hits the target. No wonder Cheng Yaojin's 3 sons look as savage as Big Bear and Little Bear. The next morning, Li Xiaoyao woke up and found himself in an unfamiliar bedroom. He tried hard for a long time before he remembered that he had been drinking with Cheng Yaojin last night. He vaguely remembered that Cheng Yaojin kept beating his son to get him drunk. After getting dressed, the maids helped her wash up. When she opened the door, a cool breeze hit her. It turned out that heavy snow had fallen from the sky. The whole Chang'an was covered in silver. "My dear brother, something bad has happened. Come with me to the palace quickly." It feels like Cheng Yaojin is always in a rush. "Brother, stay calm, no matter what happens, don't panic. I am the eldest brother and the father of 3 children, but I am still so impetuous." "Oh well." Cheng Yaojin's greatest strength is his ability to listen to and accept other people's suggestions. "By the way, brother, what's the matter? Why are you so anxious?" Seeing Cheng Yaojin calm down, Li Xiaoyao was relieved. It seemed that education was effective and he was indeed cut out to be a gardener. "The queen suddenly fell ill this morning. All the doctors in the palace have examined her but they can't find a good solution. His Majesty is furious and is looking for you everywhere. My dear brother, where are you going?" "His Majesty is furious, we can't afford to waste time on this. Hurry up, big brother." "Aren't you calm, brother?" "Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Are you still drunk last night and still not awake?" Li Xiaoyao and Cheng Yaojin rode their horses straight to the palace. When they were blocked by the bad people on the road, they directly used their imperial city walking tokens. The bad people became traffic controllers. In an instant, the road was unobstructed. Royal Palace. Useless, useless. Why is the Queen's illness, which has not occurred for a long time, so serious now? You doctors can't even explain it. What use are you? Li Xiaoyao and Cheng Yaojin heard Li Shimon's anger while they were still at the palace gate. Your Majesty, Duke Lu, and the men from Anding County request an audience. The eunuch on duty reported in a trembling voice. Quick, please come in. Your humble servant has met His Majesty. My dear brother, please help me check on the Queen. She hasn't been sick for a long time since she took your 2 prescriptions. Why did she cough up blood this morning and have difficulty breathing? My recipe. What recipe? Li Xiaoyao looked confused. Li Xiannan, this is the recipe I gave you. At this time, Li Lizzie took the initiative to walk over from the side. It's you. Li Xiaoyao widened his eyes in disbelief. With the appearance of Li Lizzie, the whole thing instantly made sense. The tense atmosphere was instantly broken by the 2 bottles of perfume. Please forgive me, Mr. Li. I didn't mean to hide my identity before. Li Lizzie felt a little apologetic. Let's see the lady first. Li Xiaoyao also knew that now was not the time to talk about this, so he went straight to see the queen. As soon as he entered the queen's bedroom, a deep feeling of suffocation came over him. Li Xiaoyao looked at other people, but saw that everyone's faces were normal and there was nothing unusual. Is it my own illusion? Li Xiaoyao seemed to be unconvinced and left the bedroom. He took a few deep breaths and entered the bedroom again. Yes, there is a problem. This time, Li Xiaoyao was sure that the feeling of suffocation was not an illusion. Don't you feel a sense of suffocation? Li Shimin, Cheng Yaojin, and Li Lizzie all shook their heads in bewilderment. Li Xiaoyao was even more puzzled. He looked at Empress Changsuan lying on the bed. Her face was pale, without a trace of blood, and she was barely breathing. Several palace maids stood carefully by her side, ready to be dispatched at any time. It was freezing cold outside, but it was warm as spring in this bedroom. Wait, warm as spring. Li Xiaoyao finally found the problem. He looked up and looked around. In order to keep warm, there were 8 heaters in the bedroom. The doors and windows were also closed. It was a miracle that he didn't die. Move all the heaters out, open one window each on the north and south sides, and boil a large amount of hot water. If it wasn't really too cold outside, Li Xiaoyao would definitely ask someone to open all the doors and windows. My dear brother, please don't do that. The queen is already seriously ill. If you remove the heater, it will only make the situation worse. Li Shimin was also full of confusion. If it weren't for Li Xiaoyao's previous contributions, if it were anyone else, he would have been beaten to death long ago. Your Majesty, everyone, don't be nervous. I have found the root cause of the recurrence of the queen's old illness. Oh. Everyone was surprised when they heard Li Xiaoyao's words, especially Li Shimin. The imperial physician outside the door also knelt at the door, listening attentively to what this young boy could do. The queen is suffering from a disease of impatience, which cannot be cured. The imperial doctors standing on the ground all looked disdainful. The empress' illness was known to the entire palace and the top leaders of the Tang Dynasty. It was no secret. So I can only take care of myself. I drank my loquat paste and pear soup before, which helped me avoid recurrence for a long time. It turned out that the 2 magical prescriptions were the masterpieces of the young men before them. The imperial doctors no longer dared to underestimate the young men before them. The imperial doctors had searched through all the medical books of ancient and modern times for the 2 prescriptions that the empress took at the time, but could not find the source of the prescriptions. They repeatedly opposed the empress taking these prescriptions of unknown origin. However, they never expected that because they were offered by Princess Changle, the empress insisted on taking them. Unexpectedly, she did not have an attack of illness for several months, which shocked the imperial doctors. Is this a completely new recipe? Only doctors know how difficult it is to create a new recipe. But why did the queen suddenly suffer a relapse of her old illness? The reason is this heater. Heating stove. Everyone looked even more confused. Let me give you an experiment. Li Xiaoyao took out a wine bottle from his body, struck a match, threw it into the bottle, and then quickly put the lid on. After a few seconds, the match that had not yet burned out went out. Did you see clearly? Why did the match that was not completely burned out go out? The increasingly confused crowd shook their heads numbly. Let me explain it to you briefly. Anything that burns must be in a place with air, because combustion requires air. On the contrary, the air in the place where it burns will become thinner. Brother, what does this have to do with the queen's illness? Li Shimin understood the truth, but what did it have to do with his queen? Your Majesty suffers from respiratory disease and has difficulty breathing. Now putting 8 heaters in the bedroom will make the air thinner. To put it bluntly, it is stealing air from your Majesty. Do you think it is a problem? So the queen's old illness relapsed. It's all because of this heater. Li Shimin didn't even dare to go into details. The stove used for heating in winter was the source of the death that almost cost the queen her life. But my dear brother, the winter is so cold. How can I survive without a stove? The question raised by Li Shimin was also very realistic, but Li Xiaoyao had already thought of a solution. Your Majesty, County Menli, the hot water is ready. The palace maid came to report that the hot water arranged by the countymen had been boiled. Go fill these hot water bottles. Yes. That's right, Li Xiaoyao directly purchased several hot water bottles from the system, which were used by the Chinese people born in the 1980s when they were young. The maids quickly filled several sleeping bags. Li Xiaoyao directly arranged to put hot water in the queen's bedding. Sure enough, after a short while, the queen's face showed a warm color and her complexion looked much better. His Majesty. Although the queen was still very weak, she had regained consciousness. Guanyin maid. It was the greasy smell of the middle-aged greasy men again. Everyone else took the initiative to leave, leaving the middle-aged couple to continue greasy. Thank you, Li Xiannan. I apologize for hiding my identity before. Li Lizzie apologized again for what happened before. Princess Changle, there is no need to do this. As a princess, it is only natural for you to hide your identity when you go out. There is nothing to be sorry about. Besides, you are doing this for your mother. In fact, Li Xiaoyao was never angry about this matter from beginning to end. What was there to be angry about? Thank you, Mr. Li, for your understanding. Princess, you don't have to be polite. Just call me by my name. Li Xiannan is quite official, hee hee. Then don't call me princess, call me beauty. Li Shimin came out with a big smile on his face. It seemed that the queen had found some relief. All of you go down and focus on studying medicine in the future. The imperial doctors kneeling on the ground felt as if they had been pardoned. They kowtowed in thanks and retreated. My dear brother, does the queen need more medicine for her illness? Li Shimin still asked with some concern. Your Majesty, there is really no cure for your Majesty's illness, so it's futile to prescribe medicine. You should continue to take the loquat paste and snow pear soup you took before. However, your Majesty's room does need to be kept warm in the winter, otherwise the cold air will be inhaled into the lungs, which will have a great impact on your condition. What should we do? The heater can't be used. Brother, please think of a solution quickly. Li Shimin just felt that he owed his eldest grandson too much in his life. Your Majesty, please be patient. I have a way to solve this problem, but it will cost money. In fact, Li Xiaoyao had already thought it through when he noticed the problem with the heater. He took out the hot water bottle at that time just for emergency use. The ultimate solution might still be to repair the central heating pipes. Li Xiaoyao told Li Shimin the central heating plan in detail. My dear brother, this method is really effective, but it costs a lot of money. Your Majesty, although this method seems to cost a lot, in fact, after eliminating the stove and adopting central heating, it not only effectively curbs the waste of coal, but also greatly improves the safety of heating. The palace will also greatly reduce the purchase of coal every year, which actually saves a lot. Brother, you are right. It is settled then. Please arrange the construction immediately. I can wait, but the Queen cannot. I will arrange for the construction team of the fiefdom to start construction tomorrow. Ha ha ha, okay, my dear brother, Jijia, it's noon now, you two can stay in the palace and have dinner with me. Thank you, Your Majesty. It is an honor to dine with the Emperor, and Li Xiaoyao is also looking forward to what the 108 dishes will consist of. Corn rice, a bowl of pickles, a boiled cabbage, and a chicken shared by 3 people. Don't be fooled by the fact that this dish looks ordinary, it is made by the royal chef. After taking a bite, Li Xiaoyao wanted to spit it out immediately. This tasted even more ordinary. What was going on? What about the Manchuhan banquet? What about the 108 dishes? Was Lu Luogua chomping on the roast suckling pig a lie? The emperor really liked to torture himself and liked to eat something like liputaro. Brother, you have lost weight recently, eat more. He gave all the food to Qing Yaojin who was sitting next to him, but he really couldn't swallow it. However, because of the separate dining system, he had to let Qing Yaojin suffer. My dear brother. As expected, my dear brother still cares about me. Qing Yaojin was almost moved to tears. Why, you don't like my imperial meal? Li Shimin revealed Li Xiaoyao's little plan in one sentence. Your Majesty, do you usually eat this? Li Xiaoyao simply couldn't believe that the emperor of the Tang Empire usually ate pig food. This chicken is only added because of you two. Li Shimin looked calm. Fuck. No wonder Li Shimin liked to eat for free every other day. Alas, the Tang Dynasty was just established not long ago, and I have reduced taxes. But many places need money again. Li Shimin was very helpless. He felt that as an emperor, he enjoyed glory in front of people but suffered misfortune behind their backs. As long as the emperor wanted to spend a penny on himself, he would inevitably be impeached by the censors headed by Wei Zheng. So even though his palace was still in tatters, the emperor wanted to build a summer palace in Mount Li, but was repeatedly obstructed by these censors. So Li Shimin set up a small treasury for himself, the inner treasury, to separate his personal income from state income such as taxes. Li Shimin was the first emperor in ancient and modern times to do this. But in fact, the effect of the inner treasury is not very ideal. Up to now, the source of income for the inner treasury is basically the gifts from envoys of various countries to the emperor. However, as the emperor, Li Shimin was embarrassed to sell these things for money, so he could only use them to reward meritorious princes, ministers, and beauties in the harem. Alas, the emperor's family has no surplus food. Li Shimin's words actually express the same meaning: there is no money, the country has no money, and I have no money either. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao often lamented that the Tang Dynasty, the most powerful country at that time, with a loyal emperor, virtuous ministers, and powerful military force, failed to effectively use its influence to expand its territory. The fundamental reason was money. Your Majesty, if you are worried about money, I have some ideas. Oh, brother, why don't you tell me about it? In Li Shimin's mind, Li Xiaoyao was a man of great talent. So when he heard Li Xiaoyao's idea, he immediately lost interest in eating pig food. I wonder if your Majesty wants a method to fill the national treasury or a method to fill the private treasury. Li Xiaoyao is very pretentious and mysterious. I don't know how to fill the treasury, or how to fill the treasury. Of course, Li Shimin wanted to fill both purses. Let's talk about the treasury first. First of all, we have to pay taxes. It's true that our Tang Dynasty is a big agricultural country. But, we can only collect a few dollars from the land, and it also makes the majority of farmers complain. Li Xiaoyao first dropped a bombshell. Among all the feudal dynasties, there was no dynasty that did not put agricultural tax first, so this first point broke the cognition of Li Shimin and Qing Yaojin. My dear brother, please feel free to speak. Li Shimin really wanted to know the answer. Scholars, farmers, merchants and artisans, this is the occupational hierarchy from ancient times to the present. But in fact, I want to say that there is no distinction between high and low in any profession. Take the merchants at the bottom for example. Because they do not produce, they are looked down upon by the world. But have you ever thought that if there were no merchants to make goods flow from all over the place, there would be no prosperity in Chang'an City today? Even the crops grown by farmers can only be eaten by themselves and cannot be sold. So why do we look down on merchants? Li Shimin thought about it carefully and it seemed to be true. Moreover, merchants still hold most of the money, but the state's taxation on merchants is much lower than that on farmers. May I ask, Your Majesty, why is this so? This. Li Shimin was speechless when asked. It was not that he didn't know the answer, but he just couldn't say it. This was because many things in the court were directly inherited from the previous dynasty, and no one questioned whether they were reasonable. Your Majesty, farmers work hard to farm the land for a year just to have enough food and clothing, while merchants pursue profits. They are different. Let me give you a simple example. A farmer can only manage 5 acres of land at most. Even if he can plant 2 crops, before potatoes and sweet potatoes come out, the yield per acre is calculated as a maximum of 3 dan. In total, he can harvest 30 dan a year. If he sells all of it without eating or drinking, he can get 3 strings of cash. Your Majesty, am I right? Yes. Okay, let's talk about a businessman. I'll talk about the most ordinary businessman. My father-in-law's grocery store made a profit of more than 300 strings of cash a year before I got involved. Your Majesty, the difference is more than 10 times. This is not to mention the wealthy families, chambers of commerce, etc. What do you think? Li Xiaoyao was not afraid of trouble and directly used his father-in-law as an example. Li Shimin's eyes were as big as copper bells. He knew before that merchants lived better than farmers, but no one had ever calculated this account for himself. It was simply too hateful. These businessmen deserved to die. Li Shimin now wished he could kill all the merchants. No, Your Majesty, it's not the merchant's fault, and you can't blame the merchant. They don't do any productive work, yet they have so much wealth. Shouldn't they be killed? Li Shimin still did not understand the significance of the existence of businessmen. In fact, it is normal. The ancients could not receive more knowledge like modern people, so they did not understand or care about many macro things. Your Majesty, I have just said that no profession should be discriminated against. People believe that the increase in social wealth is when farmers plant one more acre of land and weavers weave one more piece of cloth, while merchants simply exchange existing goods from one place to another, so we should emphasize agriculture and suppress commerce. Isn't it? We know that people have different strengths. Some are good at hunting, while others are good at planting. Hunters need to eat grain and wear linen clothes, while planters need to eat meat and wear animal skins, which requires trading. The emergence of merchants reduces trade costs, so that buyers can buy more goods with less money, and sellers can also sell at higher prices with fewer goods. In other words, the essence of merchants is to reduce the intermediate price difference of trade costs, and the result is to objectively promote economic activity. So I suggest raising the commodity transaction tax and reducing the farming tax. Secondly, I suggest that some industries related to people's livelihood be incorporated into state-owned enterprises. State-owned enterprise. Before Li Shimin had digested the first tax, Li Xiaoyao came up with a new term, state-owned enterprise. That's right. For example, important strategic resources and livelihood resources such as salt and iron are controlled by the state throughout the country and private operation is not allowed. This is absolutely unacceptable. The officials will surely accuse me of competing with the people for profit. Li Shimin got a headache whenever he thought about the quarrels among the civil servants. How can this be considered competing with the people for profits? The one who runs the salt and iron business is not a wealthy family of the century. Besides, these are national strategic materials and should have been nationalized. Li Shimin seemed to be moved by what he said, mainly because what Li Xiaoyao said made sense. The salt and iron were all controlled by the rich, so there was no question of competing with the people for profits. More importantly, the income from the salt and iron was simply a terrifying amount. There is a third point. Oh, do you have any good ideas, brother? The third is the fastest way to get rich. Li Shimin couldn't wait to know if there was any other way in the world to get rich quickly. War. Li Shimin slumped in his chair. Yes, war is indeed the fastest way to get rich. How to fill the treasury? After a long while, Li Shimin seemed to have digested it, and then he proposed how to fill his small wallet. This is even simpler. Your Majesty only needs to authorize the word royal to Wangji Grocery Store, and I am willing to give 10% of the profits of Wangji Grocery Store to Your Majesty. Li Xiaoyao saw the excitement flashing in Li Shimin's eyes. It was impossible for Li Shimin not to know Wang Ji's income. 1%, that's a little too little. Li Shimin was obviously pretending. Now it depends on who has better acting skills. Your Majesty, you can earn 10% of Wang Ji's income just by talking without doing anything. You are not unaware of the booming business of Wang Ji. What Li Xiaoyao said was right. Li Shimin was very aware of Wang Ji's ability to make money. Before, it was just an ordinary grocery store, but after Li Xiaoyao developed the perfume, Wang Ji instantly became popular throughout Chang'an City. Even many places outside Chang'an City knew Wang Ji's name. Later, it launched a series of. He made a lot of money by selling new furniture, soaps and other products. 30%. But since we are talking about business, of course you have to bargain. Your Majesty, 30% is impossible. I will bear all the material, labor, and transportation costs. 30% is absolutely impossible. The most is 1.1%. Hey, my dear brother, this is so unpleasant. According to the procedure, you should offer 20% of the price. You held it back for a long time before raising it by 0.1. I am the emperor of the empire, are you humiliating me? Since it is a business negotiation, both parties will do whatever it takes, so let's go back and forth. Qing Yaojin also has some assets at home, but he has never managed them personally, so where has he seen such a scene? The emperor and the imperial baron were like a fierce woman buying vegetables in the market, arguing over a penny or two, with their faces red and their saliva flying, neither of them giving in. After fierce competition, the two sides finally reached an agreement. Li Shimin gave Li Xiaoyao the complete and exclusive right to use the word royal in exchange for 15% of Wang Ji's profits. Li Shimin felt very happy as he got a huge financial reward without actually paying anything. Li Xiaoyao thought that in the future he could do evil in his business under the royal banner and run rampant in the Tang Dynasty. Both parties were very satisfied with the cooperation and raised their glasses to celebrate. Your Majesty, our private contract has been completed. There is one more thing I would like to discuss with Your Majesty. Brother, if you have something to say, please feel free to tell me. Li Shimin was very happy at this time. Your Majesty is happy now because of the income from the treasury. My dear brother, you don't know how miserable I am. Just look at what I eat as the emperor of an empire. When I live a little better, the censors headed by you, old man Wei Zheng, criticize me in the morning court. Now that I have the treasury, I can do whatever I want. How can they find fault with me? As Li Shimin spoke, he was almost in tears. Your Majesty, is Your Majesty Wang Ji satisfied? Li Xiaoyao is like the wolf grandmother at this moment, tricking Little Red Riding Hood into opening the door. Brother, do you have a project that is more profitable than Wang's? Li Xiaoyao's words obviously aroused Li Shimin's interest. Who would complain about having too little money? Haha, Your Majesty, do you know why the Hu merchants came all the way to our Tang Dynasty to do business? It must be to make money. Yes, it's about making money, but can't he make money in his own country now? Why does he have to leave his homeland and come to the Tang Dynasty? Li Shimin fell into deep thought. He had never thought about these things before. Could it be? Merchants pursue profits. When the profits reach 10%, some people are ready to make a move. When the profits reach 50%, some dare to take risks. When the profits reach 100%, they dare to trample on all human laws. And when the profits reach 300%, they are not even afraid of going to the gallows. Li Xiaoyao quoted Marx's theory from his previous life. 300%, damn it. When Li Shimin heard the profit of 300, he became furious again. Your Majesty, do you think 300% is high? Brother, do you mean there is something better? Let me give you an example. A foreign merchant buys a piece of good porcelain from our Tang Dynasty for 1 tael. Do you know how much they sell it for in their country? At least 10 times as much. Li Xiaoyao's remarks once again refreshed Li Shimin's worldview. Seeing Li Shimin's shocked expression, Li Xiaoyao knew that His Majesty needed time to digest. Qing Yaojin never knew that these Hu merchants could make so much money. No wonder they came all the way to the Tang Dynasty. Brother, what you mean is that we should also set up a caravan to do business in other countries. Yes, the country needs to develop, which requires money. Relying solely on the GDP of our Tang Dynasty is still too slow. What does chicken fart mean? My dear brother, you are really knowledgeable. I have never heard of these words before. Your Majesty, you can understand it as gross national product. The higher the GDP of a country, the more developed and richer the country is. What I mean is, if we want to do something big, we should directly establish an ocean-going fleet and trade around the world. Li Shimin was already a little dizzy. He originally thought that Li Xiaoyao just wanted to form a caravan, but he didn't expect that others looked down on the land caravan and went straight to the fleet. Brother, isn't this a bit too much? Your Majesty, building a fleet can, firstly, demonstrate the strength of our Tang Dynasty. Secondly, we can obtain a lot of wealth through overseas trade. In fact, there is one thing Li Xiaoyao did not say, which is that he can help the Tang Dynasty train a larger navy. In the end, Li Xiaoyao convinced the emperor, but the number of ships in the ocean-going fleet was still 0, so everything had to start from scratch. The next morning, Li Xiaoyao arrived outside the palace early, waiting for the morning court. Logically speaking, although he was a countyman, he was not qualified to attend the morning court. However, because of several things he had discussed with Li Shimin the day before, someone was needed to give the emperor advice and find a way out, so that the emperor could implement these systems smoothly. As for the person who was looking for a way out, it naturally fell to Li Xiaoyao, who proposed these plans. Seeing that more and more ministers were waiting to attend the court, people gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to point fingers at Li Xiaoyao, the new face. Master Zhao, that person looks very unfamiliar. Master He, have you forgotten? This is Li Xiaoyao, the man from Li County, who offers potatoes and sweet potatoes for good fortune. Now that Lord He mentioned this, I remember it. But how can a little county boy participate in morning exercises? Maybe he's here to offer some auspicious blessing, ha ha. Ha ha ha. Several old-timers around heard this and seemed to look down on Li Xiaoyao, an official who had risen to power through speculation. You came early, kid. Cheng Yaojin appeared in time and resolved the embarrassment of Li Xiaoyao being pointed at alone. The old foxes who were sneering around him shut up and dispersed when they saw the devil coming. Going to court. The distinctive shrill voice of the eunuch on duty interrupted the adults' chatter, and they lined up and filed in. It was Li Xiaoyao's first time attending court, and he didn't know where to stand. He just saw Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi, a few familiar faces, so he went over and stood with them. This was seen by other officials, who naturally put Li Xiaoyao in the team of military generals. The entire process of the morning court is similar to what you see on TV, where ministers discuss recent national affairs with the emperor and then formulate a solution. My dear ministers, do you have anything else to report? Normally, when the emperor asks you this question, it means everyone can prepare to adjourn the meeting. But today, Li Xiaoyao is here, so it can't be that simple. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Oh, Li Aiqing, what's the matter? The old fox could tell at a glance that Countryman Li and the emperor were acting in a double act. They must have discussed something behind the scenes. Let's go through the process today. It's better to have less trouble than more. Let's watch the nose with the eyes and the heart with the nose. Love whoever you want as long as it doesn't affect you. Your Majesty, I suggest that strategic materials related to people's livelihood and national security, such as salt and iron, be nationalized and traded by the state in a unified manner. The group of civil servants from aristocratic families who were planning to close their eyes and rest just now almost suffocated. Well, you little bastard, you come with a big move right away, you are going to suck the blood of our aristocratic family. These materials were basically monopolized by the aristocratic families, which led to their inexhaustible wealth and the confidence to challenge the emperor. Your Majesty, I impeach Li Countyman for spreading rumors and confusing the people, disturbing the court, and confusing the emperor. He should be executed according to his crime. Before the emperor opened his mouth, the civil servants from the aristocratic families couldn't help but jump out and said, well, you want to drink the blood of my family, but I will kill you too. Sir, you want to kill me right away, but we have no grudges against each other. When Li Xiaoyao decided to be Li Shimon's gunman, he knew that this road would be difficult, but he was not afraid. He had read so many novels and watched so many short videos in his previous life. Could it be that he could only say a few words of ancient Chinese? Mr. Li, please respect yourself. I am impeaching you not because I have a grudge against you. I just can't stand the fact that you are deceiving the emperor and misleading the people with your lies. This fat man, are we spreading rumors to confuse the public and deceive the Holy Lord? Li Xinnan, I'm not the fat man, my last name is Zhao. I understand, Mr. Fatty. This is outrageous. Your Majesty, I will also impeach Countryman Li for insulting an official of the imperial court. Lord Zhao, who was already a bit fat, hated being called fat the most. But now, Li Xiaoyao was simply going to make him die on the spot. Li Aiqing, what's your attitude? Li Shimin didn't want to be too partial, so he criticized Li Xiaoyao in a mild manner. Yes, Your Majesty. This fat man, Lord Zhao, you said that I spread rumors to confuse the people, disturb the court, and confuse the emperor's mind. Please show me the evidence, otherwise I will sue you for defamation. Defamation, you slandered me, he slandered me. Li Xiaoyao became more and more excited as he spoke, looking at the ministers around him with a look of grievance, as if he was the victim. Who doesn't know how to act? Your Majesty, he. The fat man was at a loss as to what to do after being harassed by Li Xiaoyao. Master Zhao, may I ask, do you have any evidence for the crimes you are impeaching me for? Just when everyone was still sympathizing with the fat Lord Zhang, Li Xiaoyao suddenly asked another serious question. You asked your majesty to nationalize salt and iron, which is obviously putting your majesty in a difficult position. Your majesty is the emperor. How can you do such a thing as competing with the people for profits? Lord Zhao had prepared his arguments long ago. Now that he has spoken them all out at once, I am sure no one can overturn the case. Lord Zhao, as far as I know, the salt and iron trades are currently controlled by the aristocratic families. May I ask how your majesty is competing with the people for profits? The grievances and hatreds between the emperor and the aristocratic families have always existed, but today they were brought to the table for the first time by the young boy Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao brought up the aristocratic family, and Lord Zhao, who was born into a noble family, didn't know how to refute it. Salt and iron are important livelihood and national strategic materials. They should be controlled by the state to better ensure the rational regulation of these resources. I think you, Mr. Zhao, are only pursuing your own selfish interests and are harming the country and His Majesty. I second the motion. Cheng Yaojin took the lead and most of the generals directly agreed with Li Xiaoyao's decision. In fact, this was also arranged by Li Shimin. Cheng Yaojin was at the scene at that time and heard the two people discussing. In addition, most of the generals were veterans led by Li Shimin and had a good relationship with Li Xiaoyao, so they definitely supported it. I second the motion. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui followed suit. Although the two gentlemen were the heads of the civil service, they had also followed Li Shimin for so many years. This matter was indeed beneficial and harmless. They had thought about it before, but it just lacked a rookie to bring it up. Now that there was a rookie, they only needed to second the motion. I second the motion. Changshu and Wuji saw that the situation was hopeless and knew that he was powerless to change it, so he could only grit his teeth and second the proposal. Thinking that his family's iron ore industry was about to be nationalized, he began to feel hatred for Li Xiaoyao. Okay, since all of you have no objection, then the fourth Prime Minister will follow up on this matter personally. I accept your order. After Li Shimin gave the order, a big stone in his heart fell. It seems that being young is good. This lifeless court needs such energetic young people. After that, the more he looked at Li Xiaoyao, the more he wanted to bring him to the court. Li Xiaoyao felt a chill on the back of his neck, thinking that someone from the noble family was cursing him in his heart, but he didn't know that Li Shimin had already been thinking about him. Your Majesty, I have something else to report. Just when everyone thought that the matter had come to an end, Li Xiaoyao once again reported that he had something to report. My dear, what else do you want? Your Majesty, the Tang Dynasty is in a state of disrepair. Although we now have potatoes and sweet potatoes, it will take time to promote them throughout the country, so the farmers are still living a hard life. I suggest reducing the agricultural tax. I second this motion. This time it was the turn of the officials from the aristocratic families to actively jump out and second the motion. This was not because the aristocratic families had a change of heart, but because 80% of the land in the entire Tang Dynasty was not in the hands of the peasants, but in the hands of these aristocratic families. Therefore, if the agricultural tax was reduced, they would be the ones who benefited in the end. But how could Li Shimin and Li Xiaoyao not know this? They just eat one mouthful at a time and walk one step at a time. Your Majesty, I object. The main source of tax revenue for the Tang Dynasty is agriculture. Your Majesty has been merciful in recent years and tax revenue has been reduced again and again. It must not be reduced any further. Fang and Du, who were unaware of the truth of the incident, stood up and raised their objections. This was embarrassing. They forgot to inform the two in advance yesterday, and today they made a big mistake. Li Xiaoyao's character today is that of a young and ignorant man, even more so than Cheng Yaojin. He walked straight up to Prime Minister Fang and Prime Minister Du, and winked at them in front of all the civil and military officials in the court. Fang and Du, both prime ministers, immediately understood that this was Li Shimin's plan and began to think about how to cooperate. The others looked at this bastard Li Xiaoyao with strange expressions. Don't you treat us as outsiders? You are making faces in front of all the civil and military officials in the court. Do you dare to be more low-key? Your Majesty, I am very worried. I have had a cold recently and have been talking nonsense uncontrollably. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Fang Xiang is worthy of being a prime minister who has experienced many ups and downs. He perfectly interprets what it feels like to be extremely shameless even though he is old. Okay, then it's settled that we will lower the agricultural tax. Prime Minister Du will be in charge of this matter. Do you have anything else to report? I have this report. Damn, is this ever going to end? I got up so early in the morning and haven't even had breakfast yet. It's almost noon now, and you still have something to do. The military generals were fine because they had been practicing martial arts for many years, but the civil officials had already been starving. Merchants do not engage in production, but instead engage in speculation. Some foreign merchants even take the most valuable treasures of the Tang Dynasty abroad and sell them at high prices. I suggest raising the business transaction tax to curb this unhealthy trend. This time, Li Xiaoyao used the ancients' point of view to make this request, so the pro-royal faction expressed their agreement. The aristocratic families knew that it would seriously affect their own interests, but the excuse Li Xiaoyao found was simply irrefutable. Finally, the establishment of state-owned enterprises, the reduction of agricultural taxes, and the increase of commercial taxes were all passed. Li Shimin couldn't help but look up to Li Xiaoyao. If it were in the past, he might have encountered great obstacles if he wanted to implement any of these. Li Shimin liked his brother more and more. Although he wanted to bring him to the court immediately, he thought about it carefully and felt that he should not act too hastily. After all, his brother was still too young, and it might not be a good thing for him to enter the court too early. After the emperor left the hall, the ministers left in groups of 3 or 4. "Brother, let's go drink." Cheng Yaojin and several generals who were on good terms with Li Xiaoyao gathered together and discussed where to go for entertainment. "Mr. Li, His Majesty invites you." "Hey, Eunuch Lu, long time no see." The person who came was Eunuch Lu, who had previously gone to Li Xiaoyao's house to convey the imperial edict. Eunuch Lu recognized County Magistrate Li at first sight and greeted him warmly. For some reason, he felt particularly touched. When other people saw him, they were either afraid or looked down on him, but County Magistrate Li seemed to really treat him as a normal person and perhaps a friend. "I'm sorry, brothers. His Majesty is looking for me. I'll drink with you brothers next time." Everyone bowed and said goodbye. "Eunuch Lu, what does His Majesty want to see me about?" "Li Countyman, your craftsman has arrived. His Majesty will arrange for you as soon as possible." "Oh, that's what it is." Previously, Li Xiaoyao had discussed with Li Shimin about heating the entire palace, so he asked someone to go back to the fiefdom to find Li Si. After all, it was Li Si who led the team to heat the houses in the fiefdom, so he was familiar with the process and his efficiency was much higher. Eunuch Lu brought Li Xiaoyao to the craftsman's room. As soon as they opened the door, they were knocked down by a figure. "Master, wow, I was so scared. I won't dare to do it again next time." Li Si was crying like Li Xiaoyao with snot and tears, and it took a long time to figure out that this guy was crying because he was scared by the scene after arriving at the palace. "Okay, stop crying. This is a matter of honor for our family. If you're afraid, I'll replace you with someone else." "No, master. If my father knew, he would beat me to death when he got back." Li Si couldn't imagine that if he lost the honor of repairing the palace, his father Li San would definitely break his legs when he returned. "Okay, stop crying. Your mission this time will be very simple. It is to install heating pipes throughout the palace." "I see, it's easy. There will be enough manpower and materials, and everything must be completed within 10 days. Guaranteed mission completion. Although 10 days is a bit tight, I don't have to worry about manpower and materials, and it shouldn't be a big problem. Besides, the honor of building the imperial palace is enough to brag about for a lifetime." Wangjai, Ending County. I love the lotus because it grows out of mud but remains unstained, washes in the clear water but remains unsightly, is straight inside and outside, has no vines or branches, and its fragrance becomes clearer as it spreads farther away, and it stands tall and clean. One can admire it from afar but not play with it. This poem was exactly what Li Xiaoyao wrote in Manchunla, but now it has been copied on paper by Wang Xian, who is muttering it. "Miss, I didn't expect that the uncle had such talent. But I didn't expect that the uncle would go to a place like Huichunlu." The maidservant seemed to be standing up for her mistress. "Don't say too much. He didn't do anything. Besides, when men are out socializing, it's inevitable that they will act out of turn. If Li Xiaoyao were here at this moment and heard these words, he would definitely hug his considerate wife and give her a couple of kisses. Wang Ziyan is now completely immersed in Li Xiaoyao's talent. She thought that her future husband was just a kind-hearted person, but she didn't expect him to have such talent. It really makes her look at him with admiration. At this time, Li Xiaoyao was still in Chang'an City. Because he was the one who proposed the 2 cases of taxation and state-owned enterprises, he needed to assist Fang and Du to help prepare detailed regulations so that they could be implemented as soon as possible. Fortunately, Li Xiaoyao had modern loan terms, and with the opinions of Prime Minister Fang and Du, a detailed plan was quickly worked out and passed Li Shimon's review. Ah, I can finally go home. When Li Xiaoyao came, he didn't expect to stay in Chang'an for so many days and lose his freedom for so many days. His heart had already flown back to Anding County. When he returned to Lijia village after a long absence, he felt the smell of cow dung for the first time, which was so familiar and nostalgic. Standing at the entrance of the village, I wanted to pose, but I was shivering in the cold wind. I urged Xiaobai under my crotch to run towards home quickly. The master is back. Dongxiang opened the door and saw that it was her young master. She happily pulled him to the inner room to warm up. She also called her sisters to serve the young master. Master, you must be hungry. I'll make you something delicious. Master, you must be thirsty. I'll pour you some water. Master, are you cold? I'll get you a hot water bottle. The girls all talked about his well-being, and it turned out that what men can't stand the most is the land of tenderness. Security Corps Training Ground. Emergency Assembly. In the early morning, the quiet training ground was broken by a whistle. The members of the security team quickly dressed and lined up on the playground. Reporting the number. 1.2.3.4.5, 68. Report to the head of the group. The security group should have 69 people, and the actual number is 69. Please give instructions. Under the training of Deputy Commander Zhang Wu, the Security Corps has begun to take shape. Because they are strictly following the training methods given by Commander Li Xiaoyao, they have some of the efficient and decisive features of modern soldiers. Start. Li Xiaoyao was standing here as the head of the security team at this time, so he directly gave the order to start the results display. Yes. Today is the final assessment for new recruits, mainly to assess the effectiveness of training during this period, including Q training, 400-meter obstacle course, crossbow shooting, weapon combat, horse riding assessment, 5-kilometer cross-country running, all of which are a combination of ancient and modern training subjects. Because there are many subjects, the final examination time is set to 2 days. The first item was Q training. According to Zhang Wu's report, everyone complained the most about Q training, thinking it was useless. In fact, the main reason was that everyone had not developed the habit of standing for half an hour, so it was more tiring than running 5 kilometers. Later, they gradually got used to it, and it became easier day by day. As an instructor, Zhang Wu began to discover the benefits of Q training. Standing like a pine tree, sitting like a bell, their spirits are very different. This is what the security team members look like now. In the past, there is no comparison between the soldiers in the military camp and the security team in terms of spirit. After 2 days of intense assessment and competition, everyone successfully completed the assessment subjects. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, everyone was dressed neatly, wearing the same security team uniforms, and stood in front of the podium in the training ground. First of all, congratulations to everyone. After 2 days of assessment, everyone has successfully passed and officially become a member of the security team. Today is the sacred day to grant you weapons, tokens, shoulder straps and nameplates. Those whose names are called, please come to the stage. Ma Liang. Arrive. In order to increase the team member's sense of honor, Li Xiaoyao copied many things from the modern army, such as the gun awarding ceremony, which can make everyone cherish their weapons more. The shoulder straps and nameplates can more easily distinguish each other's rank and identity. The team members went up on stage one by one to receive their weapons, equipment, and items. Looking at the brand new swords, handsome horse sculptures, and flexible crossbows, they realized that even the most elite troops of the Tang Dynasty were not currently equipped with such sophisticated equipment. These veteran soldiers who have already retired seemed a little unable to believe their eyes. These weapons, in terms of materials and craftsmanship, were not something that ordinary soldiers could use. But now the regiment commander had distributed them to everyone, one set per person. The multifunctional belts were already filled with compressed biscuits, candies, and painkillers, and each soldier was given a set of these. The supplies in the belts could at least ensure that the soldiers could survive in the wild for more than 3 days. It was the first time that someone took the life protection of the soldiers into account. Although no one said it, they all remembered it silently in their hearts. If you don't let me down, I will repay you with all my strength. After the award ceremony, we gave everyone a day off. Everyone cheered and ran home, as there would be a family reunion tonight. Zhang Wu, we will arrange for team members to patrol the infest area starting tomorrow. It's the leader. Li Xiaoyao defined the duties of the security team as more like the police, protecting the security within the fiefdom, rather than external enemies. However, Li Xiaoyao did not know how much merit his small security team would achieve in the future. It was still early in the morning. Li Xiaoyao walked in the fiefdom. Looking at the fiefdom becoming more and more popular, he felt very gratified. Small stalls had been set up in many places. Everyone had some spare money in their pockets, and more people were doing business, some selling tea, some selling noodles, and some selling their own specialties. There were also peddlers walking around the streets, beating rattles to attract children's attention. Li Xiaoyao liked this feeling very much. It was just like playing games in his previous life. The village he built with his own hands was upgraded step by step. He really enjoyed the sense of achievement. Seeing the vendors in front of him, Li Xiaoyao suddenly had an idea, how to promote the fiefdom he built, so that everyone would know about this place and be willing to come here, so as to boost the local economy. The most popular items in his fiefdom now are perfume, furniture, and soap. Except for soap, the other two have workshops. As Li Xiaoyao purchased perfume from the system himself, he did not build a workshop. However, after the spring, he will arrange people to start experiments and gradually transform from system procurement to self-production. Since your own products are so popular now, you can find a few replicable products, build workshops in the 3 villages, and then let the suppliers come to pick up the goods themselves. In this way, the reputation of the fiefdom will gradually spread, more people will come to the fiefdom, some people will consume, and everyone's income will increase. Why didn't I think of it before? I wasted so much time. For the first time, Li Xiaoyao felt a little stupid. He had never thought of such a good idea before. In the next few days, Li Xiaoyao wandered around the 3 villages in his fiefdom. One was to see the actual situation, and the other was to see what kind of products would be best made according to local conditions. When several village heads heard that the boss wanted to build a new workshop, they followed Li Xiaoyao around every day. The 3 of them all wanted the boss to build the workshop in their own village. After all, with the examples of the previous workshops, everyone knew how profitable it was. After all, the villagers also wanted to live a good life. Master, our Zhangjia village has the best geographical location. Don't hesitate, just choose our Zhangjia village. The head of Zhangjia village introduced the advantages of his village in a flattering manner, which made the head of Taohua village unhappy. Master, don't listen to him. How can the location of Zhangjia village be better than that of Taohua village? Are you kidding me? You are so good, Wu Yong, you dare to say bad things about our Zhangjia village in front of the young master, I will fight you. Seeing that village chief Zhang was about to fight to the death with Wu Xuanzhang, Li Xiaoyao no longer hid his intentions. Everyone, sit down and take a rest. Several village heads argued with each other until their faces turned red. They accompanied the young master for a long circle and found a pavilion. Li Xiaoyao asked everyone to sit down and rest for a while. The 3 village heads knew that the young master must have some ideas in mind, so they stopped arguing and sat upright like good children. I already have a preliminary plan in mind, Li Jia village. Yes, master. Li Asen quickly agreed. He thought, as expected, our Li Jia village is the young master's confidant. After all, we are all Li family members. Move the soap shop to Zhangjia village. Thank you, master. What? Master. Li Asen, who was still proud of himself the previous second, was so shocked that he couldn't speak the next second. However, Zhang Si, the village chief of Zhangjia village, looked very happy. Be quiet and listen to me. We now have 3 villages, and we should make use of each other's strengths to develop the village's economy. After a round of thinking, this is roughly what I have planned. Hearing that the young master was about to get to the point, several people pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Since Lijia village already has orchards and aquaculture, I plan to focus on developing food processing and gourmet food industries. A canning factory will be built this year. The future development of Lijia village will mainly focus on building a gourmet food village. Master, what is a cannery? A canning factory processes fruits, fish, shrimp and other foods, puts them in cans, and then you can eat them directly after opening them. I heard that the advantage of a canning factory is that it can keep the food for several years without spoiling. It won't break in a few years. The biggest problem with fruits, fish and shrimp is that they will go bad within a few days, which is why they cannot be transported over long distances. Although Chang'an City can fully consume the produce of Lijia village, it also makes it impossible to expand production capacity. But with this canning technology, this problem no longer exists. Master, now that we have canning technology, are we going to expand aquaculture and fruit planting this year? That's natural. Okay, hee hee. Li Asen grinned so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Zhangjia village is mainly based on workshop production. I will move the soap workshop there first. This year, a glass factory will be established. In the early stage, it will mainly produce containers needed by the canning factory. In the later stage, other workshops will also be built in Zhangjia village. Thank you, Master. Zhang Si was so happy that he kept bowing. With the young master's promise, the people of Zhangjia village no longer had to suffer from cold and hunger. Master, what about our Taohua village? Seeing that other villages had made arrangements, Taohua village chief Wu Yong became a little anxious. Taohua village has a flat terrain and abundant water resources. Its advantage is farming, so I plan to vigorously develop agriculture and animal husbandry in Taohua village. In the future, any new varieties of crops produced by Chunxiang will be given to Taohua village first. Thank you, Master. With the young master's arrangement, the three village chiefs now felt relieved. Royal Palace. This heater is truly an ingenious design. I wonder what's going on in your mind, brother. The heating renovation of the entire palace has been completed. Now we only need to burn a fire in a small room outside the palace, and the heat will flow into the hall through the heating pipes. Compared with the previous charcoal burning, there are no safety hazards, and people will not have black nostrils all the time. It also saves more coal and the heating effect is better. Before, when I was burning the charcoal stove, my chest felt stuffy and it was difficult to breathe. Now I don't feel any impact at all. After the palace stopped using charcoal stoves, Empress Changxuan clearly felt that her physical condition was much better than before. Your name is Li Si, right? Well done. Come here, give me a reward. I dare not. Li Shimin was very happy, and he waved his hand to reward Li Si with 10,000 gold coins. Copper coins, don't think they are gold. When Li Si saw the emperor, his legs were shaking, and he knelt down quickly to express that he dared not. Don't you dare? If my dear brother knew that you worked for me and I didn't reward you, he would definitely say that I was stingy. Take it, you deserve it. Thank you, your majesty. Hearing what the emperor said, his young master's status in Li Si's heart became even higher, and he even dared to find fault with the emperor. The young master is so awesome. Winter has turned to spring. Due to the vigorous development of the fiefdom this year, everyone's living standards have also been significantly improved. There is no longer a situation of freezing to death and starving to death. Many people have eagerly plowed their own land early, waiting to plant this year's seeds. Villagers who had been idle all winter have also taken to the streets one after another to stretch their muscles. The place where stalls were set up last year is even more lively this year. Security guards patrol the land and deal with public security issues. They also work part-time as the neighborhood committee ant, investigating and dealing with some uncivilized behavior. Sir, you spit on the ground and you will be fined 5 cents. What? I have to pay for spitting. The passerby was ready to argue a few more words, but when he saw the gleaming gun on the security guard, he immediately shut up, paid the money and left. Everything was going as Li Xiaoyao wanted, but Li Xiaoyao still had one most important job, which was Yunding College, which would start in 2 days. At this moment, Li Xiaoyao was preparing for class. Yes, he had never been a teacher before, and he was so nervous that he even spoke with a lisp. He hid in the study room and kept practicing. According to statistics, there are approximately 103 children of school age in the 3 villages of the fiefdom. If the second generation of Qing Yaojin and his people in Chang'an City are included, there are estimated to be around 120 people. The college adopts a closed management system, with 5 days of classes and 2 days off. At present, the college's teaching teachers, life teachers, and logistics are all in place, waiting for the students. Li Xiaoyao invested a lot of money in Hentang College. The college was built large and luxuriously, with classrooms, dormitories, school uniforms, cafeteria meals, teachers' apartments, and sports fields. After all, Li Xiaoyao plans to use Hentang College as a base to develop modern physics, chemistry, and mathematics, which are the basic courses that constitute scientific research. The development of the Tang Dynasty cannot rely on one person alone. It requires more people with modern knowledge to contribute in various positions. Royal Palace. Father, this is today's homework. A fat boy took the homework assigned by the teacher today and handed it to Li Shimin for inspection with both hands. Qing Chue, well written. Your ability to understand is becoming more and more thorough. That's right, this little fat boy is Li Shimin's 4th son and also Li Shimin's favorite son, no doubt about it, Li Tai, whose nickname is Qing Chue. Hearing his father's praise, Li Tai smiled happily so much that the fat on his face was shaking. Qing Chue, I found a teacher for you. Teacher Li. Yes, a teacher with great talent. You will leave tomorrow. Yes, father. Li Tai wanted to refuse deep down in his heart, because he enjoyed the comfort zone of the palace very much. The reason why he was so fat was because he had developed the habit of eating and drinking since he was a child. He was greedy and didn't like sports. As a result, he was fat now. However, Li Tai was a thoughtful person who was good at observing others and catering to others. Because of this, he knew what kind of people Li Shimin liked, so he disguised himself as someone Li Shimin liked to please him. But in fact, Li Tai was very sarcastic to others, either beating or scolding them. On the day of enrollment at Hentang College, the students from Fengdi had already arrived at the college early to complete the registration. At this time, all the teachers and students changed into the college uniforms, gathered in the playground, and listened to the teachings of the principal Li Xiaoyao. Finally, fellow students, I hope that after you have learned something, you can contribute to our Tang Dynasty. Li Xiaoyao had prepared his speech for several days. He was speaking with great enthusiasm when he was interrupted by an arrogant voice. I was wondering why no one is here. Everyone is here. Are you the principal? You are so young and you can be the principal. The person who came was Li Tai, accompanied by Qing Chumo, Qing Chuliang, and several servants. Little fatty, who are you? Qing Chumo and Qing Chuliang, because they were the sons of Qing Yaojin even performed a special performance of beating his son to cheer Li Xiaoyao up. So they all knew each other, but Li Xiaoyao had no impression of this little fat man, and couldn't think of which official second generation he was. What Li Tai hated most in his life was being called fat. Because of his identity, no one dared to call him fat, but the person in front of him did. You dare call me fat? Li Tai looked in disbelief at the man in front of him who was only a few years older than him. You are fat, rude, and don't let anyone say anything. Qing Chumo, Qing Chuliang, you two are late, why don't you stand in line quickly? If Li Tai wasn't here, Qing Chumo and Qing Chuliang would have obeyed and done what they were told. After all, this man had a good relationship with their father, and they might report him to the police. But now that Wei Wang Li Tai was here, the two brothers seemed to have a backer and did not move. Li Xiaoyao knew that he had to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, otherwise it would be difficult for him to manage in front of all the teachers and students in the college. I am Li Tai, the king of Wei. If you dare to call me fat, beat him up. Following Li Tai, the servants rushed up directly, wanting to teach this ignorant boy a lesson. It was not the first time they had done such a thing. Everyone, today I am here to announce the first school rule of the academy. All students in the academy must not be divided into high and low status. After saying that, Li Xiaoyao also rushed out in a flash, and knocked all the servants to the ground with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. At this time, Li Tai, Qing Chumo, and Qing Chuliang had opened their mouths so wide that they could already stuff eggs. Others didn't know, but the three of them knew that these servants were the best soldiers specially selected by Li Shimin in the army and then assigned to Li Tai. The young man in front of them was knocked to the ground with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. Qing Chumo and Qing Chuliang realized that the situation was not right and prepared to sneak into the group of teachers and students, but were stopped by Li Xiaoyao. "Stop, the 3 of you stand on the playground and run 10 laps. And you servants, get out of my academy right now, or you will stay here forever." The servants knew they were no match for the enemy, so they had to leave quickly and prepare to report what happened here to the emperor truthfully. Li Xiaoyao was not afraid either, because the person who spoke to everyone at the time was very clear that if they wanted to send it over, they had to follow their own rules and must obey absolutely. If everyone is stubborn and arrogant, then there is no point in opening this academy. Several smart people also understood the reason, and Qing Yaojin even said that he would kill or chop them up at your will. With the consent of the adults, Li Xiaoyao made such a move today. "Huai Dao, you come to supervise. If they dare to be lazy, use this teaching stick to beat them. If I find that you are slacking off, I will beat you." When they first heard that it was Qin Huaidao who was going to supervise, they were happy. They were all second generation in Chang'an City, so they would give him some face. However, Li Xiaoyao's words made Qin Huaidao give up the idea of letting him go. It's better to die than to die. Sorry, King Wei still has 2 brothers from the Qing family. Everyone else go to the cafeteria to have lunch, dismissed. Today, all the teachers and students in the academy were deeply shocked by their dean, Li Xiaoyao. He even dared to punish the emperor's son, the king of Wei. The other 2 were said to be the sons of the duke. It seemed that their dean had a great background. Let me tell you about the rules of the cafeteria. You can only take as much as you want to eat, don't waste food, and don't make loud noises. That's all. Except for a few second brothers who came from Chang'an City, all the other students and teachers were from poor families. Looking at the food in front of them, they all swallowed their saliva. Those who had already prepared their meals looked for people with whom they had a good relationship and sat together. Teacher Zhang. Teacher Wang, please take a seat. There is no one here. Most of the teachers are classmates of Wu Yong, the village chief of Taohua village, so they basically know each other. Teacher Wang, do you know what I just saw? Teacher Zhang, please speak quickly. I just saw the canteen management regulations at the food window. Oh, what's the explanation? Teacher Zhang was seen talking about his discovery with a mysterious look on his face. It says the food standards for 3 meals a day. I just glanced at breakfast. Guess what? Teacher Zhang, stop trying to whet your appetite. What are you writing about? It actually says that the standard breakfast includes at least 1 egg, 1 ounce of meat, and a cup of goat milk. What? Eggs, meat and goat's milk, every day? This is incredible. Yes, the food standard was set by Li Xiaoyao himself. It was strictly based on the standards of Li Xiaoyao's era. It should have been milk-based, but this era simply cannot satisfy it, at least not now, so it can only be replaced by goat's milk. In this era, mutton was originally the mainstream meat, so there were more sheep. Meat is basically provided for lunch and dinner, and there is even fruit at noon and evening. If the teacher works overtime, there will also be a simple midnight snack. This standard of food is simply richer than that of Li Shimin. I wonder if the current emperor will also come to study after learning about it. Your Highness, come on, I really don't want to slap you anymore. Qin Huaidao was reluctant to take action at first, until Li Xiaoyao stood not far away, staring at him. The whip still fell heavily on King Wei. Li Tai, who was already fat and exhausted, suddenly let out a pig-slaughtering scream, his voice loud and clear, echoing throughout the academy. The 2 brothers of the Qing family were tortured by their father Qing Yaojin since they were young, so this was barely acceptable to them. But in fact, Li Tai wanted to die directly now. It was too uncomfortable. It seemed that there was a fire burning in his heart. He felt uncomfortable every time he breathed. He never knew that breathing could be a burden. From noon to almost dinner time, Li Tai finally completed 10 laps. The moment his feet crossed the finish line, Li Tai fell heavily to the ground, panting greedily. Li Tai had never realized in his life that just lying there quietly was a kind of luxury and happiness. You still have half an hour to eat, wash up, and go to bed. Damn, it's that abominable dean again. Li Tai will probably never forget his voice in his life. He stood up with difficulty and moved towards the cafeteria step by step. Royal Palace. The man in black knelt in front of Li Shimin and reported truthfully everything that happened to Li Tai in the academy. Okay, got it. Li Shimin waved his hand and signaled to leave. It seems that Qin Chue has met someone who can control him this time, hee. Could it be that Li Shimin, the greatest emperor of all time, really didn't know what his sons were thinking? But as a father, he just couldn't bear to educate his children. Many teachers had been found before, but they were either impressed by Qin Chue's talent or resigned for various reasons. In fact, Li Shimin knew that these were Qin Chue's tricks behind the scenes. This time, he finally found someone who could control him. The next day, the first lesson in the afternoon. The sun was at its highest point. Students, please put away your pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. I will be teaching you science lessons this afternoon. Because Li Xiaoyao wanted to sleep in and couldn't get up in the morning, his classes were basically in the afternoon. He took out a hand-cranked generator and placed it on the desk. Let me ask you first, what do you use for lighting at night? Candlestick. Lantern. This kind of simple question can bring teachers and students closer together, and the answers below are also varied. Better families generally use lanterns, but there are relatively few such students now. Basically, they are second-generation students like the Cheng brothers and Qin Huaidao. Most of the children in the fiefdoms use candlesticks. The sheep-horn glass lamp I use at home. Li Tai answered very proudly that he believed that among those present, there could not be any better lighting tools than the one he asked you to take care of. Is the sheep-horn glass lamp awesome? Li Xiaoyao directly retorted back. Ever since what happened yesterday, Li Tai never dared to talk back again. Now he was waiting for his father to come and rescue him. As soon as his father came, he would definitely teach the dean a lesson. Now let him be arrogant for a while. Wang Er, tell me what are the advantages and disadvantages of these lighting tools. He was looking at Li Tai fiercely in the previous second, but in the next second he looked kind and asked questions to his classmates like a teacher. Dean, I think the candlesticks have many shortcomings. The lighting brightness is not enough, the range is not large, there is black smoke, the smell is unpleasant, and it is very easy to knock over and cause a fire. Wang Er is an honest child in his fiefdom, and Li Xiaoyao pays special attention to the children in his fiefdom. Good boy, go on. Li Xiaoyao didn't expect that Wang Er had such a strong observation ability. Lanterns don't have black smoke or strange smells, but they are also prone to fires, and the lighting range and brightness are not enough. I have never seen a sheep-horn glass lamp, so I don't know. Ha ha. As soon as Wang Er finished speaking, Li Tai couldn't help laughing. These poor guys had never even seen a glass lamp. Come on, stretch out your hand. Just as he was laughing, he heard a gentle voice. Li Tai looked up and saw Li Xiaoyao standing in front of him, looking at him with a smile. A dagger hidden behind a smile, absolutely a dagger hidden behind a smile. Papa. The ruler hit Li Tai's palm hard. Although Li Tai was mentally prepared, he still screamed in pain. School rules, don't make fun of your classmates. Students sitting by the window, please close the curtains. After the curtains were closed, the originally bright classroom became dark. I have a hand-cranked generator in my hand. Li Xiaoyao spoke while shaking the decoration in his hand. In just a few seconds, the light bulb on the device lit up, illuminating the entire classroom so brightly that the students could not open their eyes. Li Tai was shocked. He no longer cared about the pain in his palm. It was amazing. How did this damn dean do it? This little experiment set off a huge wave in Li Tai's heart. It overturned his cognition for so many years. This is science. Ever since the Dean Li Xiaoyao taught the first science class some time ago, all the students have become crazy about this subject and want to explore unknown knowledge. Li Xiaoyao's classes are also varied. Today he does experiments in the laboratory, tomorrow he teaches theories in the classroom, and now he is farming with local farmers in the fields. He says it is some kind of life practice, but you have to admit, this method is quite popular among students. When Li Tai first came, he was subconsciously resisting and was dissatisfied with Li Xiaoyao as the dean. However, in just a few days, he was impressed by Li Xiaoyao's imaginative knowledge, especially science, which he was obsessed with. When he thought about all the nonsense he had learned before, Li Tai wanted to slap himself in the face. He obeyed Li Xiaoyao's orders and followed his lead. In Li Xiaoyao's eyes, Li Tai was indeed smart. He could learn almost everything once taught and could also draw inferences about many things by analogy. In comparison, the Cheng brothers and Qin Huaidao's qualifications were much worse, but they had basically undergone essential changes. The construction of the fiefdom is proceeding in an orderly manner according to the plan at the beginning of the year. The canning factory has been built, and the person in charge is Lu Aseo, the former head of the soap shop. After the soap shop moved to Zhongjia village, Lu Aseo stayed. Aunt Lu is a person with both ability and leadership, so Li Xiaoyao handed over the cannery to her for management. At present, the canning factory still uses manual loading. The entire canned food production requires a series of processes including cleaning, steaming, canning and packaging, so the demand for labor is relatively large. It can be said that the women in Lijia village now basically work in the canning factory, working in 2 shifts, with meals provided, and working 5 days and resting 2 days. Such good welfare benefits even caused dissatisfaction among employees. Everyone said that they could skip the 2 days of rest and work more to be worthy of the treatment and feel at ease. Zhongjia village and Taohua village also carried out the construction of workshops and the development of farm planting and animal husbandry according to the plan. More and more outsiders came to the fiefdom, some came to do business, and some came specifically to play. Many shops, taverns, and even inns were opened in the fiefdom. The villagers' income was basically guaranteed. Although there was still some distance to the goal of eating meat every day, it should not be difficult to achieve. Master, this month the security team has caught 8 thieves, 3 provoking disturbances, and 6 neighborhood disputes. We are really short of manpower. At the monthly meeting, Zhang Wu complained strongly. Zhang Wu, who had just come back from the battlefield, always thought that his brothers had been to the battlefield, and being a security guard in the village should be a good choice. He never expected that catching thieves was easy, but dealing with trivial matters such as provoking disturbances and neighborhood disputes was almost life-threatening for this 7-foot-strong man. I also know that the number of people we have in the 3 villages is not enough. How about this? I will allow you to recruit more people and make up 100 people. Seeing Zhang Wu almost crying out of grievance, Li Xiaoyao could understand. The fiefdom had been developing rapidly during this period, and the security team needed to patrol 24 hours a day, which was indeed a bit stretched. Thank you, Master. Zhang Wu quickly thanked the young master for his understanding. It is estimated that some of the fruits will be ripe next month. The picked fruits will be sent to the canning factory on 8 levels, and the remaining 2 levels will be sent to Chang'an Wangji for sale. Yes, Master. At present, the fruits in Lijia village and Taohua village are about to mature. After receiving the instructions, the 2 village heads began to plan how to arrange work in the afternoon. What is the current situation of canning bottle production? Can it meet the needs of canning factories? Master, 2 months ago, the students of the academy successfully developed glass according to your formula, and then the workshop began to produce it at full capacity. Now we have a large amount of stock, which can fully meet the needs of the canning factory. Zhang Si is no longer miserable. Since the workshops have been built in Zhongjia village, the villagers have a stable income, and the village chief has straightened his back. Of course, everyone knows that all this is the credit of the young master. But the village chief can also benefit from it. Master, we have to say that the students in the academy are really amazing. There are many problems that even experienced people can't figure out, but these students can solve them easily. It's really amazing. Speaking of the students of Hentang College, everyone present couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. Students who have received new style education have many different ideas and solutions when dealing with problems, which are indeed incomparable to the ancients today. The students of Yunding College are our hope and the hope of the Tang Dynasty. On the road under the green trees, Li Shimin and Cheng Yaojin came to Anding County again. Your Majesty, do you want to notify Li Xiannan? Qin Shubao was also in the team this time and reminded Li Shimin. Uncle Bao, no need, I'll just take a walk around. Li Shimin deliberately did not inform his brother this time, just to see if what the spy said was true. Although he knew that his brother was very capable, it was hard to believe that he had made earth-shaking changes in his fiefdom in just a few months. So he took advantage of the free time these few days to go incognito again. This time, as soon as I arrived at the entrance of the village, I found that there had been great changes. First of all, there were more people, with merchants and tourists coming and going. There were also 2 security guards on duty at the entrance of the village, and there was a notice board next to them. Dear foreigners, please read the notice carefully and abide by the rules. I wish you all a happy time. The security personnel on duty informed us of the precautions as a routine matter. Notice board: 1. No spitting or urinating in the village. 2. No entry to places with signs saying, "No visitors." 3. Li Shimin looked at the bulletin board. The content on it was strange, but it was also in line with the style of his virtuous brother. Looking at these 2 members of the security corps, both of them were born in the military. Li Shimin and several dukes could tell at a glance that these people on duty were very extraordinary. In terms of momentum alone, even Li Shimin's imperial guards could not compare to them. Not simple. Yuchi, who is usually taciturn, also gave a rare compliment. A few people walked to a big ginkgo tree in the village and smelled the aroma of meat. They were also hungry. What's that smell? It smells so good. After having a bowl of noodle soup in the morning, Qing Yaojin was already hungry. It smells like meat. Qin Shubao also smelled the fragrance. Following the fragrance, a few people came to a small stall. The stall was not big, but clean. There were 3 or 5 small tables, and most of them were full of people. Look at that meat, it smells delicious. Qing Yaojin could hardly hold back his saliva when he saw the meat on other people's tables. Gentlemen, there are still seats here. Please take a seat. A lady boss came to the counter and warmly invited everyone to sit down. Madam Boss, what's delicious here? Gentlemen, we are a delicatessen, mainly selling braised meats and the like. Our most popular braised pork head is a dish of it, and it tastes so good when you eat it with wine. For staple food, you can try some of the big meat buns from Mrs. Zhang next door, and I guarantee you will be satisfied. You, the boss lady, really know how to behave and do things. Haha, you decide on the arrangements. I was already hungry, and after hearing what the boss lady said, I became even hungrier. Okay, Mrs. Zhang, give me 10 big bags of meat first. Okay. They were all from poor families, but even when doing business, they never forgot to help each other. Li Shimin liked this simple folk custom very much. Gentlemen, here are the pork heads, chicken feet, pig intestines, pig trotters, tripe, dried tofu, peanuts, and meat buns. Here is the wine. Please enjoy. The cooked food on the table was ruddy in color, and they had never seen this kind of cuisine before. They didn't hesitate and started to eat. It looks like meat. This pancake is also very strange. There is meat stuffing inside. It's delicious. Delicious. Li Shimin found that every time he came to his brother's fiefdom, he would make new discoveries. This small roadside stall actually had such delicious food. Madam Boss, your cooking skills are quite good. It must have been passed down from your ancestors. Hey, my dear guests, you are joking. What do you mean by inherited? If this skill was inherited from my ancestors, I wouldn't have to wander around. I finally got here and met a young master who took me in and taught me this life-saving skill. The young master the lady boss is talking about is the eldest son of the Li family. When Qing Yaojin heard this, he guessed that he was talking about his own brother. Isn't it? The young master is kind-hearted and can't bear to see us suffer, so he specially opened a training class to teach us women and children a skill so that we can support our families. Who in the whole village is not grateful for the great kindness of the young master? Madam Boss, you said you were wandering around. Now the world is peaceful and the people are living and working in peace. How did you end up like this? What Li Shimin saw was a peaceful and prosperous life, so why were some people still wandering around? Haha, you are from a wealthy family, so naturally you don't know the suffering of the common people. My man joined the army and broke one leg. He can't farm or do any work. The small piece of land in our family was also taken away by the local tyrants. They left their hometown because they couldn't survive. How could there be any peace and prosperity? After hearing this, Li Shimin and others turned to look at the stove, and sure enough, a lame man was sitting there adding wood to the fire. After seeing this, several people were deeply touched and stopped talking. "What's going on with the training class for young Master Li?" the lady boss said. Seeing that the atmosphere was silent, Qin Shubao took the initiative to change the subject. "Your Excellency may not know that our young master has been setting up off-campus training classes at Yunding College every now and then, teaching us outsiders some skills every year so that we don't starve to death on the streets. For example, our family's cooked food and the big meat buns made by Mrs. Zhang next door. If you come in the morning, you can also have a bowl of Wang Xiaozi soy milk and fried dough sticks, which is also a delicacy. We who fled from outside have all received the young master's kindness. Hey, he is a good man for 9 generations." Speaking of the young master of the Li family, the proprietress seemed to open up and talk non-stop. It seemed that she really admired him from the bottom of her heart. "Isn't Yunding College a place for teaching? How come it also teaches skills?" The recent report from the spies had originally made Li Shimin very curious and looked up to Yunding Academy, but now that he heard that such a sacred place actually taught peddlers and hawkers, although he had good intentions, he felt a little uncomfortable. After the few people had eaten, they went straight to the academy. Before arriving at the academy, I met Qin Huaidao, who was collecting data in the fields. "Your Majesty, Father and uncles, hello." Qin Huaidao, who used to be fair and fair, now wears a straw hat, has dark skin, and works skillfully in the fields. He can no longer tell the difference from the real farmers next to him. "Huaidao, why aren't you studying in the academy? What are you doing here?" Although Qin Shubao felt a little distressed, he still asked his son why he was in the farmland instead of in class during class time. "I am completing the homework assigned by the dean and collecting the growth data of the 2 crops of rice this year." Qin Huaidao used to be very weak, lacked self-confidence, and always spoke submissively. But today, even when facing the emperor, he is very indifferent. Qin Shubao knows his son best, and he always feels that his son has changed, but he can't tell the details. "Huaidao, what did you just say, 2 crops of rice a year?" Li Shimin's face suddenly became serious, and he asked directly the key point. In this era, rice can only be harvested once a year, and in a few areas it can be harvested twice or even 3 times a year, but because of poor information flow, outsiders had no idea about it. "Yes, Your Majesty. This is a high-yield rice that was cultivated by the dean himself and can be harvested twice a year. The students are recording and observing its growth so that they can make improvements later." "Are these your Yunding College's homework?" Li Shimin had never seen a college teaching farming. "Yes, Your Majesty, every meal should be cherished, and every piece of cloth should be cherished. The dean can feed the people of the Tang Dynasty with potatoes and sweet potatoes, and I can also feed the people of the Tang Dynasty better in the future." "Good, you have ambition, you are worthy of being Shubao's son. Come on, Huaidao." Originally, Qin Shubao was still resentful, but he was also relieved that his cowardly son suddenly had such ambition. Although he could not inherit his mantle, he was also very pleased. "Huaidao, where are the king of Wei and my 2 silly boys?" Seeing that Huaidao had become a successful boy, Cheng Yaojin was eager to know what his son's current situation was. The king of Wei should be in the academy laboratory, and brother Cheng should be in the playground. "Huaidao, take your time, we'll go see them." "Farewell, Your Majesty, uncles." After saying goodbye to Qin Huaidao, the few of them continued walking towards the college on the mountain. When they were about to reach the college, they heard a burst of lively cheers and applause. It turned out that the college was having a football match, which was the favorite sport of the Cheng brothers. They led a team each and competed for the ball. It was very lively. The students watching on the sidelines also cheered for their respective teams. The atmosphere in the stadium soon infected Li Shimin and others. The fighting back and forth was as exciting as going into battle with their brothers. This sport is good, very good. This is how men of the Tang Dynasty should be. When Cheng Yaojin heard Li Shimin say this, he was very happy. His son really inherited his courage that was unmatched by 10,000 men. "Ouch, Cheng Chuliang, you son of a bitch, foul." An unexpected incident occurred in the field, and Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chumo were seen fighting back and forth. During the fight, Cheng Chumo suddenly fell to the ground, holding his calf and rolling around. Your skills are not good enough, but you blame me for the foul. Don't forget, we have the same father. If you scold me, you are scolding yourself. Qing Yaojin, who was about to go over to check on his son's injuries, stopped where he was for a moment. He was so eloquent, and he was his own son. His own son used to be so talkative that he couldn't even fart even after 3 sticks. How could he be so eloquent now? Li Shimin was even more shocked. He knew what kind of people the Qing family were before. They were brave and strong, but they were a little bit out of their minds. Now they were completely different people. It was unexpected. Li Shimin now wanted to see his little green bird even more quickly. He didn't know what it would look like. Just as they were about to leave, they saw several people outside the field carrying a stretcher running to Qing Chimo's side. They skillfully performed some emergency treatment on the injured part, then lifted Qing Chimo onto the stretcher and left the scene. Everything was so fast and orderly. But in the eyes of these veterans, it was not so simple. The logistics support, battlefield rescue, and most importantly, the implementation of the rescue methods were all women. Several people knew about the various doubts they had along the way, so they could only ask the brother in person. Bang! Suddenly, a thunder-like explosion was heard in a house in the distance. Qing Yaojin and others instinctively protected Li Shimin in the middle. The teachers and students around them just looked at it and ignored it, continuing to do their own things. What's going on? Including Li Shimin, everyone looked confused. Looking more closely, the fat man with a black face and dark hair who ran out of the room was none other than Li Tai, the Prince of Wei. Bluebird. Li Shimin couldn't hold it in any longer and called Li Tai to ask what the situation was with this academy. Father. Li Tai heard the voice and realized it was his father. If he had just arrived a few months ago, Li Tai would have run to his father in tears, telling him about the grievances he had suffered and all the faults of Li Xiaoyao. But at this time, Li Tai had already been reborn, the best student in the college, ranking first in physics, mathematics, and chemistry. Even Li Xiaoyao couldn't believe that this little fat boy who only knew how to cry in his heart was actually a top student. Moreover, Li Tai is very obsessed with various experiments, especially very violent things. This time he is conducting experiments in the laboratory. Last time, he accidentally overheard from Li Xiaoyao about gunpowder. Li Tai has lost his appetite these days and has lost 2 taels of weight. Li Shimin stepped forward and looked Li Tai from head to toe over and over again, and only felt relieved after confirming that he was not injured. Father, why are you here? Listen to the tone of voice. Where is the good son who used to obey his father? Where is the fat boy who always sticks to his father? Li Shimin thought that his appearance would make his son ecstatic, but he never expected that he would just say, "Why are you here?" full of disgust. My dear brother, did you sell my son's soul to the devil? I came to see you as your father. Although the purpose of sending my son here was to make him more independent, I didn't expect that after getting what I wanted, he would find it hard to accept it, and it was too late to regret it. Don't worry, father. I am doing well here. My teachers and classmates are taking good care of me. Damn it, when you first came here, you hid in your bed and cried every day, wanting your father to stand up for you. Now you say you are living a good life. What was my son doing just now that made such a loud noise? Failing to respond to his son's coquetry, Li Shimin could only change the subject. Oh, I was just doing an experiment, something that would explode. Explosion. Like just now. The sound is quite loud, it is good for scaring people. Just now, that was because I was doing an experiment, so I used the smallest dosage. Although it was not successful, I can basically confirm that gunpowder can indeed achieve the power that the dean said. When Li Tai said this, his eyes were full of admiration for his dean, Li Xiaoyao. Li Shimin saw it and felt very sad, because he was obviously the hero in his son's heart. What the dean said is so powerful. Li Shimin has been fighting in battles all his life and has seen all kinds of powerful weapons. My brother is just a scholar and has only read books at most. In this respect, Li Shimin is very confident that he can defeat my brother. The dean said that gunpowder can be made into palm bombs. If thrown by humans, it can be thrown 30 meters away, killing people and animals within 5 meters. If made into cannons, it can be fired 3 miles away and kill anyone within 10 meters. Even the strongest city walls are like paper in front of cannons. Did the dean really say that? Li Shimin grabbed Qingxue's hand. If this was true, then the Tang Dynasty would definitely have another magical weapon. The dean said it himself, and the gunpowder experiment is about to succeed. Yunding College, Dean's Office. My dear brother, the artillery that Qingxue mentioned. Li Shimin went straight to the point when they met. Cannon, what cannon? Who leaked the news? Brother, stop pretending. Qingxue has confessed everything. Qing Yaojin also sold the green bird with a smile. Oh, you mean artillery? Haha, that's true, but it's still in the theoretical stage. When will you be able to do it, brother? Li Shimin was already getting impatient. If the artillery was really as good as he said, then the combat power of the Tang Dynasty would surely increase exponentially. What Turks and Goguryeo, what would the Tang Dynasty fear? It's hard to say. We don't have the talent or the funding. Li Xiaoyao could only try to find some excuses. Actually, they were not entirely excuses. Li Xiaoyao had no shortage of funds, but as for talent, it might be difficult to make artillery now. Why? Li Shimin sighed helplessly. Already middle-aged, he hoped very much that during his reign, he could expand the territory more and establish a vast territory for his descendants and the Tang Dynasty. Your Majesty, although artillery cannot be realized in the short term, palm thunder should not be a problem. Oh. The hope that had just been extinguished was rekindled. It was good to have palm thunder. In this way, at least we would be able to fight against the Turkic cavalry. Brother, then quickly develop the palm thunder. If you have any needs, please tell me. I will fully support you. So I told you. But it's okay to say it. Li Shimin once again rekindled his ambition this time. Anyone who dared to stop the development of palm thunder would be killed in minutes. I hope that your Majesty can provide the materials for the palm thunder. If Li Xiaoyao were to purchase these materials personally, it would be very troublesome. After all, the quantity was so large, but if the palace were to purchase them, Li Xiaoyao would directly contact the palace, which would be much simpler, saving time and effort. No problem. Take this token. With it, you can enter and leave the palace freely. I will immediately instruct the purchasing department to cooperate with you. Anyone who obstructs will be executed. Li Xiaoyao and Li Shimin had known each other for such a long time, but this was the first time he heard such a serious order from Li Shimin. Okay, now that we've talked about the serious stuff, let's talk about something else. For Li Shimin's change of mood, the Oscars must owe him a little golden man. Your Majesty, please take a seat, have a cup of tea, and let's chat slowly. As a young man of the new era, Li Xiaoyao actually doesn't like drinking tea. He is a big lover of happy water. But since he has arrived in the Tang Dynasty, he can only keep some tea ready to entertain guests. If you take out a bottle of steaming cola for Li Shimin, the secret guards hiding in the dark will definitely turn you into meat paste in minutes. Brew a pot of the best tea guanyin and pour a cup for everyone present. Brother, your method of making tea is very unique. Li Shimin was originally mocking Li Xiaoyao for not knowing how to make tea. After all, the mainstream way of drinking tea in this era was more troublesome than stewing soup, as it involved boiling and adding seasonings. So even though they were all rough and unsophisticated, when they saw Li Xiaoyao's technique, they felt like they could be masters. Why is it so fragrant? Li Shimin was still laughing at Li Xiaoyao 1 second ago, but the next second he was conquered by the fragrance of the tea. It turned out that the clown was actually himself. This was the original taste of tea. The addition of various seasonings in the past made the tea lose its original fragrance. My brother is indeed an extraordinary person. Do you have any more tea, brother? Same old rule. If you can't finish it, pack it up. Yes, your Majesty and your brother should take some with you when you leave. Li Xiaoyao has gotten used to it, but he might not be used to it if he doesn't ask for money every time. Brother, I want to ask, I have found many famous teachers for Qingxue before, but why did it change so much with you? In addition to the issue of artillery, this question was also what Li Shimin had always wanted to ask, and the others nodded in agreement. Yes, my kid is the same. He used to be like a big stupid cow, but now he has become so eloquent. When Qing Yaojin talked about his son, he didn't even look in the mirror. You are the bull demon king, and the son you gave birth to must be a big stupid bull, right? There's no special method, just give the person what they like. Please cater to their needs. Everyone was puzzled. What method was this? To put it simply, let him learn whatever he likes. Hobbies and interests are the best mentors. Take Huaidao for example. For some reason, everyone was terrified when they heard Li Xiaoyao call Huaidao a child. Brother Qin has always wanted Huaidao to inherit his legacy, but everyone has seen that Huaidao is not a martial arts student and does not like fighting. However, because he does not want to disappoint his father, he has been suppressing his thoughts. Qin Shubao's brothers all understood what he was thinking, and they all felt sorry that his skills would not be inherited. Li Xiaoyao continued. But since Huaidao came to Yunding College, everyone is an equal stranger. Without the previous constraints, Huaidao's talent was soon discovered and began to emerge. Could it be that the talent you mentioned is farming? Qin Shubao gave a bitter smile. The son of a Tang Dynasty general actually liked farming. Brother Qin, there are 360 professions, and there are top talents in every profession. What's wrong with farming? You fight in the battlefield to defend your country, while Huaidao farms at home to feed the people. His merits are no less than yours. Besides, Huaidao is not a farmer as you imagine, he is on the path of scientific research. Research. Li Shimin knew that the new words coming out of his brother's mouth were not simple. Yes, what Huaidao studied was how to increase wheat production to 6 dan per mu. How to make pigs grow to 300 catties before winter comes, and how to make cows produce more milk, enough for people to drink. What a concept! The current yield per mu in the Tang Dynasty is less than 3 dan, and a pig can only weigh more than 100 kilograms a year at most. As for giving cows milk to people to drink, although I have never heard of it, since it was said by my dear brother, then it must have great benefits. This means that what Qin Huai learned can double the output. Although the Tang Dynasty now has potatoes and sweet potatoes, rice and flour are the most important staple food for the Tang people. Shubao, Huaidao is amazing. Li Shimin gave Qin Shubao a thumbs up. It was at this time that Qin Shubao realized that his son would have such great achievements in the future. My brother is right, the merit of saving people is far better than the merit of killing people. Brother, what about my 2 boys? Li Shimin was about to ask himself what Qing Chue could achieve in the future, but was interrupted by Qing Yaojin. Chu Mo and Chu Liang originally inherited the ability to kill enemies in battle formations. What they lacked was a flexible mind. But you should have seen it just now on the playground. The 2 of them, as captains, coordinated and deployed the entire team on the field with ease. Ha, you are right, brother. It is indeed the right choice to send the silly boy to you. Qing Yaojin is very satisfied with the current status of his 2 sons. He believes that in the future, the Qing family may be able to produce a general who is both civil and military. My dear brother Qing Chue, how are your studies going now? Li Shimin thought that it was finally his turn. Bluebird, this is a bit of a problem. I thought Qing Chue's performance would definitely be much better than the sons of Qin Shubao and Qing Yaojin. After all, Qing Chue has been gifted since childhood. However, I didn't expect that my brother seemed to be a little embarrassed to speak. Brother, what happened to Qing Chue? Tell me. Li Shimin was a little panicked. After all, other good children had undergone tremendous changes, but Qing Chue was like this. Bluebird has caused a lot of damage to the college this month. 2 laboratories were blown up. Fortunately, there were no casualties. It's over. The only thing in Li Shimin's mind was that Qing Chue really wanted to show his unique side wherever he went. He was just Tyrannosaurus before, but what does it mean now? Tyrannosaurus evolved into Steel Tyrannosaurus. However, I have to admit that Qing Chue's learning ability is the best in the entire academy. He can understand all the courses after basically teaching them once. Moreover, Qing Chue seems to be very interested in research and often does research until late at night. If the academy did not have such a rule, I am sure he would often do research all night long. Qing Chue is now ranked first in the entire academy in terms of achievement. Although Li Xiaoyao holds a great importance in Li Shimin's heart, if Li Xiaoyao speaks in this way again, he will definitely be beaten to death. The few of them chatted for a long time, and Li Xiaoyao also took Li Shimin and others around the academy. This playground is mainly for physical education classes for students. After all, we can't just be weak scholars. We need a good body to do anything. This is a student dormitory. 4 students live in each room. This is a bathhouse. This is, comma. Along the way, Li Xiaoyao introduced each college one by one. Brother, I have another question. I don't know if I should ask it or not. If you don't want to ask, then don't ask. Now that you have already said it, how can I stop you from asking? Your Majesty, please feel free to ask. I saw some girls in the academy. Are they students too? Yes. How did this girl get admitted? Why can't girls go to school? Women can hold up half the sky. Li Shimin was stunned by the question. Indeed, why couldn't girls go to school? The reason he asked this question was because he had never seen a girl studying since he was a child. But who stipulated that girls couldn't go to school? Ding ding ding. During the confrontation between the two, the academy bell rang. Your Majesty, it's time for the students to have dinner. Why don't you all eat together in the cafeteria? Okay, let's also take advantage of the students. Li Shimin loved this kind of showing off his face the most. The cafeteria has separate food windows for students and teachers, but the cuisine is the same, simply because teachers want to finish their meals early so they can prepare for the next step of work. Li Xiaoyao also brought Li Shimin and others to the teachers' team and lined up to get meals as needed. Even the dean Li Xiaoyao was the same. However, Li Shimin focused his attention on Qingqiue, who was queuing obediently in the distance. It was commendable that this child, who had been used to being domineering at home since childhood, could now queue up quietly with these ordinary children. Li Shimin and several dukes also held their plates, leaned their heads out of the window, and talked to the auntie about the dishes they wanted to eat. Brother, your cafeteria model is very novel. You can take as much as you want to eat, and there is no waste at all. Li Shimin praised the canteen's operating model. And isn't this dish a bit too rich? Your teacher eats so well. Cheng Yaojin, Qin Shubao and others also expressed their approval of the food. The dishes for us students and teachers are the same. After hearing what Li Xiaoyao said, everyone looked around and found that it was just as Li Xiaoyao said. The dishes on the students' plates were similar to what they had in their hands. Our canteen has strict standards for the nutritional intake of teachers and students. For breakfast, each person has a cup of goat milk, an egg, 1 or 2 ounces of meat, porridge, steamed buns, and vegetables. For lunch, there is 1 meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes and 1 soup. The same is true for dinner. Every week, there are at least 2 chicken legs, 2 steaks and 2 fish dishes. If there are special night study activities, the canteen must also prepare midnight snacks. The midnight snacks are relatively simple, such as egg noodles or shredded pork noodles. Brother, do you have an age limit for accepting students? I want to come too. Although Qing Yaojin was joking, Li Shimin was genuinely surprised that the food standard of the academy was much higher than that of his own imperial guards. After dinner at the school, Li Xiaoyao specially called together all the teachers and students of the academy. Ma Wensai, do you know what happened? I was just about to go play football and was delayed. How would I know? But I heard that the dean asked us to gather together. Oh. When the student heard that it was the dean, he shut up immediately. The dean's prestige in the college was obvious to all. Everyone, please be quiet. Today, the academy is honored to invite a special guest, that is our emperor. Let's welcome our emperor with warm applause and say a few words to the students of the academy. There was silence at first, and then the teachers and students reacted and burst into deafening applause. Li Shimin was very intoxicated by this scene of being worshipped. Dear students, you are the pillars of the future of the Tang Dynasty. Li Xiaoyao once suspected whether Li Shimin was the reincarnation of Hitler. It is said that heads of state all have a talent for public speaking. This little mouth chattered so much that the children below were so excited that they almost had epilepsy. As the emperor of the empire, this was the first time that Li Shimin gave a speech in a college. Yunding College, a little-known local college, instantly became popular. For a time, all the wealthy nobles with school-age children were asking about Yunding College. They wanted to send their children to join the class. Your Majesty, during the routine inspection of the Ministry of War, it was found that the number of military horses that were not damaged in battle was serious. We hope that your majesty can increase the purchase of war horses. As soon as the Minister of War's words came out, they caused a heated discussion in the court. Why are there so many losses of war horses? Originally, there was nothing important happening this morning and Li Shimin was quite happy. However, when the court was about to end, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War poured a basin of cold water on him, which made Li Shimin instantly furious. All of them were caused by damaged hooves, which resulted in the horses being injured. In the cold weapon era, the number of war horses can be said to be a direct criterion for evaluating the strength of a country's military. The Tang Dynasty did not produce many war horses. In the past 2 years, it had fallen out with the Turks. Now it was simply a fantasy to buy horses from the Turks. It can be said that now the loss of a war horse is one less. How could Li Shimin not be furious? The ministers argued in the court for a long time, but could not find any useful solution, and finally they had to part unhappily. Li Shimin returned to the Queen's Lieging Hall with a lot of anger. Your Majesty, why are you so angry today? Hey, the military horses were damaged, do you think I can not be angry? Empress Changsuan was the only person to whom Li Shimin could express his true feelings. Today is the weekend for the academy, and Li Tai would take this opportunity to return to the palace to pay his respects to his father and mother. As soon as I entered Lieging Hall today, I heard my father complaining about the damage to his horse. Greetings to the father, greetings to the mother. Hey, Qingqiue, wake up quickly. Li Shimin's face was originally livid, but when he saw Li Tai's arrival, his face recovered a little. Father, I just heard that the warhorse was damaged, but I don't know the exact cause. Li Tai has liked to show off in front of his parents since he was a child, but now that he has been in the academy for so long, he no longer tries to show off himself deliberately, but sincerely wants to help his father solve the problem. Hey, the Ministry of War said that most war horses suffered non-combat damage due to hoof injuries. Father, this is simple. Li Tai patted his chest and said that it could be solved in minutes. Oh. He didn't care about anything else and ran to the desk, picked up paper and pen, and started playing with it. After a while, a strange thing appeared on the paper. Then he whispered to the eunuch and ordered someone to send it for forging. After just 1 hour, the sound of horses neighing was heard outside the hall. Li Shimin and his eldest grandson followed Li Tai outside the hall, where they saw soldiers leading 2 horses and waiting. Qingqiue, father doesn't see any difference. Li Shimin looked at the 2 horses carefully and indeed found no difference. Father, one of these 2 horses has been equipped with the thing just mentioned, and the other one is still intact. The dean said that everything needs to be experimentally verified before a conclusion can be drawn. I plan to let the 2 guards ride it to compare. Li Tai said he wanted to compete, but anyone could hear the confidence in his tone. Allow. Li Shimin wanted to see what his son was trying to do. Run around Chang'an City and come back. Promise. The 2 guards mounted their horses and set off. It would take a long time to run around the huge city of Chang'an. Taking this opportunity, Li Shimin wanted to ask his son what was on the horse. Qingqiue, tell me, what mysterious thing did you put on the horse just now? This expression is exactly like the big bad wolf cheating Little Red Riding Hood. Father, it's nothing big, just a pair of shoes for a horse. Shoeing a horse? Li Shimin once suspected that his son had been brainwashed by the academy. How about putting shoes on a horse? Can you put one on for me to see? Li Tai knew that it might be a little difficult for his father to understand, but he was his father after all, so he took paper and pen and drew another horseshoe, and then a simple picture of the upper body. Qingqiue, your idea may seem reasonable, but if you hammer a nail into the horse, won't it hurt? Father, the horse's stratum corneum is very thick and has no pain nerves. What is stratum corneum? Nerves. What on earth does this academy teach? Is this what you were thinking of? No, I accidentally discovered that the dean's little white foot had this thing nailed to it. The principle of this thing is very simple, and a normal person can understand it at a glance. Li Tai once again hit Li Shimin's confidence. What do you mean a normal person can do it as soon as they hear it? Your father, I can't do it, son. When the sun was about to set, 1 guard came back first, and another came back half an hour later. Li Shimin could not wait to have the horse's hooves lifted. Sure enough, the first horse to come back had Li Tai's horseshoe nailed on its hooves. The other horse without horseshoes had broken and cracked hooves. If it continued to run, it would definitely get hurt. Horseshoes can not only effectively protect the horse's hooves, but also reduce a lot of burden on the horse during long-distance running, and more effectively maintain continuous output. In short, it reduces damage and improves efficiency. It's amazing, Qingqiue. I didn't expect that such a difficult problem could be solved by just a few small pieces of iron. It's not me, it's the dean. Yes, ha 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 ha. All the civil and military officials in the court are not as good as my one virtuous brother. I must humiliate all the officials tomorrow to prevent them from looking down on others. Li Shimin couldn't help laughing when he thought about the way the ministers would slap him in the face at the morning court tomorrow. This week's homework is the design of ocean-going ships and feasibility demonstration. You can treat it as a competition. I will reward the student who wins first place. Okay, get out of class is over. That's right, because Li Xiaoyao is the only one teaching modern knowledge now, so he can't teach every subject in great detail like in his own time. The conditions are not there yet, so he can only teach everything in a perfunctory manner. As for how much students can learn, it all depends on their own abilities. As for why the ocean-going ship operation was arranged, it was entirely because Li Xiaoyao wanted to speed up the Tang Dynasty's acquisition of ocean-going capabilities. Although he could exchange ready-made blueprints in the system, the shipbuilding industry is a systematic thing. Li Xiaoyao could not do it himself, and he had to cultivate more talents for the Tang Dynasty. Why Dao, I'm not good at the shipbuilding industry. If you draw the picture, I can copy it when the time comes. Chu Liang, do you think the dean is so easy to fool? If you are found out, you know what the consequences will be. Cheng Chuliang couldn't help but feel a chill when he thought of the dean's punishment. Never mind, I'm probably the last one anyway, so I'll just do it casually. Who will you be first this time? It has to be Li Tai. He always comes first. The students below were discussing who would get first place this time. Li Tai had almost swept all the first places in all the dean's courses, so this time would probably be no exception. The weekend is supposed to be a rare day of rest, but as soon as the students of the college get home, they almost always lock themselves at home for the entire day, making their parents think that their children have suffered some kind of injustice in the college. When I see my children drawing on paper, even though I don't know what they are, I always feel that they are very cool. Qingqiue, it's good to study hard, but you also need to take a rest. After a series of recuperation and reconstruction of the palace, Empress Changsuan was in much better health than before. After her recovery, she liked to walk around more. After all, Li Xiannan also recommended more moderate exercise. Mother, this assignment is a little complicated, so I have to hurry up. Li Tai is a top student and also aloof, so he always gets first place in every exam. He does not allow himself to fall behind. The world of science is so wonderful. He wants to keep moving forward and explore more unknown areas. Only by constantly maintaining excellence can he have more opportunities to learn more knowledge from the dean. The eldest grandson didn't understand what Li Tai was scribbling, but he didn't dare to bother his son too much. He only knew that his son was different now. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he wasn't as aggressive and domineering as before. He seemed to be getting along better, and the maids and eunuchs around him didn't seem to have any scars from being whipped. After dinner in the evening, Li Shimin heard his eldest grandson say that Li Tai had locked him up in the mansion for a day and was busy doing homework, so he also came to Li Tai's mansion to check on his son. Qingqiue, I heard from your mother that you have locked yourself in the mansion for the whole day. Although study is important, you still have to take care of your health. It is the father. Li Tai stood obediently in front of Li Shimin and Empress Jiangsuan. In the past, he stood in front of Li Shimin largely because he wanted to please Li Shimin. Now, Li Tai stood in front of Li Shimin simply because he was the son and Li Shimin was the father. Li Tai's mentality has completely changed now. He used to think that he was favored by Li Shimin, so he always fantasized about competing with his elder brother Li Qingqian for the position of crown prince. But now, even if the position is offered to Li Tai doesn't want it. After all, in Li Tai's mind, being a crown prince is not as interesting as doing research. Qingqiue, what is this week's homework? Show it to your father. Li Shimin thought that he had not helped his son with his homework for a long time, so he planned to relive the scene of loving father and filial son tonight. However, when Li Tai handed a thick stack of rice paper to Li Shimin was a little confused. Li Shimin flipped through the papers one by one. The more he flipped, the more dizzy he felt. There were incomprehensible lines, data, and symbols on each sheet of paper. It was like reading a book written in heaven. He finally turned to the last sheet and finally understood it, a design drawing of a ship. "Qingqiue, did you design this?" Li Shimin was very shocked when he looked at the ship in his hand. He wondered what would happen if this ship was actually made. "Yes, father. Our homework this week is ship design and demonstration. This is an ocean-going warship that I designed myself. I named it Tang. It is 30 meters long and has a crew of 70 people. It carries 4 guns in the front and 4 guns in the rear, for a total of 8 guns. What kind of magical weapon is Qingqiue's cannon?" "Father, the cannon is a new type of combat weapon proposed by the Dean. It can fire shells at a very long distance, at least 3 miles away, and can cause huge damage to people and city walls." Li Shimin was originally very interested in this type of war machine. He was already excited when he saw the design drawing. After listening to Li Tai's introduction, Li Shimin, who had never seen such a large ship before, was instantly attracted. If Yang Guan of the Sui dynasty had had a large ship like the Qingqiue when he attacked Goguryeo, he would have no problem conquering the small Goguryeo. Li Shimin held the design drawing in his palm and stroked it as if it were a treasure. "Qingqiue, promise me that you will make this warship a reality in the Tang Dynasty. The former Sui dynasty failed in its attack on Goguryeo, but I, Li Shimin, will definitely succeed." "Father, this assignment has not yet been evaluated." Although Li Tai said this rationally, he had already determined in his heart that he must be the first. "Haha, how could my son's excellent warship fail to catch the Dean's eye?" They are indeed a family, so blindly confident. Although Li Tai always ranked first in previous assessments, this time, Li Shimin and Li Tai might be disappointed. Not only did Li Tai not get first place, but the one who beat him was a female classmate. Congratulations to Jiang Yingyao for winning the first prize in ship design and demonstration. Li Xiaoyao led the students in warm applause. Jiang Yingyao looked at the scene in front of her blankly. She couldn't believe that she actually won the first place in this competition. The students in the audience were even more unbelievable. After all, everyone had seen Li Tai's ability, but this time he was defeated by Jiang Yingyao, who was usually unknown. "Now please invite Jiang Yingyao to come up to the stage to receive the award." "Dean, I don't agree." An inappropriate voice made the scene quiet instantly. However, Li Tai still raised his hand to express his dissatisfaction with the result of the competition. "I know you won't accept it. How about this? You all introduce your designs and then your classmates will grade them." Li Xiaoyao knew that Li Tai would definitely not accept it, so he had already prepared himself mentally and looked indifferent. "My father had asked a teacher to teach me before, and I would soon be able to surpass the teacher." Li Shimin had never seen Qingqiue lose her composure like this, and he burst into tears, expressing his resentment. "Qingqiue is right. You have been gifted since childhood. Didn't the teacher praise you that too?" According to Li Shimin, Qingqiue was indeed the most talented among all the princes. "I thought that as long as I studied hard, I would soon be able to surpass him, but I found that I will never be able to surpass him in my lifetime. He is like a mountain blocking my way. Woo woo woo." It turns out that Li Tai, who has been competitive all his life, has met a strong rival. Bluebird. Li Shimin, a man of iron-blooded but tender feelings, didn't know how to comfort his son for a moment. "Don't worry, father. I won't give up easily. I will definitely become the best scientist in the Tang Dynasty." After being sad for a while, Li Tai returned to his previous arrogance and said, "I am the king of Wei, the son of Li Shimin. How can I give in so easily?" Li Shimin showed a relieved smile on his face. "Yes, Qingqiue, this is my son, Li Shimin." "Master, something happened." On this day, Li Xiaoyao was enjoying a rare leisure time at home when Hu Zi came hurriedly to report that something had happened to the villagers who were transporting goods to Wang Ji in Chang'an. "What?" Inside the Fengdi Medical Clinic, several doctors and students from the college's nursing department were busy bandaging the injured villagers. "Has anyone died?" "Master, we have followed your instructions and told everyone to put their own lives first under any circumstances. That's why no one died, but a few villagers were injured to varying degrees. Li Xiaoyao didn't care about the property loss. When he heard that there were only injuries and no one died, he immediately felt relieved. What is going on? Li Xiaoyao asked with a dark face. Master, today we were transporting the goods to Chang'an Wangji as usual, but soon after we left the county town, we were robbed by a group of thugs. The brothers wanted to resist, but the other side had more people and weapons, so we lost the goods. I'm sorry, Master. The villagers who were thought to be injured, endured the severe pain from their wounds and told the story one by one. I've said before that if you encounter something like this, you must protect your life for a certain period of time. Master, I don't need that little money. I just hope that everyone can come back alive. After hearing the young master's words, everyone present was moved. In this era where human life is regarded as grass, there is still a master who cares so much about them, the peasants. It is simply a blessing that they have earned in 8 lifetimes. Normally, our Anding County is under the Emperor's feet. We have lived in peace for so many years. Why would there be bandits? Not only Li Xiaoyao was puzzled, but others were also puzzled. However, since he was still within the sphere of influence of Anding County, Li Xiaoyao decided to ask the county magistrate. Anding County Government Office. Hello, Mr. Zhao. On the way here, Huzi told Li Xiaoyao that the magistrate of Anding County had been replaced. The previous magistrate had been promoted because of Li Xiaoyao's potatoes and sweet potatoes. The current magistrate of Anding County was a new one with the surname Zhao. Hey, Mr. Li, I've heard a lot about you. Master Zhao knows me. As the magistrate of Anding County, how could I not know the men of Li County under my jurisdiction? It seems that Li Xiaoyao still has a certain reputation now, but what County Magistrate Zhao said is also true. Li Xiaoyao is now famous not only in his native Anding County, but also in Chang'an City. After all, Sweet Potato's contribution is really great, and he is also a cousin recognized by His Majesty himself. Then I won't beat around the bush and just say it straight. Mr. Li, if you have anything to tell me, just give it to me. Lord Zhao, a new official, is quite respectful to Li Xiaoyao, a local wealthy man. After all, according to local people, County Magistrate Li is not like other dignitaries who are harsh on the people. On the contrary, County Magistrate Li has made many contributions to local development and is willing to help others. His reputation is also very good. My men were transporting goods to Chang'an today, and were robbed by bandits on the way. Although no one was killed, many were injured. I would like to ask Lord Zhao, Anding County is under the rule of the Emperor, and now bandits have appeared. I wonder what Lord Zhao, as a parent official, thinks about this. Li Xiaoyao felt angry when he thought of the injured villagers, but before he found out the truth, he didn't want to vent his anger on Lord Zhao. Hey, Li Xiannan, I feel very wronged about this matter. When Lord Zhao heard that the enemy was here to call him to task, he felt very aggrieved. Oh. As the head of a county, he actually felt wronged. Li Xiaoyao would like to hear the details. This group of thieves suddenly appeared near Anding County some time ago. At the beginning, I organized the Yamen runners to clear them out, but they were outnumbered and all of them were extremely vicious. Not only did we fail to catch them, but we also injured several Yamen runners. So I asked my superiors for help, but there was no response. I could only look for the local garrison, but the general of the garrison said that to mobilize the army, I needed the military token of the Ministry of War or the Imperial Edict. How could I get these things? It seems that it is not that Lord Zhao is inactive, but that he is powerless. The deployment of the Tang army is indeed very strict. No one can do anything without the military token and the Imperial Edict. Moreover, the army can only fight in battle and kill the enemy, and it does not care about other things. It's nothing like the army of later generations, which fights earthquakes and disasters, helps the people, and treats the military and the people like one family. Master Zhao, do you know where the enemy's base is? Li Xiaoyao suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity to train the security team. In the mountains southwest of Anding County, the number of people is unclear, but it is no less than 100. It seems that Lord Zhao has already gathered almost all the information except for eliminating this group of thieves. Okay, Lord Zhao, leave this matter to me. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your righteousness. Li Xiaoyao took the responsibility directly, and Lord Zhao was even more grateful. This problem had been a headache for him for a long time. This Li Countyman was indeed, as everyone said, a righteous man who was kind and generous. If I had known this, I should have visited him earlier to ask the countyman for help, and it wouldn't have taken so long and everyone would have been in a panic. Lord Zhao felt a little guilty. Master Zhao, there is no need to do this. This is not your fault. After all, you have tried your best. You can only blame your superiors for being idle in their high positions for so long. My lord, be careful with your words. When Lord Zhao heard that County Magistrate Li was so tough, he felt that he was indeed worthy of being a royal relative. Don't be afraid, Lord Zhao. I just can't stand these people who occupy the toilet without doing anything. Just wait for my good news. Huzi, let's go. After bidding farewell to County Magistrate Zhao, Li Xiaoyao went straight back to the training camp of the Fengdi Security Corps. Li Tai walked to the podium with a proud look on his face, took out his own design drawings, and explained them incessantly. It must be said that Li Tai's design drawings were indeed much better than those of the students present below. After all, he was able to think of applying the artillery that Li Xiaoyao had mentioned before to ships. Compared with other students, naval warfare is still considering close combat. Li Tai is already very impressive. Cheng Chumo actually copied a design drawing of a building ship from somewhere to hand in, and was scolded by Li Xiaoyao on the spot. It was agreed that it was an ocean-going ship. You handed in the design drawing of a building ship. Can a flat-bottomed building ship sail in the stormy sea? I don't believe you. Sure enough, in addition to hard work, genetics is also very important. After Li Tai finished his introduction, the classmates all applauded excitedly, and Li Xiaoyao also clapped twice perfunctorily. The students below were curious. Li Tai's design was so excellent, but he didn't get first place. Then, wouldn't Jiang Yingyao, who got first place, be even more awesome? Student Jiang Yingyao, please introduce your work to us. Dean Li, who had been very businesslike just now, turned around and gave Jiang Yingyao a kind smile. It was Jiang Yingyao's first time to go on stage to make an introduction, so she would be lying if she said she wasn't nervous. Hello, Dean, hello, students. Now I will introduce my work to you. Jiang Yingyao's ship, let alone other things, the reason why Li Xiaoyao judged Jiang Yingyao as the first place is 2 points, the use of double-layer plywood and left and right side rotating artillery system. These 2 points have already fully possessed the concept of a main sailing warship, but it is not bold enough. Li Tai knew that he had not lost unfairly. He was indeed rigid in his thinking. No wonder the dean always emphasized that one should think boldly and make careful arguments. Just based on these 2 layers of plywood and the left and right artillery systems, his design was simply rubbish. Fuck, Chu Liang's battleship is awesome. When Cheng Chumo saw the 2-story warships equipped with more than a dozen cannons, he was instantly captured. Brother, I have decided to join the Navy in the future. The dean said the world is so big, I really want to go see it. Cheng Chuliang immediately stated that he wanted to join the Navy and command a fleet to sail the sea. Li Tai, are you convinced? Li Xiaoyao knew that Li Tai was arrogant, so sometimes he would deliberately be strict with Li Tai. Now, with this opportunity, he had to suppress him properly, so that Li Tai would not be arrogant in the future. Tai, I give in. Li Tai was indeed shocked, and his voice was a little dazed when he answered. Are you convinced, classmates? Close. Don't be arrogant when you win, and don't be discouraged when you lose. I often remind everyone that there are always people who are better than you. Li Tai, did you always get first place in the past? Do you think you should be first and will be first in the future? If you have this mentality, you will not go far on the road of science. Tai has learned a lesson. For the first time, Li Tai willingly knelt down to Li Xiaoyao. To be honest, I'm very disappointed this time. Except for Jiang Yingyao, all of you here are garbage. I'm very disappointed in all of you. Your minds are still bound and restricted. With the little knowledge you have learned now, what is there to be proud of? The students all lowered their heads with some guilt. To be honest, everyone seemed to be a little bit arrogant recently. After learning more theoretical knowledge, they felt that they were superior to others and were not as dedicated to their studies as before. Li Xiaoyao discovered this and deliberately lost his temper this time. He should take advantage of the fact that this trend has just begun and clean it up and correct it quickly. After criticizing, we still need to set an example so that everyone can see hope. Li Tai is not suitable because he is too aloof, while Jiang Yingyao is born into a commoner family, so she is more suitable. Jiang Yingyao, this is the winner's prize. There was a large, long object on the lecture hall, which was covered by Li Xiaoyao. When it attracted enough attention, Li Xiaoyao pulled off the covering. A very complex scale model of a sailing battleship, covered by a transparent plastic cover. This is the real sailing battleship that Li Xiaoyao exchanged in the system. Compared with the work of Xue Xiaoxiao, it is completely crushing. The whole ship adopts a 5-layer design, including the open deck and the bottom cabin. The gun deck is 72 meters long, 18 meters wide, and has a draft of 7.44 meters. The gun configuration is as follows: the lower deck is equipped with 10 8-inch 68-pound guns and 26 32-pound guns. The middle deck is equipped with 36 32-pound guns. The upper deck is equipped with 38 32-pound guns. The open deck is equipped with 20 32-pound guns and one 68-pound gun. The full load displacement is 6,071 tons and the crew is 1,100 people. The data of the battleship was marked on the transparent cover. When an enthusiastic student finished reading it, the whole class took a deep breath. I thought to myself, no wonder the dean said that just now. We are all garbage. Jiang Yingyao held it tightly in her hands. She must cherish such a precious gift. If Li Xiaoyao's words just now were like a slap in the face that woke Li Tai up, then this giant battleship model was now like a heavy hammer, nailing Li Tai deeply to the ground and rubbing him hard on the smooth ground. Li Tai, who returned home last weekend, was still full of ambition and enthusiasm. However, in just 1 week, Li Tai seemed like a different person and became silent. When Li Shimin heard the report from the guard, Li Tai was like a dog that had lost its home. He locked himself in the room again and immediately went to Li Tai's mansion with Empress Jiangxuan. What happened to the bluebird? Li Shimin saw Li Tai sitting in his study from afar, looking at him with a dazed face. He did not dare to approach him until he understood the situation. Your Majesty, we servants really don't know. Your Highness has been silent since returning from the academy and has been staying in the study until now. The servants quickly knelt down and responded to Li Shimin. Li Shimin knew that Li Tai had suffered a blow, but he was not sure what had happened to make the always proud Li Tai so discouraged. Father, I'm fine. Li Shimin walked slowly behind Li Tai, not knowing how to comfort him, but Li Tai spoke first. Qingqiue, tell father if there is anything, don't be stupid. After approaching, Li Shimin could feel Li Tai's depressed mood more clearly. Father, I was such a fool before. I thought I was so great. The teachers praised me, and you, the emperor, praised me too. But now I know that I am nothing at all. Qingqiue lost the game. Well, I lost to a girl in my class. Li Shimin was surprised that Qingqiue's work lost, and even more shocked that he lost to a female classmate. Does Qingqiue feel wronged and dissatisfied? I lost with all my heart. Li Shimin originally thought that Li Tai would not be able to accept the reality that he had lost, but Li Tai expressed that he accepted the defeat with conviction. Why is Qingqiue so depressed? Li Shimin was a little confused. When the security team members who were conducting daily training heard the whistle, they immediately put down everything in their hands and quickly gathered in front of the martial arts stage. Reporting the number. 1, 2.3.4.5.6. Report, the security team should have 100 people, but there are 70 people actually, and the remaining 30 are on normal patrol duty. Previously, because of the increase in the number of people and area of the fief, Zhang Wu proposed to increase the number of security guards, and Li Xiaoyao agreed, so the number of security guards increased from 68 to 100. It's not that they don't want to increase manpower, but it's true that the fiefdom has now encountered a population bottleneck and can't spare more people. Everyone, a group of thieves has appeared in Anding County. The county government is unable to clear them out. This is a good opportunity to test the effectiveness of your training during this period. This operation will be under the full command of Deputy Head Zhang Wu. When they heard that they were going to wipe out the bandits, everyone couldn't hide the excitement in their eyes. After all, the security team had the best equipment, the most abundant food, and the most complete training methods, and the team members were eager to test the effectiveness of the training with a victory. Zhang Wu first checked the bandits' hideout. Fortunately, the place where the bandits were hiding was not in any high or steep mountains, so they found their hiding place the next day. Reporting to the young master, the scouts have discovered the thieves' hideout. Great. Quickly issue an order to clear the account. Zhang Wu suddenly looked embarrassed. Just say whatever you want to say, don't be so shy. Master, we found the den, but most of the people in the den are the elderly, the weak, women and children. Oh. If all the bandits were vicious people, it would be a simple matter, but most of them were the elderly, the weak, women and children. Zhang Wu didn't know what to do for a moment. After all, Zhang Wu was originally a poor man. He knew that the so-called bandits were mostly refugees who could not make ends meet, and so they started robbing and looting. With the current strength of our security team, can we capture them all alive? Master, there are only about 40 to 50 strong men in that group, and the remaining 100 or so are all women and children. It's a piece of cake. Zhang Wu is still confident in the security team he has built up. Then capture them alive and interrogate them separately. If they are indeed refugees and have never committed any crime, then move them all to their fiefdoms. If there are any criminals, hand them over to the government for investigation. Yes. The young master's idea was very good. Zhang Wu breathed a sigh of relief and left. Bandit hideout. The security team hid in the surrounding woods and slowly gathered towards the hideout. The surrounded bandits had not noticed anything unusual and were distributing dinner. Brother, it's not a long-term solution for us to continue like this. I know that, but the world is so big, there is no place for us to stay. You can see that there are so many mouths waiting to be fed. The two strong leading men sat aside, looking at the group of people crying for food in the camp. These people were all from the same village, but because of the large-scale natural disasters that hit the local area, they could not survive, so they left their hometown to find a way to make a living. But who would have thought that because they had no government escort and there were too many of them, no government agency dared to take them in? They had no other choice but to start robbing people for money, but they only robbed the rich and did not harm anyone's life. Even so, they had no way to sell the money they robbed, so they could not live well and even had difficulty in feeding themselves. As strong young men, they even gave their limited food rations to the elderly and children in the village. Who? Suddenly, there was a swish sound from the bushes. The leading man shouted loudly, and countless figures suddenly appeared in the bushes around him, holding crossbows and aiming at the people in the camp. Put down your weapons, put your hands up. The figures were none other than the security team, who were shouting loudly at this moment. Brother fought with them. Let's fight. The young and strong still wanted to make a final struggle, but the big men in the lead looked at the old and weak in the camp, and finally locked his eyes on a woman, who also looked at the big man with a worried look on her face. Can you please tell me your name? We are a group of old and weak people on our side, and the other side is well-armed and well-trained. They must be the regular army of the government. We, a bunch of bandits, will definitely not be able to defeat them. So we decided to talk to the other side first. You are not qualified to ask questions. I will give you 3 numbers, lay down my weapon, and try to get a lighter sentence. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. 1. It was so powerful that there was no room for maneuver. The big man already had slight sweat stains on his forehead. 2. People on both sides of the camp stared at the big man, waiting to see what decision he would make. Lay down your weapons. Zhang Wu was just about to shout 3 when he heard that the other party had made a wise decision. The members of the security team were a little upset. They thought they could finally show their skills, but they didn't expect the other party to surrender. So they sent the people to their fiefdom overnight and listened to Li Xiaoyao's decision. Li Xiaoyao personally interrogated several people separately and got basically the same answers. A natural disaster occurred and they could not survive. There was no way to make a living after they were released, so they had no choice but to turn to crime. Fortunately, they still had a conscience and did not commit murder. So Li Xiaoyao sent someone to inform Magistrate Zhao and explain the situation. Although it was against the rules, Li Xiaoyao said that there was a problem and he would take full responsibility. Magistrate Zhao didn't say anything else. Okay, the young master has ordered that you are free. This is Anding County in Chang'an City, the fief of Baron Li Xiaoyao. The Baron is willing to take you in. Those who are willing to stay will be arranged with jobs. Those who are unwilling to stay will be given a coin of travel expenses by the Baron. Now that Hu Zi is the chief of the fiefdom, he must personally take charge of matters such as increasing the population of the fiefdom. The criminal who was awaiting sentencing just a second ago has now been acquitted and taken in by a Baron. Those who did not want to stay are even given travel expenses. This is simply like a dream, but it actually happened. The leading man and his beloved woman hugged each other tightly. They had been on the run for so many days, living in hunger and fear every day, but now they could finally settle down. Hu Zi arranged for these people to stay in the guest house temporarily. Fortunately, the members of the security team had just moved out 2 months ago and lived in the newly built house, so the guest house could accommodate these 200 people. The next day, this group of people got up before dawn, stood at the door of the guest house, and looked into the distance. They saw green crops in the fields, fruit trees on the distant mountains, and people passing by with happy smiles on their faces. It has been a long time since I last saw this kind of scene. Once upon a time, I could see this scene in my hometown. After a few months, this happy scene finally came back. Master, Zhang Wu has something to report. Zhang Wu arrived at the young master's house early in the morning and had something important to discuss. Sit down and talk. Li Xiaoyao personally poured a cup of tea for Zhang Wu, and Zhang Wu took the cup respectfully. Master, the bandits from the past few days have been settled. They are basically refugees who have fled the disaster. There are no casualties on their hands. Disaster victims. Where did the victims come from? Li Xiaoyao was a little confused as to why there were disaster victims near Chang'an and the imperial court had not received any news about it. Master, it is said that there is a drought in Dengzhou, and everyone who can move has fled. Dengzhou, drought. Dengzhou is neither far nor near from Chang'an. Li Xiaoyao is not well versed in history, and many of his knowledge about the Tang Dynasty is from novels he read before. However, novels are inherently watery. Li Xiaoyao remembers that the Tang Dynasty seemed to experience a major drought, but he could not remember the specific year. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. However, this incident did remind Li Xiaoyao that no matter whether the drought in Dengzhou this time is the most widespread one in the Tang Dynasty, some preparations should be made. After all, it is better to be prepared. Master, I learned from them that they are not the only ones who have become bandits. Now, with Dengzhou as the starting point, there are basically dozens of bandits of all sizes in the surrounding area. They were pushed to the more stable county away from Chang'an because they are very weak. If you put it this way, it makes sense. No matter how dumb the bandits are, they would never come to Chang'an City to rob houses. Isn't that courting death? Some of these bandits are still willing to fight with them, and still have a trace of conscience, but some are just taking advantage of the situation to rob and kill people. I hope that the young master can lead the security team to carry out the bandit suppression operation. Zhang Wu's ultimate goal is to seize such a good opportunity to conduct practical training for the security team. Zhang Wu, your idea is good. I support you, but you must remember one principle. Try your best to ensure everyone's safety. Also, if the bandits commit crimes, you can deal with them as you wish. If you just want to survive, don't kill them all. Yes, master, don't worry, Zhang Wu knows. Hearing that the young master supported his idea, Zhang Wu was eager to try it out. In addition, if there are any useful talents among the prisoners, I will allow you to expand the security team to 200 people. Thank you, master. Upon hearing that the security corps could be expanded again, Zhang Wu wished he could lead his men out immediately. Because Li Xiaoyao's plan already crossed regions, he still symbolically wrote a memorial to Bu Bu, hoping that he would not be given a pass. Otherwise, if 100 or so armed men of yours ran to other places, no one would know what you were doing. By then, you would not be able to suppress the bandits, but would be directly beaten up by the local garrison. But the strange thing is that this kind of memorial would usually receive feedback from the Ministry of War the next day, but there has been no reply for 5 days. Not to mention that Zhang Wu is now hiding in the corner and winking at Li Xiaoyao every day. Even Li Xiaoyao himself can't wait any longer, so he rides Xiaobai directly to the Ministry of War's office. If it was a day or two later, Li Xiaoyao might have thought that the Ministry of War was too busy, but it had been 5 whole days, and Li Xiaoyao had reason to believe that someone was interfering. The gate guard of the Ministry of War saw a young man in bright clothes and a furious horse coming towards them angrily. He was about to yell at him to stop him, but before he could even utter a word, he saw the young man opposite him directly showing the gold medal bestowed by the emperor. The two men immediately bowed their heads and knelt down, not daring to breathe. After entering the yamen, Li Xiaoyao realized that this was his first time here and he didn't even know who he was looking for. Damn, I was too pretentious just now. I should have asked the guard when I was at the door. Li Xiaoyao looked annoyed and could only wander around. People passing by looked Li Xiaoyao up and down curiously when they saw him, a stranger, but there was not much communication. It has to be said that state-level government offices are huge. Li Xiaoyao wandered around for a long time but still hadn't figured out the direction. Hey, excuse me, colleague. I really didn't want to wander around anymore, and someone happened to pass by, so I stopped him. Sure. Li Xiaoyao wore his own military armor today, so when the other party saw it, he responded politely. Excuse me, where are the memorials submitted here usually sent for approval? Li Xiaoyao's attitude when asking others to do things for him is quite upright. Oh, generally, the memorials submitted from below will be initially reviewed by several officials. Once they are reviewed, they will be uploaded step by step until they are passed to the Shangshu Lord. The other party also explained patiently. Thank you, colleague. May I ask where is the office of this Yuan Weilong? Just turn left and then right. Several officials are working there. After thanking the other party, Li Xiaoyao went directly to the minister's office. Shit, I've been around here for several times, and there's no sign at the door. I was already upset because I hadn't received any response to my petition. I was even more furious after wandering around like an idiot for a long time in the early morning. I sat at the door, took a few deep breaths, put on a smile, and pushed the door open. Hello everyone, I am Li Xiaoyao, the countyman of Anding County. A few days ago, I submitted a petition to suppress bandits. I don't know which official approved it. Why haven't you replied yet? Several officials were happily drinking tea and chatting, but they were interrupted by an inattentive person. They lost interest and went back to their own work, pretending to be busy. Li Xiaoyao swore that he had tried very hard to control his emotions, adjust his attitude, and asked the question in a very friendly manner. Li Xiaoyao just stood there blankly. The adults seemed not to hear him and continued to be busy with their work. Hello everyone, I am Li Xiaoyao, the countyman of Anding County. A few days ago, I received a petition to suppress bandits. I don't know which official approved it. Why haven't you replied yet? This time, Li Xiaoyao didn't speak in a gentle tone, and anyone could hear the anger in his voice. Even if Li Xiaoyao had a good temper, he couldn't help it. Li Xiaoyao always used courtesy before force. I gave you face first, and since you don't want it, then don't take it. Oh, I'm so sorry, Li Xiannan, your memorial is here with me, but I've been too busy these days and haven't had time to read it. This was one of the officials who took the initiative to admit that he had forgotten because he was too busy. The letter in his hand was officially from Li Xiaoyao. His tone was not apologetic at all, and the other party did not seem to think that there was anything wrong with him. What is your name, sir? Li Xiaoyao suppressed his anger, put on a smiling face and asked. I am Cui Wen from the Cui family of bowling. Cui Wen saw Li Xiaoyao's attitude and thought that he was afraid, so he decided to expose his family to scare him, so that this little county boy would not think he was so awesome. He was just a county boy. Even if he was a duke, he would not be taken seriously because of his family. Cui Wen looked very proud, and several officials around him were also watching the show. In fact, Cui Wen deliberately suppressed Li Xiaoyao's memorial for a funny reason. Recently, Li Xiaoyao was too popular in front of His Majesty. Cui Wen was also a young man. Relying on his family background, he got the position of official of the Ministry of War at a young age, which formed a sharp contrast with the white-bearded grandfathers around him. However, he was always proud, and he was very upset when he heard the name Li Xiaoyao one after another recently. He had been looking for an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, what he thought came true. The bandit suppression report submitted by Li Xiaoyao was placed on his desk, so Cui Wen threw it aside and deliberately did not approve it. He even told the matter to other officials as a joke. Snap. Chui Wen's eyes widened in disbelief, and the other officials were even more horrified. Chui Wen from the Bo Ling Chui family was beaten by the baron in front of him. Is the world going to change? A small baron dared to challenge the 5 surnames and 7 families. You dare to hit me? Chui Wen seemed to have not reacted yet. Snap. He was responded with a slap in the face. Snap. You actually. Snap. It was a sin, it was a sin. Chui Wen opened his mouth once and got slapped in the face. His face immediately swelled up like a pig's head. Someone is killing someone. The other officials finally reacted and called the guards. The old men with white beards were slow at work, but they were rushing to grab eggs in the supermarket. No, they shouted for help with full energy. Li Xiaoyao did not run away, but stood in the middle of the yard. People from other offices also came over after hearing the noise and watched the excitement. Soon the patrolling guards surrounded Li Xiaoyao. Kill him for me. Kill him. Seeing the guards coming, Chui Wen seemed to be resurrected, speaking with full confidence, and madly shouting that he wanted to kill Li Xiaoyao. To be honest, Chui Wen did not have the ability to do so, but the Chui family did have the confidence. Everyone in the Ministry of War knew that Chui Wen was from the Chui family, so they usually tried to please him. Although the guards didn't know what had happened, they thought it was a rare opportunity to curry favor with the Chui family since Chui Wen had spoken, so they rushed forward. The imagined surrender and blood splattering did not happen. Everything happened so fast that everyone felt as if they were dazzled. Before they could react, the guards, who outnumbered them, fell to the ground in a disorderly manner. Then Li Xiaoyao walked directly towards Chui Wen. His eyes seemed as if he wanted to eat Chui Wen. Don't come over here, don't come over here. Help me. Chui Wen collapsed to the ground and stepped back, his eyes darting around. His colleagues, who usually took the initiative to curry favor with him, now did not dare to look at him, for fear of being called out. When Li Xiaoyao passed by a stone lion, he lifted it up and walked towards Chui Wen step by step. This stone lion must have weighed several hundred kilograms and was lifted up like this. If it fell on Chui Wen, his bones would probably be shattered. Help, help, woo woo woo. Chui Wen actually cried, and his tears and snot seemed to be competing to see who could produce more. What was even more exaggerated was that suddenly there was a foul smell, and he actually peed his pants in front of everyone in the military department. The Chui family might not invest resources in him anymore, and Chui Wen was completely finished. Mr. Li County, give me some face and stop it. The speaker was Li Ji, Duke of Chao, whom he had met once before in the early dynasty. Originally, Li Xiaoyao had a relatively good relationship with Qing Yaojin, Qin Shubao, and Yuqi. Therefore, Li Ji, who also belongs to the general camp, has a relatively favorable impression of Li Xiaoyao. But today, Li Xiaoyao actually called him at the door of his house. He didn't save face for himself. Mr. Chaoguo, why are you here? Li Xiaoyao turned around and saw that it was Li Ji whom he had met once in the early dynasty. But why is he here? Mr. Li County, I am the minister of the Ministry of War. This is the Ministry of War. Why do you think I am here? Li Jiqiang held back his anger and waited for Li Xiaoyao to give him an explanation. So it turns out that the Minister of War is you, Duke Chaoguo. I should have known that the Minister of War was Li Ji. Why should I go through the process? It's just a matter of saying hello directly. This is so embarrassing. Hitting someone else's person makes it impossible for the other person to get off the stage. Li Xiaoyao's mind was spinning rapidly at this time, looking for excuses on how to get over this matter. Gong Chaoguo, this is your fault. Li Ji never expected that Li Xiaoyao would show up like this. Did you hit my men, or was it my fault? You are the minister of the Ministry of War. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I had to go through the process to do something. If you had told me earlier that you were the minister of the Ministry of War, I would have just said hello to you directly. It will happen that your people are not doing things well. It's true. It's not my fault. You didn't say it yourself. You. Li Ji was preparing to retort. He was interrupted again by Li Xiaoyao. Forget it, I'll just pretend it didn't happen this time. I won't let it happen next time. Just have a meal to apologize. Our relationship is unnecessary. Hurry up and give me permission. I'm still busy. Li Ji was originally a military commander and was not good at speaking. He was unable to parry when faced with Li Xiaoyao's barrage of artillery fire. It's like being brainwashed by a pyramid scheme, and I'm completely confused. Until the end, Li Xiaoyao took the certificate stamped by the Ministry of War and left happily, while Li Ji was still confused. What did you just do? Let me think about it. Li Xiaoyao beat my men, and then I approved him. It's not right, I always feel like something is wrong. Li Xiaoyao returned to the fiefdom and gave the approval document to Zhang Wu. Zhang Wu had been impatient for a long time. After waiting for several days, everything was ready. He was just waiting for the approval document. He took the approval document and took the security team with him on the same day. Set off. Early the next morning, various memorials were presented to impeach Li Xiaoyao. They basically accused Li Xiaoyao of causing trouble in the military department, beating colleagues, being disrespectful, and molesting women. These idiots say that a wise brother is molesting women. Does a good brother need to molest women? It's almost as good as a woman molesting him. Cheng Yaojin looked at these officials from aristocratic families jumping around with an idiotic expression on his face. Hey, Laoli, it couldn't have been your order, right? Even though Brother Xian beat up that brat from the Cui family yesterday, you wouldn't be so stingy, right? Cheng Yaojin had every reason to suspect that this matter was arranged by Li Ji. After all, Li Xiaoyao had indeed made a big fuss at the Ministry of War yesterday, and it had already spread throughout Chang'an today. Li Xiao had already vaguely assumed the status of Cheng Yaojin's successor. Hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, other military generals also looked at Li Ji. After all, the opposition between civil and military camps is very obvious. If Li Ji arranges civilian officials to attack Li Xiaoyao, who belongs to the military general camp, it will inevitably arouse the resentment of other generals. What are you talking about? Li Countyman beat up Cui Wen yesterday, but I have long wanted to find an opportunity to get rid of this guy Cui Wen. How could I target him for this matter? Li Ji hurriedly explained that after all, he did not want the military generals to misunderstand that he was in Chao's camp and his heart was with Han. That must be the Cui family. Qin Shubao is right. What happened this morning is indeed the work of the Cui family. Although Cui Wen is not the Cui family's key training target, hitting Cui Wen is a slap in the Cui family's face. If the Cui family has no reaction, then everyone thought the Cui family was easy to bully. So this morning, several other aristocratic families joined forces to attack Li Xiaoyao. Your Majesty, as far as I know, the reason why Li Countyman beat up Cui Wen of the Ministry of War was because the men from Li County reported a report on bandit suppression a few days ago, but was deliberately detained by Cui Wen of the Ministry of War. According to the rate of our Tang Dynasty, Cui Wen delayed the military aircraft and should be executed according to law. Uncle Qin stood up at this time, and others who didn't know the truth finally understood the whole story of the incident. You bastard, Cui Wen, a small official, dared to seize the minister's memorial without permission. Who gave him the courage? It was impossible for Li Shimin to punish Li Xiaoyao for this matter. After hearing the reason, he became even more furious. Is the family so brave now? The official of the family who was complaining about impeachment of Li Xiaoyao just now stopped making a sound in an instant. He was cursing the Cui family secretly in his heart. He didn't explain the reason clearly. Isn't this harmful? Where is Li Ji, Minister of the Ministry of War? I'm here. Li Ji knew that His Majesty was about to attack. Cui Wen is from your Ministry of War. A foreign minister dares to detain the minister's documents. What else can your Ministry of War deceive me about? Li Shimin was a broad-minded monarch, but no matter how generous he was, there was a bottom line. This private memorial was Li Shimin's bottom line. After all, Li Shimin relied on the memorials of his ministers to understand a lot of information about his country. I dare not. Li Ji also didn't expect that this matter would exceed his expectations. I'll give you 3 days to clean up your military department. If something like this happens in the future, you don't have to come to see me again. Seeing Li Shimin winking at him quietly, Li Ji instantly understood that His Majesty was playing a trick with me here. His Majesty wanted to use this matter to let me clear out the officials from aristocratic families lurking in the Ministry of War. I obey the decree. Li Shimin has always been thinking about how to get rid of the aristocratic family. Li Ji was a big fan of Li Shimin because of his favor from the emperor, so Li Ji never liked dealing with the aristocratic family. The family never expected that there would be such a turnaround in the end. It is wrong for a man from Li County to beat his colleagues. He will be fined a month to serve as a warning to others. Giving a candy with a slap is what Li Shimin is good at. After all, he can't push the family too hard, but this candy doesn't seem to be very sweet. The morning started with excitement and ended with tranquility. The ministers walked out of the palace in twos and threes. Master Cui, you are a little unreasonable this time. After going to court, the Lu family expressed their dissatisfaction with the Cui family's concealment of the facts. Master Lu, looking at what you said, Mr. Cui doesn't understand. The Cui family also knew that their actions were not very fair this time, so they could only suffer this loss. The two family representatives were playing dumb here, but in fact they knew everything clearly. No need to say more. Li Xiaoyao immediately received a fine, but he didn't care. It was only a monthly salary. After all, his wealth was so much that he couldn't even count it. It didn't matter if he didn't get paid. What Li Xiaoyao is concerned about now is that Zhang Wu has taken the security team out for a few days, and he doesn't know what the situation is. Although the security team is well equipped and the training is organized according to the training model of modern armies, it has never experienced actual combat after all, and he doesn't know whether there will be casualties and whether the casualties will be too great. Master, the security team has sent a message. Hu Zi came to report holding a sealed letter. Bring it here for me to see. Li Xiaoyao took the letter, opened it and started reading. The letter was written by Zhang Wu and sent back by the security corps on express horses. The letter said that the security corps had arrived at the outskirts of Dengzhou. The situation there was indeed as described by the captured refugees before. Basically, 9 out of 10 houses were empty. The people had either fled or become bandits. Within just 2 days of Zhang Wu's departure, he had already encountered several groups of bandits. Some of these bandits consisted of a dozen or so people, while others consisted of several hundred people. Fortunately, these bandits were not well equipped, and many of them even robbed with farm tools. Zhang Wu also followed Li Xiaoyao's instructions and executed those with a criminal record of murder and robbery on the spot, and recruited all the others and brought them back to their fiefdoms when the time came. The main purpose of Zhang Wu's letter was to tell Li Xiaoyao that the impact of the drought in Dengzhou was much more serious than imagined. There was no problem for the security corps to kill bandits and train soldiers, but there were too many refugees, and our small fiefdom was not enough. We should report it to the court as soon as possible. Li Xiaoyao did not dare to delay for a moment. He immediately wrote a memorial in his study and handed it in. After Li Xiaoyao beat up a Yuan Weilong in the Ministry of War, not only was Li Xiaoyao himself unharmed, the person who was beaten was actually dismissed from his post and investigated, and the Minister of War was even scolded by the Emperor. This incident directly led to the internal transmission of a rumor among the 3 provinces and 6 ministries that the memorial of Li Xiaoyao, the countyman of Anding County, must not be delayed. So this time, the memorial successfully appeared on Li Shimin's dragon case only the next day. Bang, bastard, summon Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Lu Jinghui, and Li Xiaoyao immediately. Li Shimin slammed Li Xiaoyao's memorial on the dragon table, and was filled with anger. Everyone, please take a look first. This is Li Xiannan's memorial. Li Xiaoyao looked at the situation and knew that someone below must be hiding something from the higher-ups. Dengzhou suffered a severe drought this year, and the people were displaced. I didn't even know about it. Is there no county magistrate in Dengzhou? Isn't Dengzhou part of the territory of our great Tang? Li Shimin slammed the table several times to express his anger and dissatisfaction. After quickly scanning the memorial thrown by Li Shimin, Prime Ministers Fang and Du began to sweat slightly on their foreheads. After all, the region suffered from natural disasters and severe drought, and the people were displaced, but the emperor knew nothing about it. The 2 prime ministers have an unshirkable responsibility. Your Majesty, I think there is something fishy about this matter. Fang and Du were both very smart people. After reading the memorial, they knew that there must be something fishy going on. Otherwise, it would be impossible for local officials not to report such a big thing. After all, no one could bear such a big responsibility. Your Majesty, let's think about how to remedy the situation first. Du Ruhui is still very sober. The most important thing at the moment is to stop the loss in time. Then, Mr. Du, tell me. Li Shimin also realized that now was not the time to pursue responsibility. Since your Majesty has called Lord Lu, I believe he must have some plans in mind. Du Ruhui was right. Li Shimin had called Lu Jingwei, the Minister of Revenue, because he had a preliminary plan. He had called them here just to discuss the matter. Master Du, please stop keeping us in suspense and just speak up. As a modern man, Li Xiaoyao can't stand this kind of charades. If there is something to say, just say it. If there is nothing to say, just go home. Are you also free? What I mean is that Lord Lu from the Ministry of Revenue should first arrange the disaster relief, and then assign someone to investigate the conspiracy behind this matter. Hearing Li Xiannan's urging, Lord Du was not angry, and regarded it as the impetuous behavior of young people. I think this matter needs to be investigated in secret and we must not alert the enemy. Fang Xianling added on the side. Who do you think should be sent to investigate this? The second Prime Minister's suggestion was actually similar to Li Shimin's idea. Now all they had to do was decide who would investigate the matter. What are you doing? What are you looking at me for? Hey, Du Xiang, I didn't mean to be impatient with you just now. You can't take revenge on me. When Li Shimin asked who to send to investigate, the two Prime Ministers' eyes naturally fell on Li Xiaoyao, and the meaning was obvious. Li Xiaoyao didn't want to do this thankless task, as his dream was to eat and drink all day and do nothing. Mr. Li, I have no intention of seeking revenge. So far, only a few of us here know about this matter. Since it is a secret investigation, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Lord Fang and I are so old, and our legs and feet are not very agile, so we are definitely not going to be able to do it. So only you and Lord Lu are left. I can't do that either. My Ministry of Revenue has a lot of things to do every day. I can't delay for a day. Besides, I have to allocate food and fodder for disaster relief. Before Prime Minister Du could finish his words, Minister Lu of the Ministry of Revenue quickly found an excuse to get himself out of the matter. My dear brother, Prime Minister Du is right. You are the only one who does nothing every day. I also think you are the most suitable. First of all, Li Xiaoyao expressed his highest respect for the emperor's recognition. Secondly, what does it mean to have nothing to do every day? I get up after sleeping for 10 hours every day and I still have to patrol my territory. If some wildman climbs over the wall of the village widow, it will be a big problem. Although Li Xiaoyao was extremely unwilling in his heart, he still had a flattering look on his face and agreed readily. That's settled. Lord Lu, please arrange disaster relief immediately. My dear brother, please start investigating the conspiracy behind this matter. Prime Minister Fang and Prime Minister Du, you must make every effort to coordinate all matters related to the disaster in Dengzhou. I accept your order. Several people knelt down quickly to accept the order and thank the emperor. Then they left and made their own arrangements. When Li Xiaoyao returned to his fiefdom, he immediately convened an emergency meeting and told everyone that he had to leave for a while due to some matters. During this period, the village heads had to cooperate with each other to ensure the normal operation of the fiefdom. General Manager who was temporarily authorized to manage all matters in the fiefdom. Huzi, come on, I'm rooting for you. Li Xiaoyao looked at Huzi, whose eyes were full of excitement, and gave him some encouragement and comfort. Master, rest assured, Huzi will do his best until his death. Huzi never thought that he would have this day, from a small follower, to become the steward of a county man's fiefdom. Don't give me that. I didn't teach you to use these two idioms randomly. The next morning, Li Xiaoyao set off amid the tearful farewell of the 7 fairies. The morning fog was still quite thick, and from a distance I could see a horse-drawn carriage parked at the entrance of the village. Why are you guys here? When I got closer, I saw that they were Li Tai and the Cheng brothers. This is not a college. We are of similar age, so you can't call me brat, and I won't call you Dean either. Li Tai is still holding on to his last bit of pride. Whatever you want, little bastard. Although Li Xiaoyao is physically less than 20 years old now, he has lived 2 lives after all. His mental age is much older than his actual physical age, so he will not take children too seriously. You. We are waiting for you here specially. In front of Li Tai, Li Xiaoyao did not play by the rules, so he could only tell him the purpose of his trip. Wait for me. Li Xiaoyao was very curious. Could it be that Li Tai knew something? Yes, you guessed right. I learned the purpose of your trip from my father. You will need help when you go to Dengzhou this time. In the entire Tang Dynasty, I am the only one qualified to be your assistant. Shit, Li Xiaoyao couldn't stand Li Tai's pretentiousness the most. He said to you that you are the only one qualified to do chores for me and you act like it's an honor. What about them? Li Xiaoyao pointed at the Cheng brothers standing beside him. Someone has to do the chores. Li Tai looked indifferent. The Cheng brothers looked stunned. Didn't we agree that the Sanhedrin would form a group? We even had a name in mind, Hentang F4. When did we become just chores? Let's go, stop dithering. Li Tai took the lead and looked at the three people with abuse and disdain. Shit, I've been tricked by this little bastard again. Li Xiaoyao didn't want to bring the three people along at first, mainly because of Li Tai's identity. If something unexpected happened, he would be blamed. But then he thought that Li Tai's identity could be used. It's better to have a few people around than to be bored alone. At the beginning, the few people could still find restaurants and inns to eat and stay. However, the closer they got to Dengzhou, the more tragic the scenes along the way became. Not to mention restaurants, even the bark on the trees on the roadside was not intact. It was getting late, and several people came to a village, wanting to find a place to stay, but after calling for a long time, no one answered. Brother, there are houses everywhere here, and there's no one here anyway, so let's just move in. Cheng Chumo shouted for a while and became a little impatient. Everyone had run away, so where would the people be? It's just the way it is. When they were out together, they didn't have to be so particular. In order to hide their identities in front of outsiders, they decided to call each other brothers. Li Xiaoyao was the eldest, Cheng Chumo was the second, Cheng Chuliang was the third, and Li Tai was the youngest and the fourth. It was not yet completely dark, and the few of them just sat in the room, staring at each other. Goo. Suddenly, Li Tai heard a sound from his stomach, breaking the immersive atmosphere. Fourth brother, are you hungry again? Cheng Chuliang was often bullied by Li Tai in college, and this was a rare opportunity for him to tease him back. Nonsense, you've been walking for a whole day, aren't you hungry? Under the leadership of Li Xiaoyao, Li Tai no longer has any idle baggage and has nothing to hide. Ah, of course I'm not hungry, gulp. Before he could finish his words, Cheng Chuliang's stomach started to growl. Chuliang, the stove and pot are ready here, go and boil some water. Brother, can we drink some water and be full? Cheng Chuliang didn't know why his elder brother asked him to boil water at this time. Since there was nothing to eat, shouldn't he go to bed early so that he wouldn't be hungry when he fell asleep? You idiot, if your brother tells you to go, just go, why are you talking so much nonsense? Cheng Chumo's words were still useful. It seemed that he had beaten his younger brother a lot. Although Cheng Chuliang was a little unhappy, he did not dare to go against his elder brother's wishes. After all, he had been beaten a lot on weekdays. Brothers, the water is boiling, come and drink some water. The biggest change in Cheng Chuliang after he came to the academy was that he changed from a silent and simple person to a chatterbox. When he got the chance, he would chatter non-stop, which was even more annoying than Tang Seng. Get lost, you idiot, drink a sip and let me see. Although Cheng Chumo is the eldest brother, he is not spoiled. Li Xiaoyao took out a few packets of braised beef-flavored instant noodles from his backpack, exchanged by the system, usually empty, so when he needs to exchange something from the system, he can pretend to cover it up. He and Li Tai probably only need 1 packet each, and the Cheng brothers can probably eat 5 packets each. Dry, 12 packs, I don't know if this pot can hold it, add another bag of ham sausage. Several people saw Li Xiaoyao take out several packages of strange things from his strange bag, unpack them and throw them into the pot. Brother, what do you eat? It looks like noodles, and smells so good. Instant noodles are cooked in just a few minutes. Once the seasoning is poured in, the aroma comes out immediately. Modern people may vomit after eating this, but in ancient times, this thing was a top-notch delicacy. Fuck. Li Xiaoyao was concentrating on cooking instant noodles when the little bastard Li Tai was attracted by the smell of the noodles. He stood quietly behind Li Xiaoyao and scared him so much that he almost spilled the noodles on him. Can you please stop standing silently behind others like a ghost and serve yourself when you want to eat? The Qing brothers and Li Tai had been traveling for a whole day and were already starving. They thought they would just starve, but they didn't expect that the old man was still experienced and worthy of being the dean of Hentang College. Hey, brother, this noodle is so delicious. And this, what are these? One by one, it's delicious too. Several people praised Li Xiaoyao's noodles as they ate. Suddenly, a dark shadow floated past the dark window. Wow, what a ghost. Qing Chuliang was frightened when he saw a dark shadow passing by outside the window. Li Xiaoyao and Qing Chumo took their weapons as soon as possible and went out to check. It was obvious that it was not a ghost. The traces outside the window were too obvious. They followed the clues underground carefully all the way, but after slowly coming to the center of the village, they disappeared. Brother, are you sure it's not a ghost? Liangzi, are you stupid? There are obvious footprints on the ground, can't you see them? Haha, of course I know. I just wanted to test you. The few of them could only return to the hut where they were temporarily staying. After returning to the hut, something even stranger happened. The instant noodles were gone, and even the soup in the pot was gone. Wow, you said there were no ghosts, but the face disappeared. Qing Chuliang hugged his elder brother tightly. It was hard to imagine that a burly man hugged another burly man and kept acting like a spoiled child. Ouch, please stop being so disgusting, okay? It was really unbearable. Sometimes Li Xiaoyao really wanted to tear Qing Chuliang apart with his bare hands. Why did he only inherit his father's physique but not his personality at all? Well, you've seen ghosts stealing food, right? There's a drought here, someone must have stolen our noodles. Although Li Tai is arrogant, his IQ is still online. Li Tai is right, but since they stole the instant noodles, their whereabouts are bound to be exposed. Li Xiaoyao personally believes that the biggest advantage of instant noodles is not that they are delicious, but that they have a strong smell. He followed the smell of braised beef in the air and easily found the noodle thief in a shabby little temple not far away. Dad, where did this food come from? A woman, suppressing her hunger, asked her husband weakly. Mom, stop asking so many questions, eat quickly, wake up the children and eat together. A long-lost smile filled the sallow face of the sturdy man. After all, his family had been hungry for several days and today they could finally eat something. Mom and Dad, what smells so good? The child has smelled the scent and woke up. After all, how could a person who has been hungry for several days sleep when he suddenly smells such a delicious scent? Children, Daddy has something delicious, come and eat it. Dad, do you want to send some to Haiwa and his wife? I saw them during the day and they seemed to. The child's mother remembered that her neighbor Haiwa's wife seemed to be unable to hold on any longer during the day. Yes, I'll go right away. It's not easy for the villagers here. We can only survive this damn disaster if we help each other. I'll go and call them. Li Xiaoyao and his gang who were hiding in the dark saw the whole scene. It turned out that they were just a group of pitiful people. After a while, the men brought a few more people. They stared at the noodles in the bowls with their eyes almost turning green. Eat, Haiwa's wife. When my brother Haiwa joined the army, he asked me to take care of the family, but I was useless. The men felt that he had not taken good care of his brother's wife and felt a little guilty. Brother, don't say that. If it weren't for you and sister-in-law taking care of me and my child, we would have starved to death and wouldn't be alive today. No more talking, eat quickly, the baby must be starving. Haiwa's wife was holding a little girl in her arms, staring at the noodles in the bowl. Thank you, brother. They immediately started to eat voraciously, and finally drank up all the soup. Goo. Who, come out. The men heard someone moving in the darkness not far away, so he picked up a carrying pole on the ground and shouted into the darkness to give himself courage. The men knew that he was probably the one who stole noodles and was discovered by the owner, who tracked him here. Although he felt guilty, he had no regrets. After all, his family's survival was the top priority. At worst, he would fight with the other party, but he had to exchange it for the safety of his family. Liangzi, I really admire you. Can't your stomach stop growling? Brother, don't blame me. I just took a bite and I'm still hungry. Seeing them eating so happily, my stomach is growling. There's nothing I can do. The ones hiding in the dark were Li Xiaoyao and his companions. Since they were discovered, they simply stopped hiding. My dear gentlemen, it was wrong for me to steal the noodles, but I had to do it to save my wife and children. Please take me to the authorities, and I hope you can let my wife and children go. When the men saw the people coming, he found that they were indeed the nobles who had cooked noodles just now. He knew that he could not hide it anymore, so he might as well be frank and admitted his crime. Haha, it's just a few bowls of noodles, no need to worry. Are you full? If not, I have more. Li Xiaoyao directly stated his identity, saying that he was a baron of the Tang Dynasty and was ordered by the emperor to investigate the drought. He asked the men to call out all the people still in the village so that he could still have food. The men didn't believe it at first, until Li Xiaoyao showed his gold medal. He immediately called out to the villagers who were hiding. In fact, the men didn't know what a gold medal was. He just heard storytellers talk about gold medals all the time, so naturally, when he saw the gold medal, he thought it was a gift from the emperor. The village was thought to have been deserted, but there were still dozens of people hiding here and there. The 2 full pots of instant noodles were snatched up by a swarm of bees as soon as they were cooked. Li Xiaoyao could only continue to cook until the 3rd pot, when he and his friends could eat. After eating, the victims were in much better spirits, and many of them fell asleep right in the dilapidated temple. It may have been a long time since they had such a sound sleep. Old Zhang, why is it that only your Dengzhou area is suffering from drought? Lao Zhang was the man who stole the noodles. After eating and drinking, Li Xiaoyao started to chat with him and got some useful clues. Sir, outsiders say that the drought in Dengzhou is because we Dengzhou people have angered God, so he has sent down punishment, but, it seems that Lao Zhang has something to hide. What is this, old Zhang? Do you know any inside information? It seems that old Zhang really knows some unknown inside information. Sir, forget it. Even if you know the truth, you can't do anything to them. Instead, you will be killed. As expected, the drought in Dengzhou was not a natural disaster but a man-made disaster. Could there really be some earth-shattering conspiracy behind this? Old Zhang, do you think my position is too low? Although Lao Zhang didn't say anything, his expression already gave the answer. This is the most beloved prince of His Majesty, Prince of Wei Li Tai. His weight should be enough, right? When old Zhang heard that the boy in front of him was actually a prince, he was about to kneel down to salute, but was stopped by Li Tai. In this situation, there is no need to be polite. Just tell me what you know. I will definitely make the decision for the people of Dengzhou. Li Tai instantly released his princely aura, and how could Lao Zhang, a common citizen, bear it? Lao Zhang looked around, and seeing that no one was paying attention, he quietly told everyone everything he knew. King Wei, you may not know that although Dengzhou has not seen any rain for several months, there has been a small tributary of the Yellow River flowing through our Dengzhou since ancient times, so there is no severe drought. The current situation is entirely due to man-made disasters. Man-made disaster. A few months ago, I was doing repair work in the government office in Dengzhou City. I overheard someone arguing with the county magistrate. During the argument, I seemed to hear them talking about water and drought. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time. I was just a little puzzled. Who dared to argue with the county magistrate? And before the men left, he told the county magistrate not to regret it. Then, within 2 days, the tributary began to dry up. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? Li Xiaoyao and Li Tai looked at each other. Lao Zhang's clue was very important, so the next step was to find the Dengzhou county magistrate directly, who must know the situation here. The next morning, Li Xiaoyao left some dry food for Lao Zhang and told him that if he wanted, he could go to Anding County, his fiefdom, and report his name, and someone would settle the villagers. With everyone's gratitude, they set out again, heading towards Dengzhou County. Standing under the towering city walls of Dengzhou, it is hard to imagine that this place is suffering from drought. There are still guards standing guard at the door, but there is less of the bustling atmosphere of people coming and going. When I entered the city, it was just as deserted as I had imagined. There were no peddlers on the streets and all the shops along the way were closed. I walked around for a long time before I came across a restaurant that was still open. "Hey, sir, please come in. Would you like to stay in the hotel or have a meal?" The sleepy waiter finally saw another customer coming in and warmly invited the guest to sit inside. "We stay in the hotel and eat, and the horse gang will serve us well." Li Tai was very happy to finally see a proper place to eat and rest. As a prince, he had suffered a lot in the past 2 days. He had to take a good bath today and then have a good sleep on the silk bed. "Don't worry, sir. There is plenty of good fodder. What's strange is that in this huge city of Dengzhou, only this inn is still open, and the food served here is still complete." The Qing brothers and Li Tai ordered a lot of dishes. While waiting for the dishes, Li Xiaoyao finally couldn't resist his curiosity. "Waiter, there is a severe drought in Dengzhou. I think every family can't survive. Why is your inn still operating normally?" "Haha, you look like a foreigner, our inn is not an ordinary inn." The waiter's face was full of pride and honor. "I would like to hear more details. Our inn is backed by the Taiyuan Wang family. The drought in Dengzhou will have no impact on us at all. As long as you can afford it." "Oh, I see." Li Xiaoyao once again experienced the influence of the aristocratic families, and Li Tai also witnessed the horror of the aristocratic families for the first time. In this drought-stricken area, ordinary people were struggling on the line between life and death, but the aristocratic families could still supply fruits and vegetables normally. After dinner, everyone took a good bath and had a good sleep. The next morning, several people went directly to the county magistrate's office. "Stop, who are you?" "This is the Dengzhou government office, don't barge in." The bailiff standing guard at the door stopped the men directly. "I want to see your county magistrate. Give him this and he will come out to greet me." Li Xiaoyao directly took out the gold medal bestowed by the emperor and handed it to the Yamen runners. When the Yamen runners saw the gold medal, their attitude immediately became respectful. "Please wait a moment, gentlemen. I will report right away." Originally, they thought that the magistrate would come out in person to greet them soon, but they waited and waited, but no one showed up. Go in." Li Xiaoyao always uses courtesy before force. He has already followed the procedures, but the other party doesn't accept the challenge, so he has no choice but to force his way in. The remaining Yamen runner did not dare to stop him and could only follow him in. Ching Chumo kicked the door open and left it ajar. There was a man in the official uniform of a county magistrate hanging from the beam. He must be the magistrate of Dengzhou. There was also the imperial gold medal bestowed by Li Xiaoyao on the desk. The magistrate must have known something, so after seeing the gold medal, he knew that the court must have begun investigating the matter, and was afraid that he could not hide it, so he hanged himself. "Fuck, are you playing it this big?" Based on the TV dramas he watched in his previous life, Li Xiaoyao knew that this matter might be more complicated than he had imagined. Even the county magistrate hanged himself in order to keep the secret, which showed how great the conspiracy and forces behind it were. Back at the inn, they all sighed, finally getting close to the truth, but just one step too late. All the evidence pointed to the magistrate of Dengzhou, but once the magistrate died, all the clues were cut off. Just when he didn't know what to do next, suddenly a black shadow passed by the window and flew towards the house. The Qing brothers immediately went out to chase it, but Li Xiaoyao saw a dart nailed to the table with a letter attached. The shadow ran so fast that we didn't even see its shadow before it disappeared. Although the Qing brothers were not peerless masters, they were also good players. If even they were no match for him, the opponent must be a master. The content on the letter was simple, but also very obvious. The mysterious man was telling Li Xiaoyao and his party that the events in Dengzhou were closely related to the Wang family of Taiyuan. Who is this mysterious man? Why does he know that the Taiyuan Wang family is behind this? Li Tai raised his own doubts. But Li Xiaoyao was more concerned about why the mysterious man passed the message to them, which meant that the mysterious man might have known the identities of their group. No matter what the mysterious man's intention was, Li Xiaoyao was very unhappy with this kind of plot where others were in the dark while he was in the light. No matter who the mysterious man is, everyone must pay attention to their own safety from now on. Chu Mo, Chu Liang, you two must ensure Li Tai's safety at all times. Yes. Li Xiaoyao put away his usual playful smile and warned the others seriously. Everyone also realized the danger. Even the county magistrate was so scared that he committed suicide. It can be imagined how huge the power behind it was. What should we do now? Even though Li Tai was very smart, he couldn't think of what to do next. Have you forgotten that this inn belongs to the Wang family? Even the mysterious man knows that we are here to investigate the drought in Dengzhou. How could the Wang family not know? Chu Mo, Chu Liang, you two take turns keeping a close eye on the people in this inn. I don't believe they will reveal their true intentions. There was really no better way, so Li Xiaoyao could only sit back and wait. Okay. In the next few days, they wandered around Dengzhou city aimlessly, hoping to lure out the snake. Unexpectedly, someone was following them quietly, but the tracking method was so clumsy that even Li Tai noticed it. Don't look back. Wait until he leaves, and then Chu Mo will quietly follow him. Yes. The few people remained calm, pretending not to notice anything, and continued to wander around. As expected, the person who was following them left. Cheng Chumo also followed quietly. The other party was obviously just an ordinary person and didn't realize that he was being followed. You said that person entered the home of the Dengzhou County Magistrate. Yes, I even asked someone about it, and it is indeed the residence of Dengzhou County Magistrate Zhu Changri. At first it was the magistrate of Dengzhou, then a mysterious person revealed the identity of Wang from Taiyuan, and now the county lieutenant of Dengzhou is involved as well. The case is becoming more and more confusing. I will go to Zhu Richang's place in person tonight. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to go alone? Why not let Chu Mo go with you? It's rare that Li Tai actually cares about others. No need. I feel relieved when Chu Mo and Chu Liang are here to protect me. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. Dressed in night clothes, he moved quickly through the city and soon arrived at the county lieutenant's residence that Fu Mo had mentioned. With a running start, he jumped over the wall and entered the courtyard. The county lieutenant was not a high-ranking official, so his residence was not big, and there was no sentry every 3 steps or 5 steps. Li Xiaoyao's father was also a county lieutenant before, but that was for his merits in founding the country, and he was related to the royal family, so the emperor rewarded him with some fiefdoms, which made his family a little rich. The families of normal county lieutenants in the Tang Dynasty were not so well off. There is only an old man as a doorman in Zhu's house, and he goes to bed early. I'm asking you if you're tired of it. You take it out and wipe it every day. Looking through the peephole, there was a group of middle-aged men and women in the room, and the one talking was a man. It must be Zhu Changchang. How can I be so annoyed? I've suffered with you all my life, and finally I've become rich, but you won't let me touch and look at it every day. Zhu Richang's wife had a box in front of her, which was full of big silver ingots. Zhu Changchang is not a founding father, and he has no background, so it is impossible for him to have so much money. It seems that he must be related to this incident. Li Xiaoyao, who was lying outside the window, seemed to see a glimmer of hope again. Husband, you said the Wang family. Before the woman could finish her words, Zhu Richang covered her mouth with his hand. You silly woman, keep your voice down. You are in your own home, why are you so nervous? With your limited ability, you dare to accept money from the Wang family. Be careful or you will be scared to death. Faced with Zhu Richang's cautiousness, the woman looked indifferent and felt that her husband was being too cautious. It's better to be safe than sorry. Did you keep the letter? Zhu Richang suddenly thought of the important letter and asked his wife again. Don't worry, it's here with the money. It won't get lost. But, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but why are you still keeping this thing? This is our life-saving talisman. If the truth ever comes to light, this thing might be able to save our lives. When the woman heard that it was a matter of life and death, she quickly put the letter in a box and hid the box in a secret compartment in the floor. Unexpectedly, the harvest tonight was quite fruitful. The next morning, Cheng Chumo returned to Chang'an at full speed with Li Xiaoyao's gold medal and Li Tai's token. You are thoughtful. Zhu Changri is the county lieutenant after all. We don't know yet whether all his men have been bribed. It is wise to go to Chang'an to seek help. Li Tai didn't know why he had been praising Li Xiaoyao more and more recently. In the past, he kept his admiration for Li Xiaoyao in his heart and would never allow himself to speak out his pride, but now he seemed to have gotten used to it. In fact, what Li Tai didn't know was that Li Xiaoyao had taken out double insurance, and he also sent a letter to Zhang Wu. On the third day, Qing Chumo came in person with His Majesty's imperial edict and reinforcements from Chang'an. That morning, Zhu Changshi had breakfast cooked by his wife at home as usual, and then prepared to go out to the government office to work. Bah, the food this woman cooks is getting worse and worse. I'm hungry. When this storm is over, I will go to the best brothel in Chang'an to drink, hee. As soon as he walked out of the door, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He saw a team of elite soldiers standing in front of his house. As a county lieutenant, Zhu Changchang recognized at a glance that this was not an ordinary local army. The identity of the golden armored guards could only be the imperial guards around the emperor. It's over. No matter how stupid he was, Zhu Changchang knew that he must have been exposed. I am Li Xiaoyao, the general of Dingyuan and the imperial guard. This is Li Tai, the prince of Wei. Zhu Changri, I'm giving you a chance to surrender. Tell me what you know. Li Xiaoyao, Li Tai and others sat on tall horses, looking down at Zhu Changri. Haha, if you don't tell me, you'll die. If you tell me, you'll die even more miserably. You tell me, and I tell you, or don't I? Haha. Zhu Changxing knew very well that if he didn't tell the truth, he would probably die. But if he told the truth, death would be the most unrealistic thing he could hope for. He knew the other party's methods very well. Come here, arrest Zhu Changchang, and the rest of you go into the house and search. Li Xiaoyao waved his hand and the soldiers filed in. Suddenly, the crying and shouting of Zhu Changshi's wife were heard from the room. Li Xiaoyao personally led people to the room where Zhu Changshi's wife hid things that night. He directly pried open the secret compartment on the ground and took out the box inside. When he opened it, he found that it was full of silver, and the crucial letter was also inside. Li Xiaoyao opened the letter and scanned every word one by one. The expression on his face gradually became angry and unbelievable. After reading it, he handed the letter to Li Tai next to him. I will personally take this letter and Zhu Changchang back to Chang'an to meet my father. After reading the letter, Li Tai was also furious. He was determined to wipe out these parasites in the empire. Be careful on the road, Chu Mo and his men will protect the king of Wei. Things have developed to this point. Li Xiaoyao is more worried about Li Tai's safety. No one knows whether these guys will do something desperate. Before leaving, Li Xiaoyao pulled Qing Chumo aside and whispered a few words to him. Qing Chumo just widened his eyes, glanced at Wei Wang Li Tai, then nodded and left. Li Shimin was sitting on the dragon throne, holding in his hand the secret letter presented to him by Wei Wang Li Tai, and there was no joy on his face. Li Tai was standing below and Zhu Richang was kneeling. Is what is written in this letter true? Tell me what you know and I will leave you with an intact body. The indifferent tone of voice revealed the Emperor's majesty without anger. It seemed that they had not seen blood for too long, and these parasites had forgotten that their emperor had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Your Majesty, the letter is true, and the contents of the letter are also true. Zhu Richang cried and trembled. You deserve to die. As an official appointed by the imperial court, you don't know how to serve the country, but instead collude with these noble families to arbitrarily change the waterway, causing the lives of thousands of people in Dengzhou to be in vain. The aristocratic families are a group of greedy people. Profits are the most important thing in everything. In their eyes, the national laws and systems are not even as good as their family rules. After hundreds of years of inheritance, their tentacles have spread to every corner of the Tang Dynasty. Many times, Li Shimin, as the emperor, had to compromise with them. This is why Li Shimin always wanted to get rid of the aristocratic families. I should die. Zhu Changxing banged his head hard on the ground. Your death is not a pity. Tell Li Xiaoyao to arrest the Wang clan leader immediately. All those involved in this case should be brought to justice. Li Shiming stopped talking nonsense. This time, the aristocratic family had touched his bottom line, so there was no room for mercy. Yes. Qing Chumo took the order and left. As for Wei Wang Li Tai, Li Xiaoyao pulled Qing Chumo aside to whisper to him, meaning that Qing Chumo should not bring Li Tai out. After all, this time the situation was serious, and the aristocratic family would inevitably do something to struggle desperately. If something went wrong, they would be blamed. Ching Chumo also knew the seriousness of the incident, so he directly ordered the guards to detain Li Tai in the room, and put him under house arrest after Ching Chumo left Chang'an. Of course, all this was done in the name of Li Xiaoyao, otherwise Ching Chumo could not afford the crime of detaining the prince. Ching Chumo, do you want to die? No one has ever dared to lock me, Li Tai, in a room. King Wei, this is all the dean's orders. Every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its creditor. When Li Tai heard that it was arranged by the dean, he was instantly speechless. He should have guessed it long ago. Ching Chumo didn't have the courage to do that. Li Xiaoyao had already led his men to quietly surround the Wang family. Ching Chumo immediately conveyed the arrest order to Li Xiaoyao. The head of the Wang family of Taiyuan received the order. Li Xiaoyao took out Li Shimin's imperial edict and read it out directly. The Wang family of Taiyuan, who was deeply protected by the emperor's grace, did not think about repaying the court and the people. Instead, they listened to slander and privately changed the river course in order to revive the family's fortune and seek personal gain, which led to a severe drought in Dengzhou, a total crop failure, and tens of thousands of people were displaced, causing outrage from both humans and gods. I order the arrest of those involved in the case and their punishment will be decided later. I decree this. The current head of the Wang family, Old Master Wang, fainted. The other family members and servants were instantly thrown into chaos. In addition to the imperial edict brought by Ching Chumo, Li Shimin also sent a secret letter to Li Xiaoyao privately. The general meaning was to take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out the Wang family. Other noble families also received the news at the first time. The Wang family was indeed finished this time. Royal Palace. Your Majesty, I am foolish. I trusted the villain and listened to the slander, which led me to do such a foolish thing. The head of the Wang family told the whole story in front of all the civil and military officials. It turned out that the head of the Wang family believed the advice of a so-called high monk that if the place where the Wang family started could meet water, it would ensure the continuation of the Wang family for 10,000 years. That's why he had people intercept the waters of the Dengzhou tributary and divert the water to the place where the Wang family would be revived. He also bribed the magistrate of Dengzhou and other officials, both big and small, with money. Everything went smoothly for everyone else, but the magistrate of Dengzhou was an official born in a poor family. He was unmoved by any persuasion and kept writing memorials to Chang'an, but all of them fell on deaf ears. Later, when Li Xiaoyao, Li Tai and others followed the clues to find the county magistrate, Wang's men were desperate and killed the county magistrate in advance, resulting in the clues being interrupted. Li Xiaoyao also knew what happened later. Now there was still one question for him, which was who the man in black was. In the end, the Wang family, including the clan leader and key members, were all sentenced to death, and the rest were exiled. None of the other close families came to plead for mercy, mainly because the crime committed by the Wang family was so serious. According to incomplete statistics, thousands of people in Dengzhou starved to death, and countless people were displaced and became bandits. No one had the face to beg for mercy. Because of his contribution in solving the case, Li Xiaoyao was appointed by the emperor to be in charge of the house confiscation. In the dark room. I didn't expect the emperor to be so cruel this time. In the darkness, several old men in black robes sat together. In fact, it's the Wang family's own fault. They are old and foolish, and actually believe the words of the quack. Having said that, if we don't react, others will just think we are easy to bully. You're right. We can't touch the emperor, but we can still control a small county boy. Don't underestimate him. He's been in the spotlight lately. There are plenty of opportunities to deal with him. Please be patient. Several old men were in the secret room, talking to each other, as if they had the power to control the entire Tang Dynasty. At this time, Li Xiaoyao didn't know that he had been plotted against, and was ransacking the Wang family's ancestral home with a smug look on his face. Ching Chumo stood beside Li Xiaoyao with a flattering look on his face. Everyone knew that confiscating property was a lucrative job, and there was a deep meaning behind Li Shimin giving this job to Li Xiaoyao. Generally speaking, the confiscated property would go into the national treasury. The money in the national treasury did not belong to Li Shimin but to the entire Tang Dynasty. If Li Shimin dared to use a copper coin, he would definitely be scolded to death by the censors. Therefore, the purpose of arranging Li Xiaoyao is to enrich Li Shimen's treasury. Although Wang Ji has recently received a share, who would complain about having too much money? Chu Mo, how much pocket money does your father give you every month? Li Xiaoyao sat in the courtyard of the Wang family's old house, enjoying the gentle sunbath. He was surrounded by busy guards and servants who were busy counting and moving all the valuables. Dean, my father only gives me 1 yuan of pocket money a month. Seeing Ching Chumo's aggrieved face, Li Xiaoyao wanted to laugh. 1 tael of silver was not a small amount. If it was an ordinary family of 3, 1 tael of silver would be enough for them to live for several months. But as the second generation of an official in Chang'an, it was indeed a little less, not even enough to go to a brothel. Haha, you're still feeling wronged. Don't worry, since the emperor has given me the job of confiscating the property, you can take whatever you like. Li Xiaoyao spoke in a light tone, as if this was his own home. How could Ching Chumo dare to do that? In order to avoid being caught, Li Xiaoyao specially found more than a dozen accountants to conduct inventory separately. These accountants included public ones and Li Xiaoyao's own people. In this way, only Li Xiaoyao knew the final total account. Fuck, these damn noble families are so rich. If we kill 1 or 2 of them, Li Shimen will have more than enough money to fight the Turks. It has to be said that the Wang family is worthy of being a wealthy family that has been around for hundreds of years. It took more than 10 days to liquidate the family assets. Even though Li Xiaoyao was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the final number. Thank you for your hard work during this period. I will give each of you 10 taels of silver. Thank you, sir. Li Xiaoyao has always been generous to his subordinates, especially this time he didn't have to spend his own money. The servants and guards didn't expect to get such a generous reward, and they were all very happy. As for Ching Chumo, who was standing beside him, Li Xiaoyao directly threw a bundle to him. Ching Chumo didn't understand what was going on, and he opened a corner of the bundle without caring, and the golden ingot inside immediately emitted a dazzling light. Then he immediately and nervously covered the bundle. May I? Don't worry, keep a low profile. Okay, hee. Ching Chumo roughly calculated that even if he received pocket money for his entire life, it would not be as much as the money in this package. It turned out that it was a good idea to follow the dean. Afterwards, Li Xiaoyao transported all of them into the palace at night, half of which went into the national treasury and the other half into Li Shimen's private treasury. Brother, are there really so many? Brother, you are the emperor of the Tang Dynasty after all, please don't act like you have never seen the world, okay? Your Majesty, it has been confirmed that there is nothing wrong. The account books have been calculated several times by more than a dozen senior accountants. I have personally summarized them, so there will be no mistakes. Li Shimen, who had been living a hard life, suddenly had money. What should he do? How should he spend it? I want to eat meat. I am fed up with pickles for 3 meals a day. I want to eat roasted whole lamb and drink fine wine. I want to learn from the emperors of the Qing dynasty and eat 108 dishes for each meal. Wait, what the hell is the Qing dynasty? Your Majesty, what are you doing? Don't scare me. Li Shimen cried, and Li Xiaoyao could see that he was aggrieved. At that time, there were only the emperor and his minister in the inner treasury. Li Shimen saw that Wang's wealth was even more than that of his own treasury, and he could no longer hold back his tears of grievance. My dear brother, you don't know how hard it has been for me. These years, I have worked hard to govern the country. I can only sleep for 3 hours a day, and I am surrounded and quarreled by a group of ministers every day. In the past few years, the treasury was short of money, and Prime Minister Fang suggested that everyone tighten their belts and diet and temporarily lend the excess money to the court. But these damn families all cried poor in front of me. Do you know how much money they donated? The total amount of several families was only 1,000 taels. Ha ha ha, funny, isn't it? It sounded like a joke, but in fact Li Shimen cried even more sadly. Yes, Li Shimen, as an emperor, is definitely one of the top 3 in Chinese history. If it weren't for these noble families, his achievements would be far less. Your Majesty, don't worry. Sooner or later, my king and I will root out all the parasites in the empire. By then, all their wealth will belong to the Tang Dynasty. Now we should treat them like pigs, raising them first and then killing them when they are fat. Li Xiaoyao himself felt that at this moment he looked like a treacherous minister beside the emperor, as if he was going to frame loyal and good people. My dear brother, you are right. Treat them like pigs. Well said, haha. After Li Xiaoyao's guidance, Li Shimon's mood instantly improved and he immediately put on the face of a wise ruler. Brother, now that we have so much money, what should we do? Li Shimon still planned to discuss with his brother how to arrange this huge sum of money. After all, this matter should not be known to too many people. Then, Your Majesty, what is your wish? Of course, we should first destroy the Turks, then conquer Goguryeo, and make the 4 seas submit and all nations come to pay tribute. Li Shimon's ambition has never changed, no matter what time. Your Majesty, if you want to conquer them, what do we lack? Brother, we are short of so much: soldiers, food, weapons, logistics, and food. Because of your potatoes and sweet potatoes, the food problem has been basically solved. Now the main thing is weapons, and later on, soldiers. Li Shimon was never a hands-off boss. He was very clear about the affairs of his country, especially the military aspects. Your Majesty, I personally think that the number of soldiers and weapons is a problem. Li Xiaoyao put forward his own suggestions. Brother, if you have any ideas, please feel free to tell me. I would like to hear your details. Li Shimon knew that his brother was always different from others, and he didn't know what was in his head. He always had some wild ideas and suggestions. Your Majesty, when you talk about manpower, you simply mean that there are not enough soldiers, right? Yes. So if we can't increase the number of soldiers, we can improve the quality of the soldiers. Improve quality? Yes, we can improve the combat effectiveness of our soldiers, allowing them to fight 10 or even 100 enemies at once. Don't joke, my dear brother. Although our Tang soldiers are brave, we have to admit that we are not at an advantage against the Turkic cavalry. This is what I'm going to say next. We can work hard on weapons and find a way. The reason why the Turkic cavalry is so powerful is because they are fast and highly maneuverable. As long as we invent a long-range weapon, we can turn the tide. Haha, my dear brother, that's a good idea. We have tried it before, but the firing rate of the bow is still too slow. At most, we can fire 1 or 2 rounds before the cavalry arrives. Moreover, it takes at least 1 to 2 years to train an archer, and the Tang Dynasty doesn't have that much time. Li Shimon was a little disappointed. He had thought that his brother would have some good ideas, but he didn't expect it to be the same old thing. Your Majesty, I think you have misunderstood. The long-range attack weapons I mentioned are not the outdated and obsolete products like bows and arrows. I am talking about muskets, a weapon with a firing speed 10 times faster than bows and arrows and a range of more than 100 meters. Moreover, it only takes a month at most to train a musketeer. Oh, it really is such a magical weapon. Your Majesty, you must believe in science. Science can make many impossible things possible, but the premise requires a lot of money. Okay, brother, you believe in yourself, and you have never let me down. I plan to set up a department specifically for your science. You will be the head of this department. I will give you money and people. You have the final say. I only have one request, to develop the musket you mentioned as soon as possible. As long as it can help Li Shimon expand his territory, we will definitely support it strongly. No problem, if you compare your money, it will definitely be worth it. To be honest, Li Xiaoyao can make a sample of a musket now, but that is not the technology of the Tang Dynasty after all. What Li Xiaoyao wants is to improve the technological level of the Tang Dynasty. So what impressive name are you going to give this department? Let's call it the Institute of Physics Research. Haha, although this name is a bit weird, it suits your style. Let's call it the Institute of Physics Research. Morning. Brother, why do you want to attend the morning court today? People of Li Xiaoyao's level were not qualified to attend the morning court on weekdays. He himself was glad that he did not have to attend the morning court every day. He had to get up before dawn, which must have been very tiring. Today was all about announcing the matter of the Institute of Physics, so Li Shimon specifically asked Li Xiaoyao, the person involved, to be present. I don't know. His Majesty notified me to come. Qing Yaojin didn't believe what he said, but since it was still morning court, it was not convenient for him to keep asking questions. "My dear ministers, do you have anything else to report?" Seeing the time, the ministers had almost finished copying, so Li Shimin habitually asked a concluding question, meaning that everyone should stop talking. "Since all the ministers have nothing to report, I do have one thing. I plan to set up a new department, with the countyman of Anding, my cousin Li Xiaoyao, as the head. This department will not be subject to the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, but will be directly under my jurisdiction." "Your Majesty, I think this is not possible. There has never been such a precedent from ancient times to the present." The aristocratic families were the first to jump out in opposition. In fact, they didn't care what new department the emperor set up. They just wanted to suppress Li Xiaoyao, the aristocratic family's mortal enemy. "Sir, the savages don't wear clothes, why are you wearing clothes? There is no precedent for this." Li Xiaoyao's main purpose of attending the morning court today was to cooperate with Li Shimin and clear all obstacles. "You. Humph. Your Majesty, may I ask what the main work content of this new department is?" Seeing that one plan failed, he changed another person. "This department is mainly responsible for some research and development work. As long as it is beneficial to the development of Datong, it falls within the scope of their research and development." When the noble families heard that it was just for research and development, they were relieved. At first, they thought that His Majesty wanted to seize power and wanted to set up a new department, but it turned out to be a false alarm. There was no need to fight to the death. Since all the nobles have no objection, then it is settled. The Institute of Physics Research was officially established, and Li Xiaoyao specifically requested that the office be set up in the suburbs of Anding County. The reason was that frequent experiments were required, which might make some noise, and for the sake of confidentiality, it was ultimately not set up in Chang'an City. Li Shimin was also very powerful. He simply waved his hand and marked out a large piece of land in the suburbs of Anding County, all of which belonged to the Institute of Physics Research. The laboratory and office were also designed by Li Xiaoyao himself according to actual needs, and now the construction has started in full swing. You have to admit, the royal craftsmen are better than those in society. I want to join the School of Physics Research. Ever since Li Tai found out about the Institute of Physics Research, he has been pestering Li Xiaoyao to join every day. Li Xiaoyao has refused many times, but Li Tai just won't give up. This time, he went straight to Li Xiaoyao's office in the academy and blocked Li Xiaoyao inside. I've said it many times, no. Li Xiaoyao was speechless facing Li Tai, who was like a dogskin plaster. Why, I'm the best in the academy. In terms of status, I'm the king of Wei. In terms of looks, I'm the best in the academy. You're the fattest. Let's not talk about looks. Even a woman like Jiang Yingyao can join, so why can't I? Li Tai cited many of his own strengths and also made it clear that Li Xiaoyao's selection of people was unfair. Because you are the king of Wei, the research institute will involve a lot of thermal weapons experiments in the later stage, so the risk is relatively high. Li Tai had always been proud of being the son of Li Shimin and the king of Wei of the Tang Dynasty. But today, there were people who refused to accept him because of his identity. But after hearing about the thermal weapons experiment, he no longer cared about anything else and had to join the research institute. Dean, I must join the institute. Please give me a chance. I know that because of my identity, you are afraid that something will happen in the future that will affect the entire institute. Don't worry, I will write a certificate right away and ask my father to stamp it and print it. Li Tai was determined this time. Without waiting for Li Xiaoyao's reply, he went straight back to the palace to ask the emperor for his approval. Li Xiaoyao ignored him and just held the student list in his hand, considering which talented students to recruit into his research institute. Although the students of the college have made great growth through Li Xiaoyao's modern education, everyone has different strengths and not every student likes research and development, so not all students are qualified for the work of the institute. Moreover, the research institute is related to the future of the Tang Dynasty, so Li Xiaoyao must consider each candidate very carefully. Li Tai also got the authorization letter with the emperor's seal early the next morning. Li Tai was ruthless enough. It was directly written on it that Li Tai was responsible for his own life and death in the institute and it had nothing to do with others. At this moment, Li Xiaoyao felt that he had always underestimated Li Tai. It turned out that those who engaged in scientific research were all crazy. Finally, the first batch of people selected into the Academy of Sciences came out, with a total of 8 people, including Li Tai, who has a relatively comprehensive talent, Jiang Yingyao, female, who is good at ships, Qin Huaidao, Li Yangping, Sun Sibo, Lu Caixuan, female, Yu Lu, and Shi De. Li Xiaoyao specially announced the news in front of all the teachers and students of the college. The 8 people who were selected all shouted excitedly, while those who were not selected also had different feelings. Some looked unwilling, while others felt a little regretful. Dear students, this is only the first batch. There will be a second and third batch later. As long as you have talent in research and development, you will definitely succeed. Even if you fail to come to the institute for various reasons, don't regret it, because you are students of Yunding College. You are different from anyone else. You will shine wherever you go and be admired by everyone. Call. Although there were regrets this time, the dean's words still touched the hearts of every student and swept away the confusion in their hearts. The establishment of the Institute of Physics indicates that the Tang Dynasty is about to embark on the road of scientific and technological development. The Tang Dynasty, which is already ahead of the times, is about to soar to the sky. Everyone, today is the day when our Institute of Physics is officially established. Everyone knows what the Institute of Physics means to the Tang Dynasty. I will not say any more nonsense. Our first research project is the musket. Almost all of the 8 people selected had heard Li Xiaoyao mention muskets more or less, and they were all very interested in this project. Because it was the first independent research, Li Xiaoyao basically gave everyone the research framework of the musket in order to reduce the difficulty and increase efficiency. The rest only required everyone to repeatedly find suitable materials and optimize the details, and finally produce samples for live ammunition shooting. Li Xiaoyao knew the hard work in the research institute, so the standards for logistics were very high. They provided 3 meals a day, milk, eggs, meat, and fruit, and even exchanged some convenience foods like instant noodles in the system. Sometimes when people studied too late, they could have a midnight snack. Not to mention the salary. Anyway, a normal salary was enough to support a large family, not to mention that there would be special rewards for research results. All of these were paid for by Li Shimin. Li Tai, your idea of material structure is good, but have you considered a problem? What's the problem? You use the best of everything. Does your father have enough money to mass produce it? Forehead. When I was doing research, I only focused on using the best things and completely forgot about practicality. I was really careless. Li Xiaoyao's responsibility now is like a mentor to these 8 people, providing guidance from time to time. In fact, with the previous framework, they would not make any big mistakes, at most there would be some minor problems. Now that the basic structure of the musket has been worked out, the biggest problem left is the formula of gunpowder. Li Xiaoyao certainly had the best formula in his hand, but in order to allow these Tang Dynasty stars to grow faster, Li Xiaoyao did not take it out, but gave it to the 8 of them to study and experiment on their own. Soon it was time to hand in the assignments, and Li Xiaoyao asked them to hand in the best gunpowder formula they currently had, and Li Xiaoyao would check whether there was a qualified formula. The 8 people stood nervously in the dean's office, and the dean Li Xiaoyao opposite them carefully checked the homework they handed in one by one. Lu Caixuan. When Lu Caixuan heard the dean calling her, she felt a little unsure, wondering if it was just because the recipe was not perfect. The others also looked at Lu Caixuan. This girl usually did not perform well, and many people still doubted why Li Xiaoyao transferred her to the research institute. Congratulations, I give you an excellent grade for your gunpowder formula. The scoring standard set by Li Xiaoyao is unqualified, qualified, good, and excellent. So far, whether in the college or the research institute, Dean Li Xiaoyao has given no more than 10 excellent grades, which shows how high the requirements are. Yeah. After being stunned for a long time, Lu Caixuan finally realized that his gunpowder formula had actually been excellent. Everyone, now that the gunpowder formula has been completed, let's complete the sample production as soon as possible and proceed to the next step of the live-fire shooting experiment. Yes. Others were also happy for Lu Caixuan because they were a team. Making musket samples involves finding craftsmen from the Military Equipment Bureau. Of course, Li Xiaoyao directly arranged for Prince of Wei Li Tai to take charge of this matter. Others might be refused, but since our Prince of Wei has come in person, who would dare not give him face? In just 3 days, with the full cooperation of the Ordnance Inspectorate, 3 sample muskets were produced. Institute of Physical Research, Shooting Test Range. It would be a lie to say that Li Xiaoyao was not excited when he saw the first rifle of the Tang Dynasty in his hand. In order to avoid detours, Li Xiaoyao directly skipped the muzzle-loading matchlock gun, and the framework and definition of the musket given were based on breech-loading rifles such as the 1819 Hall rifle. Then a fully armed soldier was called in to conduct live-fire shooting. These soldiers had also undergone several days of simulated gun training, but because these were the first batch of experimental guns, the possibility of barrel explosion could not be ruled out, so this soldier was fully armed. Prepare. The soldiers began to load their guns. Aim. Raise the gun and aim, the target is 100 meters away. Shooting. Bang. There was no explosion and the bullet was fired effectively. Everyone was excited. All these days and nights were worth it. The Tang Dynasty no longer had to fear the invasion of nomadic peoples. Next, we continued to test the maximum shooting distance, shooting accuracy, and firing rate, and finally the live ammunition shooting data of this gun came out. This Tang Dynasty breech-loading rifle has an effective hit rate of 56% at 100 meters, an effective range of 731 meters to 1371 meters. The effective range is not the effective killing distance, it is basically inaccurate beyond 200 meters, and it will be inaccurate beyond 300 meters, and a firing rate of 10 rounds per minute. Soon the news reached Li Shimin's ears, and he could not wait any longer and came to the research institute. He was followed by a group of military generals. After all, when they heard that new weapons had been developed, the generals were eager to see what kind of weapons they were, making the emperor of the Tang Dynasty impatient. Li Shimin held the gun in his hand and looked at it repeatedly, but he couldn't see anything strange about it. "Is it as powerful as my dear brother said?" "Your Majesty, why don't we try it first?" Li Xiaoyao knew that if he didn't let Li Shimin and the generals, who had fought wars all their lives, see it with their own eyes, no matter how powerful his words were, they would not listen. Li Shimin and a group of generals stood on a high platform next to the shooting range, each holding a telescope. Many generals were getting this thing for the first time and didn't know how to use it, so Qing Yaojin started showing off again. "Hey, you don't know what this is, right? Let me tell you, this is called clairvoyance. Eyes in the eyes." As the military god of the Tang Dynasty, Li Jing had seen all kinds of big scenes, but he just couldn't stand Qing Yaojin's smug look. He didn't want to pay attention to him, but he really didn't know how to use this thing. "Look, this can be stretched out, and then the small end can be pointed at your eyes. Then, things a few miles away will appear in front of you." Li Jing and other generals tried it according to what Qing Yaojin said, which immediately caused exclamations from these generals. "Your Majesty, this is a divine weapon. I suggest that the entire army be equipped with this clairvoyance, so that we can gain the upper hand in every battle." Before Li Shimin could say anything, Qing Yaojin started showing off again. "Li Jing, do you think His Majesty doesn't want to? Do you think the crystals you need to open your clairvoyance can be mass-produced?" "Why?" When Li Jing heard this, she was a little discouraged. She was indeed too excited to notice that the clairvoyance actually needed such crystal-clear crystal to be made. It was a pity that the Tang Dynasty had such a magical weapon, but it could not be mass-produced. "Your Majesty, the sound will be a little loud when you shoot later." "No problem." In response to Li Xiaoyao's kind reminder, Li Shimin simply replied indifferently. His full attention was now on the musket that was about to fire, so it didn't matter if the sound was a little loud. Soon everyone's attention was attracted to the soldiers on the field. This time, all 3 sample guns were on the field, with 3 people holding guns and 1 person commanding. "Prepare." Still following the procedure, the 3 soldiers began to load ammunition. Aim. This time the targets were directly changed to 3 different armor targets, which, to put it bluntly, were made according to what Turkic soldiers wear. Shooting. Bang, bang, bang. Even though they were mentally prepared, the loud gunshots still made everyone tremble. A burst of white smoke came out of the gun barrel, and the soldiers began to resume standby mode. "Your Majesty, generals, let's go down and take a look." Because the bullet hole was very small and the viewing stand was relatively far away, the lethality could not be seen at all. Li Xiaoyao led everyone directly to the target. This actually shot through. When they got closer, they found that the iron armor that only Turkic nobles could wear was actually pierced through by the tiny bullet. If it had hit a person, it would have either caused death or injury. Go, get some living creatures. Li Shimin waved his hand, and soon soldiers brought in pigs, sheep, and other living things. This time, Li Shimin stood not far behind the shooting soldier, wanting to feel it up close. It was still a distance of 100 meters. Aim. Shooting. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, and living creatures 100 meters away fell to the ground. Okay, haha. Unexpectedly, a small iron bullet could have such a huge killing power. Li Shimin and his generals finally saw the power of the musket, and then they demonstrated the longest range and rapid fire again. Everyone was more and more happy and liked it more and more. Your Majesty, the musket is simply a magical weapon. If all the soldiers of the great Tang Dynasty were equipped with this musket, there would be no place in the world that the soldiers of the great Tang Dynasty could not go. Everyone present has fought in wars all their lives. Now that there is peace, they have nothing to do all day. When they see the power of the musket, their already calm hearts begin to stir again. Ha ha. The generals were happy, and Li Shimin was even happier. He immediately led tens of thousands of musket soldiers to attack the Turks to avenge the humiliation of the Weishui alliance a few years ago. I still remember that when I had just ascended the throne and was still stabilizing the internal affairs, the Turks led an army of 200,000 and marched straight to Chang'an. I had no choice but to kill my beloved white horse and almost emptied the entire treasury to give it to that bastard Jieli. Whenever I think of this, I feel aggrieved. Now, with muskets, the Turkic cavalry are nothing. They will still surrender to the Tang Dynasty. My dear brother, you are right. Ha ha. Brother. His Majesty. What is the current production capacity of this musket? Your Majesty, because the structure of this musket is complicated, the efficiency is not high if it is relied on manpower alone, so it may take some time to equip it on a large scale. Everyone was just feeling happy, but Li Xiaoyao poured a bucket of cold water on everyone. Is there any way to solve this problem? My Tang Dynasty needs more muskets. Your Majesty, the most effective way is to use machine tools, but Tang Dynasty cannot do that yet, so we can only use assembly lines and mold production. Okay, brother, you have full control. I just need to equip myself with more muskets as soon as possible. Li Shimin was very happy today and was going to hold a grand banquet in the palace. He invited Li Xiaoyao, but Li Xiaoyao refused on the pretext that he needed to work on a plan to improve production efficiency. I was not angry at all for being rejected. Instead, I was even more moved. I felt that my brother had worked so hard. He couldn't eat or sleep well for the sake of the Tang Dynasty. I must give my brother a satisfactory reward in the future. So Li Shimin returned to the palace with a group of military generals and began to drink and have fun. When some civil officials heard the news, they were very curious about what had happened to make these rough men so happy. Teacher, what exactly are you talking about, casting and assembly line production? Li Tai now admires Li Xiaoyao from the bottom of his heart and is willing to call him teacher. The mold is the mold into which the molten metal is poured to form a certain shape of casting. Casting involves pouring the molten metal into the mold, and the cavity of the mold provides the final useful shape, which then only needs to be machined and welded according to the specific application. Li Xiaoyao simply pointed it out, and Li Tai suddenly understood. What about the assembly line? The casting mold is so amazing. Li Tai also wants to hear about the assembly line. The assembly line is a production method in industry, where each production unit focuses on processing only a certain part of the work to improve work efficiency and output. I see, why didn't I think of that? I originally thought it was some complicated method, but unexpectedly it was such a simple truth that practice makes perfect. It turns out that a teacher is a teacher. I originally wanted to surpass the teacher. It is really ridiculous. Li Tai no longer had any arrogance in front of Li Xiaoyao, and was as obedient as a little lamb. Okay, I've told you all the solutions. You should handle the craftsman's business. It would be best if you could get all the people to the research institute. After all, I don't feel comfortable leaving them somewhere else. Li Tai knew what his teacher meant. He was simply afraid that the people from the aristocratic families would make trouble. In fact, even if the teacher didn't say it, he would have found a way to separate the craftsmen who made muskets. Moreover, Li Tai was also deeply influenced by Li Shimin and had no good feelings towards the aristocratic families. However, to mobilize so many craftsmen, Li Shimin's consent was necessary, so Li Tai personally found Li Shimin and explained the situation to him. Li Shimin then said that he was careless and had not thought of this problem, so he gave him a direct order. Li Tai took the imperial edict and went directly to the Military Equipment Bureau to take the people away, and also took away a large amount of raw materials. These craftsmen were now considered members of the Research Institute, so the Research Institute's manpower was expanded again. According to Li Xiaoyao's mold and assembly line, there are now 200 craftsmen in total. If there are sufficient materials, they can basically complete 2,000 muskets in a month. This efficiency is already very high without machinery. It is equivalent to one person making one musket every 3 days. After the successful development of the musket, Li Xiaoyao directly gave the Research Institute a long vacation, allowing everyone to have a good rest and use the bonus to spend time with their families. Because Li Xiaoyao told everyone that there will be new research topics after the holiday, and by then, it will be another big project, and everyone may not have time to spend with their families in a short period of time. When Li Tai heard about the new project, he asked to start immediately without taking a vacation, but was severely criticized by Li Xiaoyao. After all, he could stay at home, but that didn't mean that others didn't want to go home. At least Li Xiaoyao wanted to go home immediately. Li Xiaoyao rarely had a vacation at home, enjoying the care of the 7 fairies. He missed the days of having everything he wanted, regardless of the stories of kings in ancient times who didn't attend court early and lingered in the land of gentleness. Even modern people like Li Xiaoyao, who have seen too many black stockings and beautiful legs, want to be a tyrant. The whole morning was spent in the mansion making trouble. As Li Xiaoyao's close follower for so many years, Huzi of course knew his young master's habits, so he put off the work of reporting back on the fiefdom until the afternoon. "Master, our fiefdom had a great harvest in the first half of the year. The entire Anding County also harvested countless potatoes and sweet potatoes, at least half of which were purchased by the government." In fact, this was also the suggestion Li Xiaoyao made to Li Shimin at the time. It was fine for the government to lead the planting of potatoes and sweet potatoes, but it could not dominate 100%. At least you had to keep some and let them flow into the market. After all, after working hard to grow potatoes and sweet potatoes for a year, you didn't know what they tasted like in the end. How could you make people develop self-awareness? So the government only bought half of them, and the rest was left to the local people to deal with. Soon, the reputation of potatoes and sweet potatoes spread among the grassroots. They were easy to grow and had high yields. The advantages spread among the farmers. Many people took the initiative to plant potatoes and sweet potatoes in the second half of the year. This was what Li Shimin and Li Xiaoyao wanted to achieve. "Master, in the second half of the year, do you think we should stick to the plan of the first half and plant mainly potatoes and sweet potatoes, and plant less vegetables?" The main purpose of Huzi's visit today is to ask the young master for instructions on the planting tasks for the fiefdom in the second half of the year. No need. Now everyone is growing potatoes and sweet potatoes, so our goal has been achieved. We can't eat potatoes and sweet potatoes every day of the year. "Master, then let's. Now that we have solved the food problem, we need to solve the clothing problem. In the second half of the year, we will allocate half of the land to plant cotton. If farmers around are willing to plant cotton, I will come to buy it at the end of the year. I guarantee that the profit will be higher than that from growing grain." Although Huzi didn't know what cotton was, since the young master had given the order, there must be a reason for it. Planting cotton was actually a decision that Li Xiaoyao had considered for a long time. He started planting potatoes and sweet potatoes last year because people in the Tang Dynasty generally did not have enough to eat, so the first problem that needed to be solved was definitely the problem of not going hungry. Today, the promotion of potatoes and sweet potatoes has been basically completed. As the economic experimental zone of the Tang Dynasty, his territory must be at the forefront, so the second step is the problem of clothing. The number of people who freeze to death in the Tang Dynasty every winter is not a small number, so clothing is the second most important thing besides food. Come to the government in 2 days to pick up the cotton seeds and planting instructions. Li Xiaoyao was already preparing to take some time to exchange the cotton seeds in the system later. "Yes, master." What is the current situation of several workshops? Master, the output of our workshops is still in short supply. Many merchants from other countries come to us to buy in large quantities and sell them in their own countries. You said before that as long as the product does not involve the safety of the Tang Dynasty, you can sell it to them, but the price will be increased by 2 levels. But even if the price is increased by 2 levels, these golden-haired merchants are still buying it like crazy. This is natural. Wherever there are people, there are classes. Where there are classes, there will be comparisons. This is human nature. Master, I have another question. You have not allowed the sale of the canned goods produced by our cannery, so now several warehouses are almost full. Should we expand the warehouse or start selling them next? Continue to expand the warehouse. Canned food has a long shelf life anyway. By the way, I will arrange for Qin Huaidao to intern at the canning factory in a few days. He will lead the research on new canned meat. Canned meat. Master, can this can of meat be stored for a long time? Food storage was the most difficult problem in ancient times, especially meat. The storage time for canned meat is the same as that for canned fruit, which is 1 to 2 years. Oh my God. Hu Zi is an old man around Li Xiaoyao, but he is often shocked by the methods of his young master. Brother, my brother is here. As soon as he finished talking about work, Li Xiaoyao seemed to hear Li Shimen's voice. Sure enough, Li Shimen and Qing Yaojin and others had come to him. This time, even Empress Changsuan and Princess Changle Li Lizzie were there. Empress Changsuan still smiled kindly at Li Xiaoyao. However, after seeing Li Xiaoyao, Li Lizzie hid behind Empress Changsuan in a somewhat restrained manner. Your Majesty, the Queen hasn't been here for a long time. Li Shimen had indeed not been to Lijia village for a long time, but Qing Yaojin and Qin Shubao would come here occasionally. I wish I could stay here with you every day. You know I almost get dizzy from all the noise during the morning court. Li Shimen looked helpless. It's noon, please prepare the meal. I'm hungry. It has to be Qing Yaojin, not at all shy. The weather is nice today, let's eat outside, and your Majesty can get some fresh air. Okay, I'll follow your arrangements. When Li Shimen heard that it would benefit his eldest grandson, he agreed immediately. Hu Zi, go to Zhang Keizi's house right away and ask his wife to prepare a table. Tell her that I have distinguished guests and bring out the specialties from the neighbors. Yes, Master. Hu Zi knew the true identities of the people in front of him, so he ran away quickly. It's about time for us to walk over there, so let's take a look at what new changes you have made. A leader is a leader, and the implication of this statement is that he is here to inspect the work. Okay, Your Majesty, shall we go for a walk? Several people were walking in Lijia village. My dear brother, potatoes and sweet potatoes are just as you said. Their fame has spread throughout the Tang Dynasty. I believe that by next year at the latest, our Tang Dynasty will have completely gotten rid of the era of hunger. This is a huge contribution from you. It's all thanks to Your Majesty. I dare not take credit for it. If Li Xiaoyao, as a modern man, doesn't have this much emotional intelligence, then he has lived in vain. My dear brother, I see that you have already harvested all the crops on your fief in the first half of the year. Are you going to continue planting potatoes and sweet potatoes in the second half of the year? No, potatoes and sweet potatoes will not be planted on the fiefdom in the second half of the year. Oh, why? Could it be that my dear brother has food with higher yield? Li Shimen actually did not hear the answer that he was supposed to hear. My dear brother just said that potatoes and sweet potatoes would not be planted in the second half of the year. Your Majesty, the output of potatoes and sweet potatoes has far exceeded the famine in our Tang Dynasty. I don't have any crops with higher yields than these two. If I want to plant crops in the second half of the year, I won't be able to eat them at all. Can't be eaten. Li Shimen was even more curious. The crops he planted were actually inedible, so why did he do that? What's the point of not being able to eat it? Your Majesty, have you forgotten that I once said that this place will be the economic experimental zone of the Tang Dynasty? Many things will be tested here first, and then promoted to the entire Tang Dynasty after they are successful. Yes, you did say that, brother, but what does that have to do with what you're going to plant in the second half of the year? Your Majesty, what do ordinary people want to live for? Of course, read the books of sages and understand the truth. Li Shimin obviously understood it wrongly. How could ordinary people read those crappy books of sages? Your Majesty, I am wrong. Wrong. Not to mention Li Shimin, even Zhang Sun frowned. Her husband was right. Isn't life for reading books of sages? Li Lizzie was even more worried about Li Xiaoyao, worried that her father would be angry and punish him. I think the ordinary people I'm talking about can be summed up in 4 words. While everyone had their own thoughts, Li Xiaoyao slowly expressed his own ideas. Oh, I'd like to hear if you have a different opinion. Li Shimin was not angry at all when Li Xiaoyao refuted himself, because Li Shimin knew that the more talented a person is, the more courageous he will be to break the rules of his predecessors. Clothing, food, shelter, transportation. It was just 4 simple words, but everyone pondered over them for a long time, and in the end no one objected. Isn't it true that ordinary people can't read a single word, so how can you expect them to read the books of sages? Isn't the pursuit of people at the grassroots level in their lives just to have food, clothing, shelter, and transportation? Potatoes and sweet potatoes solve the most important problem of food, so the next thing to solve is the second most important problem of clothing. Many people in our Tang Dynasty freeze to death every winter, so I think clothing is the second most important problem among the 4 words. When you say that, I suddenly feel enlightened. Let me guess, your question may be related to clothing. The answer is almost given. Why are you still guessing? That's right. Next, the fiefdom and the people in the surrounding areas will plant cotton. Cotton is a kind of flower, but it is very different from flowers. It can be stuffed into the interlayer of clothes or quilts to produce a very good warming effect. Brother, this is serious. Your Majesty, I have a pair of cotton gloves here. You can try them on and feel them. Li Xiaoyao pretended to rummage in his sleeves for a long time, and took the opportunity to exchange a pair of cotton gloves in the system and took them out. Everyone stared at the gloves in Li Shimin's hand, but after looking at them for a long time they couldn't see anything special about them. Then should I try it on? Try it. Good. After Li Shimin said a few polite words, he just kept it on his hands. At first he didn't feel anything, but slowly Li Shimin felt that his hands seemed to be slightly warm, and then he could clearly feel that his palms had begun to sweat. The two continued to chat about other things. Li Shimin couldn't hold it in any longer and quickly took off his gloves. I can't stand it, it's too hot. After taking off the gloves, everyone was shocked. Li Shimin's hands had begun to sweat slightly. Now was not the hottest time of the year. Brother, this effect is amazing. Li Xiaoyao directly tore off the outer layer of the gloves, revealing the snow-white cotton inside, just like willow catkins, but denser. So this is cotton. It's amazing. Brother, why can't we understand the value of these things? They are all human beings, but Li Shimin is now jealous of his own virtuous brother. Not really. Everyone is good at different things. And although these things may seem simple, they actually contain a lot of science. Science again, science is really an incredible subject. After experiencing this series of events, Li Shimin is no longer perfunctory about science as before, on the contrary, he attaches great importance to it. Since Li Tai went to Yunding College, he has also devoted himself to science and no longer has the idea of wanting to do that. Before he could finish his words, they had already arrived at Zhang Keizi's tavern. It was just a small stall last time I came here, but now it's covered with a wine shop, which is great. Li Shimin was still reminiscing about the last time he ate cooked food here, but he didn't expect that in just a few months, things had changed so drastically. Zhang Keizi is lucky. Although he has a lame leg, his wife is capable and has good cooking skills. Not only do local people often come to eat here, but many foreign businessmen and tourists also come here because of its reputation. So they simply lent him some money to build a wine shop. I think Zhang Keizi is lucky, not because of his wife, but because he met a good boss like you. Li Shimin thought for a moment that if all the landlords and nobles in the Tang Dynasty could treat their slaves and tenants like Li Xiaoyao, then the Tang Dynasty might be able to move to a higher level. However, it was only a fleeting thought. After all, this was more realistic. There was no master who did not enslave his servants. Hey, boss, nobles, please come in quickly. When Zhang Keizi first came to Lijia village, he had a lame leg and relied on his wife for support. He was very self-abased and didn't like to talk much. He even tried to commit suicide several times. Later, Li Xiaoyao found out and beat him up. No one knew what Li Xiaoyao said, but from then on, he changed from his decadent personality to become positive and cheerful. Therefore, Zhang Keizi's family is very grateful to Li Xiaoyao. If anyone dares to say a word against their young master, Zhang Keizi and his wife will definitely be the first to rush out and fight with the opponent. There is still a big gap between a tavern and a restaurant. Compared with the previous stalls, it is nothing more than a storefront, but it is also many times better than before. At least there is no need to pack up in a hurry when it is windy and rainy. There is only one private room in the whole restaurant. It is said that there was no plan for a private room at that time, but Zhang Keizi's wife insisted on getting one. Zhang Keizi didn't understand why, and was later scolded by his wife. She said, "What if the young master wants to entertain guests or come to eat in person one day, and sit outside? The young master can choose not to sit, but we can't leave it. It is usually empty and no one is allowed to sit." Today, it really happened. The dining table in the private room was already filled with dishes, stewed, boiled, fried, steamed, grilled, all kinds of dishes, both those that I had eaten and those that I hadn't. These were all learned in the housewife cooking class opened by the young master and from Miss Xia Xiang in the young master's mansion. Although her cooking skills were not as good as Miss Xia Xiang's, they were still better than the mainstream cuisine of the Tang Dynasty. "Madam Boss, why don't you have any cooked food today? That would be so delicious." When Qing Yaojin saw that the pig head he had eaten last time was not on the table, he immediately started to make a fuss. "It turns out that you like to eat pig heads. I will make it right away." When Zhang the Lame's wife heard that the nobleman still remembered the food she had cooked, she was immediately delighted and went down to take it. "Don't forget the big meat bun next door." Li Shimin was actually still thinking about the big bun next door. "Okay, my dears, please eat first, I'll be right there." Zhang Keizi's wife smiled and went to prepare the pork head and big meat buns. "Haha, it seems that the master often comes here to eat delicious food without telling us, mother and daughter." It was a rare day that Empress Changsuan was in a good mood and she even started a joke on Li Shimin. "No, I've only been here once. Haha, Guanyin, try it, the food here is really good. These are all my disciples brought up by my brother. Oh, I must try it." The Queen Mother took the lead and took the first bite, and the ministers also started to eat. "Wow, this dish is really delicious. Does my father often come to Li Xiannan's place secretly?" After taking a few bites, Li Lizzie also praised the food for being of very high quality. Most importantly, many of the new dishes were ones she had never seen or eaten before. After eating and drinking, Zhang Keizi's wife brought a fruit platter. The colorful visual effect of this fruit platter was very beautiful. It was the first time for everyone present to eat fruit like this. They couldn't help but marvel at the rich resources of Lijia village. "My dear brother, I have to criticize you. The fruits are ripe this year, but why didn't you send some to the palace? The ladies and Li Ji's sisters love to eat these fruits. They wait for this crop all year long." Li Shimin said in a pretended angry tone. "Your Majesty, don't worry. How could I forget? I'm already preparing it. I've picked out the biggest and best ones. They will be delivered to the palace in the next 2 days for the ladies and princesses." "Haha, that's good." Ever since Li Shimin raided the Wang family of Taiyuan, he got half of the family property and put it into Li Shimin's treasury. He also received 15% of the dividends from Li Xiaoyao. His pockets became fatter and he had more confidence to speak. Li Shimin directly and forcefully improved the living standards of all the nobles, princes and princesses in the palace. They were simply going from being impoverished to being nouveau riche. They used to have plain porridge and pickles, but now they had meat and fish for every meal. They used to rarely hold banquets to entertain princes and ministers in a year, but now they have banquets every few days. "Brother, how is Qingxue's study going recently?" After having a full stomach, Li Shimin naturally cared about his son. "Your Majesty, with everyone's joint efforts, we have solved the problem of muskets. So we will give them a short vacation during this period. Later, they will be assigned assistants and assigned individual scientific research projects. This will accelerate the growth of talents by bringing up the new with the old. What we lack now is talent. Oh, what project are you going to arrange for Qingxue next? When Li Shimin heard about the new project, he immediately became interested and wondered how this project would help the Tang Dynasty. Qingxue's personal interest is more towards the development of thermal weapons, so the next step may be the development of artillery. Li Xiaoyao actually kept in mind the interests and specialties of each of them, so he would arrange scientific research projects according to their preferences. Oh, cannon, it sounds similar to a musket. When Li Shimin heard that it was similar to a musket, he was not very surprised. After all, he had seen muskets, and cannons might be similar. Yes, Your Majesty. You can think of artillery as a large-scale musket. Compared with muskets, artillery is 100 times more lethal. Its main function is to destroy enemy defensive facilities. In simple terms, it is used to attack city walls. It can be used for offense, or installed on city walls for defense. It can also be installed on ships. Of course, it is equipped with shrapnel shells, which has a good killing effect on personnel. I call it the King of Land Warfare. The King of Land Wars. Very well, Qingxue is worthy of being my good son. Is this thing troublesome? Li Shimin originally thought that there was not much difference between cannons and muskets, so he had little interest in them. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Li Xiaoyao said, he couldn't wait to meet this so-called King of Land Warfare. Difficult, very difficult. The structure of primitive artillery is simpler than that of muskets, but the difficulty of primitive artillery lies in the stability of the material. Because the metal smelting technology in ancient times could not meet the requirements for casting artillery. If copper was used, firstly, the copper production problem was that it was not enough to make coins, so it would definitely not work for making artillery. Secondly, the range and power of copper artillery were the worst. Therefore, materials and technology are currently the biggest problems. My dear brother, where is Huai Dao? Qin Shubao couldn't help but ask his son about his next plans. Since his son came to Yunding Academy, he seemed like a different person. He used to be introverted and dull. Although he still hasn't inherited his martial arts and hasn't made a name for himself in the books of sages, it is obvious that his son smiles more often and is more confident. Huai Dao will be assigned to a canning factory to develop canned meat. Canned meat. When everyone heard the word canned food for the first time, they had no idea what it was. I wonder if the queen would like to take a walk to help digest her food. Li Xiaoyao is inviting everyone to visit the cannery. As a modern man, although Li Xiaoyao has never done any business in his previous life, he also understands the importance of promotion. In this era, who can promote it better than to the emperor, empress, princes, and ministers? The cannery is a little far away, so horse-drawn carriages were arranged from the Lijia village business reception office. These carriages are not ordinary. They were designed and modified by Li Xiaoyao. Spring shock absorbers and rubber tires were added, which greatly improved the comfort of the carriages. My dear brother, your carriage is a little different. Li Shimin looked at the carriage in front of him, which had a completely different shape from the existing carriages in the Tang Dynasty. His first reaction was that this must be another good thing that his brother had tinkered with. Sure enough, after sitting in it for a while, Li Shimin discovered the difference of this carriage. First of all, this carriage has 4 wheels, which can greatly increase the interior space of the carriage. And what is strange is that this carriage does not seem to be bumpy at all. Even if a normal carriage has more cushions, it will make you feel pain after sitting for a long time, but this carriage will not cause such pain at all. On the contrary, it is very comfortable. Your Majesty is indeed discerning. These carriages are mainly used to receive distinguished guests who come to our fiefdom, so I have made some minor improvements. I don't know what's in Li Xiannan's head. Why is he different from ordinary people? Haha. Empress Changsuan was also very surprised at Li Xiaoyao's talents in these areas. After all, from the beginning to now, everything Li Xiaoyao had done was basically beneficial to the entire Tang Dynasty. Li Lizzie, who was in the carriage, heard her father, the emperor, and her mother praising Li Xiaoyao. For some reason, she felt very happy without even realizing it. Soon several horse-drawn carriages arrived at the cannery near Wu Lake. This is a combined production and warehouse facility, so it occupies a relatively large area, and security personnel were specially arranged to guard and patrol here. Brother, your canning workshop is quite big. Everyone originally thought it was a small workshop, but they didn't expect it to be so large.